Chapter 1251, Ancient Medicinal Pill. Chapter 1251, Ancient Medicinal Pill. Everyone nodded when they heard these words of Xiao Yan. Since they had already taken the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, there was no longer any meaning in them remaining here. Seeing that no one objected, Xiao Yan once again glanced at this plain, where an ancient heaven phoenix and an ancient void dragon had died. His toes pressed on the stone platform and his body appeared beside the beast's spiritual barrier. Ziyan by the side randomly drew a crack line with her hand and Xiao Yan's group rushed out through the gap. Golden light flashed within the forest. A couple of figures appeared out of nowhere. Dou Qi immediately surged from their bodies after they appeared. The Dou Qi was only withdrawn after they failed to sense any unexpected change around them. Those fellows has already fled beforehand. Looks like that old fellow was quite seriously injured, thought. Xiao Yan sighed in relief upon seeing the empty forest as he laughed. Yes. Little fairy doctor and the rest also nodded. Their eyes swept around the place and they could vaguely hear the sound of some intense battles and beast roars transmitted from within this forest. It was likely caused by those who had barged in to seek for treasure. Let's leave this place first. The commotion is becoming increasingly big. It would sooner or later disturb those powerful magical beasts within the deep parts of the forest. Things would be troublesome if we end up becoming entangled in it. Xiao Yan did not stay any longer after saying those words. His body moved and flashed towards the path which they had taken earlier. Ziyan and the rest swiftly followed behind him. Xiao Yan's group had met with quite a number of powerful treasure seekers along the way as they flew. These people felt somewhat surprised at Xiao Yan's group act of rushing towards the outside of the forest. The eyes of some of those who were careful flickered when they saw Xiao Yan's group rushing out from the deep parts of the forest. Their hearts appeared to have thought of something. However, due to the lineup of Xiao Yan's group, they had no choice but to withdraw the ill thoughts within their hearts. Xiao Yan's group rushed wildly towards the direction that they came from. They met with quite a number of eyes along the way but did not end up being blocked. Hence, after around 20 minutes or so, Xiao Yan's group had once again appeared at the stone door where they had entered from earlier. During this journey of theirs out of the place, Xiao Yan's group did not discover the trail of Xun Er's group. It seemed that they had left through another way. This caused Xiao Yan to feel some regret. At this moment, the latter had ended up entering a weakened state due to the black-robed old man's injury. It was a good opportunity to beat a dog when it was down. Rumble. After slowly opening the stone door, Xiao Yan's group once again glanced at the ancient forest behind them. They could vaguely sense some extremely fierce aura becoming increasingly stronger. It seemed that some unlucky fellows had barged into the territories of some extremely powerful existences. Xiao Yan group swiftly left while quietly pitying these unlucky fellows. After which, they shut the door tightly. Everyone looked at the tightly shut stone door within the spacious corridor. After which, they looked at this already messy corridor and the rooms on both sides. They involuntarily smiled bitterly and shook their heads. These fellows were too barbaric. Where should we go to now? Little fairy doctor's eyes looked towards Xiao Yan and asked. Let's walk inwards. The true treasure should be at the middle of the large hall. Xiao Yan mused a little. After which, he found their bearings and swiftly walked towards the other corridor. Ziyan and the rest hurriedly followed upon seeing this. This corridor had clearly already been violently washed once during the time that Xiao Yan's group had entered the ancient forest. The surroundings were not only a complete mess but those originally clean rooms had also been destroyed until they were like ruins. It caused one to continue shaking one's head when looking at them. After seeing that the path had already been damaged until such an extent, Xiao Yan's group also no longer had the interest to continue looking at them. They increased their speed and hurried towards the middle of the large hall. Xiao Yan had also met quite a number of groups searching all over the places for treasure during the time that they were hurrying past. The thing that caused Xiao Yan to feel a little strange was that these fellows seemed to be hurrying towards a certain direction. A thought also passed through the hearts of Xiao Yan's group when they saw this scene. They exchanged glances and nodded slightly before following these groups. It's medicinal pills. Xiao Yan suddenly sniffed a familiar scent after following these group through a couple of corridors. A thought passed through his heart as he softly said, moreover, it is an extremely rich medicinal pill scent. It seems that there should be quite a lot of medicinal pills. If I guess correctly, it should be a pill room that stores medicinal pills. Oh? Everyone's heart were interested when they heard the words medicinal pills. Medicinal pills would always possess a great allure in this world. Moreover, the medicinal pills in this place were left behind by an elite Dou Shang. That allure was multiplied. Kuko, let's go. I am also quite curious about these ancient medicinal pills. It is a good opportunity to take a look. Xiao Yan was aware that everyone were interested after seeing their expressions. He laughed immediately as his toes pressed on the ground. His speed suddenly increased and he overtook the group in front within a short while. Little Fairy Doctor and the rest also activated their maximum speed behind Xiao Yan. Everyone seemed to have become very hardworking under the allure of the ancient medicinal pills. The corridor within the large hall was just like a maze. However, it was fortunate that Xiao Yan was relying on the medicinal pill scent. After spending over a dozen minutes, they had finally began to gradually slow. A building that was filled with an ancient aura stood in front of them. Two majestic large words were present on the top of the building. Pill Hall. Xiao Yan softly read it in his mouth. His eyes shifted downwards. At this moment, this pill hall had already been found. One could vaguely see quite a number of human figures wildly searching all over the place. Let's go. Xiao Yan beckoned and was the first to enter this spacious building. The first story of this pill hall was very messy. Numerous human figures were barbarically barging into those pill refinement rooms like bandits, plundering everything. Occasionally, an extremely intense battle would erupt as they fought for medicinal pills. Xiao Yan's eyes randomly swept over this first story before losing his interest. He waved his hand and rushed into the interior of the pill hall. After finding a flight of stairs that reached the upper level, he directly headed to the second story. Little Fairy Doctor's expression changed slightly when they entered the second story. She softly said, "Xiao Yan, you should give everyone an antidote if you have one. There is poison in the air here." Xiao Yan's group were startled upon hearing Little Fairy Doctor's words. They inhaled a couple of breaths and indeed sensed that something was not quite right. No wonder the second story has a lot less people. Looks like there are people already being caught by it. Xiao Yan's eyes swept over the place and immediately paused on some corpses on the distant ground. From the looks of it, they were clearly some fellows who had unluckily been poisoned to death. Xiao Yan took out a couple of antidote that he usually refined from his storage ring. He distributed them to everyone to consume. Only then did he said, "There are 3 stories in this pill hall. This is merely the second story. It is likely that the true treasure is on the third story. However, since the second story has poisonous air, it is likely that the third story will not be too peaceful. Everyone should be careful." Everyone nodded upon hearing Xiao Yan's reminder. Only Little Fairy Doctor curled her lips and smiled. Being in possession of the woeful poison body, the thing that she was least afraid of was poison. After the group conducted a brief search of the second story, they only found some medicinal pills that were not of a high tier. It was likely that others had taken the medicinal pills before them. After failing to gain any unexpected reward despite searching for a while, Xiao Yan's group could only give up. They found the pathway to the third story, gave each other a reminder before entering it. The third story of this pill hall was extremely spacious. There were various different-sized pill rooms that filled the area around him. Whether it was in terms of decoration or grandeur, it was far from what those 2 stories below could compare with. The poison air here is extremely dense. Moreover, it can erode the Dou Qi within one's body. Be careful. Little Fairy Doctor was most sensitive towards poison. She had sensed that the air was mixed with a potent poison when she arrived. Immediately, she issued a reminder. Everyone nodded upon hearing this. Their eyes looked around them. It was still possible to see some human figures on this third story. The auras of these people were all quite strong. The weakest was also at the Dou Zone class. Of course, if they did not possess this little ability, it was likely that barging into the third story would only end up with them seeking death. Xiao Yan's group, which had suddenly entered this place, had undoubtedly also attracted quite a lot of attention. However, no one took the initiative to come over and chat with them. Everyone here were being cautious of each other. I wonder if the third story has the legendary Tier 9 medicinal pill. If it does, it will really be quite crazy. Tian Huazunja's eyes swept over the surrounding pill rooms as he laughed. It is likely not possible to have a Tier 9 medicinal pill. A medicinal pill of that tier is likely also quite rare to an elite Dou Shang. Xiao Yan smiled. He randomly found a pill room that no one had visited and slowly walked in. The size of this pill room was quite large. Due to it having not been patronized by others, it still appeared quite neat and tidy. After Xiao Yan searched the place, he had found an ancient medicinal formula. He glanced at it briefly before keeping it into his storage ring. Currently, there was no time to study these things in detail. Other than this medicinal formula, there was also a bottle of medicinal pill that had not been opened. From the pill fragrance that vaguely seeped out, it was likely a Tier 7 medicinal pill. However, there was no record of its effect on it. Xiao Yan was also unable to sense it within such a short time. After finishing the search of this pill room, Xiao Yan's group once again changed their target and entered 8 pill rooms one after another. Although they did not gain much surprise, they could be considered to have gained something. Moreover, some ancient medicinal formula was also suitable to Xiao Yan. For an alchemist like him, the medicinal formula was sometimes far more valuable than the medicinal pill. Creak. Xiao Yan's group once again pushed open a pill room that stood at a corner. His eyes swept around him and his brows were knitted slightly. Compared to the other pill rooms, this place was undoubtedly much narrower. Moreover, from the looks of this messy manor, it seemed that it had been visited by someone else. Let's go. Xiao Yan lost his interest after his eyes swept over the interior. He waved his hand and was just about to turn around and leave when a white figure suddenly rushed past the messy pill room. The sudden appearance of the white figure also caused Xiao Yan's group to be startled. Dou Qi was basically circulated within their bodies at that moment. Their eyes also followed the flashing white figure and looked over. They were startled. It was merely a small beast with white fur over it. This small beast appeared like a cat that was exceptionally fat. Its rounded appearance made it seem simple and honest. However, there was hardly any energy ripple within its body. It was just like an ordinary small beast. Who? Xiao Yan's group sighed in relief. Their tensed heart also relaxed a little. He glanced at the round little fellow and was about to bring others to leave when a thought suddenly passed through his heart. No, that's not right. This was the ancient remains. How could a cute and fat little beast that did not possess any energy appear in this place? Xiao Yan knitted his brows slightly. He once again turned his eyes and seriously stared at this round little fellow. A moment later, he appeared to have sensed something. A pair of eyes began to bulge like a frog in an instant. Little Fairy Doctor and the rest were startled when they saw this expression of Xiao Yan. This was the first time that they had seen this expression of Xiao Yan. However, before Little Fairy Doctor and the rest could open their mouths and ask, Xiao Yan's expression had swiftly turned bright red. A mouthful of vulgar words suddenly and involuntarily escaped from his mouth. Bloody hell, this fellow is actually a medicinal pill? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1252, Attracting the Pill Beast. Chapter 1252, Attracting the Pill Beast. Medicinal pill? Everyone were stunned upon hearing these vulgarities of Xiao Yan. It was a long while later before they gradually recovered. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they watched the snow-white little beast. At this moment, the latter was staring at them curiously with a pair of intelligent eyes. How did this appearance resemble a medicinal pill? How could there be such a big medicinal pill? Little Fairy Doctor mumbled. I'm definitely right. I will not recognize that kind of medicinal pill sent wrongly. Earlier, I thought that it was being emitted from some of the remaining medicinal pills. After a detailed probe, however, I discovered that the pill fragrance is being emitted from the body of this small beast. Xiao Yan's eyes were filled with a fiery heat that was difficult to hide. There are indeed some high-tier medicinal pills that are indeed able to change form and even possess some intelligence. This place is an ancient remains left behind by an elite Dou Shang. It is not very strange for there to be something like this, Tian Huazunjia said. He immediately smiled bitterly. He had never been able to see a medicinal pill that could turn into the form of a beast in his lifetime. At the very most, he had only read about it from some ancient books. Could this little beast be the legendary Tier 9 medicinal pill? Ziyan asked curiously. Even if it is not a Tier 9 medicinal pill, it is also almost there. Normally, as long as it is a medicinal pill that has experienced a 7 or more colored medicinal pill, it would possess the ability to transform into a beast shape. Moreover, its intelligence is also extremely great. Xiao Yan's eyes stared at the little beast and softly said, if I guess correctly, this little beast's original form should be a medicinal pill that has experienced an 8 or even 9 colored pill lightning. It is within close proximity to the 9-tier medicinal pill. A Tier 8 medicinal pill that has experienced an 8-colored pill lightning. Everyone looked at each other. Even within the entire current Dou Qi continent, the number of people who could refine a medicinal pill at this tier would likely not exceed one's fingers. Even the current Xiao Yan was unable to refine it. If word of this was to spread, it is likely that the experts within this ancient remains would become crazy. Little Fairy Doctor's pretty eyes blinked and spoke in a somewhat solemn manner. The allure of a medicinal pill of this tier was one that even some old demons were unable to block. If they became aware of it, they would definitely use all their means to snatch it. It was extremely difficult to raise one's strength within the Dou Zun class. If anyone could swallow this medicinal pill, his strength would end up advancing greatly. It could be equivalent to 10 years or even 100 years of training. How many people were immune to such an allure? Xiao Yan's group hurriedly recovered from their wild joy after hearing little fairy doctor's words. This thing was indeed a great treasure, but it was also a scalding hot potato. If word of it was to spread, it was likely that everyone who had entered this remains would instantly become envious. At that time, they would really become the common enemy of everyone. Xiao Yan mused for a moment. He turned his head and threw an expression towards Xiongzhan. The latter also understood Xiao Yan after seeing this. He slowly took a couple of themes back and stood outside of the door. A fierce aura spread over his body as he guarded at the entrance like a strong being. Although there are quite a number of experts on the third story, few of them could surpass Xiongzhan. With such a ferocious guard, even if others converted the thing inside, they would not dare to randomly barge in without being aware of the exact information. Moreover, this was the result that Xiao Yan's group needed. Should we capture this little fellow? Ziyan spoke with some excitement after seeing Xiongzhan guarding the main entrance. Do not act rashly. This little fellow might not appear to possess any energy, but it is not a nice party to offend. If it is frightened off, we will have difficulty finding it within such a large pill hall without its aura as a direction. Xiao Yan shook his head. A smile surfaced on his face as he said, moreover, we need not use any brute force in order to capture this little fellow. You have a method? Little fairy doctor asked uncertainly. Xiao Yan smiled slightly. He took a jade bottle from within his storage ring. The jade bottle contained a couple of tier 4 medicinal pills within it. He took out one of them from within it and tossed it towards that snow-white little fellow in the distance. The medicinal pill gently landed beside the snow-white little beast. It rolled around. The latter pulled back some distance from shock before stepping forward to sniff it. However, it did not swallow it, an act that somewhat exceeded Xiao Yan's expectations. All it did was shake its head and pulled back. From its action, it was clear that it completely looked down on such a low-grade medicinal pill. An embarrassed expression appeared on Xiao Yan's face when he saw this scene. Little fairy doctor and Ziyan by the side involuntarily laughed. This little beast really did not give any face. Looks like it is being raised by those high-tier medicinal pill, Xiao Yan laughed bitterly. He could only take out a tier 6 medicinal pill that he had refined from his storage ring. With a flick of his finger, it had landed beside the small beast. After sniffing it a little, some excitement flashed across its large spiritual eyes. Its pink tender tongue swept this medicinal pill into its mouth like beans and swallowed it with a gulping sound. The little beast raised its head once again after eating a tier 6 medicinal pills. Its intelligent large eyes stared at Xiao Yan. That pink tender tongue was repeatedly extended and withdrawn like a small dog. Clearly, it had yet to eat till it was satisfied. A joy rose within Xiao Yan's heart when he saw this. The ancient book record was right. This kind of pill beast ate medicinal pills. Using medicinal pills to tame these pill beasts was the best method. Xiao Yan once again took out a couple of tier 6 medicinal pills. He flickered all of them beside the snow-white little beast. The latter did not reject any of them that came its way as it swallowed all of them into his stomach. After over a dozen medicinal pills were swallowed into its stomach, the caution within those eyes that the little beast used to look at Xiao Yan was also gradually reduced. This is squandering too much, no? Tianhuazunjia involuntarily felt some heartache as he saw Xiao Yan continuously throw out these tier 6 medicinal pills like beans. It was difficult to seek these medicinal pills in the outside world even if one had money. Yet, it was currently used as feed. There is no choice. This little fellow's mouth is too selective. It refuses to eat any medicinal pills below tier 6, Xiao Yan also felt somewhat helpless. He had underestimated the pickiness of this pill beast towards food. Tianhuazunjia laughed bitterly. He could only watch Xiao Yan throw out one pill after another. Fortunately, these medicinal pills were not thrown without receiving any gain. At the very least, that snow-white little beast was no longer as resistive of them. This feeding continued for 10 minutes. After this 10 minutes, Xiao Yan had through over 20 tier 6 medicinal pills and 8 tier 7 medicinal pills. This spending rate caused even him to feel his heart dripping with blood towards the end. Even with his current ability, he would at the very need require a couple of days in order to refine those medicinal pills. Yet, all of them had disappeared under the squeaking chewing sound of the pill beast. Fortunately, this spending was not endless. While Xiao Yan began to feel a little numb, the snow-white small beast raised its hind foot in satisfaction. 2 furry claws patted its round tummy. Its eyes were filled with satisfaction. Xiao Yan sighed in relief after seeing that he had finally fed this little fellow until it was full. He whistled towards the snow-white small beast. Those intelligent eyes of the beast glanced at him. It appeared to be intending to walk over, but there were many people on Xiao Yan's side. This caused it to hesitate a little. Xiao Yan, who saw the scene, was finally aware that it was time to use some ruthless tactic. As long as this fellow would walk over willingly, he would be temporarily considered the owner of this pill beast. With a flick of his hand, a transparent jade bottle appeared within it. There was a round medicinal pill being contained inside. A pill fog that was filled with spirituality lingered within the jade bottle. That medicinal pill appeared to be in possession of a spirituality as it was suspended within the jade bottle while swaying left and right. This medicinal pill was naturally the highest tier medicinal pill that Xiao Yan currently possessed. It was the bone-growing blood-fusing pill that had summoned a 5-colored pill lightning when he refined it back at the pill gathering. The eyes of the little beast widened into a circle when this medicinal pill appeared. Immediately, its forelimbs sprung on the tabletop. Its round body drew an arc over the midair and charged over towards Xiao Yan in an anxious manner. A brilliant smile surfaced on Xiao Yan's face when he saw this. "Little fellow, you have taken the bait." The snow-white little beast drew an arc over the midair. However, when it was about to collide into Xiao Yan's embrace, its body suddenly stiffened. A sudden suction force surged and directly pulled its body away. This sudden unexpected change caused Xiao Yan's group to be startled. Xiao Yan was the fastest to react. His expression became gloomy almost instantly as his eyes swept upwards. A somewhat slim shadow figure flashed and grabbed the pill beast forcefully in its hands. "Little fellow, I'll see where you will run to this time around." The black shadow figure grabbed the pill beast, ignored its intense struggle and laughed. "You are seeking death." Xiao Yan's expression was gloomy. His body flashed and he directly appeared in front of the black shadow. Purple-brown flame lingered over his palms and his palm violently slammed towards Xiao Yan. Bang! That black shadow figure was unafraid in the face of this attack by Xiao Yan. He turned around and slammed backwards, colliding heavily with Xiao Yan's hands. Both hands crossed each other. Xiao Yan's body trembled and the black shadow figure swiftly took a couple of steps back. Finally, it leaped onto a beam in a vigorous manner and looked down at everyone from above. He coldly said, "I have chased this pill beast for a long time. Are all of you intending to snatch with me?" Xiao Yan was expressionless. His eyes stared at the ghost mask on the face of the black shadow figure. A cold glint flashed across them. "You again." The black shadow figure that had suddenly appeared was surprisingly the mysterious person that had attacked Ziyan back then. "You freaking woman who dares to attack this grand aunt. Are you tired of living?" Ziyan had also recognized this person and she roared furiously. "Damn it, this girl is really too evil." The old me became absent-minded because of that green light of hers, allowing her to sneak in. Xiongzhan also charged in and cried furiously. Xiao Yan's expression was gloomy. He suppressed the fury within his heart and threw an expression towards little fairy doctor and Tian Huazunjia. The both of them withdrew some distance away and sealed off the retreat path of this black shadow person. "Hand the pill beast to us and we can choose not to pursue the previous matter. Otherwise, do not blame us for being vicious." If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1253, Changlin? Chapter 1253, Changlin? "Humph, I have already chased this beast for a long time. You are the ones who are snatching it. Yet, you wish to hand it over to you now, isn't that a joke?" That black shadow figure immediately laughed coldly upon hearing these words of Xiao Yan. Clearly, the figure was a woman. Moreover, it was likely that she was quite young. Just where did this woman come from? She already possessed such a mysterious tactic at such an age. There isn't any word of such a young and outstanding person in the Central Plains. Xiao Yan's expression was gloomy. A thought swiftly flew within his heart. However, he was still without any conclusion a moment later. At the end, he could only attribute it to there being too many hidden experts within the Central Plains. "Woman, you are really shameless. The things here belongs to no one. Would it not be a joke to say it belongs to whoever set sight on it first? If you have the ability, you should release the pill beast and see just which side it will run towards." Ziyan cried out. That black shadow person softly snorted in the face of Ziyan's cry. However, her hands that were grabbing onto the pill beast did not relax even a little. She was naturally aware that if she let this little fellow go, it will definitely flee towards the other side. "I will not hand over the pill beast. If you wish to fight, you can just attack." A pair of eyes emitting a bright green light swept over the place from under the ghost mask. Finally, they paused on Xiao Yan's gloomy face. For some unknown reason, this unusually strong young man gave her a kind of strange feeling. That feeling was as though she was once acquainted with him. She knitted her brows and thought about it but was unable to recall anything at this moment. All she could do was to suppress it in her heart. Her eyes swept all over the place in an attempt to find a spot where she could escape from the encirclement. A chillness flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes when he saw this black shadow figure did not show any signs of giving up. This pill beast was far too rare and important. If he could obtain it and groom it properly, it might really possess the opportunity to advance into the legendary Tier 9 level. At that time, it would definitely enable his strength to soar greatly. Even surpass the Tianzuan of the Hall of Soul would be an ordinary thing. In that case, do not blame us for relying on our larger numbers. Xiao Yan slowly stepped forward. Purple-brown flame spread out like a furious dragon, covering his body. His foot suddenly stomped on the ground and his body appeared in front of the black shadow figure in a lightning-like manner. Hot sharp palm wind directly smashed violently towards the latter's head. Humph! The black shadow person also let out a cold snort when she saw Xiao Yan attack. Her footsteps pulled back in an agile manner and she dodged the palm wind. A green blow suddenly flashed from under the ghost mask. The one who relies on a larger number of people is likely me. The cold cry of the black shadow person sounded and the space in front of her immediately became distorted. Immediately, over a dozen figures appeared from out of nowhere. They let out a furious cry in Yuzhen. Over a dozen incomparably fierce winds smashed towards Xiao Yan. A caution rose within Xiao Yan's heart when the green blow of the black shadow person appeared. Hence, he might be surprised when these human figures suddenly appeared, but he did not panic. His body flashed in a ghost-like manner and dodged the palm wind that came flying from all directions. However, he had also took a couple of steps back as a result. Xiao Yan stabilized his body. He raised his head and looked at the dozen over black-clothed figures standing in the midair. His eyebrows were involuntarily knitted. The aura of these people were extremely strong. Those two leading black-robed elders had even reached the Dou Zun class. Those behind were all experts at the peak of the Dou Zone class. By placing these people together, just their numbers alone would far exceed Xiao Yan's group. Most of these people are experts from the 9 serene deep-ground python tribes, Ziyan spoke in a deep voice. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. There was a little fear within his eyes as he looked at the black shadow person. This person was actually really able to completely control these experts. Moreover, she was even able to use this kind of mysterious spatial method to carry these controlled experts with her. That manner was completely like a movable guard warehouse. Xiao Yan's eyes carefully looked at these experts a short distance in front of him. He discovered that there was still some remnant consciousness within their eyes. However, from the looks of their manner, it appeared that their bodies were already completely being controlled. This woman has controlled their bodies but they still possess their own consciousness. What a strange technique. Xiao Yan's heart was cold when he discovered this scene. Originally, he thought that this woman had used some method to refine puppets and refine these experts. However, from the looks of this current situation, it seemed that she had directly controlled the bodies of these people. Moreover, she had even sealed their souls within their bodies. These techniques were not only mysterious but it was also not as complicated as refining a puppet. These various situations caused the caution within Xiao Yan's heart to become increasingly deep. Although he felt a fear, he must still obtain the pill beast. This kind of thing was too rare. Even with Xiao Yan's calmness, he was unable to resist its allure. Moreover, 2 Dou Zuns and over a dozen peak Dou Zones were unable to deter and force him back. Do you need us to attack? Little fairy doctor frowned slightly and asked when she saw the black shadow person summoning so many experts. There is no need. All of you should guard the surroundings. Do not allow anyone in and do not give her an opportunity to escape. Xiao Yan shook his head. He waved his hand and the sky demon puppet as well as the 10 earth demon puppet appeared. An order was issued within his heart and the glow on these 11 puppets surged. It charged forward without fearing death and collided violently with that group of expert. I want to see just what other methods you have. Xiao Yan's expression had become icy cold after he blocked these experts. A silver glow flashed under his feet and he appeared in front of the black shadow person in a lightning-like fashion. Surging hot winds suddenly rushed over like a storm. That black shadow person did not dare to slight the swift attack by Xiao Yan. After exchanging blows, she understood that the former's Dou Qi was extremely strange. Once it invaded his body, there would definitely be quite a great amount of trouble. Currently, she was injured. If she was to suffer another devastating blow, it was likely that she could only withdraw. A thought flew within the black shadow person's mind. His footsteps also swiftly pulled back. A moment later, he finally had nowhere to withdraw to. Both of his hands were placed together and it formed some strange seals in a lightning-like fashion. Soul snatching. A cold cry was being emitted from the mouth of the black shadow person. A bright green light immediately shot out and shone onto Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan's heart was cold when the green glow was shot over. Purple-brown flame hurried covered his body. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan suddenly sensed that the soul between his brows had suddenly leaped when the green light shot onto his body. It was as though it was about to leave his body. This unexpected change had caused Xiao Yan's heart to be greatly startled. He hurriedly suppressed his soul and forcefully controlled the kind of unusual restlessness. What a mysterious demonic skill! Although Xiao Yan had suppressed his soul, he had begun to feel a little chilly in the face of these tactics by this woman. He could be considered to have experienced quite a number of opponents during these years. However, he had never seen one so mysterious. Bang! Xiao Yan's fist violently smashed onto the empty space after he had suppressed his soul. A frightening wind penetrated through the space and landed heavily on the black shadow figures. However, the latter's body clearly had a green light flashing over it when she was about to be struck. Over half the force was blocked. Humph! The strength of this punch from Xiao Yan had been reduced by more than half. The remaining strength continued to frighten that black shadow person until he hurriedly withdrew. A couple of crossbeams ended up breaking apart from colliding with the figure. Hand the pill beast over. Xiao Yan's expression was icy cold after forcing back the black shadow person with a punch. He quickly gave chase. How fist wind erupted at this moment and covered all of the fatal spots around the black shadow person's body. In your dreams. Although the black shadow person was being continuously defeated, she was also quite stubborn. Green light flashed. The pill beast in her hand strangely disappeared. Immediately, her hands hurriedly changed the seals it formed and waves after waves of bright green light rushed out from the ghost mask in all directions. Demon Eye body control. Green light erupted. Immediately, the mask of the black shadow person became distorted. An instant later, it actually formed a face-size green eye. This was an extremely demonic and mysterious eye. 3 green small snakes were lingering within it. Each of their heads were connected to another's tail as they encircled around the eye. As they swiftly rotated, waves after waves of mysterious energy was immediately scattered from it. The moment that the green demon eye appeared, Xiao Yan suddenly sensed that his body had suddenly stiffened. It was as though his control over his body had strangely disappeared at this moment. This kind of unexpected change caused Xiao Yan's heart to be greatly startled. Fortunately, he did not panic. With his ability, he need not to rely on his body in order to attack. A thought passed through his mind and the vast and mighty spiritual strength within his brows spread. It agglomerated into a somewhat illusory human figure in the midair in front of him. The fist of the human figure moved and a punch was thrown forward violently. Xie! Vast and mighty spiritual strength formed a spiritual hand seal on Xiao Yan's ghost fist. After which, it suddenly rushed out and landed heavily on the demonic eye. Bang! A fist smashed onto the demonic eye and the demonic eye trembled intensely. Finally, it slowly disappeared. The remnant strength also violently poured onto the black human figure's ghost mask. The heavy attack by this spiritual strength directly sent the black shadow figure flying out. Finally, she smashed heavily onto the hard wall of the pill room. Xiao Yan's face was dark and solemn. His body moved and appeared in front of the black shadow person. He clenched his fist and the heavy ruler appeared. After which, it paused onto the latter's throat. An icy cold voice appeared. Are you going to hand over the pill beast now? No. The black shadow person rubbed the blood trace from the corner of her mouth. She stubbornly raised her head, stared furiously at Xiao Yan in front of her and spoke with gritting teeth. A fury rose within Xiao Yan's heart when he heard this. He turned his eyes and was about to cry out furiously when he became startled. Under the ghost mask was an exquisite melon-shaped face. However, this small face was covered by a kind of stubborn expression. Of course, the thing that caught Xiao Yan's attention was not this but the pair of eyes belonging to the girl. It was a pair of completely green beautiful eyes. However, deep within the eyes were 3 green-colored small spots. They surrounded the eyes and rotated slowly, filling it with a kind of demonic and mysterious feeling. Triple jade green snake flower pupils? Xiao Yan instantly inhaled a breath of cool air as he looked at this pair of eyes. His gaze suddenly turned towards the exquisite face. A kind of familiar feeling suddenly appeared at this instant. An exclamation of disbelief involuntarily escaped from his mouth. You? Qing Lin? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1254, Reunion of Old Friends. Chapter 1254, Reunion of Old Friends. The triple jade-green snakeflower pupils was an extremely mysterious pair of eyes in this world. In terms of rarity, it was likely even rarer than little fairy doctor's woeful poison body. Xiao Yan had merely seen the triple jade-green snakeflower pupils once during all these years. That was during the time when he was within the mercenary company that his big and second brother had established while he was training within the Jiama Empire. However, the owner of the triple jade-green snakeflower pupils that time was merely a timid little girl. She was a pitiful little female servant who had been mocked and viewed with great discrimination because of her snake-person bloodline. Back then, Xiao Yan had never viewed this little girl as a servant due to him pitting the miserable past that she had. Not only did he help her walk out from her timidness but had also provided her with much care. After he had returned from his training within the desert, he had discovered that this little girl was already captured by the Mo clan. In order to rescue her, Xiao Yan had used many tactics and created a great mess in the Mo clan before he eventually rescued her. At the last moment, however, the members of the so-called Sky Serpent Mansion finally intervened and snatched her away. Although Yao Lao had said that the Sky Serpent Mansion would definitely treat her well, Xiao Yan's heart had always remembered that timid young girl during these years. The name of that little girl was Qinglin. At the same time, she was also the owner of the triple jade-green snake flower pupils. That girl was also startled upon hearing the exclamation from Xiao Yan's mouth. Her eyes were extremely surprised as she looked at him and asked, "You, how do you know my name?" The surprise in Xiao Yan's eyes became even denser when he heard this. He had never expected that this opponent, whom he was greatly afraid of, would actually be that little female servant from back then. Xiao Yan's expression involuntarily became a little strange when he thought of this. After having not met her for so many years, the gentle and weak little girl from back then had grown up to be slim and tall. She could be considered a great beauty. One was also no longer able to see her timidness from back then. What is it? Little fairy doctor and the others also flashed over. Their eyes swept over the two of them in a strange manner and asked. Qi. Xiao Yan involuntarily laughed as he stared intently at the exquisite melon face that was filled with doubt. He shifted away the heavy Xian ruler from Qinglin's throat and slammed it heavily onto the ground. He laughed. "Little girl, do you still recognize this ruler?" Qinglin blinked her eyes. Her gaze looked at the large heavy Xian ruler in front of her. Her eyebrows were bunched up. This thing gave her a familiar feeling. Even the smiling young man in front of her caused her to feel a familiarity. It appeared that these things had been present deep within her memories. Jiama Empire, Vast Tager Desert, Desert Metal Mercenary Company. Xiao Yan smilingly looked at Qinglin in deep thought and laughingly reminded. Qinglin's body suddenly trembled when she heard these three sentences. Her eyes immediately widened. She looked at Xiao Yan in front of her with great disbelief. After which, she stammered, "Xiao, young master Xiao Yan, You have finally remembered, huh?" Xiao Yan smiled and involuntarily rubbed Qinglin's head. He sighed, "We have not met for so many years. You have really grown up." Qinglin's face and eyes immediately turned red and moist when her head was being rubbed by Xiao Yan. Her heart clearly understood how Xiao Yan treated her back then. After having been brought to the Sky Serpent Mansion, she was also aware of just how Xiao Yan took a great risk to head to the Mo clan to rescue her. She had cried for a long time because of this back then. At that time, she was still a timid little girl. She had always thought of herself as Xiao Yan's female servant. However, she did not expect that Xiao Yan was actually willing to take such a risk for her, a lowly female servant. In the heart of this little girl, who had experienced the cool indifference of the world, it was a matter that she could not imagine. Little fairy doctor and the rest by the side saw this situation that had completely taken a turn around. All of them were unable to recover. Amongst those present, only little fairy doctor was acquainted with Xiao Yan earlier than Qinglin. However, at that time, she had went to the Chuyan Empire alone. Naturally, she had also not seen Qinglin. "What situation is this?" Ziyan muttered. Ziyan and the rest also shook their heads. They were also uncertain just how this dramatic scene had come about. "You are not injured, are you?" Xiao Yan recalled the timid little female servant from back then as he looked at Qinglin. He involuntarily spoke in a gentle voice. I'm fine." Xiao Yan, Qinglin spoke in a somewhat hurried manner. Due to the memories left behind in her youth being too deep, even though she currently possessed the powerful strength of a top-tier expert in the continent, she still felt a kind of restraint under the smile of Xiao Yan for some unknown reason. It was just like a child meeting a stern parent. "If you don't mind, you can call me Big Brother Xiao Yan." Xiao Yan thought that Qinglin was unable to say the words young master that she had smoothly uttered back then when he saw this manner of Qinglin. He immediately laughed. Currently, Qinglin was no longer that young female servant from back then. With her matured triple jade green snake flower pupils, it was likely that no one on this continent could take her in as a female servant. No, no. I will still call you young Master Xiao Yan. I like to call you this. Qinglin hurriedly shook her head when she heard this. Her hands were anxiously crossed together. How did this manner of hers look like the murder that had turned RHE9 serene deep ground python tribe upside down? Xiao Yan smiled but did not mind. His eyes stared at Qinglin as he said, back then, you were rescued from the hands of the Mo clan but was finally being brought away by the people from the Sky Serpent Mansion. How did they treat you? They treat me very well and even intends for me to helm the Sky Serpent Mansion. However, the elders wished to match me with the eldest son of the previous chief. I was unwilling, so I ended up secretly running away. Qinglin nodded. However, she did not say everything. After having secretly run away, she had first made a trip to the Jiama Empire. However, everything was already different. After some inquiry, she finally became aware that Xiao Yan had headed to the Central Plains. Since she had nothing to do, she also traveled a great distance to this place. Part of the reason was to tour and gain experience, but most of it was because she wanted to find a certain person who had left a deep impression in her heart. Due to the triple jade green snake flower pupils, her status during these years was different. There were also many people around her who began to court her favor. However, the one whom she really could not forget was the young master, who was also quite young, while she was still a helpless young female servant back then. He would actually take such a big risk to rescue her. The thing that was most worthwhile to recall is the events and people they experienced and met when they were at their lowest point in life. This was because the people and events at that time were truly able to leave behind an impression that could not be removed deep within one's hearts. Fortunately, the heavens rewarded those who were resolute. The person whom she was finding these years had finally appeared in front of her when she least expected it. That, young Master Xiao Yan, this. Qinglin crossed her hands. A green light suddenly flashed within her eyes. A snow-white little beast had once again appeared in her hand. The latter immediately widened its stride and rushed into Xiao Yan's embrace once it was released. It trembled and revealed a frightened expression in its eyes as it looked at Qinglin. Xiao Yan rubbed the pill beast in his embrace and involuntarily laughed. He asked, "Do you need the pill beast?" Qinglin hurriedly shook her head when she heard this. However, after being stared at by Xiao Yan's gaze, she finally muttered, "I wanted to use the blood of the pill beast to remove the poison within my body." Remove poison? Xiao Yan's heart sunk. He extended his hand and said, "Give your hand to me. I'll take a look." Qinglin hesitated for a moment before extending her delicate hand. After which, she placed it into Xiao Yan's palm. The warm large hand of the latter caused her to become flush. Xiao Yan did not pay attention to all of these. A thought passed through his mind and a wisp of spiritual strength entered Qinglin's body from her hand. After a careful observation, he involuntarily tightened his brows. He discovered that Qingling's body and even her blood were all mixed with poisonous qi. This kind of poisonous qi was dark and icy. It appeared to be intending to freeze one's blood and was extremely vicious. What poison is this? Xiao Yan frowned and asked. This is the Emperor Python heart eroding poison of the 9 serene deep ground python tribe. It is one of the top mysterious poison in this world. It is rumored to be without any antidote. Qinglin said. There is nothing certain in nature. Positive and negative, yin and yang, these are the rules of nature. If there is poison, there will be an antidote. Those that are said to be without antidote are those which antidote had yet to be found. Xiao Yan shook his head. His expression had become a little serious when he spoke until this point. It was likely that he had also heard of this so-called Emperor Python heart eroding poison. It is rumored that the blood within the bodies of those medicinal pills that could turn into a beast can cure most poisons. Therefore, I have come here to try my luck. Unexpectedly, I have really met it. Qinglin glanced at the snow-white little beast in Xiao Yan's embrace and said. A medicinal pill of this quality is indeed able to resist quite a number of poisons. However, just this alone is insufficient to completely remove the blockage within your body. Little fairy doctor by the side also opened her mouth and said. She was an expert in using poison. Naturally, she had the right to speak. However, it is not too much of a problem. With the help of the blood of a pill beast, it is not impossible to remove this Emperor Python heart eroding poison despite its lethality. Xiao Yan nodded. He immediately frowned slightly and asked, why would you offend the 9 serene deep ground python tribe? They are not a group that one can easily offend. I am not the one who offend them. They are the ones who would come and offend me. Qinglin was a little wronged as she said, when I had come to the beast region back then, I was merely intending to find some powerful snake-form magical beast. How could I expect to end up meeting an elder of the 9 serene deep ground python tribe? He had recognized my eyes and intend to capture me. I could only retaliate. Finally, I end up controlling him. However, he had released some news at the last moment and caused the entire 9 serene deep ground python tribe to come and capture me. Finally, I can only capture some unlucky fellows. The triple jade green snakeflower pupils is the nemesis of all snakeform magical beast. Other than those few snakeform magical beasts that possess pure ancient bloodlines like Kai Lin Jiejia's 7-colored heaven-swallowing python, the others will be in great danger when facing the triple jade green snakeflower pupils. It will be strange if others do not capture you, given you possess such a thing. Xi Yan curled her mouth. She still felt some grudge because of the night that Qing Lin attacked her. Xiao Yan smiled. He patted Qing Lin's shoulder and said, "It's fine. There is no need to be worried. Although this poison is troublesome, it is not impossible to cure. However, this place is currently not the best place to remove the poison. Once we leave the remains, I will think of a way to help you expel the poison. Why don't you follow beside me before this?" Qing Lin's face reddened as she nodded gently. Xiao Yan smiled and stood up. With such a great helper by their side, their lineup had once again swiftly strengthened a little. Should they meet Feng Qing Er's group again, just this lineup would be able to suppress them. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1255, Terrifying Triple Jade Green Snake Flower Pupils. Chapter 1255, Terrifying Triple Jade Green Snake Flower Pupils. Seeing this scene of enemies suddenly becoming companions, everyone other than those directly involved had faces that were at a complete loss. Did this relationship not change a little too quickly? Humph, she had even tried to control me that night. Xi Yan glanced at Qing Lin and snorted softly. That is a misunderstanding. I am able to see through the actual form of a person. Back then, I thought that you are a 9 serene deep ground python. Moreover, your actual body is a little different from them and is really similar to the royal family of the 9 serene deep ground python tribe. Therefore, I have attacked you. Qing Lin hurriedly explained when she heard this. Who would be those ugly legless things? Xi Yan was extremely dissatisfied with Qing Lin comparing her with the 9 serene deep ground python. She curled her mouth before she immediately thought that the region of this blow of hers was a little too wide. She hurriedly added, other than Kai Lin Jieji. Xiao Yan helplessly shook her head. He ignored the argument of these two girls as he hugged the pill beast that was still trembling within his embrace. He voiced his thoughts, although this pill beast does not have any energy ripple, an extremely experienced expert or an alchemist will still be able to sniff its pill fragrance and guess its true identity. Why don't we let Qing Lin keep it once again? Little Fairy Doctor suggested. That snow-white little beast appeared to have understood Little Fairy Doctor after she uttered these words. It suddenly shook its head wildly. Its large eyes were watery as they looked at Xiao Yan. Those claws of it tightly gripped Xiao Yan's clothes. It seemed to be quite repulsive towards Qing Lin. Qing Lin involuntarily felt a little embarrassed when she saw his matter of the snow-white little beast. Xi Yan by the side ended up laughing. Xiao Yan laughed bitterly when he saw this watery large eyes of the snow-white little beast. Was this little fellow trying to act cute for him to see? Cough, hand it to me. I am able to isolate the pill fragrance within its body. Little Fairy Doctor suddenly coughed slightly. Her pretty eyes stared intently at the snow-white little beast. From her manner, it was obvious that she was unable to endure the cute attack by this little fellow. A woman always loves such furry things. Xiao Yan involuntarily felt speechless when he saw this manner of Little Fairy Doctor. It was unexpected that someone as strong as Little Fairy Doctor was still unable to escape from this kind of rule. Immediately, he could only hand the snow-white little beast over. After hesitating for a moment, the little fellow also entered Little Fairy Doctor's embrace. Its furry head randomly moved about in the latter's embrace, stirring Little Fairy Doctor's lovely laughter. This caused the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth to twitch. Could this pill beast buy a male? After receiving the pill wrist, an energy leaped onto Little Fairy Doctor's finger. She subsequently pressed it onto the body of the pill beast. A layer of faint energy web appeared and adhered onto the fur of the little beast. With the adhesion of this energy web, that pill fragrance that caused one to feel relaxed also completely disappeared. When one looked over in this manner, this pill beast was completely the same as an ordinary small beast. It was likely that no one could discover its identity. Xiao Yan sighed in relief when he saw this. He glanced at the little beast, which had already shrunk in Little Fairy Doctor's embrace. The corner of his eyes twitched before he turned around and kept the Sky Demon puppet and the many other puppets into his storage ring. After which, he spoke to Qing Lin, "Keep those bodyguards of yours." Qing Lin nodded upon hearing this. A green light flashed in her eyes and the many bodyguards disappeared. They transformed into a ray of green light that rushed back into Qing Lin's eyes. Seeing this mysterious method, everyone, including Xiao Yan, involuntarily had some shocked expressions on their faces. This triple jade green snakeflower pupils was indeed extremely mysterious and extraordinary. After the triple jade green snakeflower pupils matures, a space can be formed within the eye. Those things that are controlled by me can be stored within it. However, there is also a limit. The limit can only be gradually increased with the increase in my strength. Qing Lin smilingly explained after seeing the surprise on everyone's faces. However, those who are controlled by me will gradually weaken. This is because the triple jade green snakeflower pupils will devour their strength and give it to me. Qing Lin's next sentence directly caused Xiao Yan's group to inhale a breath of cool air. This thing was really too frightening. If it was done this way, would it not mean that Qing Lin need not train? She merely needed to capture experts to control and gain the benefits from it? It is not as frightening as all of you imagine. That kind of devourment is extremely slow. Moreover, with my current strength, I am only able to control those 2-star Dou Zun and below, and the numbers cannot exceed 3, Qing Lin extended her small tongue and said when she saw the manner of everyone. Additionally, I am only able to control those magical beasts that possess a snake bloodline. It does not have such an effect against a human or other magical beast. At the very most, it could only be of some assistance. Xiao Yan wiped off his cold sweat. He had personally experienced this kind of assistance earlier. If it was not because his soul was far more powerful than Qing Lin, it was not impossible for him to fall at the most unexpected place. Qing Lin's current strength was merely that of someone who had just advanced into the Dou Zun class. It was not even stable. If she was to really fight with Xiao Yan with this kind of strength, it was likely that she would have been defeated within less than 20 exchanges. However, with the triple jade green snakeflower pupils, Xiao Yan would have to treat her seriously. No wonder your strength would rise so rapidly, Xiao Yan sighed. Back then, Qing Lin was not even a Dou Zun. However, within less than 10 years, she had already reached such a stage. Such rapid training rate caused even Xiao Yan to feel ashamed. This was called speed. Although Xiao Yan sighed emotionally through his mouth, Xiao Yan also clearly understood in his heart that those similar to Qing Lin would likely not exceed 10 people on the entire continent. An extremely rare natural thing like the triple jade green snakeflower pupils was not something that everyone could possess. It is indeed worthy of being the top mysterious eyes in the world. It is so powerful that it causes one to tremble. Tianhua Zunjia also inhaled a breath of air. His heart felt terrible. He, as an old fellow, had trained hard for so many years. Yet another person had caught up to him after training for less than a decade. Anyone would feel somewhat unbalanced within his heart. Xiao Yan laughed bitterly after seeing everyone shocked and speechless manner. He waved his hand and said, "This thing is something one is born with. There is no point in being envious. Let's go. We should head to the main hall. Otherwise, all the treasures will belong to the others if we arrive late." Everyone nodded upon hearing this. They withdrew their envy within their hearts. After making some preparations, they withdrew from this deserted pill room. At this moment, there was an increasingly number of experts who had hurried over to this third level of the pill hall after hearing some rumors. Some of the pill rooms would frequently emit some sound of battles as well as curses. Clearly, they had begun to fight because of the treasure that were discovered. Most of the remaining pill rooms had basically been searched. Hence, Xiao Yan was also uninterested in searching them again. In any case, he had already obtained the greatest treasure within this pill hall. Everything else was insignificant. Hence, Xiao Yan's group did not continue to remain in this place. They directly searched for a path to leave. After which, the group of them brought a precious pill beast, which could cause countless number of eyes to turn green, and swaggered away. They had naturally attracted quite a number of gazes along the way. Some eyes paused for a moment on the pill beast in little fairy doctor's embrace, but no one could identify the true identity of this little things. Affing the frightening lineup of Xiao Yan's group, even those with quite a good eyesight would not foolishly stop them. The group successfully exited the pill hall and looked at the crossing pathways. They were a little stunned for a moment. This remains was too large. It was not easy to head to the main hall. I will lead the way. I have found a rough map within the remains and know where the main hall is. Qing Lin by the side laughed when they saw Xiao Yan being at a loss. Xiao Yan sighed in relief when he heard this. He nodded. This little girl was indeed a lucky star. She was already completely different from the young female servant from back then. Qing Lin smiled when she saw this. She identified their position and her toes pressed on the ground. After which, her lovely figure gently rushed out. Xiao Yan's group swiftly followed from behind. The complication of the interior of the ancient remains had exceeded Xiao Yan's expectations. He followed behind Qing Lin. Those twining corridors directly caused one to feel as though one had entered a maze. Fortunately, this kind of feeling continued for around 10 minutes or so before the view of sight in front widened. His body once again charged some distance forward. An enormous old hall finally appeared in front of everyone's sight. This large hall was bronze yellow in color. The countless number of years had caused this bronze yellow to appear even deeper. An ancient aura spread out from every stone plate, causing one to feel that vicissitude that had been quiet for countless number of years. The large hall was extremely wide. A person standing within was just like an ant. The middle of the large hall were 10 huge light clusters. These light clusters were suspended in the midair. One could vaguely see some scroll-like objects within those glaring light. The heart of Xiao Yan's group pounded violently when their eyes caught sight of these light clusters. Could these be that so-called Tian class Dou skill? Xiao Yan's eyes swept over these light clusters that were emitting a kind of mysterious pressure. It suddenly paused at the middle of the 10 light clusters. There was a stone seat at that spot. On the stone chair was a completely jade white skeleton. The hands of the skeleton formed a seal as it sat. The skeleton of an elite Dou Shang. Xiao Yan's mouth immediately felt a little dry as he looked at the skeleton. This was the first time he had seen an elite Dou Shang. Although it was already just a set of bones, the pressure that came from deep within those bones was extremely heavy, causing Xiao Yan's group to feel a pressure. "This is the main hall of the remains," Qing Lin softly said. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. His eyes shifted away from the light clusters and the bones and looked towards the middle of the spacious large hall. Quite a number of people were already standing there. Moreover, all of their auras were strong. Xiao Yan had also once again saw Feng Qing Er's group amongst them. They are really quick to arrive. A cold smile involuntarily flashed across Xiao Yan's face when he saw these figures. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1256, Main Hall. Chapter 1256, Main Hall. Human figures stood scattered about the spacious large hall. Other than a small number of lone rangers, most of the remaining people were all from fractions that possessed quite a great reputation in the Central Plains. This included the Heaven Demon Phoenix Tribe, Wind Lightning Pavilion, Ice River Valley, Burning Flame Valley, and other factions. All of them were already here. It seemed that their target was quite clear. All of them had directly hurried over to this place after entering the remains. Xiao Yan's group had naturally immediately attracted the attention of quite a number of people when they entered the large hall. Numerous eyes that were cautious, filled with enmity or friendliness, were being shot over. Xiao Yan smiled in the face of these gazes. His eyes glanced at the spot where Feng Qing Er was located. The latter was staring at him in a dark and solemn manner. It was likely that they still remembered the great loss that they had suffered within the beast spiritual barrier earlier. A cold smile surfaced on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth when he saw this scene. He led everyone and slowly walked into the large hall in front of many gazes. After which, she halted her footsteps within the large hall. After having walked into the large hall, Xiao Yan finally discovered that the dozen over human figures seated around the towering stone seat. These human figures were stone gray in color. They appeared just like stone statue from a great distance. Both of their eyes were tightly shut. They had maintained this stance of theirs for countless number of years. Despite this being the case, the bodies of these dozen over stone statue-like figures caused everyone to be afraid of being within 100 feet from the stone chair. Puppets? Little fairy doctor softly exclaimed in surprise when she saw these stone status-like human figures that did not possess any life. Yes, moreover, they are likely quite a high-grade puppet. This kind of feeling is similar to the sky demon puppet. If I guess correctly, these dozen over puppets possess the strength of the Dou Zun class. A serious expression flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes. These puppets might not be moving at this moment, but this was merely because they were not activated. One could imagine just what kind of fierce and ruthless miserable killing it would be should these puppets be activated. The expression of little fairy doctor's group changed slightly when they heard this. Over a dozen Dou Zuns. Even if this kind of lineup could be finished off by those experts present, the loss that they would suffer would also be quite great. It is indeed worthy of being the remains left by an elite Dou Shang, if they were to fight. Qing Lin also had a surprised face. This kind of lineup caused even her to tremble. Everyone should be careful later on. Do not separate. Xiao Yan's expression was grave as he reminded. After which, he turned his head. A smile rapidly appeared on his face. He cupped his hands together towards a certain direction. Little fairy doctor and the others looked over. It was actually the group from the Burning Flame Valley. Kuko, young friend Xiao Yan. Arriving just in time is better than arriving earlier. The seal on this place is becoming increasingly weak. It is likely that it will completely disappear soon. Tang Jin smiled when he saw Xiao Yan. He led the experts from the Burning Flame Valley over and smilingly spoke to Xiao Yan. Valley Chief Tang, could this be the intention of this trip? Why would there be 10 of them? Xiao Yan smiled and asked. It was likely that he had the best relationship with the Burning Flame Valley amongst those present. The others were either people whom he was unfamiliar with or who were his enemies. Yes, it should be right. However, I think that there should only be one true Tian class Dou techniques amongst these 10. As for who can obtain it, it will depend on the person's luck and strength. Tang Jin smilingly nodded and replied. Oh. 9 fakes and 1 real. Xiao Yan was startled when he heard this. His eyes swept over the 10 light clusters in surprise. There were indeed many tricks within this ancient remains. It had actually pulled such a trick at the end. Attempting to obtain the true Tian class Dou technique from amongst these 10 was not going to be easy. That's right, Tang Jin smiled. His eyes swept over the surrounding large hall and softly said, young friend, it looks like there are quite a number of people who are against you this time around. They are merely some small problems. Xiao Yan smiled. Amongst those present, only the Heaven Demon Phoenix Tribe, Wind Lightning Pavilion and Ice River Valley had an enmity with him. The sum of the experts from these 3 parties would at the very most be equal to that of his side. It was difficult to tell who would win if they were to fight. Kuko, I have forgotten that you are currently no longer alone. Tang Jin glanced at the people behind Xiao Yan. An emotional sigh also flashed across his eyes. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to tell just how frightening the lineup of Xiao Yan's group was. If the Heaven Demon Phoenix Tribe, Wind Lightning Pavilion and the Ice River Valley did not join hands, it was likely that none of them could contend against Xiao Yan's group alone. The strongest here is not some faction. There is an unknown number of lone individuals who would come after hearing word of this remains. Most of these people possess some skills. Although their cohesion is not as great as a faction, their fighting strength are quite great. They are also vicious characters when it comes to snatching. Xiao Yan smiled. He had met quite a number of strong treasure seekers along the way. Although these people would usually not offend these large factions for no reason, under the allure of the Tian class Dou technique, all of their fear and restraint would disappear. After all, if they really managed to obtain the Tian class Dou technique, they, being alone, could directly hide in the vast deep mountains. Who could find them? Tang Jin also smiled when he heard this. His gaze turned towards the 10 light clusters at the middle of the large hall. At this moment, the surrounding light of these clusters were becoming increasingly weak. Clearly, it was because the seal was losing its effect. Young friend Xiao Yan, can you tell which scroll within these 10 light clusters is the Tian class Dou technique? Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard Tang Jin's words. The spiritual strength between his brows spread. After sensing for a moment, he shook his head and said, the seal has completely blocked off all probing. Given my strength, how could I see through something that is placed by an elite Dou Shang? With things developing in this manner, we can only see just who is lucky. It is insufficient to possess sufficient luck. There are so many people with malicious intent here. It will be a hot potato when it lands on one's hands. One would instead become the common enemy of everyone. Tang Jin laughingly said. Xiao Yan fell into a deep thought and nodded. Kuko, this place will definitely become extremely chaotic in a while. We might perhaps be able to join hands should any unexpected situation occurs. Tang Jin glanced towards the Ice River Valley. After which, he swept his eyes over those seated puppets, which appeared to have entered a slumber, and said. Xiao Yan smiled slightly and nodded. The Burning Flame Valley was strong. Moreover, with Xiao Yan's current eyesight, he was naturally able to see through Tang Jin's strength. A 5-star Dou Xun or so. He was even stronger when compared to the Valley Chief of the Ice River Valley, Binghe Zunjia, and would not lose to that old ghost Jai Xing from the Hall of Souls. Xiao Yan was naturally extremely willing to form an alliance with an expert of this level. After all, the current him was faced with enemies from multiple fronts. It was always good to have another helper. Additionally, be careful of those puppets. Tang Jin fondled his beard and suddenly spoke softly, if I guess correctly, these puppets will awaken when the seal is undone. At that time, it will definitely be an extremely chaotic bloody battle. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as she nodded gently. The current situation was quite complicated. Not only did not need to be cautious against some opponents, but one must still be careful of these mysterious and powerful puppets. If one was careless and end up falling at the most unexpected place, it would really be the case of being unable to voice one's bitterness. However, as for now, let's wait until the seal disappears. There are no free lunches in this world. Xiao Yan smiled slightly when he heard this soft sigh from Tangjin. His eyes swept over those gazes present. Finally, it suddenly paused on the skeleton on the stone chair. A thought passed through his heart. Refining Yao Lao's body required the bones of an expert. This Dou Shang's skeleton was still quite complete. If it could be used as a body, could it aid Yao Lao in advancing to the Dou Shang class? If Yao Lao was truly able to become an elite Dou Shang, they would no longer need to be that afraid of the Hall of Soul in the future. Moreover, the strength of the Falling Star Pavilion would also instantly reach the level of the Pill Tower. It would possess the capital to truly contend against the Hall of Soul. If it is possible, I can try to see if I can snatch that skeleton. A glint flickered within Xiao Yan's eyes. His heart also placed his attention on the skeleton. During the time they waited for the seal to disappear, some experts and factions had also continuously arrived at this large hall. With an increasing number of experts arriving at this place, the atmosphere within the large hall had become slightly tensed. Everyone were aware that in a while, those whom they were still smiling and greeting a short time ago would kill them without any hesitation. Under this kind of atmosphere, some of the factions with relations with each other or some experts who were familiar with each other began to quietly gather. In such a chaotic place, it was likely impossible to obtain the treasure by just relying on the strength of a single person. An increasing number of experts were present within the large hall. This caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily frown slightly. He threw an expression towards Little Fairy Doctor's group and they began to gradually lean closer to each other. All of their hearts began to become more cautious. Chi. Numerous hurried figures continuously rushed towards the large hall. Although there were more and more people within the large hall, it was still frighteningly quiet. The pressuring atmosphere caused quite a number of people to have some cold sweat. Dou Qi was gushing through every part of their bodies. Any slight commotion and the Dou Qi would be stirred, erupting into a shocking lethal strength. Xiao Yan's hands were inserted into his sleeves. His eyes were slightly shut as his spiritual strength covered the interior of this large hall. However, the thing that caused him to feel a little strange was that he had not discovered any experts from the Hall of Soul. Could it be that they did not possess much interest in this ancient remains? These fellows always arrive when there are treasures. Why would? The muttering within Xiao Yan's heart had yet to appear when his expression suddenly changed. His slight shut eyes were suddenly opened. Just when he had opened his eyes, a strange laughter transformed into a sharp sonic wave that appeared both near and far as it resounded across this large hall. TSK, looks like I am not late this time around. A killing intent surged within Xiao Yan's heart when he heard this somewhat familiar strange laughter. Have they finally arrived, old ghost Jai Xing? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1257, Seal Vanishment. Chapter 1257, Seal Vanishment. The sharp voice spread within the enormous main hall, causing the expressions of quite a number of experts to change slightly. They could sense the unusually powerful strength of the owner of this voice. While everyone were surprised, a rushing wind sound suddenly appeared within the large hall. Immediately, the black fog surged over from outside the hall in all directions. Finally, it gathered in the midair of the large hall. The black fog scattered and a couple of figures appeared. That unique appearance method immediately caused quite a number of people to recognize them. They are actually members of the Hall of Soul? The hearts of quite a number of people pounded upon seeing the status of those who had arrived. They frowned slightly. Everyone on the continent were aware of the strength of the Hall of Soul. If they wanted to snatch the Tian Class Do skill, it would undoubtedly cause the originally chaotic situation to become even more complicated. Xiao Yan's eyes stared at the midair. The cold smile on his face became increasingly dense. A gray-white clothed old man with a dark and cold smile on his shriveled face stood in the air in front of the couple of figures. That appearance was surprisingly that of old ghost Jai Xing, who had fought with Xiao Yan until both of them were seriously injured. Are his injuries completely healed? Xiao Yan glanced at old ghost Jai Xing immediately, his eyes paused on the right hand of the latter. However, he could only see an empty sleeve. His brows twitched. It seemed that even though this old demon had managed to keep his life under the Annihilation Fire Lotus, he had also paid quite a great price. This old ghost Jai Xing has currently become a single-arm old ghost. Little Fairy Doctor laughed. There was some gloating feeling within her laughter. Old ghost Jai Xing overlooked the entire place from the midair. He laughed in a strange manner. TSK, how lively. It is unexpected that this remains had actually attracted so many people. If we were to wait here and capture souls, we will likely manage to gain quite a lot. Quite a number of people revealed some dislike within their eyes because of this sentence of this old ghost. The Hall of Soul capturing souls from all over the place was no longer some rare thing on the Central Plains. This act was naturally despised by quite a number of people. However, due to the frightening strength of the Hall of Soul, no one dared to oppose them. Why is one of this old ghost's arm gone? The large hall did not lack some experts who had seen old ghost Jai Xing before. The eyes of these people revealed some uncertainty after seeing an empty sleeve of the latter. Quite a number of experts present were clearly aware of old ghost Jai Xing's strength. 5-star Dou Qi. He could be considered a peak expert even in the entire continent. There are very few people who could cause him to lose an arm. Old ghost Jai Xing in the midair had also sensed the direction these gazes were looking towards. The dark and cold smile on his face was immediately withdrawn. The corner of his mouth twitched and he was just about to let out a dark cold cry when his sweeping eyes suddenly stilled. Immediately, a roar that was filled with murderous intent instantly resounded over the entire hall. Xiao Yan? You are actually still alive. The gazes within the large hall suddenly turned when everyone heard the roar of old ghost Jai Xing. Finally, they paused on the somewhat skinny young man within the hall. Old ghost, even you are still alive, how can I die before you? Xiao Yan merely smiled in the face of old ghost Jai Xing, whose face had become green in his anger. He spoke in a slow and casual manner. Bastard, today, the old me will definitely take revenge for the humiliation of losing my arm. The eyes of old ghost Jai Xing instantly turned blood red. His arm being blasted apart by Xiao Yan was a humiliation within his heart that he could not remove. Although his serious injuries were currently completely healed, his broken arm could no longer be regrown. This furious cry of old ghost Jai Xing had also brought about some sound from the inhaling of a cold breath. Numerous eyes looked towards Xiao Yan with disbelief. This arm of old ghost Jai Xing was actually broken by him? This little fellow, why would he possess such strength? Xun Er and the rest were also a little stunned. That black-robed old man by the side had a somewhat volatile expression. His eyes contained an additional fear when he looked at Xiao Yan. He clearly understood the strength of this old ghost Jai Xing. This person was one level higher than him. Since Xiao Yan had the ability to break one of old ghost Jai Xing's hand, Xiao Yan would definitely possess the ability to turn him into a miserable state. I have underestimated this brat. However, since this old ghost Jai Xing and Xiao Yan had a grudge, the heavens are really helping us. A cold smile flashed across the eyes of the black-robed old man as he softly muttered to himself. Tang Jin, who was beside Xiao Yan, also used a pair of stunned eyes to look at the latter. His heart was quite shaken. This young man was really not as simple as he appeared on the surface. Xie. After his furious cry sounded, old ghost Jai Xing's body shook and transformed into a black smoke, which rushed towards Xiao Yan without caring about the many strange gazes within the large hall. Vast and mighty Dou Qi pressure caused a rumbling sound to appear around Xiao Yan's group, forming a large empty circular space in the process. Old ghost Jai Xing, do you not want your other arm? Xiao Yan clenched his hand when he saw that old ghost Jai Xing pouncing over furiously. 3 clusters of heavenly flames immediately appeared in front of him as he coldly cried out. The temperature within the large hall suddenly rose when the heavenly flames appeared. That body of old ghost Jai Xing, which was rushing forward, had also stilled in the midair with a chi sound. He had gradually recovered some of his reasoning under the high temperature. He had already tasted the might of that fire lotus once. Hence, his heart had instinctively felt a rich fear when he saw Xiao Yan summoning the heavenly flames. Moreover, he had a mission that the hall chief had personally gave him to fulfill in this trip of his to the remains. If anything went wrong, he would definitely be severely punished this time around. There are many experts around this brat. Some effort will be needed to finish him off. If I become too exhausted at that time, it is likely that I will not be able to compete with the others. There are quite a number of experts here who even I have to deal with using all my strength. Old ghost Jai Xing's eyes flickered. A moment later, he could only swallow the explosive fury and killing intent that had rose within his heart. His eyes stared ruthlessly at Xiao Yan as he spoke in a dense manner. The old me will come and properly finish you off once the matter of the remains is over. I await you. Xiao Yan smiled coldly. Currently, he had already formally advanced to the Dou Qi class. The deterrence that this old ghost Jai Xing gave him was already far from what it was before. If the current him was to use some ordinary tactics, he might indeed be unable to finish off old ghost Jai Xing. However, it was also impossible for this old ghost Jai Xing to completely suppress him like back then. Moreover, the Annihilation Fire Lotus at the 9-star Dou Zone level could blast away one arm of this old demon. Currently, Xiao Yan's strength had soared to the Dou Zone class. If he tossed this fire lotus, Xiao Yan believed that he would definitely be able to cause this old ghost to be left without even a corpse. The current Xiao Yan had many tactics to deal with this old ghost. Naturally, he need not be overly afraid of him. If it was not because it was currently not a good time and that there were other enemies around looking at him with ill intent, it was likely that Xiao Yan would launch an attack at this old ghost and completely repay the debt from back then, even if this old ghost Jai Xing did not attack. Old ghost Jai Xing stared at Xiao Yan with a dense gaze. He waved his sleeve, turned around and rushed back. After which, he summoned the experts from the Hall of Souls and directly landed at the front of the large hall. Although the others were displeased with this overbearing manner of theirs, no one dared say much. Some of those stronger experts and large factions were unwilling to offend these people from the Hall of Soul at this moment. Hence, they could only close an eye and act as though they did not see anything. It is a little troublesome this time around. Unexpectedly, this old ghost has also come. Although losing one arm will affect the strength of that old ghost, things will also be somewhat troublesome. Tian Huazunja mused. There is no need to be worried. If I can seriously injure this old ghost once, I will naturally be able to do it a second time. Moreover, the situation here is complicated. When the Hall of Soul fights with the other experts in a while, the experts from the Hall of Soul will definitely suffer some losses and injuries. That old ghost might even be entangled until he cannot free himself. Little fairy doctor laughed slightly and said, "Do you have a grudge with those fellows?" Qinglin softly asked Ziyin. "Yes, that is a great enemy of ours. They will also be your enemy in the future. Do not hold back when you fight later on. Everyone you kill is one less of them. It can make up for your mistake earlier." Ziyin patted Qinglin's shoulders. She regarded herself as joining the group earlier than Qinglin. Therefore, her words also appeared to be that of an older person. This caused Xiao Yan and the others to involuntarily smile at the side. Qinglin was also a little awkward. However, she nodded seriously and said, "Be rest assured. Since they are enemies of young Master Xiao Yan, I will definitely not show any mercy." "Yes, you appear to be aware of the situation." Ziyan nodded her small head in satisfaction. Xiao Yan helplessly glanced at these two girls. His gaze swept over the interior of the large hall before finally pausing on those stone statue puppets around. He softly said, "Do not hurry to do anything when the seal is undone. These things are all hot potato. They would be trouble if they one obtain them first." Little fairy doctor's group nodded slightly. All of them understood that whoever obtained those treasures will immediately become everyone enemies. There were many experts within the large hall. If everyone delivered a palm, it was likely that even old ghost Jai Xing would immediately vomit blood and be defeated. This Xiao Yan not only possessed quite a strong training talent, but he also possessed a shocking achievement in terms of alchemy skills. Most importantly, he might be young, but he does not possess the haughtiness of the young. His future achievement will definitely be extraordinary. The Burning Flame Valley befriending him should be a correct choice. Tang Jin nodded his head when he saw that Xiao Yan was not impulsive despite being under the lure of the treasures. The weight of Xiao Yan in his heart was raised significantly. Xiao Yan was naturally unaware that his performance would increase his significance within Tang Jin's heart. At this moment, his eyes were focused intently on those light clusters suspended in the midair of the large hall. The light around those light clusters were becoming increasingly weak at this moment. The seal is about to disappear. Xiao Yan's expression was grave as he suddenly spoke softly. After this voice of his sounded, those 10 clusters of light suddenly trembled intensely. Immediately, a glaring intense light was erupted. Under this intense light, the scrolls within it turned into numerous rays of light that rushed out from within the light clusters. The entire hall instantly boiled when these scrolls rushed out. At the same time, the stone statue puppets around the stone table had also suddenly opened their eyes, which had been tightly shut for countless number of years. A rich killing intent spread apart at this instant. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1258, Chaos. Chapter 1258, Chaos. Bang! It was as if a large bomb had been thrown into the originally quiet, intense large hall at this moment. Within an instant, it had caused the interior of the main hall to boil like a pot of oil. Chi. The light cluster disappeared. 10 different colored rays of light surged out from within. Through the light, it was possible for one to vaguely see the scroll objects within it. An ancient aura spread out from within these scrolls. This caused the eyes of quite a number of experts to become bloody red at this moment. Their breathing had also suddenly become heavier. A Tian class Do skill is about to be born. After the light surged, the large hall remained silent for a short blink of an eye before a sharp cry suddenly resounded over the place. Immediately, one could hear a rumbling sound appearing. Waves after waves of powerful dense Dou Qi erupted within the large hall. Numerous figures became like locusts as they transformed into rays of light that rushed towards the light scrolls without due care of their lives. Faced with the blockage of many experts, those 10 rays of light appeared to possess their own intelligence. They were actually able to turn on their own while they flew, dodging those large hands that were rushing over. Grug! Human figures crossed each other from all directions in the midair. The sound of people exchanging blows continued to be emitted from the midair. Soon after, numerous figures fell after spitting out blood. Finally, they smashed heavily onto the large hall. The low and deep muffled sound caused the hearts of quite a number of people to jump. These fellows were all using lethal blows. Do not attack first. Xiao Yan's expression was also unusually grave as he watched this situation that was beyond control. He stopped Ziyan, who was about to move, and spoke in a deep voice. Tang Jin by the side also nodded slightly. He halted the experts from the Burning Flame Valley and stared intently at the many experts in the midair, who were intercepting the rays of light that were shuttling all over the place. He softly said, "Young friend Xiao Yan, are you currently able to see which of the scroll is the Tian class Dou skill?" "No. These 10 scrolls are all extraordinary items. They can even be said to be the highest class Dou skills or Qi method that I have seen during all these years. Someone had clearly did something to these scrolls. It is not easy to catch them with one's hands." Xiao Yan shook his head. From his senses, these 10 ray of lights all contained an extremely powerful unusual energy. This was something that he had never seen. It was likely that the class of these Dou skills or Qi methods were quite high. According to Xiao Yan's guess, it was likely that amongst the Dou skill that he had learnt, only the God Seal skill could compare with them. Clearly, the class of these Dou skills will definitely not be weaker than the God Seal skill. It is indeed worthy of being the remains left by an elite Dou Shang. Such powerful Dou skills and Qi methods are things that even some powerful factions do not possess. However, they have appeared in such large numbers here. Xiao Yan's eyes swept all around the place amidst the chaos. He discovered some of the true experts, the Hall of Souls, Heaven Demon Phoenix Tribe, and some other factions did not immediately act and snatch the scrolls. Clearly, all of them wanted to wait for these people to fight until all of them were injured before acting. Haha, young friend Xiao Yan, we will act individually later on and see if we can obtain a scroll. Since we have come to this ancient remains, we must naturally not leave empty-handed, no? Tang Jin looked at the human figures that continuously spat out blood and fall onto the ground as he laughed. Xiao Yan smiled. The Tian class Dou skill did indeed possess a great allure towards him. He would naturally not give up if he had the opportunity to obtain it. Ah! Just as Xiao Yan had nodded, a sharp miserable scream suddenly sounded within the large hall. The eyes of everyone hurriedly looked over. Their expressions suddenly changed. They could see that those stone statue puppets around the stone chair had actually been completely awakened at this moment. Waves after waves of unusually dense murderous aura spread out. These puppets began to kill those around them once they awakened. All of these puppets had the strength of the Dou Zun class. The aura formed when they attacked together was extremely shocking. Within a short instant, the area within 100 meters from the stone chair was being dyed by the bright red fresh blood. A rich bloody scent spread apart, causing one's heart to be quite shocked. The puppets have been awakened. Xiao Yan knitted his brows tightly when he saw this situation. All of these puppets had the strength of the Dou Zun class. Currently, all of them had engaged in a slaughter. They were just like tigers leaping into a herd of goats. Other than some large factions, there were basically no one who could contend against their strength. Usually, they would only exchange 2 to 3 blows before the experts would be forcefully torn apart by these puppets. These are not ordinary puppets. There are still some life force remaining within their eyes. Xiao Yan looked at a puppet nearest to him, which was engaging in a wild slaughter. His eyes suddenly swept towards the latter's eyes. That spot did not possess an empty hole like other puppets. Instead, a kind of extremely wild killing desire was burning there. This is an ancient human puppet. It uses a special method to extract the soul of an expert from his body and seal it within the body of a puppet. In this way, the puppet that is created will not only possess some consciousness but will even be able to use Dou skills. They are far more troublesome to deal with compared to ordinary puppets. Tianhua Zunjia also spoke with a solemn face. Xiao Yan involuntarily inhaled a gentle breath of air when he heard this. This elite Dou Shang really had quite vicious tactics. If one put it this way, would it not mean that he would have to at least kill a dozen over elite Dou Zuns in order to create these puppets? The originally chaotic situation within the spacious large hall had become even more chaotic because of the participation of these puppets that were wildly slaughtering everyone. At this moment, those experts, who originally wanted to gain from the effort of others, could no longer simply watch idly by the side. This was because these powerful puppets that only knew how to kill had already included them in the offensive range. I will act first in a while and see if I can snatch a scroll. All of you should not act. We cannot be greedy. Otherwise, we will only end up inviting fire and burn ourselves. Xiao Yan glanced at the chaotic large hall. Everyone had lost their reasoning amidst the 10 scrolls dancing in the air. Their eyes were red as they continued to give chase. Anyone who approached a scroll first would be surrounded almost immediately by the people behind. Dou Qi spluttered out, and the person who had obtained the scroll did not even have the time to emit a miserable cry before he was directly blasted into a cluster of dripping blood. Understood. Everyone nodded when they heard the low cry of Xiao Yan. If they obtained too many scrolls, they would definitely attract countless number of red eyes. At such a moment, no one would bother about the gap in strength. The allure of the Tian class Dou skill was already sufficient to turn them crazy. Bang, dot. Everyone's reply had just sounded when over a dozen figures in front were suddenly blasted into a cluster of bloody fog. A grey figure rushed out with lightning-like speed from within the blood fog. A long spear that was dripping with fresh blood pierced explosively towards Xiao Yan's group while being accompanied by an incomparably sharp wind. Be careful. It is a human puppet. Little fairy doctor's expression changed slightly as she looked at the grey figure that had rushed over. Her body flashed and she appeared in front of Xiao Yan. After which, she directly rushed forward and blocked that human puppet. Vast and mighty Dou Qi surged out from her body with a beautiful outline in all directions. During the time that little fairy doctor had blocked this human puppet, Xiao Yan had taken the opportunity to quickly weigh the latter. Now that he was a short distance away, he was finally able to see that the surface of these puppets appeared to be covered by a layer of grayish-white mysterious cloth. This cloth was flickering with an unusually luster. On top of being soft, it also possessed quite a powerful defensive strength. Even a full-force attack by an elite Dou zone would not be able to tear this kind of mysterious cloth. Try and see if you can control these puppets. Tian Huazunja spoke in a deep voice. Xiao Yan swiftly nodded upon hearing this. While the human puppet was being pestered by little fairy doctor, a spiritual strength swiftly surged out from between Xiao Yan's brows. After which, it entered the puppet's body with lightning-like speed. However, Xiao Yan was not as lucky as the last time. He could sense an incomparably powerful seal located at the spot in the puppet where the seal was planted. This kind of seal was definitely personally left behind by that elite Dou Shang. Therefore, it had enabled these human puppets to still carry out the order he had placed meticulously even after countless number of years. I am unable to control them. The seal is too strong. The current me is unable to remove it. Xiao Yan withdrew his spiritual strength and shook his head. He felt a little regretful. If he was able to subdue these human puppets, there would no longer be anyone within this large hall who had the qualification to fight against him. Unfortunately, Tian Huazunja and the rest were a little disappointed, but they came to an understanding after thinking about it. These human puppets were the last defense of the elite Dou Shang. It would be too incredulous if they were so easily controlled. We should also prepare to act. I will be responsible to snatch the scroll. All of you should help me block the other experts. Xiao Yan glanced at little fairy doctor's situation. That human puppet was quite troublesome. It was clearly very difficult to finish it off within a short period of time. Fortunately, little fairy doctor was not in any danger. Hence, Xiao Yan had placed his attention towards the Madeira once again. At this moment, Xun Er, the Ice River Valley and the other factions were unable to wait any longer. All of them had joined in the snatching of the scrolls. Xun Huazunja and the rest nodded upon hearing this. The Dou Qi within their bodies were circulated rapidly. They were aware that it was not an easy task to successfully obtain the scrolls in this chaotic situation. Xiao Yan's eyes swept over the Madeira before pausing on a red ray of light. The ray of light already had quite a number of blood traces over it. Based on Xiao Yan's guess, it was likely that over 10 experts had already died because of it. That will be the target. Xiao Yan muttered to himself in his heart. This scroll was completely bright red and there was a wild and violent aura spreading from it. It was likely that it was related to the fire affinity and was most suitable for Xiao Yan. Moreover, compared with the other scrolls, there were fewer experts after it. The level of difficulty in snatching it would correspondingly be reduced. Xiao Yan's eyes shifted along with the flashing bright red ray of light. A moment later, this ray of light had finally appeared in the area around Xiao Yan's group after being blocked by many experts. Do it! A A sharp cry was suddenly emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth when that ray of light entered the area around Xiao Yan's group. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1259, Snatching the Ancient Scroll. Chapter 1259, Snatching the Ancient Scroll. Bang! Xiao Yan's cry had just sounded when a purple-brown flame immediately surged out from his body. His feet stomped on the ground and the floor immediately cracked into powder. His body was just like an enormous fire dragon that forcefully charged towards the crowd that was intercepting the bright red scroll in the most brutal fashion. Xiao Yan's sudden intervention had also attracted the notice of many people. Immediately, the expressions of quite a number of people changed slightly. A chilling aura flickered in their eyes. They waved their sleeves. Fierce Dou Qi pillars ruthlessly rushed towards Xiao Yan while being accompanied by a rushing wind sound. Given the strength of these people, they would usually not dare to attack Xiao Yan. However, at this moment, everyone had become crazy under the allure of the Tian class Dou skill. No one would bother about the other person's status or strength. Hence, they did not hesitate when attacking. Humph! Xiao Yan let out a cold snort as he looked at the dozen over Dou Qi pillars that had rushed over. He flicked his finger and 5 purple-brown fire pillars hurriedly shot out from the surface of his body. After which, it collided heavily with the few pillars and destroyed all of them easily. The remaining fire pillars violently exploded on their bodies amidst the shocked eyes of those few who had attacked. The frightening temperature caused them to turn into a couple of fireballs. Xiao Yan's merciless attack caused some of the experts, who were preparing to attack, to have a change in their expressions. They woke up a little. Immediately, they could only clench their teeth and gradually suppress the attack brewing within their palms. With the help of the temporarily deterrence created from this forcefully attack, the fire dragon that Xiao Yan had transformed into brutally charged directly into the crowd. His body flashed and he rushed towards the bright red scroll. Xiao Yan's action also caused the only elite Dozun present in this circle to have a sunken expression. He had been chasing after this bright red scroll since the beginning. Being the strongest in this group, the chance of him successfully obtaining it was quite high. Currently, the sudden intervention of Xiao Yan had also stirred a dense killing desire within his heart. His eyes flickered as he clenched his hand. An enormous axe appeared in it. Ha! A low and deep cry was being emitted from this expert, whose strength was also around that of a 1-star Dozun. Immediately, deep yellow Dou Qi surged out of his body in all directions. The muscles on his body also wiggled strangely at this moment. A terrifying strength gathered with a lightning-like speed. All of you should get lost for this venerable self. This Dozun had a dark and dense expression. His body flashed and he appeared above Xiao Yan's hand. That enormous axe in his hand carried a frightening strength that could cut through the heavens and earth as it tore through the air and viciously hacked towards Xiao Yan's head. Get lost? You think you are worthy? The frightening energy that had suddenly covered 100 feet radius around Xiao Yan had naturally attracted his notice. A cold smile appeared on his face. He clenched his fist and the heavy Xian ruler appeared. Purple-brown flame rushed out within lightning-like speed and transformed into a meandering fire dragon on the ruler's body. Get lost! A sharp cry was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. That heavy ruler carried a hot and sharp wind as it collided heavily with that 1-star Dozun's mountain opening axe in the fiercest manner. Clang! The ruler and axe collided. An earth-shaking metallic sound immediately exploded. Immediately, a powerful wind ripple swept out from the point of collision. Those experts nearby immediately felt their chest tightened. Their bodies involuntarily flew backwards. Grug! This earth-shaking collision also caused the expression of that 1-star Dozun to change. A mouthful of fresh red blood directly shot out. A shocked expression surged onto their faces. Xiao Yan's strength was at the very most comparable to him. Moreover, he specialized in head-on strength collision. Unexpectedly, this strength was actually unable to gain any advantage in Xiao Yan's hands. Fresh blood splattered. The aura of that 1-star Dozun instantly became weary. At this moment, he also understood that he had already lost the qualification to compete with Xiao Yan for the scroll. Immediately, he could only clench his teeth unwillingly and pull back. Once he was injured in this chaotic moment, quite a number of people who take advantage and attacked. He had seen quite a number of experts with similar strength as him being attacked by 100 over people earlier. In the end, these elite Dozuns, who usually stood high above, could only flee miserably. Xiao Yan flipped his hand after his ruler directly forced the 1-star Dozun back. He once again kept this heavy Xian ruler into his storage ring. He clenched his hand slightly and felt a faint numb feeling. His heart involuntarily felt a little surprised at the strength of this 1-star Dozun. He had consumed many natural treasures during these years. Hence, it had resulted in his physical body becoming unusually strong. Although he could not be compared to Xiao Yan, it was a little difficult to find an expert of the same level who possessed a strength similar to his. Xiao Yan's eyes swiftly turned towards the location of the bright red scroll after having forced back this tiger that had blocked his path. This thing was extremely agile. It still fled in an extremely happy manner despite the combined effort of so many experts. There was not a single person who could touch it even until now. Instead, some people, who were too close to it, ended up being seriously injured by the combined effort of the other experts. Xiao Yan's foot suddenly stomped on the empty air when he saw this scene. He once again turned into a purple-brown fire dragon that rushed towards the scroll. Those people blocking him along the way were directly sent flying by him. Under this brutal act of his, he had already charged into the closest spot to the scroll within the blink of an eye. "Brat, you are seeking death." Those surrounding experts with blood-red eyes immediately emitted a furious cry in Yuzhen when they saw Xiao Yan charge into a 20 feet distance from the bright red scroll. Powerful Dou Qi erupted. Immediately, they blasted towards Xiao Yan from all directions. The momentum from the combined attack by nearly 100 experts was extremely spectacular. With such a large-scale Dou Qi smashing over, even Xiao Yan's expression ended up changing slightly. However, he did not turn his body immediately. He once again took a step forward. His large hand gently grabbed towards the bright red scroll that was flying around. Dou Qi from all over the place arrived in an instant. Just when these attacks were about to land on Xiao Yan's body, the space around the ladder fluctuated slightly. Tianhua Zunjia, Ziyan, Qinglin and the rest swiftly appeared. With their combined effort, a think energy shield was immediately formed. Bang bang bang! An endless amount of Dou Qi violently smashed onto the light shield, causing the ladder to continuously erupt into waves of ripples. However, it ultimately managed to endure and did not burst apart. Under the combined effort of the few of them, they had forcefully endured the joint attack by many experts. Taking the opportunity of their blocking, Xiao Yan's large hand finally landed on the bright red scroll. Qi. However, just when Xiao Yan's hand had just touched the scroll emitted a hissing sound and shot some distance forward like a fish before he could clench his hand. It had once again escaped from the area that Xiao Yan controlled. Humph! Xiao Yan's face became cold when he saw this. His hand curled into a claw and violently grabbed at the bright red scroll, which had shot out. With this grab, the space itself rippled. The space around the scroll immediately became depressed. It formed a narrow spatial cage that trapped the scroll within it. "Come over!" A cold cry was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. The suction force from his palm sword. A frightening strength directly pulled the bright red scroll into the depressed space. After which, the latter could only turn into a bright red light that flashed towards Xiao Yan's palm. Xiao Yan's figure moved. His hand was once again clenched. Half of the bright red scroll had finally landed in his hand. However, he had just used some strength when his expression changed abruptly. This was because a shriveled large hand grabbed tightly on the other side of the scroll. Aren't you a little too naive in thinking of enjoying the treasure alone?" Xiao Yan raised his eyes rapidly when he heard this somewhat familiar cold laughter. He discovered that the one who had interfered was actually the chief of the profound Xian sect, Chen Tiannan. Chen Tiannan revealed a dark and cold smile when he saw Xiao Yan looking over. His fight hand swiftly tightened and he violently threw a punch towards Xiao Yan's head without any fancy action. Looking at his stance, it was obvious that he was planning on blasting apart Xiao Yan's head with a punch. "You are seeking death." A chilling glint flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes when he saw this ruthless tactic of Chen Tiannan. A golden light immediately appeared in front of him in a ghost-like manner. Chen Tiannan's fist landed heavily on the latter's body while being accompanied by a clear metallic sound. "Puppet?" Chen Tiannan's expression changed a little as he looked at the dark golden-colored sky demon puppet that had appeared in front of him. He hurriedly withdrew his punch. However, the sky demon puppet that followed closely behind also violently threw its frightening metallic fist towards his head. "Bastard!" Chen Tiannan had a drastic change in expression when he sensed the frightening strength on the fist of the sky demon puppet. He could only let out a furious curse. Immediately, he unwillingly released the scroll that he had grabbed onto tightly. His body pulled back explosively. Xiao Yan grabbed at the scroll violently after Chen Tiannan released it. Purple-brown flame surged out from his palm and firmly pressed onto the struggling scroll. A moment later, that bright red scroll's resistance finally weakened gradually. Xiao Yan heavily sighed in relief when the scroll's symptom had completely disappeared. It was swiftly kept into his storage ring in front of the countless number of red eyes. At the same time, a vast and mighty aura surged out from his body without any restraint. Purple-brown flame lingered around his body. This power caused the blood-red eyes of the surrounding experts to gradually become calm. A moment later, he glanced at Tian Huazunjia a short distance away. Finally, he could only turn his body around unwillingly and leave. He began to maximize the time left and snatch another scroll. Xiao Yan's expression relaxed a little when he saw these ravenous wolves-like fellows withdrawing after being deterred. He might not be afraid of the individual strength of these people. However, if 100 over of them were to charge together, even he would feel somewhat troublesome. Old bastard, since you have already attacked, there is no need for you to return, but... Xiao Yan's expression suddenly became densely cold after having kept the scroll. His eyes turned towards Chen Tiannan, who appeared somewhat miserable under the attack of the sky demon puppet. A killing intent surged within his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1260, Kill. Chapter 1260, Kill. Xiao Yan already had a killing intent towards Chen Tiannan within his heart ever since the latter first led a large group of people to the pill tower to capture him. However, he was merely a 9-star Dou Zong back then. It was quite difficult to kill this old fellow. Hence, he did not act. Now that they have met again, Xiao Yan had yet to act when this old fellow had attacked first. Moreover, looking at the vicious stance of the latter, it was clear that he really wanted to take Xiao Yan's life. Xiao Yan would naturally not show mercy to this kind of enemy, who possessed a desire to kill him. Although the profound Xian sect might not be very strong, the profound Sky sect behind them caused people to be a little afraid. No one could guarantee that this old fellow would find some great trouble for Xiao Yan due to his grudge against the latter. It was not Xiao Yan's character to leave a potential danger alone. Moreover, the situation in this place was currently chaotic. It was likely that news would not really spread if he killed this old fellow here. These thoughts flashed across Xiao Yan's heart. He looked at Chen Tiannan, who appeared quite miserable under the attack of the sky demon puppet. His face also became increasingly icy. Chen Tiannan's strength was around that of a 2-star Dou Zun. On the other hand, with the fighting strength of the sky demon puppet, it would not be at a disadvantage even when facing an expert at the peak of the 3-star Dou Zun class. Hence, it was naturally able to firmly suppress the former in their fight. Bang! Chen Tiannan violently collided head-on with the sky demon puppet in the midair. The frightening strength that was transmitted through his arm immediately caused him to take over a dozen staggering steps in the midair. Bloody chi rose within his body. A pale white expression surfaced on his face. The sky demon puppet did not feel any pain, it was like a killing machine when it fought. As long as Xiao Yan did not ask it to step, it would never stop. Chen Tiannan would suffer quite a great disadvantage when they fight. After having fallen into a disadvantage despite the long fight, Chen Tiannan already had the intention to withdraw within his heart. The reason he dared to snatch the scroll from Xiao Yan was because Xiao Yan was facing enemies from all directions. Not only did the experts from the Hall of Soul had an enmity with him, but even the gazes that the Heaven Demon Phoenixes group used to look at him were unfriendly. At this moment, Chen Tiannan would naturally wish to add insult to injury, given his character. However, he did not expect that the current Xiao Yan was actually completely different from the one at the pill tower back then. That endless number of tactics had caused his heart to feel a little afraid. Looks like I can only withdraw first. Once the chaos of this place end, the Hall of Soul and the rest will definitely find trouble with this brat. At that time, I will secretly attack and kill this brat. At the same time, I will also snatch the scroll back. Chen Tiannan finally decided to cease fighting while this thought flashed across his heart. He raised his head and looked at the sky demon puppet, which had rushed over once again. His body hurriedly pulled back, intending to withdraw into the chaotic battleground. Humph, where are you going? However, Chen Tiannan had just stepped back when an icy cold voice suddenly sounded from behind him. At the same instant, an extremely frightening hot wind also arrived. This sudden attack had also caused Chen Tiannan's expression to change. He swiftly turned around instinctively as his palms, which were covered in Dou Qi, were hurriedly thrown forward. Bang! The fierce wind suddenly spread apart at this moment. Chen Tiannan, who hurriedly exchanged blows with his opponent, immediately felt an oppression in his heart. His body was forcefully shaken until it withdrew for a couple of dozen meters. He hurriedly raised his head, only to see a skinny figure standing at the spot where he had fell back from earlier. Xiao Yan. Chen Tiannan immediately gritted his teeth and cried when he saw that figure. Xiao Yan was expressionless. Purple-brown flames surrounded his body, causing him to appear like a fire god. His feet were stepping on the empty air as he walked over towards Chen Tiannan. You wish to kill me? Chen Tiannan involuntarily narrowed his eyes and coldly said when he saw this manner of Xiao Yan. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was lifted into a dense arc. Vast and mighty Dou Qi swiftly gathered in his palm. With just this one-star Dou Zun strength of yours? Chen Tiannan laughed furiously. He was just about to take the initiative to attack when an unusually sharp wind was suddenly transmitted from behind him. This caused his expression to change. He turned around and met it. Both of his palms danced and his powerful Dou Qi formed an impenetrable energy web in front of him. Bang bang! The sky demon puppet waved its arm. Each time it was swung, it would bring about an ear-piercing sharp wind-splitting sound. Space collapsed and numerous dark black crack lines appeared. Boom, dot. Chen Tiannan quietly cried out bitterly when faced with this fierce attack by the sky demon puppet. His body continued to pull back. The strength of the sky demon puppet had basically suppressed him until he only had the ability to defend. If this continues, I will sooner or later be seriously injured in the hands of this puppet. Looks like I cannot be entangled any longer. Bastard brat. The old me will remember this debt. Sooner or later, the time will come for you to repay it. Chen Tiannan viciously cried out within his heart. His palm wind suddenly strengthened as he forcefully pushed aside the attack by the sky demon puppet. His toes pressed on the ground and his body flew backwards. Chen Tiannan's heart had just sighed in relief as his body stood in the midair when a dangerous feeling suddenly spread out from deep within his heart. The goosebumps all over his body stood up at this moment. Sky-burying seal, dot. A slight cold cry that carried some cold wind quietly resounded beside Chen Tiannan's ear while Chen Tiannan's heart was permeated with a sense of danger. This is bad. Chen Tiannan's expression instantly became pale when he sensed the activity behind him. Xiao Yan's speed was so quick that it had exceeded his expectations. Bang! Dou Qi hurriedly surged within Chen Tiannan's body as he reacted to the situation. Before he could completely form a defense behind him, a palm-sized purple-brown handprint gently landed on his back. A frightening force surged out like floodwaters. Grug! A sleek redness immediately surged up Chen Tiannan's pale white face after he forcefully received this heavy blow. A mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out. His body also staggered and withdrew, knocking against a couple of experts as he did so. That force had also shaken these unlucky fellows until they vomited a couple mouthfuls of blood. Chen Tiannan's body transformed into an arc that flew towards the distant. His face was covered with blood as he turned around with much difficulty. His eyes were vicious as he looked at the increasingly distant Xiao Yan. That vicious poisonous feeling caused one to have goosebumps. Little bastard, if I do not avenge this, I, Chen Tiannan, will have been a sect leader in vain. In the future, I will definitely get you to regret your action today. Chen Tiannan roared viciously within his heart. He was originally the type who would take revenge for any grudge. Xiao Yan had nearly killed him on the spot. This vengeance was sufficient to allow him to remember it for a lifetime. Bang! Numerous vicious thoughts flashed across Chen Tiannan's heart. His body also landed heavily on the ground, rubbing and forming a deep gully. After which, he violently collided onto the hard pillar of the large hall. Immediately, he spat out another mouthful of fresh blood. After struggling shakily onto his feet, Chen Tiannan's eyes penetrated through the crowd and looked at the indifferent-looking Xiao Yan in the distant with vicious eyes. After which, he turned around and left. Puff! Chen Tiannan had just turned around when his body suddenly became stiff. A dark golden fist penetrated through his chest. Fresh blood adhered onto the dark golden arm and continued to drip downwards. Those eyes of Chen Tiannan stared firmly at the hollow face. Only then was he aware that Xiao Yan had truly felt a murderous intent towards him. The latter would not give him any chance to take revenge. What a vicious tactic. Blood seeped out from within Chen Tiannan's mouth. His life force also swiftly disappeared from within his body. Immediately, his stiff body collapsed slowly. Finally, it fell onto the ground. This chief of the profound Xian sect, Chen Tiannan, who had reached the strength of a 2-star Dou Zun, had fell in the combined attack of Xiao Yan and the sky demon puppet in this manner. You can only blame yourself for everything. The chillness on Xiao Yan's face was gradually withdrawn when he saw Chen Tiannan collapsing slowly. He originally had no enmity with Chen Tiannan. However, the latter insisted on thinking that Chen Xian had died in his hands and had tried to kill him with all sorts of methods. Chen Tiannan deserved this ending of his today. Xiao Yan kept the sky demon puppet into his storage ring after having like Chen Tiannan with lightning-like speed. Tianhua Zunjia, Little Fairy Doctor and the others also flashed over. Finally, the few of them once again gathered and cautiously watched the chaos within the large hall. What happened to that human puppet? Are you all right? Xiao Yan glanced at little fairy doctor and asked. I'm fine. I have lured the human puppet to another place. These things might possess the desire to kill, but they do not possess any intelligence. Little fairy doctor smiled sweetly as she replied. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. His eyes swept over the place. The Heaven Demon Phoenix Tribe and Wind Lightning Pavilion has each obtained a scroll. The Ice River Valley and the Burning Flame Valley has also gained something. Additionally, another 2 scrolls has landed into the hands of 2 experts, who are quite strong. Tian Huazunja softly spoke from the side. Xiao Yan was startled when he heard this. After which, he nodded once again. These factions had come prepared. Moreover, there were also some truly experts amongst those who had come alone. It was not too surprising for them to obtain the scrolls. What should we do now? There are only 3 scrolls remaining, which are being snatched by people. An unknown number of people has already died because of those 3 scrolls. Do we need to snatch another one? Little fairy doctor asked. If we snatch more of it, it will cause those who has yet to obtain any treasure to lose their sense of reasoning. Xiao Yan shook his head. He knitted his brows slightly and replied, moreover, the feeling that these 10 scrolls give me does not appear like a Tian class Dou technique. You mean, these 10 scrolls are all fake? Little fairy doctor and the rest asked in shock. These scrolls are indeed Dou techniques or Qi methods which are quite strong. However, they are likely not the Tian class Dou technique. All of us are likely fooled. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and muttered. Little fairy doctor and the others also knitted their brows tightly when they heard these words. They rotated their eyes and suddenly said, those fellows from the Hall of Soul, what are they planning to do? Xiao Yan was startled. His eyes followed the side of little fairy doctor, only to see old ghost Jai Xing and a couple of Hall of Soul expert was actually adopting an encircling formation as they slowly walked towards the Dou Shang skeleton at the middle of the large hall. Their target is the Dou Shang skeleton? Tian Huazunja commented in a deep voice. Should we intervene and stop these fellows? Ziyan spoke with a desire to see some action. Xiao Yan's eyes were staring intently at the skeleton that was seated on the stone chair. His eyes suddenly shrunk a moment later. An instant earlier, he had seen the finger of that skeleton trembling slightly. This Dou Shang skeleton is alive? A shock suddenly spread out from Xiao Yan's heart at this moment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1261, Dou Shang Skeleton. Chapter 1261, Dou Shang Skeleton. The sudden drastic change in Xiao Yan's expression also attracted the notice of little fairy doctor's group. Everyone were startled as they carefully asked, what is it? Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of cold air. He looked at old ghost Jai Xing and the others who were increasingly close to the stone chair. A bad feeling suddenly rose within his heart. An instant later, he suddenly grabbed Ziyin and Qinglin beside him and cried out in a deep voice, pull back quickly. Ugh. This unusual action of Xiao Yan caused little fairy doctor and the rest to be at a loss. However, everyone trusted Xiao Yan's words. Hence, they might be uncertain of the reason for this action of his, but they still immediately turned around and hurriedly followed him. While Xiao Yan's group was hurrying back, old ghost Jai Xing's group had also stepped into a 10-feet radius of the stone chair. Both of his eyes were fiery hot as he watched the seated skeleton. Dou Shang. This level possessed an allure that even they could not resist. An elite Dou Shang might be able to be called the top expert of this continent, but there was still too much of a gap to the true peak. Dou Zun and Dou Shang was basically a great leap apart. The gap between the two was basically impossible to be made up by anything. Is this the bones of an elite Dou Shang? Old ghost Jai Xing's eyes were wild and hot as they stared at the jade-white skeleton. He involuntarily leaked his tongue. His feet took another 2 steps forward and his large hand directly grabbed towards the skeleton. Xie. When the hands of old ghost Jai Xing were about to touch the skeleton, a slight wiggling had suddenly appeared in that space. Immediately, they appeared to have transformed into countless number of extremely sharp spatial thorns that ruthlessly pierced onto old ghost Jai Xing's hand. The slight pain that was emitted from his hand caused old ghost Jai Xing to be startled. He hurriedly withdrew his hand, only to discover that quite a lot of fresh blood had already flowed out from his hand. There were a couple of droplets amongst them that had gently dripped on the skeleton that was sitting down. An uneasy emotion quietly spread out from the heart of old ghost Jai Xing as he looked at the fresh blood that landed on the jade-white skeleton. Jai Xing Tianzuan, what is it? The couple of Hall of Soul experts, who had surrounded him, asked uncertainly. They were also startled when they saw old ghost Jai Xing suddenly becoming stunned. Old ghost Jai Xing appeared as though he did not hear their scream. His eyes firmly stared at the blood that dripped onto the skeleton. At this moment, these blood appeared like water that had touched cotton when they rolled onto the bones. It ended up quietly seeping into the bones. The eyes of old ghost Jai Xing suddenly shrunk when the blood completely seeped into the bones. At this moment, he suddenly sensed that some life had actually once again surged within this skeleton that had been dead for an unknown number of years. This is bad. Withdraw quickly. Old ghost Jai Xing finally reacted to the situation. The moment he sensed that life force, an anxious roar was emitted from within his mouth. At the same time, his feet stomped onto the ground and his body flew backwards in a lightning-like manner. Old ghost Jai Xing's reaction was quick, but the other few experts from the Hall of Soul were a little slower. Hence, they only began to use their agility and pulled back after being stunned for a moment. However, it was already too late at this moment. When they had just pulled back, the jade-white skeleton that was seated on the stone chair had already shook gently. After which, 2 clusters of faint blood-red color suddenly flashed and appeared within the empty skull. This Dou Shang skeleton slowly raised its head when the blood glow appeared. An earth-shaking roar was suddenly emitted from his mouth at this moment in a thunder-like manner. The frightening roar had transformed into a substance like sonic wave in an instant. It became like a storm as it spread apart in a lightning-like manner, with the stone chair being at the center. Bang! The first that was implicated by the sonic storm was naturally the few experts from the Hall of Soul, who were a little slow to react. The sonic wave caught up with them in an instant. Immediately, their bodies appeared to be like sandbags that had been struck by a cannonball. They immediately burst apart and turned into a bloody fog that spread apart with a bang /. Humph! That old ghost Jai Xing had also yet to escape from the attacking range of the sonic wave. However, he was strong and he had reacted sufficiently quickly. Hence, he did not instantly burst into a bloody fog like the other unlucky fellows. However, that sonic wave that swept over still caused some blood to churn within his body. A low and deep muffled sound appeared in his throat. Clearly, he had also suffered some injuries. Even with the strength of old ghost Jai Xing, he was unable to endure a sonic wave roar from this Dou Shang skeleton. Hence, this sonic wave could be truly considered the scythe of a death god for most people belonging to the Hall of Soul. Quite a number of experts within the large hall were currently still chasing the 3 remaining scrolls. The sharp sonic wave spread with a lightning speed. The many figures in the mid-air suddenly stiffened. Immediately, a bang sounded and they blasted apart like a blood fog. In an instant, the entire large hall had been filled with a rich blood fog. This sudden bloody scene had also caused everyone to wake up from the allure of the Tian-class Dou skill. Some shock swiftly surged up their faces. Dou Qi surged out from their bodies without being held back as the many figures withdrew a great distance from the center of the large hall in a miserable manner, appearing like dogs, which had lost their homes. The sonic wave spread. After causing this slaughter that caused one's heart to feel a chill, everyone finally scattered with some ugly expression. They looked at the slowly scattering blood fog in the midair. A rich shock and chillness appeared within their hearts. At least 100 people had died under that sonic wave earlier. Amongst these people were 2 elite Douzuns. A sonic wave that can kill even elite Douzuns. Everyone who had escaped a calamity violently swallowed a mouthful of saliva at this moment. Even an expert like that black-robed old man from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe also had a face covered with cold sweat at this moment. Old ghost Jai Xing, what have you done? Tangjin, who had recovered from this unexpected change, suddenly turned their furious eyes towards old ghost Jai Xing, who had escaped. His voice was furious as they spoke. Everyone turned their furious eyes towards old ghost Jai Xing when they heard Tangjin's furious voice. All of them had clearly saw that this manner was caused by this old ghost. Upon being stared at furiously by so many experts, even old ghost Jai Xing ended up twitching the corner of his mouth. His mouth was filled with bitterness. He had also never expected that things would suddenly become like this. A skeleton that had clearly lost all of its strength was actually be able to suddenly unleash such a frightening strength. Xiao Yan's group did not suffer much injuries because they were quick to pull back. However, the skin on their heads were involuntarily numb when they saw that there were less than half of the number of people left within the large hall at this moment. Was that skeleton not a little too frightening? The old me is unaware of why that skeleton that had been dead for countless number of years will suddenly erupt. A couple of experts from our Hall of Soul are also dead. Old ghost Jai Xing inhaled a deep breath of air and spoke in a deep voice with the intent of washing off his responsibility. There were many experts present. It was impossible for him to offend all of them with his strength alone. If it was not because your fresh blood had landed on the skeleton, how would it have awakened? Are you trying to shrink from your responsibility after things had become like this? Xiao Yan laughed coldly when he heard the explanation. The expression of old ghost Jai Xing changed when he heard these words from Xiao Yan. However, upon sensing an increasing number of furious gazes from around him, he could only cup his hands together and said, "This matter is indeed because of the recklessness of the old me. However, the most important thing now is not to hold others accountable. If the old me guessed correctly, that Dou Sheng skeleton should be a thought left behind by that expert when he was alive. It is not difficult to deal with. As long as we join hands, we will definitely be able to suppress it. Just a thought alone is already so frightening. If another of that sonic wave earlier arrives, it was likely that not many people in this place can survive." Tang Zhen's expression was as deep as water. Quite a number of experts from the Burning Flame Valley had been killed by the sonic wave. If it was not because now was not the right moment, he would have been unable to control himself and attack old ghost Jai Xing. "Since we have already obtained the scroll, all of us should just leave. This things is too frightening," someone within the crowd softly said. His voice contained a horror that could not be hidden. That kind of strength was really too frightening. "It is not possible to leave. This thought will definitely finish off everyone who has barged into the remains. Should we flee, it is likely that no one will be able to leave alive." Old ghost Jai Xing spoke in a deep voice. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. He felt that this old ghost seemed to really desire to finish off this Dou Sheng skeleton. However, given old ghost Jai Xing's cautious character, he would definitely not risk his life like this for no reason. Old ghost Jai Xing's words had also stirred some chaos. Some of the weaker individuals had an even richer horror on their faces. However, no one dared to turn around and flee. Creak. During the time when even was in a chaos, the interior of the large hall that was permeated by a blood fog suddenly emitted a slight sound of bone moving. This sound immediately silenced all the commotion. Numerous horrified eyes were staring at the middle of the large hall permeated by a blood fog. Horror spread in an increasingly serious manner at this moment. Clatter, clatter. The sound of bone touching the ground became closer. That sound was not loud, but it appeared to be stepping on everyone's heart, causing everyone to feel extremely pressured. "Be careful, do not separate." Xiao Yan's expression was grave. He turned his head and softly spoke to Little Fairy Doctor's group. This situation seemed to have already exceeded their control. It would really be too frightening for the skeleton of a Dou Sheng to be revived. Little Fairy Doctor and the rest also nodded. If things were not done properly this time around, it was likely that everyone here would end up dying. It was likely that hardly anyone present could forcefully resist the kind of sonic wave attack from earlier. The blood fog within the large hall slowly rippled under the gaze of everyone. Immediately a blood-red skeleton that had been dyed red took slow steps out of the blood fog and appeared in front of everyone's gazes. "Those who barge into the remains shall die." The blood-colored skeleton halted its footsteps 100 meters in front of everyone. It raised its head. Bloodlight flickered within those empty eyes. An ancient hoarse and different voice quietly resounded within the large hall. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1262, Join Hands. Chapter 1262, Join Hands. The skeleton thin body stood within the large hall. Its originally jade-white body had already turned scarlet. At a glance, it gave one a kind of extremely strong bloody feeling. Two clusters of faint red glow flickered slightly within the skeleton's eyes. Two scrolls were dancing in the midair above the head of the Dou Sheng skeleton. Some unknown lucky fellow had obtained one scroll during the chaos earlier. Hence, there were currently these two scrolls remaining that were without an owner. Of course, at this moment, there were hardly anyone who dared to snatch the meat from a tiger's mouth in the face of the deterrence by the Dou Sheng skeleton. The expressions of everyone in the hall once again changed slightly when that hoarse and old voice slowly sounded. From the looks of it, they would not be able to smoothly leave if they did not defeat this Dou Sheng skeleton. "Everyone, there is no need to panic. The interior of this Dou Sheng skeleton only possesses a remnant spiritual imprint left by that expert when he was alive. It is not a genuine Dou Sheng. It is not impossible to defeat it. However, the precondition is that we must join hands. Otherwise, if it defeats us individually, there is a chance that all of us will perish." Old ghost Jai Xing spoke in a deep voice. "Old Mr. Zai Xing is right. However, since this skeleton was awakened by you, please be the first to attack." Xiao Yan smiled slightly and said, "Yes, this should indeed be the case. You must take a large part of the responsibility for this manner. If you wish for all of us to join hands in dealing with it, you must be the first to fight." Tang Zhen also nodded and agreed. Some other experts mused for a moment before nodding in agreement. They were already quite displeased with old ghost Jai Xing's reckless action. Being able to take this small revenge could relieve their anger. The shriveled face of old ghost Jai Xing involuntarily twitched upon seeing this. His eyes were vicious as they stared at Xiao Yan. This soft blade of the latter had directly pushed him to the most dangerous place. Moreover, from the looks of it, he was unable to pull back. All he could do was to harden his skin and step forward. Everyone is being reasonable. In that case, the old me shall be the first to attack. However, I will remind everyone that the fewer experts there are present, the more dangerous our situation will be. Regardless of whether we have any grudge in the past, we are all currently on the same boat. No one will have any good ending if this boat capsizes. Old Ghost Jai Xing could only harden his skin in the face of the many gazes and spoke in a righteous manner. Old Mr. Zai Xing, please be reassured that we will not just watch you die in the hands of this Dou Sheng skeleton. Xiao Yan smilingly said. Those words that he had uttered, however, caused a green color to appear on Old Ghost Jai Xing's face. Alright, let's not talk any nonsense. You should be quick if you wish to attack. This Dou Sheng skeleton seemed to be absorbing the strength within the blood fog to replenish itself. That black-robed elder from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe suddenly had a sunken expression as he coldly cried out. Everyone were startled when they heard these words of his. Their gazes looked over and did indeed see that the blood-red color on the body of the Dou Sheng skeleton becoming increasingly dark. The surrounding black fog was also swiftly flowing into his body. Old Mr. Zai Xing, it is time to attack. Xiao Yan cried out in a deep voice. The corner of Old Ghost Jai Xing's eyes twitched. He endured the impulse he had to kill Xiao Yan with a slap as he clenched his teeth and said, the old me knows this. There is no need for you to say anything more. Old Ghost Jai Xing understood that there was no time for him to continue delaying after his voice sounded. His body moved and it transformed into a blurry black figure that rushed towards the blood skeleton that was at the middle of the hall. Vast and mighty Dou Qi surged out from the body of Old Ghost Jai Xing like a volcano in all directions. This aura caused the blood fog that permeated within the large hall to become a little thinner. The morale of quite a number of people were braced when they saw this mighty aura of Old Ghost Jai Xing. Creak! The blood glint within the eyes of the skeleton looked towards the black figure that rushed over while being accompanied by vast and mighty Dou Qi. It moved its jaws up and down a little before taking a step forward. A dark red skeleton hand directly grabbed towards Old Ghost Jai Xing. Chie! The speed of the skeleton was extremely frightening. He had just lifted his hand when the space in front of him was directly torn apart. His hand penetrated through the shattered space. It had already appeared in front of Old Ghost Jai Xing when it next appeared. The frightening speed of this blood-colored skeleton also caused the heart of Old Ghost Jai Xing to sink. His hand was tightened into a fist and the Dou Qi within his body gathered on his right arm before it was suddenly thrown outward. Bang! A fist violently smashed on the palm of the skeleton. However, the seemingly weak skeleton was currently even harder than steel. This punch of Old Ghost Jai Xing, which contained all of his strength, nearly forced back this Dou Sheng skeleton by a step. On the other hand, he was forced back by over a dozen steps, appearing a little miserable. However, this Old Ghost Jai Xing was also a vicious character. His mission this time around was to bring this Dou Sheng skeleton back. Therefore, he did not dare to be lazy. After stabilizing his body, he moved once again. His body shot outwards and once again became entangled with the Dou Sheng skeleton. A big battle erupted. Xiao Yan and the rest watched the big battle. They were involuntarily a little speechless. This Dou Sheng skeleton was indeed very powerful. Even an expert like Old Ghost Jai Xing was being suppressed until he continued to be defeated despite using his full strength. This is merely just a remnant spiritual imprint. Just how frightening will it be if it is a completely elite Dou Sheng? This thought flashed across the hearts of quite a number of people at this moment. Clearly, the fighting strength of this skeleton had caused them to be a little shocked. Chie! While everyone were exclaiming, a couple of rushing wind sound was suddenly emitted from the large hall that was covered by a blood fog. A couple of figures charged out from the blood fog with lightning-like speed. After which, they fiercely attacked Old Ghost Jai Xing. Everyone glanced over and found that they were actually the human puppets that had yet to be completely finished off earlier. After the intense big battle earlier, those human puppets had killed quite a number of experts. However, there were a couple of them that had been shattered into dust by the combined attacks of many experts. However, there were still 6 of them that remained. The expression of Old Ghost Jai Xing changed immediately when these 6 appeared together. He was already at a disadvantage. If these human puppets were to join the matter, he would end up dying in this place within less than 10 exchanges. Bastard, why are all of you still watching the show? Quickly attack! Old Ghost Jai Xing roared furiously. His body rushed backwards after he stomped on the ground with his foot. Valley Chief Tangjin, Valley Chief Bing He and this young friend Xiao Yan. The four of us will attack together and aid old ghost Jai Xing in finishing of this Dou Shang skeleton, what do you say? That black-robed old man from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe was aware that they can no longer simply watch the show after hearing the furious cry of old ghost Jai Xing immediately. His eyes turned towards Tang Jin and Bing He. Their strength had reached the level of a 5-star and 4-star Dozuns respectively. However, the thing that surprised everyone was that he had actually called Xiao Yan, who was merely a 1-star Dozun, when he opened his mouth. Xiao Yan moved his finger. He glanced at the black-robed old man. This old fellow was clearly worried that he would end up having an overly easy time and possess a great amount of remaining strength. This was disadvantageous to them. Therefore, he wanted to pull Xiao Yan into the most dangerous battleground. Yes. Tang Jin and Bing He Zunjin nodded while Xiao Yan was in deep thought. Seeing this, Xiao Yan could only nod his head. He looked around him and said, "These 6 human puppets will be left to all of you experts. Mr. Xiao Yan, please be rest assured that these puppets will not disturb all of you." There were still quite a number of experts present. Although their legs would tremble when facing a Dou Shang skeleton, they could still deal with these 6 puppets by relying on their large numbers. Be careful. Little Fairy Doctor whispered. Yes, all of you should also pay more attention. If the situation is not right, you should all leave first. There is no need to bother about me. I will be fine. Xiao Yan nodded. His eyes exchanged looks with Tang Jin and the others before the 4 of them rushed out at the same time. They became like large birds that hurried into the large hall. After which, they and old ghost Jai Xing encircled around the Dou Shang skeleton. Xiao Yan's group had just begun to attack when the other experts within the large hall also got into action. Numerous figures once again rushed into the large hall. Powerful Dou Qi surged and lured away those 6 puppets. After which, the large number of people surged forward like locusts. In an instant, an intense battle erupted within the large hall. Old ghost Jai Xing sighed in relief when he saw Feng Xian, Tang Jin, and the others coming to aid him. He spoke in a deep voice, "Everyone, let's attack together. Be careful of this fellow's swift speed." The few people nodded slightly when they heard old ghost Jai Xing's reminder. Most of them were extremely experienced old individuals. Even though Xiao Yan appeared young, none of those old demons present dared to underestimate this young man, who had caused most of them to suffer some loss. Let's attack together. The black-robed old man, Huang Xian, who elder from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe, cried out. His voice had just sounded when his arm trembled. A pair of wings were extended. His speed also suddenly increased at this moment. With a flash of his body, he became the first to appear above the head of the Dou Shang skeleton. He waved his large sleeve and a sharp palm wind covered the latter. After Huang Xian attacked, Tang Jin, Bing He Zunjia, old ghost Jai Xing and Xiao Yan also rushed over one after another. Dou Qi erupted from within their bodies. Their vast and mighty Dou Qi was just like a monstrous wave that covered the Dou Shang skeleton. Incomparably sharp wind violently struck onto that skeleton and waves after waves of sparks erupted. The Dou Shang skeleton appeared to be in a flurry in the face of the attack from Xiao Yan's group. Currently, it was no longer that supreme Dou Shang. With the strength of Xiao Yan's group, it was not difficult for them to destroy him. Clang clang clang. The limbs of Xiao Yan's group violently landed on the Dou Shang skeleton as sparks flew. Each time they struck heavily on it, it would result in the blood color on the skeleton to pale a little. The blood glow within the skeleton's eyes also gradually became weak. The hearts of Xiao Yan's group were surprised when they saw that the attack had quite a good effect. They increased their attacking speed. At the same time, the eyes of old ghost Jai Xing also flickered. Chi. A silver glow flashed under Xiao Yan's feet as he directly rushed into the area within half a foot from the Dou Shang skeleton. Purple-brown flame lingered over his hand as it suddenly slammed violently on the rib cage of the skeleton. While bringing about some eye-piercing sparks, it also completely scattered the blood color on the rib cage. Xiao Yan withdrew after having succeeded in his first attack. His eyes suddenly paused on the bones that had turned jade white in color. He could vaguely see some unusual words on it. Xiao Yan's eyes swept over this kind of strange words. He was initially startled before a glint flashed across his eyes. A disbelief immediately surged up his heart. These words, could they be the Tian class Dou technique? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1263, Great Heaven Fortune Poem. Chapter 1263, Great Heaven Fortune Poem. Xiao Yan's eyes focused on the jade white rib cage. His mind had churned violently because of that shocking thought. Those 10 scrolls are all used to confuse people. The true treasure is actually on this skeleton. No wonder that old ghost Jai Xing insists on attacking. It is because he is aware that the treasure is hidden on this skeleton. A thought hurriedly lingered on Xiao Yan's heart at this moment. He finally understood why old ghost Jai Xing would actually go all out and fight with this Dou Qi skeleton despite his cautious character. What a cunning old ghost. Xiao Yan laughed coldly within his heart. The flickering glow in his eyes was swiftly withdrawn. The purple-brown flame on his hand hovered over it once again. His palm was subsequently thrown out in a lightning-like fashion. Each palm violently landed on the rib cage of the Dou Qi skeleton. Under the frighteningly high temperature, the scarlet color that was present on the bones also swiftly disappeared. By sweeping his gaze over it for a moment, Xiao Yan discovered that not every bone had the kind of mysterious characters. It appeared that only a couple of ribs near the abdomen had this kind of character. There are 3 ribs that possess this kind of characters. An excitement that was difficult to discover danced within Xiao Yan's eyes. He was certain that the characters on these 3 ribs were definitely the real Tian-class Dou technique. Xiao Yan did not dare to stay still for long after gaining an understanding of the situation. He was afraid that others might see it. Immediately, silver glow flashed under his feet as he narrowly dodged the blade-like sharp fingers of the skeleton. Everyone, put in more effort. This skeleton is about to be unable to endure any longer. Old ghost Jai Xing looked at the increasingly faint scarlet color on the skeleton's body. A great joy involuntarily flashed across his face as he cried out loud. The others acted as though they did not hear anything in the face of his words. This skeleton was extremely troublesome to deal with. Its ability to resist attacks could only be described as perverse. This seemingly weak skeleton was able to endure against so many attacks from the combination of the 5 of them without showing any signs of cracking. If it was not because of the increasingly faint scarlet color that indicated that their attacks still had some effect, it was likely that even they would lose their confidence. Bang bang bang! The vast and mighty Dou Qi was just like a falling star as it tore through the sky and heavily exploded on the body of the Dou Qi skeleton. A frightening strength shook the unusually hard and firm large hall until numerous arm-thick crack lines were formed. Under the wild and fierce attacks by Xiao Yan's 5-men group, the scarlet color on the Dou Qi skeleton became increasingly faint. The red glow in its eyes was leaping in an increasingly intense manner. At this moment, his body had also suddenly stiffened. Old ghost Jai Xing and the others were startled when they saw that the Dou Qi skeleton had suddenly ceased moving. Immediately, they grabbed this opportunity. A storm-like attack continuously poured downwards. Xiao Yan's heart also became a little uneasy when he was unleashing his attack. An elite Dou Shan was far too powerful. Even a trace of remnant spiritual imprint would likely not be finished off in such an easy manner. Quick, leave the hall. Xiao Yan suddenly turned his head and transmitted a voice in the direction where little fairy doctor's group was at. The latter, who received this transmission, were startled. Before they could inquire anything, the entire group had already swiftly pulled back. Roar. Frightening attacks blasted apart on the surface of this Dou Qi skeleton's body like fireworks. It paused for a moment before suddenly lifting its head. A somewhat vague low and deep hoarse voice appeared to be quietly emitted from the ancient times. Great Heaven! Creation! Palm! A hoarse and ancient halting sound was transmitted into Xiao Yan's ear. It caused all the hair on his skin to suddenly stand up. A kind of extremely dangerous feeling spread apart from deep within the soul. Being driven by the horror of facing death, Xiao Yan had basically turned around almost instantly. Silver light flashed under his feet as he went all out to rush towards the distance. It is using a Dou technique, withdraw quickly. While Xiao Yan had turned around and fled, Tang Jin and the rest had also discovered something unusual. A shocked expression surged up their faces almost instantly. After which, they could not be bothered about anything as they hurriedly turned around and fled like mice. Bastards! The face of old ghost Jai Xing turned green when he saw Tang Jin and the rest fleeing almost instantly. He cursed furiously. While he cursed, however, his fleeing speed was also not the least bit slow. He had already fled over 100 meters with a flash. Xiao Yan's group, which had suddenly fled in a miserable manner, also stirred the attention of everyone in the large hall. Although they were unaware of what happened, they understood that it was definitely something really bad. Immediately, they claw and rolled as they hurriedly pulled back. In an instant, the entire large hall had once again become extremely chaotic. During the time when the large hall was in a chaos, the scarlet color of the Dou Qi skeleton's body appeared to have become alive. It completely gathered on the skeleton's hand. In an instant, it had already dyed the right hand until it appeared to have been immersed in blood for countless number of years. It was so dark and deep that it caused one to feel a chill within one's heart. Roar! When the final trace of blood gathered onto the right palm, a soybean-sized black dot suddenly appeared at the palm of the Dou Qi skeleton. This black spot was really of an extreme pure black. If one was to glance at it, even one's soul would appear to be swallowed into it. It was extremely strange. The Dou Qi skeleton suddenly raised its hand when the black-colored small dot appeared. After which, it smashed heavily on the incomparably hard ground of the hall. The stone floor did not emit any sound when the bone palm landed. The moment it made contact, the incomparably hard stone floor instantly disappeared, revealing the deep brown color rock under it. Qi. The ground disappeared. A black light circle suddenly surfaced from the stone floor. After which, it suddenly spread. Qi. The black light scattered. Countless number of people immediately became extremely shocked. Regardless of whether it was the stone floor, the stone pillar or any other thing, any place where the black circle reached would disappear. It had truly disappeared. Not even a little of it remained. This kind of feeling was just like a black hole, appearing mysterious and frightening. Quick, run! The frightening scene caused everyone to feel their skin become numb. This was especially the case when they saw that the black light circle was still continuing to spread. Their hearts had all become tensed as their bodies hurriedly withdrew. They ran quickly, but the spreading of the black light was even quicker. The thing that was even more shocking was that the interior of the light circle had erupted into an extremely frightening suction force. Some of the experts that were caught off guard had directly been forcefully pulled until they flew out. They disappeared when they touched the black light circle and did not even leave any dregs behind. The sharp miserable cry sounded one after another within the large hall. In an instant, numerous human figures began to struggle wildly within the midair. However, they were unable to resist that suction force. Finally, they were absorbed into the black light circle and annihilated. Xiao Yan's heart became numb when he heard the continuously miserable scream appearing. This kind of Dou technique was definitely of the Tian class. Qi. Xiao Yan's figure, which was rushing explosively, suddenly paused. His expression also suddenly changed. The suction force from behind was becoming increasingly frightening. It was already sufficient to affect his speed. Xiao Yan clenched his teeth tightly. His speed had been unleashed to its limit at this moment. Purple-brown flame lingered over his body. There were some repeated miserable screams continuously appearing in front of him as human figures flew out in an uncontrollable manner. The miserable screams from imminent death caused the hearts of everyone who heard them to feel a chill. The black light circle was just like a death god after one's life. It swiftly spread from the large hall. The entire large hall was also completely annihilated at this moment. The suction force is becoming increasingly strong. We must escape. Otherwise, we will definitely be sucked into it. Xiao Yan suddenly clenched his teeth as he sensed the increasingly strong suction force from behind. He actually forcefully turned his body around. Flame-splitting tsunami. Open mountain seal. Sea-flipping seal. Numerous unusually fierce attacks rushed out from Xiao Yan's hand. After which, it shot out violently. With the help of this thrust, Xiao Yan's figure also rushed backwards swiftly. However, these attacks that had shot out automatically disappeared when it spread to the black-colored light circle. The latter's spreading rate was not even halted for an instant. 3,000 lightning illusory body. Xiao Yan's hand seal changed once again. A spiritual avatar directly appeared in front of him. After which, he violently swung his feet onto the shoulders of this avatar. Under the push force, Xiao Yan's body immediately emitted a swoosh sound as he finally shot out of this large hall and heavily landed on the square outside. That avatar crushed onto the black light circle under the opposite push force and was quickly destroyed. Screech! After Xiao Yan escaped and rose upwards, the black-robed old man a short distance behind him also suddenly let out a sharp cry. His entire body shook as he transformed into a 10 feet large heaven demon phoenix. Both of his wings were flapped and he finally escaped from that frightening suction force. After which, he rushed out in an extremely miserable manner and collided violently on the corridor outside. Tangjin, Bingyi Zunzhou, Old Ghost Jai Xing and the rest also staked their own lives and raised their speed to their limits when Huang Xian began to go all out. Finally, they charged out of the large hall at the last moment and miserably landed on a square. Qi. Everyone outside of the large hall were extremely frightened as they looked at the strange black light circle that spread within the hall. Fortunately, the latter had gradually halted when it had reached the edge of the square. Finally, it slowly disappeared in front of the gazes from the numerous survivors. After the black light circle disappeared, 1,000 feet large big deep hole appeared in front of everyone's gazes. At this moment, the spacious main hall did not even have the least bit of dross remaining. Gulp! Xiao Yan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. He had really sensed death earlier. It was likely that even if old ghost Jai Xing and the others were to meet with the black light circle earlier, they would also definitely end up dying. Xiao Yan inhaled a couple of deep breaths. He suppressed the great storm within his heart as his eyes paused on the midair within the large hall. A jade-white skeleton was standing in the midair. The red glow within its eyes had completely disappeared at this moment. Clearly, the remnant spiritual imprint left behind by that elite Dou Shang had also completely disappeared at this moment. Tian class Dou technique. Xiao Yan's eyes stared intently at the jade-white skeleton. A shocking heat suddenly erupted from his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1264, Fighting for the Skeleton. Chapter 1264, Fighting for the Skeleton. During the time that Xiao Yan's breathing had become heavier because of the Dou Sheng skeleton, old ghost Jai Xing on the square also revealed a wild joy that could not be hidden on his face. The residue spiritual imprint that the elite Dou Shang had left behind also completely disappeared. Currently, this skeleton no longer possessed any offensive abilities. Although his heart understood that the bones currently did not possess any danger, old ghost Jai Xing did not immediately act despite being filled with anxiety due to the frightening palm from earlier. Are you alright? Xiao Yan stood up from the ground. Little fairy doctor's group hurried over and asked in a worried manner. Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head. He saw that those in front of him were not injured and his heart sighed in relief. Fortunately, you have warned us in time. Otherwise, the result will be unpredictable. That palm from the Dou Shang skeleton was really too frightening. It was likely that no one here could receive it. Tian Huazunji's eyes had some shocked expression. It was the first time that he had seen such a frightening Dou technique. This should be the legendary Tian class Dou technique. Moreover, this was the destructive force created by a residue soul that the elite Dou Shang had left behind. If it was to be unleashed by a genuine elite Dou Shang, it was likely that the large hall would not be the only thing that disappeared. Instead, it would be the entire remains or even half of the Bone Mountain range. Little fairy doctor spoke softly. Xiao Yan nodded. He had personally experienced the strength of this thing. If it was not because he had reacted quickly earlier, it was likely that he would be turned into a powder-like existence after having been absorbed into the black light circle. Quite a number of people here are unlucky, Ziyan laughed quietly in a somewhat gloating manner. Xiao Yan's eyes swept over the square and did indeed discover that the originally large crowd currently only had a few people remaining. Moreover, most of these people, who had survived, had a horror that covered their faces. Cold sweat soaked their clothes. These people could really be considered to have been completely frightened. Unfortunately, those scrolls have also been destroyed, Qinglin spoke in a somewhat regretful manner. The treasure in this place is not those scrolls. Instead, it is that Dou Shang skeleton. Xiao Yan smiled. His fiery hot eyes looked towards the jade-white skeleton that was suspended on the enormous deep pit. The skeleton not only hid the Tian class Dou technique on it, but its body itself possessed a shocking amount of allure. Anything left behind by an elite Dou Shang were all top-tier treasure. Most of those who have survived until now are experts with some abilities. However, it is fortunate that they were all injured. From the looks of it, the strength of our side is the preserved most completely. Tian Huazunjia spoke softly. Xiao Yan smiled slightly and softly said, there is no need to hurry. Someone will eventually act from impatience. Little fairy doctor's group was startled when they heard Xiao Yan's words. His gaze glanced towards the direction where old ghost Jai Xing was located. He could see that this old ghost current had a face with a wild joy that could not be hidden. This damn thing has killed so many experts from my Hall of Soul. Today, the old me shall act and turn this skeleton into dust. Old ghost Jai Xing suddenly stood up when the eyes of little fairy doctor's group glanced over. He cried out in a righteous manner. After which, his body moved, transforming into a blurry figure that rushed over towards the Dou Shang skeleton in the air above the deep hole. Humph, do you really treat us as fools? We have scattered the residue soul within the Dou Shang skeleton after much hard work. Will we allow you to gain such a great reward? Huang Shen, Tang Zhen, and Bing Yizunjia let out a cold snort when old ghost Jai Xing's body moved. With their eyesight, they were naturally able to tell that this Dou Shang skeleton was extraordinary. How would they allow old ghost Jai Xing to obtain such a treasure for no reason? The three of them moved their bodies at the same time when their cry sounded. With a couple of flashes, they had caught up with old ghost Jai Xing. Each of them threw a palm towards the air. The frightening wind directly tore three dark black crack lines in the air. The fierce attack that rushed over from behind also caused old ghost Jai Xing's face to change. The strength of Feng Xian's group was similar to his. Currently, the three of them had attacked together. How could he forcefully receive it? His body twisted strangely and a couple of afterimages appeared in the midair and narrowly dodged the three wind. Their speed also ended up being reduced. Huang Xian and the two others rushed out after having blocked old ghost Jiaxing. After which, they flew over the latter's head. Their large hands directly grabbed onto the Dou Qi skeleton in a violent manner. "Bastards, you are seeking death." Old ghost Jiaxing's face was filled with fury when he saw this scene. The feelings from having joined hands earlier had already completely vanished. His hand grabbed across the space and a suction force erupted from it. It had actually directly styled the three figures in the midair for an instant. He also took the chance to flash his body. He took a step forward ahead of the others, grabbed with his large hand and caught an arm of the Dou Qi skeleton in the process. Before he could pull with his strength, however, an incomparably sharp wind violently hacked towards his head from behind. Upon sensing this sharp wind from behind, the hand of old ghost Jiaxing, which was grabbing onto the Dou Qi skeleton, was suddenly swung. He directly used the skeleton to block his back. It was forcefully being used to block the palm wind from Huang Xian trio. Bang! Powerful wind exploded on his bones. A strong force shook old ghost Jiaxing until he was being forced back. However, with the defense of the skeleton, he was not hurt. The wild joy on old ghost Jiaxing's face became increasingly dense as he grabbed the Dou Qi skeleton. He did not say anything as he held the skeleton and fled. You wish to escape? A ghost-like figure appeared in front of old ghost Jiaxing just as he turned around. An enormous ruler that was accompanied by a fierce wind directly hacked viciously at him. Clang! The heavy ruler hacked onto the skeleton. Numerous sparks erupted. Xiao Yan's arm was also shaken until it became numb. Fortunately, that force also shook old ghost Jiaxing until he took a step back. At this moment, Huang Xian trio had once again caught up. They similarly remained silent. However, Dou Qi violently attacked the fatal spots all over old ghost Jiaxing's body in an extremely ruthless manner. Everyone on the square were stunned as they looked at the five people, who would suddenly end up in a life-and-death battle because of a skeleton. With their eyesight, they were naturally able to tell that every strike from these people were ruthless. Clearly, they intended to kill the other party. It looks like that Dou Qi skeleton is the treasure. Otherwise, it will not cause experts like old ghost Jiaxing to go all out to snatch it. Those who could still survive after experiencing the various danger were naturally not some ordinary character. They understood the reason with just the blink of an eye. Immediately, his eyes flickered. Some of the bolder individuals involuntarily stood up and showed signs of intending to intervene. Humph, I advise those whose strength has yet to reach that of a 3-star Dozun to forget about such thoughts. When these fellows were about to act, the experts from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe, Ice River Valley and the Burning Flame Valley stood in front of the large pit with icy cold expressions. Powerful aura spread swiftly. The faces of quite a number of people changed slightly upon seeing this. The combined strength of these few large fractions possessed quite a powerful strength. Even though they had some skills, they were unable to finish off all of these factions. Moreover, there were still a couple of genuine top experts in the midair. Even if they could charge over, it was likely that they would be unable to fight with them. These people could only shake their heads unwillingly when they thought of this in their heart. They abandoned the greedy thought within his heart. Natural treasures were things obtained by those with ability. They were only a source of trouble for those without any ability. Little Fairy Doctor's group sighed in relief when he saw that these fellows were deterred. They similarly did not wish for anyone else to intervene in the fight for the skeleton. Should that occur, it would only end up causing the situation to be even more chaotic. Old ghost Jiaxing appeared quite miserable when he was surrounded and attacked by the three experts with similar strength. Old ghost Jiaxing was also quite miserable. After enduring for over a dozen exchanges, he finally began to feel a little tired and chose to pull back. Although he wished to pull back, Huang Xian's group did not give him the chance to do so. After a fight, the three of them found an opportunity. Vast and mighty Dou Qi directly struck violently on the shoulder of the Dou Qi skeleton. 3 waves of vast and mighty Dou Qi struck onto the same spot of the skeleton at the same time. The strength could split the mountain and burn the sea. Crack! The Dou Qi skeleton was indeed extremely hard. However, it was also unable to endure this kind of all-out destruction. Immediately, a crack sound appeared. Old ghost Jiaxing grabbed firmly on the Dou Qi bones. Its left hand had actually directly being broken by Huang Feng and the 2 others. Bastard! The bone in old ghost Jiaxing's hand was flung off. His face was green as he grabbed onto the jade-white broken arm and roared furiously. His body flashed and flew towards the skeleton that had been flung off. However, his body had yet to reach it when a young figure appeared earlier than him. It grabbed the Dou Qi skeleton with a broken left arm in his hands. Xiao Yan, you are seeking death. Old Ghost Jai Xing immediately became furious when he saw the skeleton being obtained by Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan ignored Old Ghost Jai Xing's roar. His gaze swept over the place, and other than Tangjin, both Huang Xian and Bing Hizunja had also charged over with killing intent on their faces. Purple-brown flame hurriedly lingered within his palm. He grabbed the 3 ribs with strange hidden characters from the skeleton's stomach. After which, he pulled violently with all his strength. Crack! The Dou Qi skeleton was extremely hard. Xiao Yan had used all of his strength in order to barely break the 3 somewhat weak ribs. A coolness spread over Xiao Yan's hands when the ribs landed in it. They appeared just like the best quality jade. His eyes swiftly glanced over, only to see unusual characters covering the ribs. An extremely faint luster flickered from these characters. At a glance, they appeared alive and were slowly wiggling. Xiao Yan did not observe them carefully at this moment. He kept them into his storage ring almost immediately. At the same time, his heart was also pounding intensely because of the excitement. Regardless of what happened, he had obtained this precious object. Since he had already obtained it, everyone could forget about getting him to spit it out today. The Tian Plasto technique belonged to Xiao Yan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1265, Collecting the Bones. Chapter 1265, Collecting the Bones. After keeping the 3 ribs into his storage ring, Xiao Yan did his best to suppress his rapidly beating heartbeat. He raised his eyes, only to see Old Ghost Jai Xing, Huang Xian, and Bing Hizunja rushing over with churning killing intent. Xiao Yan, hand over the Dou Qi skeleton. Old Ghost Jai Xing roared furiously. His body suddenly quickened and his large hand grabbed violently towards Xiao Yan across the space. The space around the latter's body immediately collapsed, forming a concave spatial prison. Since you want it, I'll give it to you. The purple-brown flame around Xiao Yan's body surged out. It directly shook aside the collapsed space. His toes pressed on the empty air as his body swiftly withdrew. At the same time, the Dou Qi skeleton, which he was grabbing in his hand, was directly tossed towards Old Ghost Jai Xing in front of many startled eyes. Old Ghost Jai Xing was startled when he saw that Xiao Yan had actually really handed the Dou Qi skeleton over. However, he did not hesitate much. He grabbed with his hand and once again held the Dou Qi skeleton in his hand. Old Ghost, swallowing all the food alone is not good behavior. 2 cold cries suddenly resounded beside Old Ghost Jai Xing's ears when his hand grabbed the Dou Qi skeleton. Immediately, 2 large hands were extended over from behind with lightning-like speed and grabbed on the bone. After which, they pulled with a sudden force. Crack! Under the pulling force from such a terrifying strength, the Dou Qi skeleton immediately emitted a crack sound. Its entire body trembled slightly. This is something that my Hall of Soul needs. The both of you actually dares to intervene? Old Ghost Jai Xing's face was green. His single arm firmly grabbed onto the skeleton. Dou Qi was circulated in a crazy manner within his body as he transferred waves after waves of powerful strength into his hand. His mouth also let out a furious cry at the same time. Humph, other people might be afraid of your Hall of Soul, but my Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe isn't. Huang Xian merely laughed coldly in the face of the threatening words of Old Ghost Jai Xing. The strength on his arm was increased instead of reduced. Even the space itself, where his hand was grabbing at, formed some tiny dark black crack lines. Bing Hizunja's eyes flickered. His expression was dark and cold and he similarly ignored Old Ghost Jai Xing. The Hall of Soul was indeed large, but a person died for wealth and a bird died because of food. What did it matter if they had to offend this faction in order to obtain this Dou Qi skeleton? Should he really obtain this thing and glimpse the secret to advance to a Dou Qi, even the Hall of Soul would not dare to do anything to him. Creak creak. The 3 of them stood in the midair. Their hands were firmly grabbed onto the skeleton. Green veins bulged on their arms, appearing just like earthworm as the pulsed repeatedly. With them pulling this forcefully, some of the joints of the skeleton had also gradually become loose. Since everyone refuses to let go, the old me shall come and lend all of you a hand. Tangjin's figure had also flashed and appeared when all 3 of them refused to let go. His large hand grabbed on one side of the skeleton and he let out a loud cry. A frightening force also suddenly erupted from his hand. Crack! 4 experts, with the strength of 4 or 5-star Douzuns, used all of their strength at the same time. This Dou Qi skeleton was finally unable to endure any longer. It emitted a bang in front of many stunned gazes. The 4 people flew backwards and the jade-white skeleton directly scattered apart. It turned into many bone fragments that scattered down from the sky. Damn you! Old Ghost Jai Xing's face became green when he saw the skeleton being destroyed. He lowered his head and saw the skull in his hand. The corner of his mouth twitched. His mission this time around was to bring the complete Dou Sheng skeleton back. However, all he had obtained was a skull and an arm. Dou Sheng skeleton. Quick, snatch. The many Dou Sheng bones scattered down from the sky. Finally, they were thrown onto the square. Those experts, who had originally gave up hope, revealed a wild joy on their faces when they saw the situation. Numerous figures suddenly shot upwards and wildly grabbed at those bones. Xiao Yan was also stunned when he saw this scene. He had only pulled off 3 weak ribs. It was unexpected that these fellows were even more vicious. They had actually pulled the skeleton until it turned into fragments. However, from the looks of Old Ghost Jai Xing's appearance, it seems that he is unaware that the Dou Sheng skeleton has a Tian-class Dou technique hidden on it. Otherwise, he would not simply just leave it be. Xiao Yan glanced at Old Ghost Jai Xing, who had a green face as he held a skull and an arm, while this thought appeared in his heart. That chief of the Hall of Soul might not have told him of the Tian-class Dou technique secret when assigning this mission to him. Xiao Yan blinked his eyes and involuntarily laughed within his heart. This Tian-class Dou technique was hidden extremely secretively. If it was not because he was lucky to suddenly see it, it was likely that he would have difficulty imagining that it was hidden on 3 ribs on the body of the skeleton. However, these Dou Sheng bones are also quite usefully. Since I am unable to obtain a complete one, I should at least obtain a piece of it. Xiao Yan had already personally experienced the hardness of these bones. He had merely broke 3 weakest ribs, yet he had to rely on the frighteningly hot temperature of the 3000 lotus heart flame and used all of his effort. Even though this was the case, he could only break it. He had no means to shatter this thing. Xiao Yan's eyes swept over the midair and swiftly locked onto a relatively larger bone. From its appearance, it should be a right arm of the skeleton. This thing was harder than the other parts. Hence, it did not suffer much damage. However, Xiao Yan was not the only one targeting this bone at this moment. There were also a couple of experts whose target was also extremely clear as they rushed towards that arm. Xiao Yan involuntarily laughed when he saw this. His toes pressed on the empty air and silver glow flickered under his feet. Within an instant, he had taken the lead to appear beside the bone in a ghost-like fashion. He grabbed with his hand and gripped it in his hands. Xiao Yan's sudden intervention also caused the experts, who were rushing over to this arm, to experience a change in expression. They forcefully stabilized their bodies in the midair and their faces were a little gloomy. However, when they thought about Xiao Yan's strength and little fairy doctor's group a short distance away, these people could only unwillingly grit their teeth and quickly turned around, rushing towards those other fallen bone fragments. Xiao Yan glanced at these people, who had quit after being aware of the difficulty. He grabbed the arm in his hand and gently weighed it. The arm was not very heavy. It was actually quite light. Only upon close inspection did Xiao Yan discover that these skeletons seemed to have some naturally formed unusual lines. There was even a fluorescence light vaguely being emitted from it, causing it to appear exceptionally mysterious. Xiao Yan looked at the bone arm. He mused for a moment before flicking his finger. A wisp of purple-brown flame surfaced on the tip of his finger. After which, he lowered the bone arm. Due to the bone being originally jade white in color and the reflection of the fire light on it, its interior appeared to be transparent. It was possible to vaguely see a little liquid-like thing quietly flowing within the bone arm. This is Dou Sheng essence? Xiao Yan's arm immediately trembled when he saw this extremely faint liquid. Perhaps, the mission of that Old Ghost Jai Xing this time around was this thing. The interior of all these bones should have. Xiao Yan suddenly turned around after sensing this. He looked at the bone fragments that scattered over the square. He suddenly waved his sleeve and a suction force surged out. Quite a number of bone fragments flew towards him. This action of Xiao Yan naturally attracted the displeasure of quite a number of experts. However, little fairy doctor's group moved when they looked at Xiao Yan with furious gazes. They appeared in the midair and wrapped Xiao Yan around them. The appearance of this kind of powerful lineup immediately caused those fellows to dismiss the thoughts within their hearts. Xiao Yan looked at these bone fragments that were suspended in front of him. Upon careful observation, he discovered that not all of these bones possessed the kind of Dou Sheng essence within them. After a selection, however, Xiao Yan still found 4 bone fragments that possessed some traces of liquid. After which, he carefully stored them into his storage ring. He might be able to use these things in the future. Anything left behind by an elite Dou Shan was a rare treasure. Xiao Yan tossed away those bone fragments that did not contain the essence of a Dou Sheng aside. His eyes swept over the midair, only to discover that Old Ghost Jai Xing was gathering the bone fragments from all over the place with a gloomy expression. Some of the fellows, who had luckily obtained a bone fragment, had also become his target. He snatched the bones forcefully. His heart was filled with fury, and he had also killed the couple of unlucky fellows in passing. Seeing the viciousness of this old fellow, those experts on the square, who were collecting the bone fragments, also hurriedly withdrew from shock. Even after old ghost Jai Xing had chased a couple of pieces down, he was still not satisfied with his gain. Immediately, his dark and dense eyes were rotated as he looked towards Xiao Yan in the midair. Xiao Yan lifted his eyebrows when he saw old ghost Jai Xing's dense eyes looking over. His face did not contain even the slightest fear as he laughed coldly. Why? Have you not snatched enough? Hand over the bones in your hands. Old ghost Jai Xing cried out in a dark and cold voice. You should come and try. Xiao Yan smiled slightly. He flicked his finger. 3 clusters of heavenly flames slowly appeared in front of him. The color of the 3 flames shone onto the eyes of old ghost Jai Xing, causing the latter's face to become volatile. The corner of old ghost Jai Xing's mouth twitched. His fury almost overcome his reasoning. However, he eventually controlled himself. The current Xiao Yan was already an elite Dozun. Adding his companions, who also possessed quite a great strength, it was likely that he would not gain much of a benefit if he attacked. Moreover, even until now, his heart still possessed a horror towards the might of the frightening fire lotus of Xiao Yan. If he was not because he had summoned the black-white Tianzins over at the last moment, it was likely that he would have really lost his life in Xiao Yan's hand after being caught off guard. Old ghost Jai Xing, I propose a collaboration. Do you want it? While old ghost Jai Xing was considering his chances of victory in his heart, a cold smile surfaced on Huang Xian's face a short distance away as he laughed out loud. Xiao Yan's expression immediately sunk a little when he heard this old demon opened his mouth. Were these fellows from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe finally unable to control themselves? What collaboration? Old ghost Jai Xing asked faintly. We will join hands and capture this brat. The Dou Qi skeleton will be yours. I only wish to take one thing from them. Huang Xian laughed in a dark and cold manner. The Dragon Phoenix origin fruit was far too important for the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. No matter what tactic they used, they must definitely obtain it today. Old ghost Jai Xing narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. A moment later, his eyes were filled with ridicule and viciousness as he looked towards Xiao Yan in the midair. He immediately nodded gently. All right, agreed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1266, Intervention of Various Parties. Chapter 1266, Intervention of Various Parties. The dark and cold smile on Huang Xian's face became even denser when he saw old ghost Jai Xing nodding his head. He slowly raised his head, looked at Xiao Yan's group in the sky and spoke faintly, hand over the thing and you might still be able to survive. At this moment, Huang Xian possessed a great confidence within his heart. Old ghost Jai Xing was a genuine 5-star Dozun. The latter's strength was even a little stronger when compared to him. Now that the strong and the strong has joined hands to attack Xiao Yan, their lineup had already far surpassed Xiao Yan's group. Xiao Yan glanced at old ghost Jai Xing, who had a face filled with ridicule. He involuntarily laughed coldly and said, Old ghost, looks like having lost one arm is insufficient to you. Relax, this time around, I will hack off all your limbs. Old ghost Jai Xing's face involuntarily revealed a savage expression as he spoke sinisterly after Xiao Yan mentioned his broken arm. In that case, it will depend on whether you have this ability. Little fairy doctor roared coldly. Huang Xian laughed coldly. He waved his hand. The many experts from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe and the Wind Lightning Pavilion slowly stepped forward. Vast and mighty Dou Qi spread out, causing the atmosphere of this place to swiftly become tense. Xiao Yan was without expression. He waved his sleeve and 11 puppets appeared. These puppets might not have any aura, but each of them had a dangerous feeling permeating over them. No one would dare to easily underestimate them. Are you planning to rely on your large numbers? Qin Lin also laughed coldly. A green glow flashed within her emerald green eyes. The space in front of her slowly became distorted. 10 figures appeared from nowhere in front of the many stunned gazes. The auras that were being emitted from within the bodies of those 2 leading black-clothed elders also stirred many shocked gazes. Everyone could tell that these 2 were also genuine Dozuns. Xia, Huayan? Since when did your 9 serene deep-ground python tribe get together with this brat? Huang Xian's eyes swept over the faces of those 2 black-clothed elders. Their expressions suddenly changed as he exclaimed. Elder, that's not right. These 2 9 serene deep-ground python tribe elders are rumored to have been missing for some time. Feng Qing'er's pretty eyes flashed as she suddenly frowned and said. Missing? Huang Xian was startled. Immediately, he appeared to have recalled something. His eyes suddenly turned towards Qinling. He spoke with some disbelief. So you are the mysterious murderer that has turned the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe upside down? Qinling glanced at him but did not reply. Ha ha, good. Xiao Yan, it is unexpected that you are actually in cahoots with such a person. Given the character of those fellows from the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe, they will not let you off so easily. Huangxian laughed out loud and said in the face of this silent admission by Qinling. Xiao Yan was unmoved by these words of Huangxian. Since he had recognized Qinling, he already understood that he will definitely have some grudge with the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe. However, there was nothing worthwhile for him to regret. The 9 serene deep-ground python tribe might be powerful, but they could not be compared with Qinling in terms of importance within Xiao Yan's heart. He liked to help those close to him as opposed to the side of justice. This was because justice would not help him at a truly critical moment. Instead, his companions and relatives would risk their lives for him. You can just act if you wish to snatch something. Why are you just chipping away? Xiongzhan curled his mouth impatiently. He let out a furious curse that turned Huangxian's expression gloomy the moment he curled his mouth. Old Ghost Jiaxing, that brat's puppets are able to reach the strength of a 5-star Dozun after being strengthened by a formation. Leave these puppets for me to deal with. Our side will have experts to block the others. That Xiao Yan will be left to you. What do you say? Huangxian's gaze turned towards Old Ghost Jiaxing and said. The corner of Old Ghost Jiaxing's eyes twitched when he heard this. Although Xiao Yan was merely a 1-star Dozun amongst this group, Old Ghost Jiaxing clearly understood that this brat was the most difficult to deal with. That frightening Fire Lotus attack still caused his heart to feel some lingering fear even until today. Although there was some hesitation in his heart, this current situation did not allow Old Ghost Jiaxing to reject the suggestion. That Fire Lotus was indeed frightening. However, it required time to be unleashed. As long as he pestered Xiao Yan, the latter would not have the time to unleash it. The Xiao Yan without that kind of Fire Lotus was not worth mentioning in Old Ghost Jiaxing's eyes. After musing for a moment, he finally nodded. Elder, leave that brat for me to deal with. That white-haired man suddenly spoke at this moment. Xiao Yan had been in the limelight ever since he entered the large hall. This had caused the white-haired man to feel quite displeased. At this moment, he even ended up seeing that an expert like Old Ghost Jiaxing have to act personally to deal with Xiao Yan. This caused him to feel as though he had been surpassed by the other party. You are no match for him. Old Ghost Jiaxing glanced at the white-haired man, shook his head and said. Although he was happy to let other people take over his place, but this white-haired man clearly did not possess the qualification to do so. The expression of the white-haired man changed immediately when he heard this. Due to Old Ghost Jiaxing's strength, however, he could only forcefully swallow the displeasure within his heart. Before he could say anything, he saw Huangxian wave his hand. All he could do was to clench his teeth and step back. After ascertaining their opponents, Huangxian's eyes turned towards Xiao Yan's group. A densely cold expression flashed across his eyes. He had already sent news back to the tribe ever since they had left the ancient forest. He believed that with the allure of the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, the tribe will definitely dispatch quite a number of reinforcements. When the reinforcements were to arrive at that time, Xiao Yan's group would definitely have difficulty escaping. That Dragon Phoenix origin fruit would also belong to his Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe when that time comes. Old Ghost Jiaxing, attack! Huangxian cried out coldly. His foot suddenly stomped on the ground and his body slowly rose into the sky. At the same time, the experts from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe and the Wind Lightning Pavilion also swiftly followed. Xiao Yan's face was icy cold. He was aware that if he wished to successfully bring the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit and the Tian-class Dou skill away today, he could not avoid a truly miserable battle. Ugh, everyone, we cannot force our will on everything. It is possible to try to get something that does not belong to you. Why must you meet in a fight? While many experts were approaching Xiao Yan's group, Tang Jin in the distance also sighed. His body moved and he appeared beside Xiao Yan. He looked at Old Ghost Jiaxing and said, Valley Chief Tang, what do you mean by this? Huang Zuan and Old Ghost Jiaxing coldly cried out with sunken expressions when they saw this action of Tang Jin. Our Burning Flame Valley owes a favor to young friend Xiao Yan. The old me naturally cannot just watch idly by the side. Tang Jin was also a little helpless. He wanted to befriend Xiao Yan. In that case, he must not just shrink by the side at this moment. Otherwise, the good relationship between the two would completely disappear. Tang Jin, you should think more for the Burning Flame Valley. Old Ghost Jiaxing cried out furiously. He saw that this side of his head occupied the upper hand. How could he not be furious if the Burning Flame Valley was to intervene? Moreover, he was extremely clear of Tang Jin's strength. Even he did not have the confidence to defeat the latter. Should Tang Jin intervene, the situation would definitely be reversed. Old Ghost Jai Xing, there is no need for you to threaten the old me. You have not even been born when my Burning Flame Valley held sway over the Central Plains. Tang Jin had a cold face in the face of Old Ghost Jai Xing's threat as he spoke in a deep voice. The faces of Old Ghost Jai Xing and Huang Xian changed when they heard this. They did not expect that the relationship between Tang Jin and Xiao Yan would reach such an extent. Valley Chief Tang, you cannot put in this way. It is not good for you to participate in the matters of others. Coincidentally, my Ice River Valley opposes the Burning Flame Valley over the generations. Today, allow this venerable self to try and see just how strong your Burning Flame Valley's 9-dragon lightning flame is. During the time that Old Ghost Jai Xing and Huang Xian were quietly feeling furious in their hearts, Bing He Zunjia, who had been watching the show, smiled faintly. He also had some grudge with Xiao Yan. Back then, quite a number of Ice River Valley's elders had died in the latter's hand. Even when he personally showed himself, he had ended up with an ashen face because of the Gu clan intervening. Given his character, he would naturally not put aside such a grudge so easily. Currently, it was the best opportunity for him. Bing He, are you also intending to intervene? Tang Jin's face sunk slightly as he slowly demanded. Bing He Zunjia smiled. His strength was indeed a little weaker when compared to Tang Jin. However, it was not impossible to hold back the latter. At that time, once Old Ghost Jai Xing and the rest finished off Xiao Yan, it was likely that this Tang Jin could only leave in a dejected manner. Moreover, as long as Xiao Yan was dead, he would be able to relieve his terrible anger. Due to him not being clear about the relationship between Xiao Yan and the Gu clan, Bing He Zunjia did not wish to personally attack and kill Xiao Yan. Otherwise, he might end up attracting some unnecessary trouble. However, the Hall of Soul and the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribes were all renowned large factions on the Central Plains. Their foundations were quite solid. Although the Gu clan was powerful, it was impossible to cause them to feel any fear. At this moment, there were still quite a number of experts remaining on the square. They looked at this face-off that had suddenly implicated many large factions. All of them involuntarily felt momentarily speechless. All of those people in the sky were not ordinary individuals. If they really end up fighting, things would be quite interesting and lively. Haha, we will definitely return the favor of Bing He Zunjia lending us a hand in the future. The suddenly help also caused Old Ghost Jai Xing and Huang Xian to rejoice. They cupped their hands together towards Bing He Zunjia. Their gazes once again turned towards Xiao Yan's group. With a wave of his hand, he cried out sharply, "Attack!" Bang! The sharp cry had just sounded when Old Ghost Jai Xing and Huang Xian took the lead in the offense. They rushed towards Xiao Yan's group with lightning-like speed, appearing just like large eagles pouncing on their prey. Vast and mighty Dou Qi shook the air until it trembled. Xiao Yan, you can answer this vengeance for the broken arm now. Old Ghost Jai Xing had a ferocious expression. A roar that was filled with killing intent resounded over this entire place like a furious thunder. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air as he watched the crowd that came flooding over like wolves and tigers. His eyes were shut slightly as the seal formed by his hands changed swiftly. Purple-brown color flame whistled out like a fire dragon around his body. An instant later, he suddenly opened his eyes. A flame erupted from within his dark black eyes. Charge! Dou Qi immediately erupted from the bodies of little fairy doctors group when they heard this dense cold cry. Vast and mighty Dou Qi pressure spread over the entire place. A truly terrible battle had finally erupted abruptly at this moment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1267, Stacking of 4 Seals. Chapter 1267, Stacking of 4 Seals. Killing desire spread over the enormous square. Vast and mighty Dou Qi pressure descended from the sky, causing quite a number of experts to feel a fear within their hearts. Xiao Yan glanced at Old Ghost Jai Xing, Huang Zuan and the others, who had rushed over with a surging murderous desire. A thought passed through his mind. The 11 puppets beside him formed a formation with a lightning-like speed. With the transfer of the energy, the dark golden color of the Sky Demon puppet swiftly became bright. Leave Huang Xian to the Sky Demon puppet. I will deal with Old Ghost Jai Xing. All of you will be responsible for blocking the other experts. The big battle was about to erupt with only a spark. Xiao Yan's expression was also grave as he spoke in a deep voice. Why don't I hold back Old Ghost Jai Xing? That old fellow is too strong. Little fairy doctor hesitated for a moment. Although she possessed quite a great confidence towards Xiao Yan, she was after all clearly aware of Old Ghost Jai Xing's strength. The previous time, Xiao Yan basically did not have any ability to retaliate in the latter's hands. Even though he ended up going all out and staking his life to use the Annihilation Lotus Flame, it had also resulted in Xiao Yan suffering a serious injury that took a year to fully heal. Relax. A 9-star Dozong and a 1-star Dozun are two completely different concepts. Xiao Yan smiled slightly in the face of little fairy doctor's concern. Back then, he was indeed no match for old ghost Jiaxing. Now, however, it would not be an easy matter for the latter to defeat him. Little fairy doctor did not say anything more when she saw Xiao Yan's insistence. She was aware of Xiao Yan's character. The latter would not purposefully act brave. Since he had the confidence, it was likely that nothing should go wrong. In that case, be careful. Seeing the many experts who had arrived amidst the rushing wind sound from all over the place, little fairy doctor nodded her head slightly. Her eyes exchanged glances with Tian Huazunjia and the others. After which, her body flashed and she appeared in the sky 100 meters away. Majestic Dou Qi surged and completely blocked the experts from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe and the Wind Lightning Pavilion. She allowed both old ghost Jiaxing and Huang Xian to pass her with a flash. Xiao Yan, if you are no match for him, you should cry out. I will do my best to come and aid you. Tang Jin spoke in a deep voice. After which, his sharp gaze was turned towards Bing Hezunjia, who was slowly walking over through the air. His foot stepped on an empty space. The space became distorted and he appeared in front of Bing Hezunjia. Xiao Yan nodded as he looked at Tang Jin's back. He flicked his finger and the sky demon puppet beside him, which had absorbed the strength of the other 10 puppets, was accompanied by a wind-splitting sound as it rushed out with lightning speed. Finally, it blocked that Huang Xian. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, was using a pair of calm eyes to stare at old ghost Jiaxing, who was stepping through the empty air and appearing in front of him within a couple of flashes. This time around, I will not give you any more opportunity to struggle. Old ghost Jiaxing's face was filled with a savage expression. Originally, he had many opportunities to swiftly finish off Xiao Yan back then at the branch hall of the Hall of Soul. A 9-star Dozone was an ant-like existence in his eyes. However, he did not expect that this ant-like existence would end up causing him to pay an extremely cruel price. The humiliation of his broken arm would cause the hatred in his heart towards Xiao Yan to become denser each time he recalled it. This is not up to you to decide. Xiao Yan smiled. Both of his hands suddenly formed numerous strange seals. After images flew before coming to a still an instant later. Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change. First change. Second change. Third change. After these 3 sharp cries escaped from his mouth, Xiao Yan's robes immediately fluttered despite the absence of any wind. His aura also suddenly rose with a rocket-like speed at this moment. A moment later, it finally came to a slow halt. At this moment, his aura had suddenly reached that of a 3-star Dozun or so. At the Dozone class, Xiao Yan was able to increase his strength by 5 stars when he used the Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change. However, the gap between each star and the Dozun class was far from that within the Dozone class. Hence, even though Xiao Yan had already practiced this secret technique until he was extremely familiar with it and utilized the strength of 3 types of heavenly flame, his strength was merely raised by around 2 stars. The stronger one was, the poorer the effect one can obtain from the Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change. Xiao Yan frowned slightly as he sensed the vast and mighty ocean like Dou Qi within his body. He appeared a little dissatisfied. A Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change that is unleashed by 3 types of heavenly flames, the secret technique appears as though it is tailor-made for him. Tang Jin a short distance away also sensed the change in Xiao Yan. His face involuntarily shook a little. With his current strength, if he was to use the Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change, he could only enable his strength to be strengthened a little even with the 9 Dragon Lightning Flame added to it. He could barely even raise his strength by a star. Yet, this secret technique was able to show such an effect in Xiao Yan's hands. This caused him to be involuntarily speechless. It was likely that few within the history of the Burning Flame Valley had ever achieved such an effect. However, should Tang Jin, who was sighing in a speechless manner in his heart, was to be aware of Xiao Yan's dissatisfaction at this moment, it was likely that he would have the thought of find some land and burrow himself into it. Within the entire continent, it was likely that only Xiao Yan alone was able to use the Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change to raise his strength by 2 stars at the Dozun class. However, it will work. Xiao Yan clenched both of his hands gently. A frightening strength lingered within his palm. It caused Xiao Yan to have the impulse of shattering even space itself. The Burning Flame Valley Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change. Old Ghost Jiaxing also knitted his brows as he sensed the Dou Qi that had soared within Xiao Yan's body. He immediately laughed coldly, a mere 3-star Dozun. This is unworthy for you to act triumphantly in front of the old me. Although old Ghost Jiaxing spoke in this manner, he no longer dared to slight Xiao Yan by even a little. He waved his sleeve, only to hear a clear clang sound. Immediately, over a dozen black chains rushed out from old Ghost Jai Xing's sleeves like poisonous snakes leaving their holes. These dark black chains were extremely frightening. In a flash, they had penetrated through the empty air. Their sharp heads were like javelins that violently rushed towards the fatal spots around Xiao Yan's body. Soul chains, lock soul. Old Ghost Jai Xing had a gloomy expression. He flicked his finger. One could see that those dark black chains were surrounding Xiao Yan in a strange fashion. It formed an unusual formation as it did so. An unusual suction force was erupted as the black fog spread. Under the suction force, Xiao Yan suddenly discovered that the soul between his brows had actually trembled at this moment. Xiao Yan knitted his brows as he sensed this change. His foot stomped on the empty air. Purple-brown flame swept out from his body in all directions. Immediately, it ruthlessly adhered onto the black chains. Soon after, numerous sharp screech was emitted from within the chains. These dirty tricks are useless against me. A cold glint flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes. He appeared above old Ghost Jai Xing's head an instant later. With a clench of his hand, a heavy ruler appeared. It hacked downwards in a furious manner without any hesitation. Flame-splitting tsunami. Clang. Old Ghost Jai Xing's figure did not move as the heavy ruler landed. Over a dozen dark black chains suddenly rushed out from his sleeves. It swiftly encircled above his head. After which, it forcefully received the heavy ruler. The powerful rebound force shook Xiao Yan until he took 2 steps back. You have improved quite a lot. However, this is still insufficient. Old Ghost Jai Xing slowly raised his head. His shriveled face revealed a ferocious smile as he spoke in a dense manner. This time around, you will no longer be given any chance to struggle. Dense net great star hand. After this ferocious laughter of old Ghost Jai Xing sounded, Xiao Yan suddenly discovered this space had suddenly become greatly distorted. The surrounding environment swiftly changed. He appeared to be in space where the surrounding stars were flickering. Die. Old Ghost Jai Xing's expression was dark and cold. His hand aimed at Xiao Yan from a distance before clenching violently. One could see the space wiggled rapidly. It transformed into a large star hand that was covered with countless number of light spots. It grabbed violently towards Xiao Yan. Space collapsed wherever the large hand passed, revealing a dark black empty hole. It is actually the dense net great star hand. This old fellow, he had actually unleashed it directly after just having clashed. That Xiao Yan will likely not have an easy time. This is one of the killing blows of old Ghost Jai Xing. The square did not lack some people who knew their stuff. Hence, they were startled when they saw the starry space that was formed around Xiao Yan's body and immediately muttered to themselves. Xiao Yan's expression had become quite grave as he watched the enormous star hand. He could sense this so-called dense net great star hand was definitely a powerful killing move of old Ghost Jai Xing. It seemed that after having suffered a loss the last time, this old fellow had already understood that finishing the battle quickly was the best method to obtain victory. Who? The surrounding air had already been completely locked. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air. He had indeed not expected that he would directly enter a life-and-death battle phase before even the warm-up had started. This old fellow had currently learned to be smart. Xiao Yan suppressed the ripple within his heart. His hands formed seals with lightning-like speed. Numerous after-images appeared. The Dou Qi within his body also followed the veins in his arms and surged over like floodwater. Open mountain seal. Sea-flipping seal. Overturning land seal. The 3 seal complemented each other as Xiao Yan's expression became much redder. Bright light was vaguely present on his palm. A frightening energy also caused the space to repeatedly crack and form numerous dark black crack lines. It's not sufficient. The stacking of the 3 seals had a might that could shatter a mountain. However, Xiao Yan merely shook his head. This alone was insufficient to contend against this killing blow by old Ghost Jai Xing. Immediately, a turbid air was spat out. His hand seal changed once again. Sky-burying seal. A palm-size energy light seal once again appeared abruptly. Immediately, it quietly merged into the 3 seals earlier in front of Xiao Yan's purple expression. With the stacking of the sky-burning seal, the energy light seal had immediately trembled intensely. The light glow bloomed and a layer of strange crystal slowly spread out from the surface of the light seal. After which, it completely covered the light seal. God seal skill, for seal stacking. A heated expression leaped into Xiao Yan's eyes as he looked at the extremely exquisite crystal hand seal in his hand. The God seal skill was one of the high-grade skill within the Gu clan. If 5 seals were stacked on top of each other, it was rumored to possess a might that was comparable to a Tian-class Dou skill. It was a wonder just what strength these 4 seals that were stacked onto each other could reach. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1268, Bloody Battle. Chapter 1268, Bloody Battle. The brilliant crystal layer hand was suspended on Xiao Yan's palm. Powerful energy pressure spread out from it, causing the space around to tremble intensely. Go! Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air as he flicked his finger gently. That crystal handprint shook and a fine low cry was being emitted. Immediately, it carried a tail of light as it tore through the distance and darted out explosively. In a flash, it violently collided with the large star hand. Shatter it! Old Ghost Jai Xing's face was ferocious. A thought passed through his mind and the large star hand smashed ruthlessly against the crystal light. This crystal light might be quite strong, but he possessed quite a great confidence towards this attack of his. Given Xiao Yan's strength, as long as he did not use that frightening fire lotus, Old Ghost Jai Xing had complete confidence that he could suppress the former until he was unable to retaliate. However, at this moment, he had forgotten that the current Xiao Yan was no longer the 9-star Dou Zone from back then. Although the strength of a 3-star Dou Zone still had some gap with Old Ghost Jai Xing, this gap was no longer one that could not be made up for. Bang! The large hand and the light seal, which were of completely different size, suddenly collided under the many gazes. A shocking voice immediately resounded over this space. Bang! The two collided and a frightening energy ripple suddenly swept apart like a stormy sea. The space at the middle of the energy storm also collapsed and formed a large dark black hole at this moment. That deep darkness caused one's heart to feel a little chilled. At the empty spot within the dark black space, the large star hand and the light seal were emitting a glaring intense light. Wild and violent energy eroded each other crazily. They were just like two wild beasts that were doing their best to swallow the other party. Che! The large star hand and the crystal light seal continued to emit a wild and violent energy. However, at a certain instant, the two, which were dramatically opposing each other, were finally annihilated at the same time. That manner was as though they were fire seedlings that were suddenly extinguished. With the annihilation of the two, the energy storm that swept apart also suddenly come to a halt. After which, they swiftly scattered amidst many stunned gazes. This brat has actually forcefully blocked the dense net great star hand of the old me? Old Ghost Jai Xing's expression immediately became gloomy when he saw this scene. At this moment, he finally began to feel that things were a little troublesome. Although this Xiao Yan's actual strength was only that of a 1-star Dou Zun, he seemed to possess an endless number of high-grade Dou skills. Their strength were so great that it was frightening. Adding the help from the heavenly flame, even Old Ghost Jai Xing would have some trouble finishing him off. This brat has just broken through to the Dou Zun class for a short while, yet he is already this strong. If he is allowed to continue training, would it not mean that the old me will not be a match for him? Old Ghost Jai Xing's shriveled tree bark-like face twitched for a moment. An unusually dense desire to kill suddenly erupted within his heart. His expression was gloomy as his empty sleeve suddenly began to move. Immediately, many dark black chains that appeared like poison snakes, finally, they entangled with each other and directly agglomerated into a hand that was completely made from metal chain. The metal chain hand was clenched gently. Old Ghost Jai Xing's face became dense. His shoulders shook and his body became a little illusionary. At a glance, he appeared like a dull fog. His body moved and directly disappeared in a strange fashion. Xiao Yan frowned slightly when Old Ghost Jai Xing's body disappeared. Vast and mighty spiritual strength swiftly spread out from between his brows. Immediately, his expression suddenly changed and his body abruptly pulled back. An illusory figure quickly appeared just as Xiao Yan's body had just pulled back. The metal hand that was created from the dark black chains directly carried a sharp, dark, and cold wind that smashed furiously towards Xiao Yan's head. Bang! Xiao Yan's arms hurriedly blocked in front of him as he looked at the metal fist that was rapidly expanded in front of his eyes. He forcefully received the attack. However, that frightening strength directly shook Xiao Yan's hands until they became numb. His body also stepped back unsteadily. Xiao Yan was naturally no match for Old Ghost Jai Xing when it came to head-on Dou Qi clash. Che! Old Ghost Jai Xing laughed coldly after forcing Xiao Yan's back with a punch. His body trembled and he appeared to have teleported as he once again appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Seeing Old Ghost Jai Xing closely chasing from behind, Xiao Yan hurriedly activated the 3000 lightning movement to its limit. Numerous afterimages surfaced in the sky. His body also swiftly rushed backwards. The illusory ghost agility skill of the old me is not something that the 3000 lightning movement of yours can compare with. A cold laughter was being emitted from the empty space. Xiao Yan's eyes became dazzled. All he could see was that Old Ghost Jai Xing had once again appeared in front of him. Those afterimages did not pose any obstruction to him. This old ghost is really fast. Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly when he saw old ghost Jai Xing adhering to him like a maggot in one's bones. He had already used the 3000 lightning movement to its limit but was actually still unable to match old ghost Jai Xing. It seemed that the level of this so-called illusory ghost agility skill was of a higher level than the 3000 lightning movement. Go and die. Old ghost Jai Xing laughed in a savage fashion. This illusory ghost agility skill was one of his ultimate skills. He had never used it against anyone below a 5-star Dou Qi level. Today, however, he was forced to use all of his strength to deal with Xiao Yan. Bang! 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 Old ghost Jai Xing had a dense and cold face. His palm wind was just like a storm that came pouring down. It appeared to violently smash towards Xiao Yan in a violent fashion. Under this crazy attack, the space itself was being forcefully pressured into a concave form. A sonic boom sound continued to resound across the sky. Xiao Yan continued to be forced back in defeat under this attack of old ghost Jai Xing. Although he ended up in a disadvantage, Xiao Yan's expression still remained calm. The purple-brown flame rapidly rotated after forcefully receiving the attacks from old ghost Jai Xing waves after waves of strange energy spread out and swiftly healed Xiao Yan's injuries. The undying and recovery ability of the 3000 burning flame was finally being displayed to its greatest degree. As long as the flame was not extinguished, Xiao Yan was able to continuously recover from his injuries. Of course, the precondition was that he possessed sufficient Dou Qi to be squandered by the 3000 burning flame. Following this continuous cycle of being injured and healed, Xiao Yan had also started to become wilder because of the fight. At the end, he had basically given up all of his defense. He actually directly chose the most dangerous head-on collision method. Each time old ghost Jai Xing struck him with a punch, he would also unceremoniously return a punch to the other party. In any case, he had the 3000 burning flame to preserve his life. Although Xiao Yan had to endure quite a great amount of pain, he would not need to worry about his life being in any danger. Of course, the precondition was that he was not struck until even the 3000 burning flame did not have the time to heal him. Bang bang bang! Everyone were stunned when they saw the two people in the sky having become distorted into a chaotic battle. A 1-star Dou Qi actually dared to engage in such a crazy collision with a 5-star Dou Qi. This was something that they had never heard of. This bastard. The crazy battle continued. However, old ghost Jai Xing became increasingly frightened the more he fought. Xiao Yan had basically forcefully endured dozens of his punches. Logically speaking, forget about a 1-star Dou Qi, even a genuine 3-star Dou Qi would likely have long since been defeated after suffering from serious injuries. Yet, other than appearing a little miserable looking, Xiao Yan in front of him was just like a cockroach, becoming increasingly powerful the longer the fight dragged on. It's the 3000 burning flame. The experience of this old ghost Jai Xing was also quite great. Upon seeing the purple-brown flame that was lingering on Xiao Yan's body, he suddenly understood the reason. His face quickly turned green. With the 3000 burning flame protecting Xiao Yan's body, the latter appeared just as though he was carrying a high-quality healing medicine with him. With just a thought, the 3000 burning flame would swiftly heal the spot where he was injured. Who would dare to compare with him in terms of endurance in this kind of rogue battle? Old ghost Jai Xing did not dare to continue fighting when he thought of this. Although the 3000 burning flame exhausted quite a lot of Dou Qi to heal an injury, Xiao Yan's appearance of being full of energy did not look like a person who was about to exhaust all of his Dou Qi. Use the Dou technique. Kill him in one attack. Old ghost Jai Xing's expression sunk. His body swiftly became illusory. After which, he disappeared once again. Is he competing in terms of speed again? Xiao Yan, whose clothes was in tatters, parted his mouth when he saw old ghost Jai Xing's body disappeared. An unusually dense pain was seeping out from every part of his body. Almost all of old ghost Jai Xing's punches had landed on flesh. Although his injuries had been quickly recovered due to the 3000 burning flame, the pain appeared to have been magnified by dozens of times at this moment. This caused the muscles all over Xiao Yan's body to tremble involuntarily. The Dou Qi exhaustion is too great. I cannot continue to drag it out like this with him. Otherwise, the first one to fall will definitely be me. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air. He suppressed the intense pain that was being transmitted from all over his body. The seal formed by his hands changed. After which, the clothes on his back moved. Immediately, he heard a tearing sound as a pair of bone wings suddenly shot out. The bone wings had a jade-like color. It was crystal clear. Numerous strange green-red lines spread within this crystal, giving it an extremely mysterious appearance. This bone wings was naturally something that Xiao Yan had used the heaven demon phoenix wings to refine and create. However, due to him being afraid that the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe would pester him and that he did not possess the qualification to fight with the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe, he had been hiding it within his body. Yet, he had no choice but to use it today. In any case, the current Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe did not display any friendly intention towards him. In that case, he no longer needed to hide. Chie. Old Ghost Jai Xing's figure surfaced in a ghost-like manner in the empty sky. His hands formed some seals with lightning-like speed. Vast and mighty energies swiftly surged. Boom! The energy had just been gathered when a hot sharp wind suddenly struck. It caused Old Ghost Jai Xing's expression to change. His body hurriedly pulled back. However, he had just done so when the sharp wind strangely turned towards his back. After which, it violently landed on his back. Groan! The sudden heavy attack had directly shook Old Ghost Jai Xing until he continued to be forced back. A muffled moan was being emitted from his throat. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Xiao Yan, who was flapping a pair of jade bone wings. A disbelief surfaced within his eyes. The speed of the latter had basically soared to a frightening stage that even he could not sense. Old Ghost, try and receive another fire lotus from me. The bone wings were flapped gently as Xiao Yan let out a cold laughter. He flicked his finger and 3 clusters of heavenly flames surfaced in front of him. After which, they collided with lightning speed due to a thought of his. The expression of Old Ghost Jai Xing suddenly changed drastically when he saw that Xiao Yan was intending to merge the heavenly flames again. His body flashed and he whisked towards Xiao Yan with lightning-like speed. Your current speed is insufficient. Xiao Yan smiled when he saw this. He flapped the bone wings and his body swiftly pulled back like a meteorite, abandoning Old Ghost Jai Xing far behind him. With the bone wings aiding him, his speed could already overlook most elite Dozuns. If he is insufficient, will it be sufficient if I am added in that? Xiao Yan's words had just sounded when a shady cold laughter suddenly resounded over the sky. Immediately, 2 blurry figures rushed past the empty space. In almost an instant, they had appeared a short distance in front of Xiao Yan. The sudden appearance of the human figures also caused Xiao Yan's face to change a little. His eyes swept over the 2 figures. His heart suddenly sunk when he saw that the backs of these 2 individuals had a pair of wings. Heaven Demon Phoenix Tribe? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1269, Help. Chapter 1269, Help. Xiao Yan's expression was somewhat gloomy as he watched these 2 human figures that had suddenly appeared. These 2 individuals had white hair. They were wearing grayish-white robes. A pair of wings were gently being flapped on the backs of these 2 old fellows. A faint lightning sound vaguely resounded. Xiao Yan had seen this pair of wings on Huangxian. Hence, he also understood that these 2 people were likely experts from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. 2 5-star Dozuns. Xiao Yan's eyes swept over these 2 indifferent-looking old men. His heart sunk involuntarily. The strength of these 2 were not inferior to Old Ghost Jai Xing. This Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe was indeed worthy of being one of the 3 top tribes of the magical beast world. 2 experts of such a level had actually appeared together. Is this reinforcements from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe? That old fellow Huangxian was actually purposefully delaying time until the arrival of the reinforcements. Xiao Yan's eyes flickered rapidly. His fist also suddenly tightened. The bone wings of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe, brat, your boldness is really great. An old man wearing a grayish-white robe glanced at Xiao Yan before pausing his eyes on the pair of bone wings on the latter's back. The corner of his eyes were lifted slightly as he spoke in an indifferent voice. Xiao Yan's eyes were gloomy. His body pulled back slightly. 2 5-star Dozuns and an Old Ghost Jai Xing looking with ill intent from the side. If the situation was not handled well today, it was likely that he would really end up dying today. There is no need for any unnecessary words. Capture this brat, tear the bone wings off and bring him back to the tribe to be punished. The other elder from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe spoke with a cold expression. We must heavily punish such actions. Otherwise, how can we deter others in the future? Ugh, it's just as well. We'll capture him, cripple his Dou Qi and let him kneel in the tomb for his entire life. The grayish-white robed elder nodded. A cold glint flashed within his eyes. The Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe greatly valued the corpse of their tribe members. Anyone who dares to commit even the slightest blasphemy against a corpse of a tribe member will be chased by them with a murderous intent. This had resulted in them having not met anyone who dared to use the wings of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe to create a flying Dou skill for many years. Xiao Yan was the first today. Xiao Yan involuntarily laughed furiously when he had the decision of these 2 old fellows that were made as though no one else was present. He curled his hand and 3 types of heavenly flame gathered. After which, it formed a beautiful exquisite fire lotus rapidly. A trace of destructive force quietly spread from it when the fire lotus was formed. This caused the energy of this place to fluctuate intensely. The two elders from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe were also startled when they sensed the might of the fire lotus in Xiao Yan's palm. A low and deep exclamation was emitted from their mouths. They were clearly very surprised that Xiao Yan was actually able to use a Dou skill of such might. Two misters, this is a fire lotus that is formed from the merger of three types of heavenly flames. Do not underestimate it. Old Ghost Jai Xing in the distance watched the fire lotus in Xiao Yan's hands with horrified eyes before issuing a warning. Yes. The two of them nodded indifferently but did not respond. Their eyes stared at Xiao Yan and said, "The old me also sensed the smell of the demon phoenix essence blood. Brat, you have broken all the taboos of my Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe." Xiao Yan was expressionless. He flicked his finger and the fire lotus in his hand rose. After which, it was accompanied by a fire tail as it gently rushed towards the two old men. The two old men let out a cold snort when they saw the fire lotus rushing over. Vast ocean-like powerful Dou Qi surged out from the bodies of the two of them like a volcano. It vaguely gathered and formed an unusually large heaven phoenix shape above their heads. Explode! Xiao Yan laughed coldly when he saw this. A thought passed through his heart and the fire lotus that flew close to those two instantly bloomed. Immediately, a bang sounded as it exploded in an earth-shaking manner. Humph, Demon Phoenix Bell. The expressions of those two elders sunk as the frightening firestorm swept over. They formed some mysterious seals with their hands with lightning-like speed. Within the blink of an eye, it formed a 1,000 feet large energy bell in the midair, completely covering the firestorm that had swept over. Clang! The firestorm heavily collided onto the wall and the energy of this entire place became restless at this moment. A thunder-like metallic sound resounded beside everyone's ears, causing the Dou Qi within their bodies to tremble intensely. A frightening firestorm spread inside the demon phoenix bell. That destructive force ruthlessly collided onto the walls of the bell. Blaring sparks appeared as the demon phoenix bell shook continuously. There was actually a slight crack line vaguely spreading within it. The expressions of those two elders changed slightly when they saw the tiny crack line spreading on the demon phoenix bell. They felt some disbelief within their hearts. The demon phoenix bell that was created by the two of them together could trap a 5-star Dou Zun. Yet, it was currently showing signs of cracking apart in the hands of a little fellow, whose aura was that of a mere 3-star Dou Zun. This brat is a little strange. The two elders exchanged looks and gently nodded. They waved their sleeves. Vast and mighty Dou Qi swiftly surged out from within their bodies. After which, it was poured into the demon phoenix bell, causing the enormous bell to emit a kind of unusual luster. Explode! Xiao Yan's expression sunk slightly as he watched the firestorm that was being trapped within the bell. A thought passed through his mind and the might of the fire lotus suddenly erupted completely. Clang! 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 The firestorm collided wildly on the enormous bell, emitting a deafening earth-shaking noise. At the same time, it caused the demon phoenix bell to tremble intensely. Bang! The two Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe's elders once again had a change in expression when they saw the demon phoenix bell trembling intensely. Before they could continue to strengthen it, however, they heard a loud bang. That incomparably solid demon phoenix bell was completely blasted apart in front of their stunned gazes. Humph! The two experts from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe were implicated when the demon phoenix bell exploded. A low and deep moan was emitted from their mouths. Their feet were also shaken until they took 2 steps back. An insignificant tactic. After swiftly stabilizing their bodies, the two grayish-white clothed elders glanced at the annihilation firestorm that followed. They stood with their hands behind them and laughed coldly. However, no one saw that the hands under their sleeves had involuntarily trembled at this moment. Two idiots. A short distance away, old Ghost Jai Xing watched these two experts from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe and involuntarily shook his heads. With his ability, he was naturally able to sense that these two old fellows had suffered some hidden losses because they had joined hands and act strong. Seeing that the fire lotus that was formed from the merger of 3 types of heavenly flames being blocked, Xiao Yan frowned a little. He immediately glanced at those two elders and a cold smile involuntarily surfaced on his face as he asked, "You two, are you feeling a little terrible?" That gray-clothed old man's face sunk slightly when he heard this. He spoke faint, razor-tongue brat. Bring yourself with you and obediently return with us to the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. We do not wish to use force. However, you should be able to see the situation here clearly. Today, all of you will not be able to escape. Qi. A couple of figures flashed over from the midair when this old man's voice sounded. Finally, they paused beside Xiao Yan. They were Little Fairy Doctor's group. "We have been surrounded." Little Fairy Doctor's words caused Xiao Yan's heart to sink. Only then did he turn his gaze. He discovered that nearly 100 figures had appeared around the square at some unknown time. Powerful auras spread over the place. Clearly, this was the reinforcement that the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe had called. This Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe really hold us in high regard. Even Xiao Yan involuntarily sighed and slowly said when he saw the situation. Adding these two old men who had suddenly appeared, the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe had 4 5-star Dou Zuns. This lineup was sufficient to be worthy of the description terrifying. Although that old fella's tone was arrogant, it must be said that the situation today really appeared as though Xiao Yan's group would have difficulty escaping. "Xiao Yan, hand over the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. We might allow your companions to leave. Otherwise, do not blame my Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe for engaging in a slaughter today." Huang Xian was suspended in the empty air. His arms hugged his chest as he let out a cold cry. The Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe is really acting in a mighty manner. Ziyan laughed coldly. Huang Xian's eyes narrowed. He stared at Ziyan and slowly said, "Ancient Void Dragon. Indeed, we do not wish to offend you, but my Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe will not hold back even a little for the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. What should we do? This situation is bad. 4 5-star Dou Zuns. This lineup is even more frightening than when we were at the branch hall of the Hall of Soul." Tianhua Zunjia frowned and asked. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air. A crazy expression gradually surged up his face. If this Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe forced him to his limit, he could only once again use the Annihilation Lotus Flame. With his current strength, it was likely that even 4 5-star Dou Zun would have difficulty blocking the Annihilation Lotus Flame that he unleashed. Although he would directly enter a weakened state after this, he had no other choice at this critical moment. "There is no need for all of you to act. Leave it to me." Ziyan appeared to be aware of Xiao Yan's thoughts. She shook her head slightly as the tattoo on her small hand wiggled. That Dragon Phoenix origin fruit slowly appeared. She lifted this fruit and stood in the empty space. Her eyes were cold and indifferent as he looked at Huang Xian and the two Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe elders, whose eyes were covered with greed. At the same time, she coldly laughed. "The Dragon Phoenix origin fruit is here. Come and take it if you have the ability." Little Fairy Doctor's group was startled when they saw Ziyan's action. They were about to speak when they were stopped by Xiao Yan at the side. The latter shook his head. Ziyan might be mischievous, but she was not a fool. She should have her reason for this action of hers. "Humph, a mere child ancient void dragon. Do you really think the old me is afraid of you?" Huang Xian's eyes exchanged looks with the two other Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe elders. He nodded a little. Immediately, their bodies rushed out at the same time. The three of them had actually attacked together and charged at Ziyan in a ferocious manner. The speed of Huang Xian trio was extremely frightening. Within the blink of an eye, they had appeared over a dozen meters in front of Ziyan. Their eyes were crazily staring at the fruit that was emitting an unusual fragrance. Once they had this thing, a new supreme magical beast bloodline would appear in the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. This kind of bloodline would be even more powerful than the ancient void dragon. The Dragon Phoenix origin fruit belongs to my Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. Xie. However, just when the hands of those three were about to grab the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit on Ziyan's little hand, the space beside Ziyan suddenly emitted a ripping sound. It split and formed a large hole. Immediately, a strong figure strided out of the space. This figure had just appeared when an extremely powerful pressure suddenly descended. Under this pressure, the faces of those Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe experts immediately became pale. The forward-charging figures of Huang Xian trio suddenly stiffened. A shocked expression swiftly spread over their faces. A human figure appeared. Along with it, a furious domineering laughter immediately rumbled over this entire place. Is a tribe member of my ancient void dragon tribe someone that you frivolous birds can touch? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1270, Hei Qing. Chapter 1270, Hei Qing. The overbearing furious laughter was just like a thunder from the heavens that swept over the entire sky. The extremely powerful dragon's might that was contained in the furious laughter caused the Dou Qi within the bodies of quite a number of people to appear a little blocked at this moment. Ancient void dragon. Huang Xian trio's eyes were shocked as they looked at the strong figure, which had stepped out from within the spatial crackline. A horror finally surged up their hearts. Although the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe was a tip tribe that was on par with the ancient void dragon in the magical beast world, they understood that the ultimate being in the magical beast world had always been the ancient void dragon. Although the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe had been tolerating this position for many years, they still did not dare to perform even the slightest unusual activity. During the ancient times, even their ancestors, the Heaven Phoenix tribe, had difficulty suppressing the ancient void dragon, much less they, the descendants of these Heaven Phoenix. Huangxian trio could still put on a strong front when facing Ziyan, who was a child ancient void dragon. However, in front of a true matured ancient void dragon, that strong front had disappeared faster than anything else. The three of them swiftly exchanged glances. Dou Qi suddenly surged within their bodies as they forcefully tried to escape from the solidified space. Their bodies flashed and they withdrew explosively. Slam! However, the three of them had just moved when the strong human figure that had strided out of some space let out a cold laughter. He strided forward and his large hand violently slammed downwards across the distant space. After which, everyone were stunned to see that a clear sound was suddenly emitted from the faces of Huangxian trio. A blood-red palm imprint had appeared on the faces of the three of them. Grug! Huangxian trio immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood after this palm slammed downwards. Their bodies flew backwards, appearing as though they had suffered a heavy blow. Finally, he violently landed on the ground in front of the shocked gazes from the many experts of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. The frightening force smashed the incomparably hard square until three enormous deep pits were formed. Hiss! Everyone violently inhaled a breath of cool air as they watched Huangxian trio, who were lying in the deep pit while being covered with fresh blood. Cold sweat continued to flow on the face of Feng Er's group. A terrified expression was present. Three experts, who had reached the strength of a 5-star Dozun, were actually unable to even endure a slap from that ancient void dragon? Xiao Yan's group in the sky was also speechless at this scene. They faced each other. After which, they watched the strong back beside Ziyan. Their hearts were completely shaken. Was this the strength of a matured ancient void dragon? It was indeed frightening. According to Xiao Yan's guess, it was likely that the strength of this ancient void dragon would have at least reached that of a 7 to 8-star Dozun level. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to easily beat up Huangxian trio until the latter did not have any ability to retaliate. The entire sky had become quiet because of the ruthless slam. That Bing Hizunja in the distance, who was engaging in an intense battle with Tangjin, was shocked to the point that he hurriedly stopped fighting. His forehead was covered with cold sweat. Ancient Void Dragon. This was the most mysterious magical beast tribe in the continent. Even he had hardly even seen it a couple of times. Unexpectedly, he had once again seen one today. Just who exactly is that Xiao Yan? Not only can he get the help of the Gu clan, but now, he can even summon an ancient void dragon over. This person cannot be offended. This thought swiftly flew within Bing Hizunja's heart. An extreme fear towards Xiao Yan had quietly surged deep within his heart at this moment. Who else dares to come snatch it? The strong figure crossed his hands across his chest and simple stood in the sky in this random manner. That incomparable overbearing feeling spread. No one in this entire square dared to open their mouth to speak. Mr. is likely an Eldarian from the ancient Void Dragon tribe. Yet, you are acting mightily in front of us, these younger generation of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. What ability do you have? The white-haired man was usually an extremely haughty individual. He involuntarily cursed quietly when he saw so many experts from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe was frightened by the expert of the other party until none of them dared to reply. Immediately, he spoke in a deep voice. Your Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe actually have the face to say such words to the old me? Those three frivolous birds earlier had done such a thing. The large man wearing a simple skin clothes on the empty space lowered his head and looked down at the white-haired man. He immediately said, those who do not wish to suffer a punch should roll aside. Don't grumble to this father. The old me already see all of you frivolous birds as an eyesore. Is this dragon phoenix origin fruit something that you can meddle with? The large man's this father revealed his domineering aura. The faces of quite a number of people became distorted. From these words, they understood that there was no need to talk reason with him. Instead, one should use one's fist to talk. Those whose fists were not hard enough should get lost. The face of the white-clothed man alternated between green and white. He clenched his fist tightly but did not dare to continue saying anything. Given the strength of the large man, a punch was sufficient to kill him. Cough. Huangxian trio had finally climbed up miserably from the deep pit on the square. They wiped off the fresh blood on their faces and looked at each other. They appeared a little dispirited. It seemed that there was completely no chance to get Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. Even if the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe could really continue dispatching an expert that could match him, the ancient Void Dragon would definitely not allow the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe to obtain it since they had already noticed the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. Little girl, this time around, Uncle Hay is not late, right? The large man finally turned around and spoke smilingly towards Zi Yan after deterring the entire place. There is still that old bastard. Zi Yan turned her small hand, pointed towards old ghost Jai Xing a short distance away and said. The expression of old ghost Jai Xing immediately changed when he saw Zi Yan pointing over. He put up a brave front and cried out, the old me is a member of the Hall of Soul. What nonsense, Soul? Do you think that the Hall of Soul will dare to declare war against our ancient void dragon if I beat you up? That large man, who called himself Uncle Hey, widened his eyes. His fan-like large hand was once again lifted and it violently slapped at old ghost Jai Xing from a distance. The large man waved his hand. Xiao Yan's group had sensed that an extremely mysterious ripple had suddenly been lifted in the space. It was this kind of ripple that had transmitted the frightening strength of that large man over within an instant. I have heard that the ancient void dragon possessed a talent to shuttle through the empty space. It is likely that their usage of spatial strength is something that no one can compare with, Xiao Yan muttered to himself within his heart. The expression of old ghost Jai Xing became extremely ugly when he saw the large man attacking as he pleased. Dou Qi hurriedly surged out from his body and formed a defense on it. Bang, dot. A frightening strength merged into the space almost instantly. After which, it poured onto the body of old ghost Jai Xing. A redness directly surged up the latter's face. A mouthful of fresh blood was also involuntarily spat out. His body also miserably staggered backwards by a couple of dozens of meters before slowly stabilizing itself. Move further away. People like you are not qualified to touch the people here. The large man's expression became cold as he cried out sternly after sending old ghost Jai Xing rolling away. Old ghost Jai Xing rubbed away the fresh blood on the corner of his mouth. He clenched his fist tightly and his eyes contained a dark chillness as well as an unwillingness. However, it was suppressed in front of the absolute strength of the large man. He also understood that it was pointless to say anything more. Instead, it would only invite even more fists. With the help of the ancient void dragon today, he could only just stare at those Dou Shang bones on Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan's group exchanged gazes with each other as they looked at the silent square. They let out a bitter laughter. This was definitely the absolute pressure from strength. Everything was useless in the face of true strength. Yes, you have done quite well, this time around, I will not complain about you. Zi Yan was also quite satisfied when she saw the situation. She nodded and spoke in a magnanimous manner. The large man was speechless when he heard the word complain. His face was depressed. Clearly, he had suffered quite a lot of losses. Humph, you can be considered to be quick this time around. Should anything happen to the dragon phoenix origin fruit, it is not something that can be make up with by confinement. Zi Yan curled her small mouth and snorted softly. He. The large man, who called himself Uncle Hey, rubbed his head and laughed. He naturally understood the importance of the dragon phoenix origin fruit. If this thing was to really land in the hands of the heaven demon phoenix tribe, those old fellows within the clan would definitely not let him off easily. Hey, this is He Qing. He is also a tribe member of the ancient void dragon tribe, they are my friends. Zi Yan turned her head and smilingly spoke to Xiao Yan's group. The last sentence was naturally spoken to the large man called He Qing. Xiao Yan greets Elder He Qing. Xiao Yan cupped his hands together. He was aware that although this large man did not appear very old, he was definitely an old demon who had lived for countless number of years. Oh, you are that Xiao Yan, huh? Xiao Xian's descendant. It is unexpected that the Xiao clan can still produce such a person. It is indeed worthy of once being one of the 8 ancient clans. Unfortunately, the bloodline seemed to have turned into scrap. He Qing glanced at Xiao Yan and smilingly said. His last sentence, however, was something that only he himself could hear. Xiao Xian? 8 ancient clans? Xiao Yan was startled. He had heard the term in front. Xiao Xian, the most outstanding ancestor of the Xiao clan. However, he was a little at a loss about the term behind. When I became acquainted with that fellow Xiao Xian back then, I was almost the same age as Zi Yan. He Qing parted his mouth and smiled. He patted Zi Yan's head. However, he did not reply to the questions. Changing the topic, he waved his large hand and said, let's not talk anymore and leave. I will bring all of you away from here. Otherwise, these fretful fellows will start chipping away again. Although Xiao Yan was filled with doubt, it was inappropriate for him to say anything when he heard this. All he could do was to nod his head. He Qing's large hand was randomly waved when he saw this situation. The empty space in front of him also formed a crack line. After which, he took the lead to step into it in front of the many gazes. Xiao Yan and the rest behind hesitated for a moment before following him into it. After the final person stepped into the spatial crackline, He Qing's cold cry rumbled from the crackline and resounded by the ears of everyone from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. Humph, Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe, all of you better hold back a little when you do anything from now on. Do not really think that just because my ancient void dragon will not appear. Our tribe is not even afraid of the ancient Heaven Phoenix, much less you descendants who relies on the inheritance of the Heaven Phoenix blood. The expression of Huang Xian's group became unusually ugly when they heard this cry that was filled with a dense threat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1271, Separation. Chapter 1271, Separation. Everyone from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe looked at each other after seeing Xiao Yan's group vanishing into the spatial crackline. None of them dared to open their mouth to stop Xiao Yan's group. Elder Huang, are we going to just allow them to leave with the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit? That white-haired man clenched his teeth and spoke with a face that was extremely unwilling. Do you have any solution? Are you going to charge forward and risk your life to fight with that person? It is likely that we will not be able to hurt him even if all of us here end up dying. Huang Xian's heart was currently filled with fury. A duck that had reached his mouth had ended up flying away. Moreover, it had violently gave him 2 slaps before flying away. How could it allow him to be calm? Unexpectedly, that little girl is actually from the ancient Void Dragon tribe. If it is not for her, that Dragon Phoenix origin fruit would have been in the bag of my Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. Xun Er clenched her silver teeth gently and said, moreover this time around, the tribe has dispatched so many experts over. If we end up returning in failure. Huang Xian inhaled a couple of deep breaths. Their strength had caused him to calm down. A moment later, his gaze turned. He suddenly turned around and walked towards the corridor. Elder Huang? Xun Er's group was startled when they saw this. Let's go, we will return to the beast spiritual barrier and shift the skeleton of the Heaven Phoenix back. We cannot return empty-handed no matter what. With these things, we can at least block the mouths of some people, regardless of whether it is useful. Huang Xian's expression was gloomy. He waved his sleeve and strided towards the corridor. Xun and the others behind could only follow. Those skeletons had already experienced countless number of years. It had already become waste. It was likely useless even if they were to bring it back. Old Ghost Jai Xing also had a dark and cold expression as he watched the members of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe leaving quickly. His eyes stared at the spot where Xiao Yan's group had disappeared and spoke in a dense voice, Xiao Yan, just you wait. We will meet again soon. At that time, you and the Falling Star Pavilion will be completely destroyed. Old Ghost Jai Xing ceased remaining any longer after his vicious voice sounded. He turned his body and rushed towards the exit of the remains. The space on a mountain top that was 50 kilometers from the Bone Mountain range suddenly fluctuated. Xiao a dark black spatial crackline suddenly appeared. Numerous figures rushed out from within it. Thank you Elder He Qing for your help. Xiao Yan cupped his hands towards the strong large man and laughed after having landed his feet on the mountain top. It's nothing. Before I left, those old fellows from the tribe has instructed me to thank you for taking care of Ziyan during these years. My ancient Void Dragon tribe will return this favor to you if we have the chance. He Qing waved his hand and said. Elder He Qing is too polite. I view Ziyan like a younger sister. Taking care of her is something that I ought to do. Xiao Yan spoke in a solemn manner. He was unaware that the latter would have such a status when he was acquainted with Ziyan back then. At that time, he completely felt that this girl was cute and suit his taste. It was this reason that he had taken great care of her. This girl's status is a little special. She is exceptionally important to my tribe. Therefore nothing much happened to her. You are able to safely bring her to the Central Plains and allowed her to contact the tribe. This can be considered a great favor to us. He Qing glanced at Ziyan by the side before shaking his head and said. Alright, I will not talk to you about this manner. He Qing here and He Qing there, even I feel irritated. In any case, the ancient Void Dragon tribe will return you a favor in the future. This place is some distance away from the Bone Mountain range. At that time, all of you only need to head east and you can leave the Beast region. However, Ziyan must return with me to the tribe this time around. Why? I will not return. That place is not the least bit fun. Ziyan knitted her bent eyebrows. She shook her head as though it was some great matter. It is useless to tell me this. This time around, it is an order issued by those old fellows. They said that you have had enough fun. You have yet to complete the ancient dragon inheritance. This time around, you must complete the inheritance before you can come out. Moreover, you have currently discovered the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. You are also needed to handle this thing. He Cheng spread his hand and said. Xi Yan's small face was filled with bitterness as well as an unwillingness. With your current strength, you will only be his burden if you follow beside Xiao Yan. You might end up burdening them until something unexpected happens one day. This is not something that you are happy to see, right? He Cheng smilingly said. Once you complete the inheritance, your strength will definitely soar. At that time, no one will stop you from coming out. You can come and find Xiao Yan's group and can even truly help them. Xi Yan was startled when she heard this. She immediately lowered her head in a dispirited manner and said, "All right, you win. I will return with you." Xiao Yan glanced at He Cheng. This fellow might appear rough, but he was also quite cunning. His words had struck directly on Xi Yan's weak spot, causing her to have no choice but to summit. He Cheng appeared to have sensed Xiao Yan's thoughts. He parted his mouth and smiled at him. After which, his gaze turned towards Xiong Zhan and said, "This big fellow should also leave with me." Ancient Dragon Bear. Back then, it is also a tribe affiliated with our ancient Void Dragon. Follow me back and you will obtain quite a great amount of benefit. I will listen to Elder He Cheng's orders. Xiong Zhan rubbed his head and laughed in a silly manner. He was unable to form any resistance in front of a matured ancient Void Dragon. In that case, we should separate here. Xiao Yan cupped his hands together and smilingly said. Xi Yan, you should train properly. Little fairy doctor rubbed Xi Yan's head and smilingly said. The latter could only nod her head dispiritedly. Before I leave, I should remind you to be careful of the Hall of Soul. Currently, all of you can be considered to be enemies with them. You should be more careful. Do not allow yourself to land in their hands. He Cheng nodded, hesitated for a moment and suddenly said. My father is still in their hands. I must rescue him no matter what, Xiao Yan softly replied. He Cheng was startled. He immediately nodded quietly and said, in the case, I shall not say any more. Let's say our goodbyes here. After saying this, the space around He Cheng became distorted. A spatial crackline once again appeared. Let's go. He Cheng waved his hand, turned around and entered the crackline. Xiong Zhan followed closely behind. Xi Yan walked at the back and watched Xiao Yan's group with some reluctance. She clenched her small hand tightly and spoke in a serious manner. Xiao Yan, I will definitely be stronger than you the next time I come out. At that time, you will have to refine pills for me to eat every day. Xi Yan laughed in a lovely and silly manner towards the end. After which, she ceased remaining any longer. She turned around and walked into the spatial crackline. Chi. That crackline emitted a chi sound and swiftly disappeared after Xi Yan entered the spatial crackline. Xiao Yan had some feeling of melancholy as he watched the spot where Xi Yan's group had disappeared. With this little girl missing, it appeared that there would be a lot less joy around him. Let's go. We have completed our mission successfully this time around. The soul baby fruit is in our hands. There is finally a solution to the problem of the teacher's soul. After being depressed for a moment, Xiao Yan once again braced himself. He waved his hand and laughed out loud. After which, he leaped and rushed to the midair, transforming into a ray of light that swiftly bolted away from the beast region. Little fairy doctor and the rest also quickly followed from behind. The gains from this trip to the ancient remains this time around had far exceeded Xiao Yan's group expectations. Not only did they successfully obtain the soul baby fruit, but they had even luckily obtained that extremely precious pill beast. If this thing was groomed properly, it would sooner or later advance into the true tier 9 level. At that time, it would really be able to revive people, change their lives and other inconceivable magical effect. Of course, the greatest gain was naturally the 3 ribs that had been removed from the Dou Sheng skeleton. Those 3 ribs hid the true Tian class Dou skill. However, the current Xiao Yan did not have the time to immediately decipher it. Everything can only be carefully studied once they return to the Falling Star Pavilion. Currently, they had offended the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe and the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe, these 2 largest tribes within the Beast region. These factions possessed many ears and eyes within the Beast region. Hence, Xiao Yan's group did not dare to remain in this place for long. After separating with He Cheng's group, they directly rushed out of the Beast region by traveling over the night. With this rapid traveling speed of theirs, they had completely left the territory of the Beast region within just a day. After leaving the area of the Beast region, Xiao Yan first thought of a way to transmit some information to Mu Qinghuan's group, which was still remaining in the Beast region awaiting news. After which, he led the group and made the journey back to the Falling Star Pavilion. An elderly figure was seated on a large rock at the top of the mountain behind the Falling Star Pavilion. The old man's figure was a little illusory. However, there was a vast and mighty spiritual pressure vaguely spreading from it. No one else within this falling star pavilion, other than Yao Lao, possessed such a mighty spiritual strength. Old fellow, I have already secretly made contact with some old demons, who have quite a good relationship with you back then. They had replied that as long as you are able to recover your strength, they will be a guest official of the Falling Star Pavilion. A green-robed Feng Zunjia laughed from behind Yao Lao. If I am able to recover my peak strength, the Falling Star Pavilion will possess a strength that the Hall of Soul will have to take seriously. With the security guaranteed, they will naturally be willing to. Yao Lao smiled and did not feel surprise. Feng Zunjia nodded slightly. He mused for a moment and said, "It has been a period of time since Xiao Yan's group has headed to the Beast region. I wonder if the soul baby fruit has been obtained. It is rumored that quite a number of experts had been attracted to the remains this time around, but you can be rest assured." Yao Lao smiled faintly. He slowly opened his shut eyes and looked towards the entrance of the star realm. A slight ripple had appeared at that spot. Feng Zunjia was startled when he saw Yao Lao's great confidence in Xiao Yan. Immediately, he followed the latter's eyes and looked over, only to see that the space there was slowly being opened. A couple of familiar figures were slowly walking in. From the looks of it, it was Xiao Yan's group, who had returned to the Falling Star Pavilion in a tired manner. "Old fellow, congratulations. Your hope is about to be fulfilled." Feng Zunjia smiled a little. He softly spoke in an envious voice, "You have found a good disciple. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1272, Mysterious Tattoo. Chapter 1272, Mysterious Tattoo. Xiao Yan's body slowly landed on the top of the back mountain. He looked at Yao Lao, who was seated on a large stone and smiling at him. Cupping his hands together, he said, "We have fulfilled our expectations." Feng Zunjia by the side involuntarily let out a heavy sigh when he heard these words of Xiao Yan. He lifted a thumb towards Xiao Yan and laughed, "Good. Are you all right?" Yao Lao smilingly inquired. It can be summarized to have been full of surprises but no danger. Xiao Yan spread his hand and summarized the matter within the remains. "It is the Hall of Soul again." Yao Lao nodded slightly. A chillness surged within his eyes. Xiao Yan smiled. He flicked his finger and a wooden box appeared in his hand. After which, the wooden box was suspended in the sky before gently landing in front of Yao Lao. It was automatically opened. Golden light shot out of it before revealing that baby-like golden fruit within the box. It is indeed the soul baby fruit. Moreover, it is the best quality golden grade soul baby fruit. Even with Yao Lao's calmness, his eyes involuntarily displayed some joy when he saw this golden fruit. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. The soul baby fruit had two grades. They were the silver grade soul baby fruit and the golden grade soul baby fruit. The former was of a lower quality while the latter had a stronger medicinal effect. The soul baby fruit that Xiao Yan had found within the ancient forest was the latter type. With this golden grade soul baby fruit, it is likely that all of the essence spiritual aura that you have exhausted will be completely replenished. Feng Zunjia fondled his beard and laughed. "Teacher, you should undertake a retreat today and try to replenish your essence spiritual aura as quickly as you can. That way, we can begin to refine a body," Xiao Yan said. Yao Lao nodded slightly. His eyes looked towards Xiao Yan before he spoke softly, "Little fellow, do you miss your father?" Xiao Yan was startled when he heard Yao Lao suddenly speaking about this manner. Immediately, he became silent. He pressed his lips tightly and a deep guilt was present within his eyes. Xiao Zhan was his father. The same bloodline flowed within their bones. The latters doted on him greatly when he was young. Even during the time when he was at the lowest point of his life, that love did not diminish because of any reason. This was because they were father and son. The two simple words represented a blood relation that nothing could remove. If he counted the time that his father had fallen into the hands of the Hall of Soul was even longer than Yao Lao being here. When his father was captured back then, Xiao Yan was merely a tender youth, who charged up the misty cloud mountain with his stomach filled with anger. Xiao Zhan had a great expectation for Xiao Yan since the latter was young. He ultimately believed that Xiao Yan would change the Xiao clan and allow this clan, which was continuously declining, to truly become powerful. The current Xiao Yan had already become a renowned top-tier expert in the Central Plains. With his Dou Zun class strength, it was sufficient for him to become a legendary-like existence within the Jiama Empire. From a certain point of view, it appeared that he had reached the expectations Xiao Zhan had of him back then. Unfortunately, the latter was unable to see his son's soaring moment. "I will rescue my father. This is my promise to elder brother and second brother." I do not have the face to return and see them if I cannot rescue father, Xiao Yan softly said. His voice was a little hoarse. This large mountain known as the Hall of Soul had been pressing on his shoulders since he was a tender youth. Fortunately, it did not cause him to collapse. Instead, he had grown rapidly under this kind of pressure until he had reached this stage today. Teacher will help you, even if the price is this old life of mine. Yao Lao gently patted Xiao Yan's shoulder and laughed. If your father is aware that the little boy back then had already become an independent expert, it is likely that he will be very happy. Xiao Yan smiled. He blinked his eyes and endured the somewhat sour feeling. He immediately asked, is teacher aware of where father is being imprisoned in the Central Plains? It is not anywhere in the Central Plains. Yao Lao shook his head and said. Xiao Yan was startled when he heard this. He frowned and asked, what do you mean? I am also uncertain why the Hall of Soul values your father so greatly. I can only guess that it should be because of the ancient jade that is with you. Yao Lao knitted his brows slightly and said, the Gu clan has the Gu realm while the strength and foundation of the Hall of Soul is not inferior to the Gu clan. But teacher, you mean, the Hall of Soul can also create their own realm? Xiao Yan was slightly startled as he said. Soul realm, Yao Lao nodded gently and replied softly, however, those experts who are aware of the soul realm are only a few even in the Central Plains. As for the entrance to the soul realm, even I am not aware of it. My father has been imprisoned in the soul realm? Xiao Yan demanded in a deep voice. Yes. The fist under Xiao Yan's sleeves tightened slightly. His finger gently rubbed his storage ring. An ancient jade with an ancient aura quietly appeared in his hand. Dou Qi ancient god's jade, the target of the Hall of Soul. However, was unable to sense just what use this thing was after having possessed it for so many years. Other than when he was training deep under the tower of the Jianan Academy back then when this ancient jade showed some unusual activity, it had never appeared for a second time even after so many years. The Hall of Soul faction is huge and mysterious. Based on my investigation, it is rumored that the Hall of Soul had another name a long time ago. Yao Lao narrowed his eyes slightly and softly said. Hun Clan. Hun Clan? The hand, which Xiao Yan was using to hold the ancient jade, trembled. He said, could it have been passed down from the ancient times just like the Gu clan? I am not too certain about this, however, that little girlfriend of yours might be aware of some news. Yao Lao shook his head and sighed. The more he came into contact with the Hall of Soul, the more he sensed the mysteriousness and unusualness of this faction that was intertwined across the continent. Xun Er, Xiao Yan nodded slightly. I can only tell you this much. However, regardless of how the relationship between you and the Hall of Soul will become, teacher will ultimately stand behind you, even if I have to stake this old life of mine. Yao Lao smiled slightly. He patted Xiao Yan's shoulders. After which, he held the wooden box, placed his hands behind him and slowly walked down the mountain. Xiao Yan smiled as he watched Yao Lao's and Fengzun's back. He inhaled a deep breath and looked towards the sky. A determination gradually surged up his face. Father, regardless of how powerful the Hall of Soul is, I will still rescue you. Wait for me. Yao Lao chose to quickly undertake a retreat after having obtained the soul baby fruit. Only if his essence spiritual aura was replenished would he be able to truly regain his peak strength. Moreover, he might even possess the potential and hope of advancing to the Dou Sheng class in the future. After Yao Lao undertook a retreat, Xiao Yan group had first rested for a couple of days. Mu Qingluan and the others had hurriedly rushed back to the Falling Star Pavilion during these few days. They heaved a sigh of relief when they heard that the mission was successful. After resting for a couple of days and regaining his peak strength, Xiao Yan once again had a headache. This time around, his headache was due to the poison within Qing Lin's body. The Emperor Python Heart eroding poison was an extremely famous poison on the Central Plains. This type of poison was rumored to be without antidote. However, Xiao Yan had also said that there was no poison without an antidote in this world. It was just that the antidote had not been found. Due to this, he had buried his head in the many medicine books that Yao Lao had left behind. He had even borrowed the 7-colored poison book that little fairy doctor had obtained back then to study. Although this lethal poison gave him a headache, it was fortunate that the heavens rewarded those who put in the effort. After searching for 4 to 5 days in this complete darkness, Xiao Yan had finally groped a method to remove the poison. There was a quiet and cool mountain cave in the back mountain of the Falling Star Pavilion. At the middle of the cave was a small pool that was built with stones. At this moment, clear water was bubbling within the pool. It appeared as though the pool was boiling. Xiao Yan would occasionally take out some medicinal powder or liquid as he stood by the side of the pool. After which, he would pour them into the pool. The clear water within the pool had gradually turned into a pale red color. Only then did he stop. He flipped his hand and a small jade bottle flashed and appeared. The interior of the jade bottle contained a rich substance like pure energy. Ow! Seeing this jade bottle, the snow-white small beast in Xiao Yan's chest immediately let out a groan. Currently, the expression of the little bast was extremely sluggish. Even its fur had become paler. It caused one to feel a heartache when looking at it. Rest assured that I will compensate you after this. Xiao Yan laughed bitterly. He took out a couple of pills from his storage ring and stuffed them into the mouth of the pill beast. Only then did the latter recover a little. Xiao Yan sighed in relief when he saw this. He had really spent a great effort in order to get this fellow to contribute some blood. Blup blup. The jade bottle was tilted and the silver liquid slowly dripped downwards. Finally, it landed in the pool. Immediately, an ear-piercing sizzling sound was emitted. After the liquid was dripped into it, a wave of extremely pure energy ripple immediately spread out from within the pool. Qinglin, remove your clothes and enter the pool. If you can absorb all of these energy, it should be able to completely stabilize your strength at the Dou Qi class. Xiao Yan kept the jade bottle, turned his head and smilingly spoke to Qinglin by the side. Qinglin was initially startled when she heard this. A bright redness immediately surfaced on her face. I understand. Xiao Yan also smiled when he saw this manner of hers. He turned around and said, due to the need to always add various medicinal powder, I'm afraid that I cannot leave. Yes. Qingling's face was red as she acknowledged in an ant-like voice. After which, she quickly removed her clothes. With a splash she had leaped into the small pool in an agile manner. Xiao Yan turned his head only after hearing the sound was water splashing. His gaze looked towards the pool, only to see Qinling revealing only her head above the water. Her long hair became wet and adhered onto her face, adding an alluring enchantment to her. Enter your training state and absorb the medicinal strength within the pool. Xiao Yan spoke gently. The embarrassment and anxiety in Qinling's heart gradually weakened a little when she heard this soft and gentle voice of Xiao Yan. She stabilized her mind as she shut both of her eyes and slowly entered into her training mode. Xiao Yan smiled slightly when he saw Qinling successfully entering her training state. He was just about to get up when his eyes suddenly landed on the smooth back that Qinling exposed over the surface of the water. When the water fog of the pool rose, a mysterious tattoo also vaguely appeared on her back. This tattoo appeared just like an entrenched large python if one was to look at it carefully. However, this large python appeared to possess 9 heads. During the time that Xiao Yan was observing the mysterious tattoo in a stunned manner, the shut snake eyes of one head of the 9-headed snake were suddenly opened at this moment. Immediately, a brutal feeling surged within Xiao Yan's heart without forewarning, causing his eyes to immediately turn blood red. Who? Xiao Yan became cautious after the brutalness appeared for an instant. His body swiftly pulled back and his eyes also hurriedly turned away from that tattoo. Xiao Yan's eyes gradually recovered to normal after shifting his eyes away. He gently swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His heart was filled with shock. Why was there such a ferocious thing on Qinglin's body? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1273, Ancient Heaven Serpent. Chapter 1273, Ancient Heaven Serpent. Xiao Yan finally sighed in relief as the gradual disappearance of the brutal feeling within his heart. He hesitated for a moment before his eyes once again carefully turned towards Qinglin's back. This time, however, he was much more careful. He locked his mind and a purple-brown flame slowly spread from within his body. The mysterious tattoo on Qinglin's smooth back within the faint rise hot fog of the pool also became partially visible. The snake eyes of the 9-headed snake were once again shut. Hence, the kind of unexpected change from earlier did not appear once again. Xiao Yan knitted his brows slightly. He focused intently on the mysterious tattoo. The tattoo should be quite big as only a portion of the 9-headed snake's body was revealed above the surface of the water. Clearly, its curled body was still under the water. Xiao Yan focused on this mysterious 9-headed snake. His heart felt quite lost. He had never heard of a magical beast of such a shape in this current continent. Moreover, from the fierce aura that seemed to spread from this magical beast that caused him to be without any defense when he was caught off guard, it was obvious that this was not an ordinary magical beast. This thing, just what exactly it is? Xiao Yan knitted his brows tightly. However, he was still at a loss a moment later. This strange shape, even a 9-serene deep-ground python did not look like this, no. Xiao Yan could only helplessly shake his head and suppress his doubt within his heart after thinking for a long time in a futile manner. When Qinglin wakes up, he could ask her. She should be aware of the exact situation. This thought flashed across Xiao Yan's heart and he also ceased these futile thoughts. He glanced at the color within the pool and once again took out a small jade bottle from his storage ring. He poured out some pale red liquid from within. Attempting to completely remove the Emperor Python heart eroding poison from Qing Lin's body involved quite a complicated process. Fortunately, Xiao Yan was currently considered a true alchemist guru. Should it be someone else, it was likely that the person might really not possess the ability to help Qing Lin remove the poison. Although Xiao Yan was clearly aware that attempting to get rid of the Emperor Python heart eroding poison was extremely troublesome and time exhausting, he did not expect that he would spend 4 days. Xiao Yan had remained within the cave during these 4 days. The number of medicinal ingredients that had been thrown into the pool had numbered to over a couple hundred. A frighteningly pure energy permeated the pool. Finally, even the fog itself became viscous. Although time and medicinal ingredients were greatly exhausted, Qing Lin's expression had become increasingly lively under the hot rising energy fog. The slight black vapor that remained between one's brows had also gradually scattered. All of these indicated that the Emperor Python heart eroding poison within her body was swiftly being removed. During these few days that Xiao Yan had taken care of the poison removal within Qing Lin's body, Xiao Yan had also paid attention to the mysterious tattoo on her back. After a couple of days of observation, he discovered that there seemed to be an increasing amount of energy being poured into Qing Lin's body. That mysterious 9-headed snake tattoo had also become increasingly clear. Even the snake eyes of the 9 heads had slowly opened a little. It was this slight opening of the snake eyes that would cause Xiao Yan to unwittingly sense a trace of violence being spread within his heart. Fortunately, his mental strength was strong and he could ignore the effects of the unusual 9-headed snake. After experiencing these changes, Xiao Yan also became increasingly curious towards the mysterious tattoo. This thing ought to be something from the ancient times. However, it was likely that the current Dou Qi continent no longer had such a magical beast. Otherwise, Xiao Yan would definitely have at least heard something about it. While Xiao Yan was curious, he also understood that the most important thing was to resolve the poison within Qing Lin's body first. Hence, he calmed his heart and continued to wait. This kind of bitter care continued for 3 days more before those eyes of Qing Lin, which had been shut for 7 days, finally showed some activity. Blub blub. The faint red pool water continued to emit water bubbles within the pool. Hot air rose and one could vaguely see a lovely graceful figure. During these 10 years, the little girl from back then had already become a vibrant and alluring person. Xiao Yan sat on a rock beside the pool. His shut eyes were also slowly opened. He could sense that a slight unusual activity had appeared within the pool at this moment. Is it about to complete? Xiao Yan softly muttered to himself. He suddenly heard a splashing water sound being emitted from the pool. Immediately, he became stunned and was just about to stand up when the entire cave suddenly shook intensely. What happened? Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly stood up and his eyes paused on the pool that was covered by fog. The activity was emitted from that spot. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. He stared intently at the interior of the pool. There seemed to be an enormous outline that was vaguely visible within the fog. Xiao Yan frowned slightly as he sensed this kind of unusual change. The Dou Qi within his body was circulated rapidly. The spreading energy fog suddenly wiggled when the Dou Qi was being circulated within Xiao Yan's body. Immediately, a head-sized strange eye appeared out of nowhere. 3 small dots were enlarged within the eye that was filled with green light. Finally, they transformed into 3 demonic-like emerald flowers that surrounded the eyes and rotated rapidly. Triple jade green snake flower pupils, dot. Xiao Yan's heart tightened immediately upon seeing the appearance of the demonic eye. His body suddenly rushed backward in a reflex-like action. Puff! Xiao Yan's body had just pulled back when that demonic eye suddenly exploded. An enormous figure rushed out from within the pool. It pounced toward Xiao Yan with lightning-like speed. Xiao Yan immediately inhaled a breath of cold air as he looked at the enormous figure that pounced over. It was an enormous snake that possessed 9 savage snake heads. The body of the snake head was dark red in color. It was just like fresh blood that had been sedimented for a countless number of years. At a glance, a ferocious aura that was difficult to describe spread out from it. The enormous snake shook its 9 ferocious heads. The 18 demonic eyes of the snake head had actually become blood red in color at this moment. Moreover, the most mysterious thing was that the interior of these blood-red eyes was actually the same as the triple jade-green snakeflower pupils that Qing Lin used. Xiao Yan focused intently on the 9-headed snake that charged over explosively towards him. His eyes flicked. A moment later, he suddenly cried out sternly when the snake was about to pounce onto his body, Qing Lin. This cry of Xiao Yan was accompanied by Dou Qi. It was just like a thunder that exploded within the cave, causing the cave to shake violently. The enormous body of the 9-headed snake also trembled under this cry. A struggling expression suddenly surfaced within its blood-red eyes. A moment later, the blood redness actually rapidly faded. An emerald green color slowly recovered. Qi. Following the appearance of that jade green color, the enormous body of the nine-head snake suddenly erupted into a wave of powerful glow. Its body also shrunk rapidly. Immediately, it transformed into a small body that violently fell from the midair. Xiao Yan's body flashed when he saw Qing Lin's body falling. He grabbed the tiny waist of Qing Lin. That soft boneless feeling caused his heart to fluctuate a little. He hurriedly calmed his mind before looking at Qing Lin, who was awakening in a lost manner, and said, "Are you alright?" Qing Lin, who was slowly opening her eyes, looked at Xiao Yan, who was within close proximity. She was initially startled. The feeling that was transmitted from her body caused her face to redden with a thump sound. She hurriedly escaped from Xiao Yan's hand and hid behind a stone pillar with a flash. Xiao Yan involuntarily rubbed his nose when he heard the shuffling sound that was emitted from behind the stone pillar. He felt a little embarrassed. Only after Qing Lin wore her clothes did she walk out from behind the stone pillar with a reddened face. Xiao Yan coughed dryly when he saw her fiery red earlobes. He hurriedly asked with a serious expression, "What happened back then?" "That thing." Qing Lin was startled when she heard this. Immediately, she crossed her small hands together and spoke timidly, "That is the soul of the ancient heaven serpent." Ancient heaven serpent? Xiao Yan was stunned. He had heard of the ancient heaven serpent. It was rumored that this was one of the ancient snake magical beast ancestors. It possessed the ability to destroy the world. It was rumored that it was a magical beast that could be considered on the same level as the ancient heaven phoenix. However, the number of this ancient heaven serpent was smaller than even the heaven phoenix. Hence, it had been extinct since the ancient times. There was even less need to mention about it now. That is not right. I remember that the ancient books do not mention that this ancient heaven serpent possesses 9 heads. This is a mutated ancient heaven serpent. I am also unaware of why it is like this. When I have arrived at the Central Plains back then, I had accidentally entered an ancient mountain range and found the skeleton of an ancient heaven serpent. In my curiosity, I end up using the triple jade green snake flower pupils. How could I expect that I would actually summon a spiritual body? Qing Lin's small face was bitter as she said, "It is very difficult to tame this thing. It does not listen to me even though I have used the triple jade green snake flower pupils. At times, it will come out and cause trouble. Fortunately, with the increase in my strength, the resistance of this thing is also becoming increasingly weak. It is likely that I will easily be able to control it very soon." Xiao Yan's face was stunned. Controlling a mutated ancient heaven serpent? This thing, it was an existence that was comparable to the ancient heaven phoenix. Should it grow in the future, it would even be able to fight against an elite Dou Shang. Didn't you say that your triple jade green snake flower pupils is unable to control those snake-form magical beasts that possess an ancient bloodline? If this ancient heaven serpent possessed a body, I will indeed be unable to control it. However, this fellow is merely a spirit. Moreover, it is not that I have taken the initiative to control it. Instead, it wishes to stay on me. Qing Lin spoke helplessly. There are only 2 types of top-tier snake-form magical beasts that truly possess a royal bloodline during the ancient times. One is the ancient heaven serpent while the other is the heaven-swallowing python. The current 9 serene deep-ground python is merely their descendants. Heaven-swallowing python? Xiao Yan lifted his eyebrows almost immediately when he heard this name. He seemed to remember that after Kai Lin's evolution, she appeared to be a 7-colored heaven-swallowing python, but the poison within your body should have been resolved, right? Xiao Yan shook his head, glanced at Qing Lin and asked. Qing Lin nodded. She smilingly said, "Currently, my strength has also reached that of a 1-star Dozun. If I use the triple jade green snake flower pupils, it is likely that I would be able to control a snake-form magical beast that has reached the strength of a 4-star Dozun." Xiao Yan involuntarily shook his head helplessly when he heard this. This girl's triple jade green snake flower pupils was indeed too frightening. Even without mentioning its ability to control snake-form magical beast, just smoothly controlling that ancient heaven serpent's spirit alone in the future would definitely greatly strengthen her fighting strength. Since the poison has been resolved, let's leave. Xiao Yan waved his hand. He turned his body and walked towards the exit of the cave. Since Qing Lin's problem was resolved, it should be time to begin refining a body for Yao Lao. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1274, Tian Plasto Techniques. Chapter 1274, Tian Plasto Techniques. Yao Lao sat on the leader's seat in the spacious large hall. His eyes were shut. Vast and mighty spiritual strength vibrated around his body, causing the surrounding space to form some slight distortion. The current Yao Lao might not have a much greater spiritual strength than before, but the fluctuating spiritual strength gave one a feeling of being filled with life. It appeared as though it possessed an even greater liveliness than the spiritual strength of the past. Teacher, is it possible for you to replenish your essence spiritual aura? Xiao Yan, who had received the news, hurriedly walked into the large hall. His eyes glanced at Yao Lao on the leader's seat. With his current ability, Xiao Yan was naturally able to sense the change in Yao Lao's current spiritual strength. Immediately, he spoke in a joyous manner. Yao Lao slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Xiao Yan, who was swiftly walking over before smiling and nodding his head. He said, "The golden grade soul baby fruit's medicinal effect is unexpectedly strong. My essence spiritual aura has once again recovered to the peak. Then the matter of refining a body can begin, right?" Xiao Yan spoke somewhat anxiously. "Refining a body still requires various different ingredients," Yao Lao smilingly replied. "You can rest assured. This disciple has already gathered all these ingredients during these years," Xiao Yan smilingly said. He flicked his finger and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. A dragon-eye large medicinal pill was rotating and dripping. A pill fragrance that was so rich, it was impossible to recover, spread out from within it. This caused one's mind to be braced. "This is, Tier 8 medicinal pill?" A surprise immediately surfaced in Feng Zunjia's eyes as he said when he looked at the medicinal pill. "Yes, moreover, it is a Tier 8 medicinal pill that has experienced 5-pill lightning." Yao Lao nodded slowly. He immediately revealed the number of pill lightning colors that this medicinal pill had experienced. Immediately, he looked at Xiao Yan in a pleased manner and said, "Your alchemist skill has not been neglected during these years. Ha, old fellow, you can rest assured about this. Xiao Yan is also a pill-gathering champion. He is not any lousier than you when you were young." Feng Zunjia fondled his beard and laughed out loud. "Teacher, this is the bone-growing blood-fusing pill." Xiao Yan's finger was gently flicked onto the jade bottle and the latter slowly drifted in front of Yao Lao. Immediately, Xiao Yan took out another transparent jade bottle again. There was a couple of green-red drops of blood within the jade bottle. A frighteningly pure energy spread from within it. This is the essence blood of a heaven demon phoenix. It might lack in quantity but it will be of big use. Xiao Yan smilingly said. This was naturally the essence blood that Xiao Yan had refined from the heaven demon phoenix bones back then. As for a skeleton, I have one that belongs to the peak of the Dou Zone class. Xiao Yan waved his hand randomly. A corpse that was sealed in ice appeared within the large hall. The only one amongst these 3 ingredients that Xiao Yan was dissatisfied with was this skeleton. If it was in the past, he might feel a little joy at the skeleton of someone at the peak of the Dou Zone class. However, with the rise in his level, a skeleton of such a strength was no longer able to attract Xiao Yan's notice. "Kuko, if it is a skeleton, I do have one that belongs to a 4-star Dozun here," Feng Zunjia by the side laughed. He waved his sleeve and a coffin landed on the ground. There was a pale gray skeleton within the coffin. A faint fluorescence was flowing over the body of the skeleton. "This is an enemy of mine in the past. He subsequently died in my hands. I was afraid that no one would deal with his corpse, so I ended up helping him keep it." Xiao Yan was involuntarily a little speechless when he heard Feng Zunjia's casual tone. It seemed that Feng Zunjia possessed quite a great enmity with this person. Otherwise, he would not deal with the other person's corpse. All of these 3 ingredients are of top quality. The materials that we refine from them should be able to allow Yao Chen to recover to his previous peak strength. However, I wonder if he will be able to break through the Dou Zun class and reach the Dou Shang class. Feng Zunjia fondled his beard and voiced his thoughts. Difficult. Yao Lao shook his head. Dou Zun and Dou Shang were 2 completely different levels. An elite Dou Zun could be considered a true top-tier expert in the continent. A Dou Shang, on the other hand, stood at the peak of a golden pagoda. Given the foundation of the Central Plains, elite Dou Zuns could be considered few, but they were not especially rare. However, an elite Dou Shang was entirely different. Just take Xiao Yan as an example. Despite him having arrived at the Central Plains for so many years, he had yet to meet a genuine elite Dou Shang. Of course, the precondition of this was that one did not include the Dou Shang skeleton that Xiao Yan had met in the ancient remains. That thing merely had a little remnant elite Dou Shang spirit. It could not be considered a true expert. Even though this was the case, the skeleton that had lost traces of life caused Xiao Yan, Old Ghost Jai Xing and the other experts to appear extremely miserable. They nearly ended up falling in an unexpected situation. Through this case, it was possible to vaguely observe just how frightening a genuine Dou Shan was. That level truly possessed the great might to destroy the heavens and earth. Since the ingredients are all gathered, we should act tomorrow. The earlier Yao Chen recovers his peak strength, the less the Falling Star Pavilion needs to worry about the revenge by the Hall of Soul. A branch hall of the Hall of Soul was destroyed and it was taken advantage of within the ancient remains. Given the way the Hall of Soul does things, it would definitely not easily swallow such a great loss. Feng Zunjie voiced his thoughts. Yes. Xiao Yan and Yao Lao nodded. Currently, everything might appear calm, but it was obvious that this was the calm before the storm. After deciding with Yao Lao on the time to refine a body, Xiao Yan returned to his quarters due to it being late. Once he returned to his room, he sat on the bed and mused for a moment. He flipped his hand and 3 jade white ribs appeared within his palm. The 3 ribs were naturally those that Xiao Yan had ripped from the skeleton. Inside it hid the secrets of the Tian class Dou technique. However, ever since he returned to the Falling Star Pavilion, he had yet to carefully observe it due to him busily removing the poison from Qinglin. After hearing Feng Zunjie mention the matter of the Hall of Soul taking revenge soon, his heart had also become a little pressured. When faced with such a large faction, he must ultimately raise his own combat strength. The best method to raise one's fighting strength was naturally to practice high-class Dou techniques. The legendary Tian class Dou technique was very strong. Even at this moment, Xiao Yan was unable to forget the terrifying strength that was created when the Dou Sheng skeleton had unleashed the Tian class Dou technique back then. The ribs felt cool when it entered Xiao Yan's hands. It did not possess the kind of rough feeling of a bone. Instead, it appeared just like a perfect jade when one touched it, appearing smooth and cool, giving one an extremely wonderful feeling. The ribs were covered by tiny mysterious characters. These characters were unusually mysterious. It gave one an obscure feeling. Xiao Yan carefully observed the 3 ribs in detail. He remembered those mysterious characters in his mind, but he was unable to decipher them. Looks like an ordinary method will not be able to open these ribs. Xiao Yan's face revealed an expression of deep thought. A moment later, he placed the ribs gently on his forehead. Spiritual strength spread out. However, it was directly reflected back when it touched the ribs. Xiao Yan was immediately startled before he sighed in relief. There is actually a seal on the surface of the bone. Xiao Yan clenched his hand after he had this thought. Purple-brown flame curled and rose from his palm. After which, it wrapped around 3 white jade-like ribs. A frightening temperature swiftly caused the air within the room to become dry. Sizzle, sizzle. The frightening flame crazily grilled the bone. However, this seemingly weak bone did not move even a little. Its color did not even change a little. Xiao Yan was not surprised at this situation. If it was so easy to break a seal placed by an elite Dou Shang, it would appear far too much like child's play. Xiao Yan maintained a calm mood. He steadily allowed the 3000 lotus heart flame to continue grilling the 3 ribs. He slowly shut his eyes and actually directly entered his training mode. The purple-brown flame burned fiercely within the room. The 3 ribs within it also vaguely emitted a faint glow. This grilling continued from the evening to late into the night, lasting for nearly 10 hours. Under the crazy burning by the 3000 lotus heart flame, the 3 ribs gradually changed a little. The kind of jade white color also slowly became pale. A kind of deep dark golden color replaced it. If one was to look carefully, one would find a strange ripple quietly spreading under the golden light. Chie! A strange sound of flowing liquid was suddenly emitted from within the quiet room. Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyes were also slowly opened at this moment. His eyes looked towards the flame in front of him before becoming startled. The flame at this moment no longer had any traces of the ribs within. Only a strange dark golden liquid remained. The liquid slowly flowed within the flame. It appeared to possess its own intelligence and would occasionally gather into various strange shapes. Was this the manner after the seal has been opened? Xiao Yan muttered softly. He hesitated for a moment before inhaling a deep breath of somewhat dry air. His hand was gently extended. After which, it reached into the flame and paused for a moment. Finally, a finger was inserted into the dark golden liquid. Sizzle, sizzle. Xiao Yan's finger was inserted into the liquid and a change occurred. One could see the liquid suddenly wiggling intensely. After which, it firmly winded around Xiao Yan's finger. It wrapped around his entire hand in an instant. Hiss. The dark golden liquid wrapped around Xiao Yan's right hand. An intense pain that could not be contained was suddenly transmitted from his palm. This caused Xiao Yan's face to twitch. After being wrapped by the dark golden liquid, his hand actually began to wiggle strangely. The sound of bone being pressed together that was also emitted. My hand is about to be crippled. The squeezing feeling became increasingly intense. Just when Xiao Yan thought that his hand would be squeezed until it was shattered, the intense pain suddenly came to a halt. The dark golden liquid also flowed into his hand like floodwater and swiftly disappeared. Xiao Yan did not even have the time to be stunned by this strange scene before his head suddenly shook at this moment. A golden light vaguely surfaced in his eyes. A low and deep muttered sound was also emitted from his mouth. This is Great Heaven Creation Poem. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1275, Saint, Xingzhe, Jiao Hua. Chapter 1275, Saint, Xingzhe, Jiao Hua. Bang! An explosion sounded deep within Xiao Yan's mind. His soul also trembled intensely at this moment. Immediately, his gaze gradually became blurry. By the time he recovered, he discovered that he was within a mysterious realm. This space was not very big and there was also not the slightest life force within this empty space. Xiao Yan's eyes swept around a little. After which, they suddenly paused on a certain spot in the empty space. An extremely ordinary figure was standing with his hands behind him at that spot. Xiao Yan was basically unable to sense even the slightest aura or Dou Qi trace from that body. That manner was as though he was just a normal person. However, this feeling that he got from his sight caused Xiao Yan's heart to become increasingly grave. How could an ordinary person appear in this kind of mysterious place? If he guessed correctly, this figure should be the true owner of the remain. This place should be a memory space that is hidden within the Dou technique. This figure is also not a genuine elite Dou Shang. Instead, it is merely a memory fragment of his. Xiao Yan fell into a deep thought as he looked at the figure. With his current experience, he would naturally not be surprised. After musing for a moment, he clearly grasped this human figure's background. It was just as Xiao Yan had expected. This figure did not glance towards Xiao Yan. Soon after the latter entered this realm, a calm water-like voice slowly resounded within this space. Great Heaven Creation Poem, Tian Class Low-Level Dou Technique. It is created by this saint by using all of my strength to merge 100 Dou techniques. This palm technique pays attention to the meaning of creation. Using a palm to break the sky and strength to shatter everything. Xiao Yan's eyes became increasingly bright when he heard that calm voice that seemed to speak to itself. Tian Class Dou Technique, exceeding the ordinary and surpassing a saint. By being able to obtain the secret hidden by this saint in the bones, you can be considered a person of affinity. Since you have obtained the bones, your hand should have been refined by the golden spirit saliva. Remember, the Great Heaven Creation Palm can only be successfully used by a hand that has been refined. Otherwise, one will definitely encounter a backlash. Xiao Yan was startled when he heard this. He immediately fell into a deep thought. That intense pain from earlier was actually that so-called golden spirit saliva refining his own palm. It is indeed worthy of being a Tian Class Dou techniques. It actually requires this process in order to obtain a complete inheritance. Xiao Yan shook his head in surprise. If he skipped that refinement step, he would likely not dare to unleash the so-called Great Heaven Creation Palm even if he successfully learned it. The Great Heaven Creation Palm possessed the strength of creation. After that calm voice slowly sounded, a faint light suddenly erupted from the figure's body. That body also swiftly turned transparent. It revealed an extremely clear vein route within it. A trace of dark golden energy shuttled through these veins and outlined an extremely strange vein route. This is the meridian route of the Great Heaven Creation Palm. A joy suddenly surged within Xiao Yan's eyes when he saw the scene. He hurriedly focused his mind and firmly remembered the route of the energy within his mind. That vein route was circulated a couple of times before it slowly faded away. Fortunately, the circulation route had already been firmly remembered in Xiao Yan's mind. After the vein route faded away, the light glow within the figure's body also once again disappeared. A dark golden light slowly brightened. Immediately, a hand was swung out and it heavily landed on the empty space. Bang! The palm fell and a frightening energy immediately swept out like a storm. An enormous black-colored light circle was once again formed under that human figure's palm. The light circle was formed. After which, it scattered apart with lightning-like speed. The surrounding space appeared like a glass that had been forcefully scattered. It fell apart almost instantly. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air as he looked at the black light circle that rapidly spread apart within his eyes. He did not reveal any expression of panic. Instead, he pointed towards the figure within the dark black light circle from a great distance and bowed. Destined person, remember the saint name, Saint Jiao Hua, creation. A faint voice suddenly resounded within Xiao Yan's mind like a thunder. The figure also became gradually faded within the dark black light circle. Finally, it completely vanished. The final figure that an elite Dou Shang had left behind in this world disappeared in this manner. Xiao Yan nodded quietly. He allowed the dark black light circle to charge over and shatter his body. Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyes were suddenly opened in his room. A turbid breath slowly followed his throat before being exhaled. He muttered, "Saint Zhao Hua." Xiao Yan muttered a little before he completely awakened a moment later. His eyes looked towards his right hand and saw that this right hand currently possessed a vague dark golden light that appeared like metal. Sinking his mind into his body, Xiao Yan began to roam around his right hand. Immediately, he was surprised to discover that a couple of extremely covert veins in the interior of the right hand seemed to have been opened. These veins were connected to each other, appearing like a strange cycle. It appeared exceptionally mysterious when one looked at it. Xiao Yan recalled a little as he watched these couple looping of tiny veins. Only then did he discover that the path which the vein was looping around were at the most critical positions. In other words, without the direction from these few looping veins, any attempt to forcefully use the Great Heaven Creation Palm would only lead to the vast and mighty energy gathering at one's palm without being able to be released from one's body. It was like a bottle becoming increasingly bloated with air. It would sooner or later explode. At that time, the arm of the person unleashing it would likely be completely shattered. No wonder it said that only a palm that had been refined by the golden spiritual saliva can use it. It is actually because of this. Xiao Yan felt a sudden understanding within his heart. He immediately sighed quietly. He was indeed worthy of being an elite Dou Shang of a certain generation. He was actually able to create such a mysterious method. There were tens of thousands of meridians within one's body with endless number of secretive veins. It was not an easy matter to open a useful vein. However, I wonder if I can use this Great Heaven Creation Palm now. Xiao Yan's eyes vaguely contained a heat dancing within it. This palm's might was something that he had personally witnessed within the ancient remains back then. Quite a number of experts present had died under this palm. If it was not because Xiao Yan's group had fled quickly, it was likely that the result would be difficult to predict. Xiao Yan's heart greatly coveted the Great Heaven Creation Palm at that day. Now, he had luckily managed to learn it. How could his heart calm down? Rubbing his hands together, Xiao Yan leaped down from the bed and stood straight within the room. He inhaled a deep breath of air. The Dou Qi within his body followed the memory path within his mind and began to slowly rotate. The Dou Qi was circulated extremely slowly initially. Moreover, the path was also quite complicated. Quite a number of mistakes occurred during this period of time. Fortunately, Xiao Yan reacted quickly. Once he discovered that the path was wrong, he would immediately scatter his Dou Qi. This prevented him from suffering any injuries. After experiencing a couple of failures, Xiao Yan also gradually became familiar with it. An hour or so later, he had finally successfully completed a vein circulation. The moment that he completed the circulation, Xiao Yan's arm trembled suddenly. A dark golden light suddenly surged. Immediately, he was stunned to discover that the Dou Qi within his body was flowing like floodwater. The direction that it was flowing towards was his right hand. What a frightening Dou Qi exhaustion! Even with Xiao Yan's strength, his expression involuntarily changed when he sensed the rate at which his Dou Qi was exhausted. This Tian class Dou technique was actually a glutton that was not full no matter how unfed it. With an increasing amount of Dou Qi gathered on Xiao Yan's palm, the dark golden light also became increasingly strong. A moment later, a black glow finally appeared in the middle of the golden light when it had soared to the limit. A frightening suction force surged out the moment the black glow appeared. The surrounding dark golden light was swallowed into the black glow within the blink of an eye. It also gradually became bigger at this moment. What a terrifying energy! After having personally used this Great Heaven Creation Palm, Xiao Yan finally completely comprehended its terror. Immediately, his expression changed a little. This was the Falling Star Pavilion. There were elders and disciples of the Falling Star Pavilion around his room. If this palm was to be released, it was likely that no life would remain within a 100-meter radius. Some cold sweat surfaced on Xiao Yan's forehead when he sensed this. He inhaled a couple of deep breaths and forcefully halted the exhaustion of Dou Qi within his body. He immediately clenched his palm slightly. That peach-sized black glow shook for a moment when his hand was clenched. Finally, it slowly became pale under Xiao Yan's shocked eyes. It eventually turned into Dou Qi once again and surged into Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan heaved a long sigh of relief as he sensed the enormous Dou Qi that once again recovered within his body. He rubbed the cold sweat on his forehead, raised his right hand and looked over with stunned eyes. A moment later, he parted his mouth and laughed. This was because the thing that he needed to practice this Great Heaven Creation Palm was already preset by that Saint Zhao Hua. Hence, the speed at which he mastered this Tian class Dou technique had basically far exceeded the other Dou techniques. It must be said that this was indeed a great blessing. Great heaven creation palm, haha, I wonder how interesting old ghost Jai Xing's expression will be should he see this Dou technique the next time I meet him. Xiao Yan smiled slightly after gently rubbing his right hand together. A cold glint flickered within his dark black eyes. This great heaven creation palm will be the sickle that would take the life of the old ghost the next time they meet. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1276, Perfect Body. Chapter 1276, Perfect Body. The interior of the stone tower at the back mountain of the Falling Star Pavilion during the morning of the next day. Teacher, the body refinement will begin soon. Are you ready? Xiao Yan took out the 4-star Dozun skeleton of Fengzunjia and placed it gently on the stone platform. After which, his gaze turned towards Yao Lao by the side and spoke. Yes. Yao Lao nodded in a solemn manner. Despite his state of mind, a ripple had involuntarily appeared in his heart at this moment. Old foam, the body refinement, and the merging process this time around might require a period of time. Do not allow anyone to enter the stone tower during this period of time. Xiao Yan turned his gaze, looked at Fengzunjia by the side again and spoke in a deep voice. You can rest assured that the Falling Star Pavilion will enter into a cautious state once you begin. The experts that have gone out will also be summoned back. Fengzunjia's face was grave as he nodded. Should Yao Lao recover his peak strength, the Falling Star Pavilion would be able to strengthen rapidly. At that time, it would be able to possess some ability to resist the vengeance by the Hall of Soul. Hence, nothing must be allowed to go wrong. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. He gradually calmed his mind. A moment later, he inhaled a deep breath of air. He flicked his finger. The jade bottle that contained the bone-growing blood-fusing pill slowly drifted towards Yao Lao. Yao Lao was naturally extremely familiar with these steps. He did not hesitate even a little as he extended his hand and received the jade bottle. After which, a thought passed through his heart. A wisp of spirit flew out and lingered beside Xiao Yan. Fengzunjia and Little Fairy Doctor's group exchanged gazes when they saw that Xiao Yana and Yao Chen had begun. They quietly left the stone tower without even emitting the slightest unusual sound that could interrupt those two. Everyone withdrew without causing Xiao Yan's attention to be split. The latter's expression was solemn. He grabbed the wisps of soul beside him before slamming his palm on the skeleton lying on the stone platform, forcefully slamming the soul into the skeleton. Teacher, I will first refine the body. Once I succeed, you will be able to enter it and complete the merger step. Xiao Yan cried out in a low voice. He clenched his hand and a jade bottle appeared within his hand. Green-red blood slowly flowed within the jade bottle. A frightening energy fluctuation also spread from within it, causing this entire space to continue vibrating. This time around, Xiao Yan had prepared top-quality items in order to refine a body for Yao Lao. Hence, the difficulty of the refinement would far exceed that from when he had helped Tian Huazunjia. Go! Xiao Yan beckoned with his finger. The green-red blood within the jade bottle shot out. Finally, it scattered on the grayish-white bones. Immediately, waves of white smoke erupted. A hissing sound continued to appear. ZZ. The green-red color swiftly scattered when the green-red blood touched the grayish-white skeleton. Within the blink of an eye, the color of the skeleton had turned from gray to white, transforming into a beautiful green-red color. Moreover, the skeleton also emitted a rich energy ripple. Xiao Yan raised his hand upon seeing this. The green-red skeleton suspended in the air by itself. He waved his sleeve and the purple-brown flame surged out immediately, wrapping around the skeleton. The essence blood of the heaven demon phoenix was extremely overbearing. Moreover, it also had difficulty merging. Hence, he must use the heavenly flame to grill this energy deep into every bone of this skeleton. Only then would the skeleton be allowed to absorb all of these shocking energy. With this fierce grilling from the flame, a slight green-red light also appeared on the green-red bone. Even though this was the case, a high temperature that had seeped in still caused the surface of the skeleton to form a slight bubble. Occasionally, the bubble would burst and a rich energy would spread. This kind of tempering and grilling was a process that exhausted a great amount of time. Hence, it continued for nearly an entire day before Xiao Yan finally slowly opened his tightly shut eyes. At this moment, the green redness on the skeleton had undoubtedly become much dimmer. It no longer possesses the bright color from before. Xiao Yan clearly understood that this was because that energy had gradually seeped deep into the skeleton under the high temperature. Who? Xiao Yan let out a long breath. He glanced at Yao Lao beside him and the latter nodded with a slight smile. Xiao Yan's current flame control had undoubtedly advanced very greatly when compared to back then. It could likely even be comparable to his level. This caused Yao Lao to feel pleased. Although he also valued Xiao Yan's strength, he was after all an alchemist. The pill refinement ability of his disciple was something that he paid most attention to. Xiao Yan also smiled when he saw that pleased expression of Yao Lao. He had just kept the flame when he suddenly thought of something. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly walked towards the stone platform. After which, he violently broke the right arm of the skeleton in front of Yao Lao's uncertain eyes. Yao Lao was startled when he saw Xiao Yan's action. He did not understand the reason for it. Try this, Xiao Yan smiled. He took out the Dou Shang right arm, which he had obtained from the ancient remains, from his storage ring. After which, it was joined onto the right shoulder of the skeleton. Although the size was not very suitable, the two quickly merged completely together after the trimming from Xiao Yan's flame. Dou Shang arm? Yao Lao's eyes were outstanding. He saw the jade white bone arm and his expression changed. A shocked expression surged up his eyes. Yes. I have obtained it from the ancient remains. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. He said, regardless of whether this thing is of any use, its hardness is completely up to standard. The hardness of the Dou Shang skeleton was something that Xiao Yan had personally witnessed. This thing definitely possessed its extraordinary point. However, he did not wish to leave it for his own use. Moreover, he was unable to use it even if he wanted to. It was impossible for him to cut his own arm for this thing before joining it to him. He was also uncertain if any sequelae would occur because of it. If it really did exist, he would end up losing more than he has gained. The current Yao Lao did not possess this kind of worry. He did not possess a body. This new body would gradually perfectly merge with him once he entered it. The arm would also truly belong to him in the future. Yao Lao nodded slightly. Placing a Dou Shang arm during this body refinement step was also something that he had never heard before. However, since it was something belonging to a Dou Shang, it should be quite useful. It might even become an opportunity for him to break through to a Dou Shang in the future. After directly connecting the arm onto the skeleton, Xiao Yan once again used the 3000 lotus heart flame to refine it for a while. He finally nodded after the bone hand and the skeleton was perfectly connected. After a long period of refinement, that grayish-white skeleton had also undergone a drastic change in appearance. Its entire body was green and red. Although his right hand still possessed a jade-white color, the end of the arm also had some green-red color adhering onto it. The two had completely merged together under the grilling from the 3000 lotus heart flame. Teacher! Xiao Yan's expression also became serious when he saw this scene. He cried out in a deep voice. Yes. Yao Lao nodded. With his old sharp eyes, he was naturally aware that now was the best opportunity. Immediately, he swiftly took out that bone-growing blood-fusing pill from the jade bottle and swallowed it. His body swiftly turned illusory, transforming into a ray of light that rushed into the skeleton. Bang! The skeleton trembled violently when Yao Lao's soul merged into the skeleton. Those empty eye sockets gradually possessed a glow. At the same time, a frightening mysterious energy spread out from the interior of the skeleton. Under this energy, some mysterious flesh had actually begun to appear on the skeleton. The flesh was grown on the white bones. This miracle was naturally brought by the bone-growing blood-fusing pill. Teacher, endure on. Xiao Yan's face had become grave as he saw the swiftly wiggling flesh being formed on the skeleton. He let out a low cry and the purple flame that wrapped around the skeleton immediately burned fiercely. Under the burning of this flame, the blood and flesh that had just been formed were actually being incinerated into ashes. However, when the ash scattered, a frightening mysterious energy once again spread out. The rate at which the flesh grew became increasingly quick. At the end, it was possible to see the rapid wiggling of the flesh granulation. A blood-blurry human outline was swiftly taking shape. This burning and growth continued for nearly 10 hours. The skin structure of the flesh was completely formed under the grilling of the flame. Following the birth of flesh, the skeleton on the stone platform had also completely turned into a human form. Subsequently, all that remained was to wait for Yao Lao to completely merge with this body. After which, that Yao Zunjia, who had stunned the continent back then, would be truly able to revive from the bath of flames. At the same time, an enormous black large hall crept like a fierce beast from the ancient times within the deep mountains in the western region of the Central Plains. A frightening energy ripple that could chill one's heart spread vaguely. Puff! Black fog suddenly surged out from all directions within the large hall. A moment later, the black fog gathered. It transformed into many black figures that stood in the empty air. Powerful dark chilling aura swept over this entire place. Welcome Ninth Tianzuan. Many black figures appeared. Immediately, they knelt down in the sky. Their respectful voice immediately resounded over this entire place. During the time that these black shadows were kneeling, the entire space also slowly became distorted. A moment later, a blue figure slowly appeared. A faint voice also sounded along with it. Do all of you still remember the mission this time around? Destroy the Falling Star Pavilion, capture Xiao Yan and Yao Chen. Nearly 100 orderly loud cries simultaneously sounded. Yes, let's get moving. The blue figure nodded slightly. Immediately, his feet gently stepped on the ground. His body moved and slowly disappeared. When this blue figure disappeared, an elder, who was leading the black-clothed people, also raised his head. Surprisingly, it was old ghost Jai Xing. At this moment, his eyes turned towards the northern sky. A ferocious expression surfaced on his face. Xiao Yan, the old me will see just who will rescue you this time around. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1277, Dou Shang Bone Marrow. Chapter 1277, Dou Shang Bone Marrow. Within the stone tower, Xiao Yan watched the old figure, who was shutting his eyes tightly while being engulfed by the flame. His heart sighed in relief when he did not sense any unexpected occurrence. Currently, the body had already been successfully refined. The next step had nothing to do with Xiao Yan. As long as Yao Lao was able to successfully and perfectly merge with this body, he would truly be able to revive. Xiao Yan rubbed the cold sweat off his forehead. The continuous refinement of the body during these few days had been a great exhaustion to Xiao Yan. Fortunately, there were quite a number of medicinal pills within his storage ring that provided him with a great stamina. It was due to this that he had successfully endured through it. Teacher, the subsequent matters will depend on you. Xiao Yan softly muttered. After which, he sat on a stone platform by the side. His eyes were slowly shut as he entered his training mode and began to recover from the enormous exhaustion that was created during this period of time. After Xiao Yan entered his training mode, the stone tower once again descended into a silence. Only the low and deep sound of a burning flame resounded within the stone tower with a rhythm. Half a day swiftly flew past after Xiao Yan shut his eyes and trained. Only after the Dou Qi that his body had exhausted was completely recovered did he slowly open his eyes. A faint glow flashed across his dark black eyes and he immediately became quiet. After recovering from his condition, Xiao Yan's eyes glanced towards the stone platform. However, he only saw that Yao Lao still had his eyes shut. Not the slightest activity was emitted. Xiao Yan frowned slightly when he saw this. However, he did not panic. This occurrence was ordinary. The various things used on this body were not ordinary. It was not as easy as one imagined for Yao Lao to completely merge with them. Currently, my strength still remains at the 1-star Dozun level. However, the benefits that these couple of big battles brought me is quite great. After careful observation, I should have reached the peak of a 1-star Dozun. Xiao Yan withdrew his thoughts and fell into a silence. After having swallowed the 3000 burning flame, Xiao Yan's strength might have soared, but the speed after the soaring had once again returned to normal. According to this step-by-step training, it was likely that Xiao Yan would at least require another half a year in order to reach a 2-star Dozun. However, his relationship with the Hall of Soul becoming increasingly worse and had even ended up exchanging blows with them. Even though he was still fine until now, Xiao Yan understood that the true experts from the Hall of Soul had yet to appear. When these experts appeared, he would perhaps be out of luck. Therefore, he must raise his strength quickly in the face of the pressure from this enormous mountain known as the Hall of Soul. From Xiao Yan's perspective, the fastest method to raise his strength was undoubtedly to swallow Heavenly Flame. However, he had already obtained the 3000 burning flame and he did not have any information about other heavenly flames. Xiao Yan did covert the Sea Heart Flame of Old Mugu. However, ever since he had advanced to a Dozun, that old fellow appeared to have disappeared. Hence, he had also abandoned the thought of snatching the Sea Heart Flame. Heavenly Flame. Xiao Yan's finger gently rubbed against each other. A moment later, he was suddenly startled. He flicked his finger over his storage ring and a couple of ancient maps appeared in his hand. These 3 ancient map fragments were naturally the mysterious map that Xiao Yan had obtained many years ago. It recorded the information of the Heavenly Flame ranked 3rd on the Heavenly Flame ranking, Purifying Demonic Lotus Flame. With the increase in Xiao Yan's strength, Xiao Yan was also aware of the strength and rarity of these Heavenly Flames ranked at the front of the Heavenly Flame ranking. This Purifying Demonic Lotus Flame was known for its mysteriousness. Even Yao Lao had never seen this kind of Heavenly Flame. Xiao Yan had also checked through a great amount of information during these years and was similarly unable to obtain even the slightest news related to the Purifying Demonic Lotus Flame. If it was not because of the ancient map in his hand being the evidence, it was likely that even Xiao Yan would doubt that the so-called purifying demonic lotus flame existed in this world. 3 maps, it is still impossible to see anything. Xiao Yan carefully placed those 3 map fragments in front of him. He carefully studied them for a while, only to end up shaking his head helplessly. The Dou Qi continent was incomparably large. He was unable to tell where the location of the terrain recorded on the map was. Those winding and bending route caused Xiao Yan to have a headache looking at it. Ugh, looks like I must find the last ancient map. Otherwise, no one will ever know just where this purifying demonic lotus flame is located. Xiao Yan had no choice but to give up after some futile deep thought. His face was dispirited. He was already blessed by the heavens in order to be able to obtain these 3 ancient maps. That final ancient map was something that he had no clue about. He had also failed to obtain even the slightest information related to this ancient map during these years of searching. He wondered if the last map actually existed in this world. Now, all I can do is to pray that I will continue to be lucky. Xiao Yan sighed softly. He carefully kept these 3 ancient maps. No matter what the case was, this thing was related to the purifying demonic lotus flame. Even though the chances of him obtaining it was extremely low, Xiao Yan would still not give up. After keeping the ancient maps, Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment before clenching his hand. A couple of jade-white bone fragments appeared in his hand. These bone fragments were naturally the Dou Shang bone fragments that he had obtained from the ancient remains. Dou Shang. An expert at this level already possessed a great might to destroy the world. Just by stomping his foot, a mountain would be annihilated. This kind of expert had already successfully understood creation. Every part of his body was something that an ordinary person dreamed to obtain. It was not an exaggeration to say that one could transform into a dragon and soar to the sky if one obtained a little of it. Take this Dou Shang bone marrow as an example. If it was given to a baby or a child less than 5 years old, even if the child was a useless person before, his bones would be refined after consuming it and turn into a genius. It might be difficult to believe in such an effect, but it was indeed the truth. Xiao Yan's hand carefully rubbed these few jade-white bone fragments. A moment later, he widened his mouth. Purple-brown flame was spat out and wrapped around these bone fragments. A frightening temperature spread immediately. These bone fragments were extremely hard. It was not easy to shatter them. If it was not because Xiao Yan possessed the strong heavenly flame like the 3000 lotus heart flame, it was likely that he could only simply watch the Dou Shang bone fragment even if he knew that the Dou Shang bone marrow was hidden within them. Of course, even with the aid of the heavenly flame, it was not an easy task to remove the Dou Shang bone marrow from the bones. Fortunately, Xiao Yan was already mentally prepared. Therefore, his heart did not feel the least bit impatient when he saw that the rock-lined bones did not move even a little under the fierce burning flames. Instead, he steadily raised the temperature and slowly burned the bones. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye under the slow calcining by Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan once again withdrew from his training mode 2 days later. He watched the bone within the flame that had gradually turned gray in color. An involuntarily smile appeared. His hand was extended into the flame before pressing gently. Puff! After his finger pressed on the gray bone, one could hear a puff sound. The bone became soft before transforming into gray bone ashes that slowly scattered downwards. After these bone ashes scattered, 3 thumb-size cream-white gel-like things appeared in front of Xiao Yan's eyes. These 3 gel-like things were extremely small. Their surface possessed a colloid-like substance. When one's gaze looked through this layer, one could vaguely see the liquid slowly flowing within them. A wave of shocking mysterious energy quietly seeped out, causing a heat to gradually surge up Xiao Yan's eyes. Xiao Yan took out a jade bottle from his storage ring and carefully placed 2 Dou Shang bone marrow gel-like particles into it. After which, his finger pressed on the third one. He hesitated for a moment before gently stuffing it into his mouth. The gel particles had basically dissolved in an instant. Before he could wait for Xiao Yan to recover, a ocean-like majestic pure energy poured down like floodwater. It followed his throat and poured down. After which, his whizzed and swept apart and surged towards the 4 limbs and bones of Xiao Yan. The frightening energy that poured in abruptly caused Xiao Yan's body temperature to be raised swiftly. Curling white smoke rose on his head. Xiao Yan hurriedly sat down when he sensed the transformation of his body. He swiftly entered his training mode and began to refine these sudden majestic energy. This refinement continued for 3 days before Xiao Yan tightly shut eyes slowly opened. He sensed the unprecedented feeling of being filled with energy and involuntarily inhaled a gentle breath of air. Based on his senses, he had directly broke through from the 1-star level to the 2-star level. The miraculous effort that was present within a bone marrow gel piece was something that an ordinary Tier 7 and Tier 8 medicinal pill could not be compared with. There were not many medicinal pill that could raise the strength of an expert Dou Qi by 1 star. Who? He exhaled a long breath of air and raised his eyes to look at the stone platform. Yao Lao at that spot continued to keep his eyes shut. There was a sign of it waking up. It seemed that the body this time around was too strong. Even with teacher's strength, he was unable to easily control it. Xiao Yan fell into a deep thought. He helplessly shook his head and mused for a moment before deciding to exit the tower first and allowed Yao Lao to complete the merger here. When Xiao Yan had just made his mind, he suddenly sensed that the entire stone tower violently trembled at this moment. Soon after, a cold cry that was filled with murderous intent sounded over the sky in a mighty manner. Falling Star Pavilion. Hand over Xiao Yan and Yao Chen. Otherwise, today, I will wash this place in blood. Bang! Xiao Yan's cry spread in a vast and mighty manner. Xiao Yan's expression changed intensely. His body suddenly stood up and his eyes looked towards the stone platform in a dense manner. Hall of Soul, has it finally arrived? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1278, Arrival of a Big Battle. Chapter 1278, Arrival of a Big Battle. All the disciples on the Falling Star Mountain stood up at this moment. Their gazes were surprised as they looked at the distant sky. Due to the defensive formation that was naturally formed by the meteorite, they were unable to see the situation outside. However, they were vaguely able to sense that the Falling Star Pavilion seemed to be faced with a great calamity. Feng Zunjia and the others were gathered on a square on the mountain top. Their expressions were grave as they looked at the sky. The Hall of Soul have come, Tianhua Zunjia knitted his brows and spoke in a deep voice. There are many strong auras outside. This time around, it seems that the Hall of Soul really intend to wash the Falling Star Pavilion in blood as a deterrence to others. A sullenness appeared on little fairy doctor's face as she spoke. Feng Zunjia nodded slightly. However, his expression was calm. He was aware that this day would arrive sooner or later. It was just a matter of time. Feng Zunjia slowly stepped forward. The seal in his hand changed and the falling star array in the sky rippled. Immediately, the space slowly became distorted and the situation outside clearly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Hiss, dot. Everyone involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air when they saw the scene in the outside world. Currently, the area outside of the Falling Star Pavilion had been surrounded by black fog that permeated the sky. Nearly 100 figures stood on the black fog in the sky a short distance in front of them. Dark and dense eyes penetrated through the formation and saw Feng Zunjia's group that was hiding within it. Old Ghost Jai Xing. This old ghost has also come. Little fairy doctor glanced and found a familiar face amongst the many black-clothed people. Her face turned cold as she said. There is also the Heibai Tianzuan whom we had met back then. Feng Zunjia shook his head and slowly said. The faces of little fairy doctor's group involuntarily changed when they heard these words of his. Their gaze looked towards where Feng Zunjia was watching and did indeed see 2 old men in black and white clothes standing there. From the appearance of these 2, they were surprisingly the Heibai Tianzuan whom they had met once at the Death Soul Mountain range. 3 elite Tianzans had actually arrived. This Hall of Soul really seems to think highly of us. Feng Zunjia let out a long exhale as he said. Pavilion Chief Feng, what should we do now? The Hall of Soul has launched a big campaign. Moreover, from this momentum, it seems that they are not merely here to demand for someone. An elder from the Falling Star Pavilion spoke with a somewhat terrified expression. What is there to panic about? The Hall of Soul is not some kind association. They are planning to wash the Falling Star Pavilion in blood. Otherwise, why would they directly dispatch 3 elite Tianzans? Feng Zunjia frowned and chided. After which, his eyes looked around the star realm. He watched those thousands of Falling Star Pavilion disciple and spoke in a deep voice. Therefore, there is no other path except to engage in an all-out fight. Everyone here are elders within the Falling Star Pavilion. Today, the Falling Star Pavilion is faced with a calamity that we have never faced before. All of you plan to. Feng Zunjia's searing gazes turned towards the many elders of the Falling Star Pavilion and said. Pavilion Chief Feng, the Falling Star Pavilion is our route. The amount of effort we have put in for it is not less than anyone. Regardless of whoever it is that wish to destroy it, we will all fight to our deaths against them. The many elders had solemn expressions as they cried out in Yurzian. Good. I, Feng Xian, really have good eyesight. In that case, let out fight till our deaths. I wish to see just how dominating this Hall of Soul can be. Feng Zunjia cried out with a great force, causing the morale of all the Falling Star Pavilion's disciples to be braced. From the perspective of many people here, the Falling Star Pavilion was their route. If it was destroyed by others, what face would they have to roam the Central Plains in the future? Feng Zunjie, the old me advised you to obediently hand the people over. This falling star pavilion's great formation cannot protect you. Old Ghost Jai Xing's eyes were dark and dense as he looked at the space below. Although it was merely a sea of trees, he understood that this was only because of the falling star pavilion great formation. The cold cry sounded but no response was given. Old Ghost Jai Xing involuntarily laughed out coldly when he saw this. His gaze turned towards the black white-clothed elders by the side and said, "Let's attack together and break the formation. The activity from this trip of ours is too big. It is likely that the eyes from quite a number of factions had followed us. Therefore, we must use a bloody method to suppress the falling star pavilion and use this opportunity to allow the other factions on the central plains to be aware that our Hall of Soul is not something that just anyone is qualified to offend." That black-white Tianzins nodded slightly when they heard this. Their gazes glanced below before raising their hands at the same time. After which, they violently grabbed the space below. After the hands of those three were clenched, a frightening spatial strength hurriedly spread over the place. 3 invisible large hands grabbed heavily onto the empty space. A light surged immediately and an invisible light barrier containing the glow of the stars appeared in front of everyone's eyes from nowhere. "Break it!" Old Ghost Jai Xing coldly cried out. He suddenly clenched his hand violently. That invisible large hand violently smashed onto the invisible light barrier. Bang! A fist landed and numerous ripples spread on the light barrier. A loud rumbling sound resounded over the sky in a thunder-like manner. Bang bang bang! Following closely behind Old Ghost Jai Xing, the frightening wind from the black-white Tianzins also swept down from the sky. Immediately, it poured onto the light in a storm-like manner. Under this fierce attack by 3 elite Dozuns who had reached the 5-star Dozun level, that light had become shaky. All the disciples within the falling star pavilion looked at the repeatedly trembling light barrier from within the star realm. They suddenly held their weapons in their hands with a greater force. The great formation is unable to endure the attacks from the 3 of them. Feng Zunjie watched the light barrier that was about to be shattered. His expression sunk slightly as he said, "The Hall of Soul has sent 3 Tianzins over this time around. There are also 7 Dozuns. Quite a number of Dozuns has also come." Feng Zunjie's eyes flickered as he spoke in a deep voice. "The 7 Dozuns and the other experts are not considered troublesome to deal with. However, Old Ghost Jai Xing trio is a great trouble." His voice paused before suddenly clenched his teeth and spoke, "I will block both the black-white Tianzins. How can you alone be a match for the 2 of them?" Little Fairy Doctor and the rest frowned immediately when they heard this. The other elders of the Falling Star Pavilion also had a drastic change in expressions as they continuously objected. "There is no need to defeat them. All that we need to do is to delay the time until Yao Chen successfully exit his retreat." Feng Zunjie inhaled a deep breath and said. Everyone became quiet when they heard this. It had been half a month since Xiao Yan and Yao Lao had entered the stone tower. However, not even the slightest news was transmitted from it. Just what use this little bit of time was to them? "I will deal with Old Ghost Jai Xing. Leave one of the black-white Tianzins to the Sky Demon puppet. As for the other Tianzuan, Little Fairy Doctor and Tianhua Zunjie will join hands to deal with him." While everyone were quietly and helpless, a calm voice suddenly resounded. Immediately, that skinny figure that caused Little Fairy Doctor's group to calm down, also slowly appeared in the midair above the mountain. "That is, Junior Pavilion Chief Xiao Yan? He has exited from the retreat." The attention of all of the disciples within the Falling Star Pavilion was braced when Xiao Yan appeared. During these years, Xiao Yan could be considered to have really made a name for himself in the Central Plains. Everyone within the Falling Star Pavilion were also aware of his strength. His appearance was just like a great strength, causing the morale of the Falling Star Pavilion to surge. "You have come out? What about Yao Chen?" A joy immediately surfaced on Feng Zunjie's face when he saw Xiao Yan appeared. He hurriedly asked the question. "He still needs time." Xiao Yan slowly shook his head. His gaze looked at the repeatedly shaking light barrier. A densely cold-faced Old Ghost Jai Xing was outside of the light barrier. There was a cold glint flashing across his dark black eyes when he did so. This old ghost was really too hateful. Time and time again this old ghost had come and find trouble. This time around, he will definitely not allow this old ghost to escape. "Leave the last Tianzuan to me. Allow Little Fairy Dr. Jejia and the rest to block the other elite Dozuns." Qing Lin by the side hesitated for a moment before she suddenly spoke softly. "Ha?" Little Fairy Doctor was startled when she heard this. She glanced at Cheng Lin, smiled warmly and said, "It's fine, old Mr. Yao and I can block him." Xiao Yan's eyes also turned towards Cheng Lin. The latter smiled at him. She crossed her hands together and said, "Young Master Xiao Yan, you can be rest assured. I can block him." Xiao Yan knitted his brows slightly when he saw Qing Lin's insistence. Finally, he nodded slightly. Although Qing Lin's strength was only that of a one-star Dozun, she possessed a mysterious treasure like the triple jade green snakeflower pupils. Moreover, her body also hid the soul of an ancient heaven serpent. Such a ferocious being was something that even Xiao Yan was unusually afraid of. From the looks of her appearance, it was likely that she was not merely putting up a brave front. Little fairy doctor was also startled when she saw Xiao Yan actually agreeing with Qing Lin. Immediately, she felt helpless. However, her heart was also a little rest assured. She understood that Xiao Yan was not a reckless person. He would not allow Qing Lin to fight with the Hall of Soul Tianzuan without reason. Since he did this, it was likely that he had his reasons and his confidence. Xiao Yan waved his hand. 11 puppets appeared in the midair. After which, his gaze was lifted and he slowly said, "Open the Great Formation." It is about to be broken. Feng Zunjia also nodded when he heard this. His hand seal changed and the light barrier in the sky trembled before slowly scattering. Following the disappearance of this light barrier, the entire place gradually became dark. The black fog that permeated the sky also appeared in front of everyone's gaze in close proximity. Old Ghost Jai Xing smiled coldly as he watched the slowly scattering light barrier in the sky. Immediately, his gaze penetrated through the space and looked towards the skinny figure standing on the mountaintop. His dense voice carried a bone-chilling coldness as it resounded over the entire sky. "Xiao Yan, I have said that we will meet each other again. This time around, the old me will see just who will be able to rescue you. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1279, Chaotic Battle. Chapter 1279, Chaotic Battle. Xiao Yan was expressionless upon hearing the dense ferocious laughter of Old Ghost Jai Xing. His body slowly rose into the air and looked towards the black fog that spread over the sky. It was likely that such a large lineup had already attracted the attention of quite a number of factions. Based on his guess, it was likely that the area outside of the Falling Star Pavilion was already filled with the spies of other factions. There were countless number of hidden powerful factions within the Central Plains. The fight between these factions was also extremely intense. The Falling Star Pavilion had received many challenges since it was established to become one of the 4 great pavilions. However, this time around, it was undoubtedly facing its most dangerous situation in its history. If they could endure through it, the reputation of the Falling Star Pavilion would definitely soar and toss the other 3 pavilions far behind it. If it was unable to do so, it was likely that the Falling Star Pavilion will forever disappear on this Central Plains. Old Ghost, your nonsense is really as much as it has ever been. Just attack and quickly finish them off. You have already failed a couple of times. If you end up failing again this time around, you should be clearer than anyone else just what your fate will be. The black-white Tianzins in the sky glanced at Old Ghost Jai Xing and spoke faintly. "Humph, your reminder is unnecessary." Hearing this, Old Ghost Jai Xing's face sunk as he spoke coldly. Although he spoke in this manner, a dark denseness also gradually appeared in Old Ghost Jai Xing's eyes. He stared at Xiao Yan, who was suspended in the midair, and laughed coldly. After which, he suddenly waved his hand. "Wash the Falling Star Pavilion in blood." Understood. Hearing the cold cry of Old Ghost Jai Xing, the many experts from the Falling Star Pavilion also cried out in Yuzhen. Powerful Dou Qi spluttered out. Immediately, black chains shot explosively towards the star realm from all directions while emitting waves of clang sound. Charge! A deafening murderous cry resounded over this entire place. The originally peaceful star realm swiftly became a place filled with a killing aura. Xiao Yan's figure was suspended in the midair. His gaze stared intently at Old Ghost Jai Xing. Those Hall of Soul experts scattered on their own when they had reached 100 feet from him and rushed into the star realm. "Brat, this time around, the old me will definitely personally capture you back to the Hall of Soul. At that time, the old me will let you understand what it means by a fate worse than death." Old Ghost Jai Xing's face was filled with a savage viciousness as he looked at Xiao Yan. His foot suddenly stomped on the empty air and he directly charged explosively towards Xiao Yan. When Old Ghost Jai Xing attacked, the black-white Tianzins exchanged gazes with each other and nodded slightly. Their feet stepped on the empty air and entered the star realm. When their footsteps landed, an ocean-like vast and mighty Dou Qi slowly swept out, causing the energy of this entire world to fluctuate. Xie! Just when the black-white Tianzins were planning on entering the star realm and engage in a massacre, a golden light rushed over. After which, it charged straight towards the both of them. A puppet that can fight against a 4-star Dozun is really rare. Leave it to me. The black-clothed Black Tianzuan glanced at the sky demon puppet that was charging over aggressively. A faint surprise flashed across his eyes as he spoke. It looks like the massacre can only be done by me. White Tianzuan laughed in a dense manner. His body moved and he made a detour around the sky demon puppet that had rushed over. However, he had just taken a couple of steps when a delicate small figure blocked the space in front of him and laughingly spoke to him, "Old man, allow me to be your opponent." White Tianzuan was startled when he saw this pretty girl, who had suddenly appeared in front of him. His eyes remained indifferent and was not the least bit affected by the latter's status or appearance. He nodded slightly and his shoulders shook. Vast and mighty aura surged out explosively and swept towards Qinglin. Qinglin hurriedly focused her attention when she saw that this old fellow had delivered a killing blow as his first attack. 3 black dots slowly enlarged deep within her emerald eyes. After which, they turned into 3 demonic emerald flowers that surrounded her eyes before rotating slowly. And demonic and unusual energy ripples swiftly spread. Triple jade green snake flower pupils? This White Tianzuan was also an extremely experienced person. He had sensed the change in Qinglin's eyes the moment it occurred. He was immediately startled as he exclaimed, "You have guessed correctly." Qinglin smiled sweetly. The demonic and unusual glow within her eyes rotated rapidly. The Dou Qi pressure that surged over from all directions was resolved. How unexpected. This world actually does possess such a mysterious eye. Unfortunately, you are too weak, White Tianzuan laughed faintly. His body moved and a couple of afterimages appeared in the sky. He appeared in front of Qinglin almost instantly. Vast and mighty energy gathered on his hand. After which, it grabbed towards Qinglin. That may not be certain. Qinglin laughed. Her delicate seemingly boneless waist was gently twisted and her body escaped this restraint by White Tianzuan's hand and she swiftly pulled back. Humph. Seeing Qinglin dodge, a chillness appeared within White Tianzuan's eyes. He let out a snort and rushed outwards. Bang! During the time that Bai Tianzuan and Qinglin began to exchange blows, Xiao Yan and Old Ghost Jai Xing also violently collided together like meteorites. Frightening Dou Qi ripples swept apart in the midair, shaking those surrounding mountain peak until large mountain rocks fell continuously. At this moment, Xiao Yan and Old Ghost Jai Xing had completely engaged in a head-on clash. The current him had already formally advanced to a 2-star Dou Zun level after having swallowed the Dou Shang bone marrow. Adding the 3 changes of the Skyfire 3 mysterious change that had been activated, Xiao Yan already possessed the qualification to battle a 5-star Dou Zun head-on. He no longer need to be careful of the other party's attack like in the past. The one who felt this change of Xiao Yan most deeply was his opponent, Old Ghost Jai Xing. The current him felt increasingly shocked within his heart each time he exchanged blows with Xiao Yan. When he had first met Xiao Yan back then, the latter was unable to even receive a palm from him head-on. Subsequently, within a short 1 year, the person, who was an ant in his eyes back then, had already possessed the qualification and strength to fight head-on with him. It had only been a short while but the strength of this brat had advanced again. If this continues, it is likely that even I will not be a match for him the next time we meet. But Old Ghost Jai Xing's heart was shocked and furious as he sensed the sudden improvement of Xiao Yan. This feeling to watching himself being surpassed was really not a good one. This was especially the case when this person was his opponent. He really felt that it was difficult to eat and sleep. The current Xiao Yan had clearly reached a stage where Old Ghost Jai Xing had difficulty eating and sleeping. A desire to kill surged within Old Ghost Jai Xing's heart. His palm wind also became increasingly sharp. The vast and mighty Dou Qi within his body whizzed and circulated like a monstrous floodwater. Finally, it followed the veins and spluttered out. Space cracked wherever the palm wind passed. Numerous dark black spatial crack lines spread apart, appearing like a ferocious large mouth. The attacks of Old Ghost Jai Xing, which had suddenly become sharp, also attracted Xiao Yan's attention. His face revealed a cold smile. Although his strength had at the very most reached that of a 4-star Dou Zun after using the Skyfire 3 mysterious change, he possessed the help of the Heavenly Flame. This increase had caused him to no longer need to be afraid of Old Ghost Jai Xing. Bang bang bang! 2 figures flashed like a ghost in the midair. Each time they made contact, a shocking loud sound would erupt. Waves after waves of wild and violent energy storms spread out continuously and resounded in the sky like muffled thunder. This intense battle condition caused one to be greatly speechless when looking at it. At this moment, the interior of the star realm was basically filled with murderous cries. Densely cold black fog spread over the place. The many falling star pavilion disciples were clustered together. They might not be a match for the experts of the Hall of Soul in a one-on-one match. However, when hundreds or thousands of them gathered together, even these experts were unable to gain victory within a short while. Feng Zunjia, Little Fairy Doctor and the rest had also joined the battle at this moment. Quite a number of experts had joined this invasion by the Hall of Soul. Almost all of them were strong and vicious characters. Hence, even Feng Zunjia's group also had to put in all their effort at this moment. There were quite a number of human figures in the distant sky far from the star realm. These were some experts from the Central Plains, who had come after hearing the news, as well as the spies of some factions. The Hall of Soul had always been an extremely powerful faction on the Central Plains. Each of their action would attract countless number of gazes. Moreover, the Hall of Soul did not hide this mission. Hence, it had attracted quite a number of gazes. This time around, the Falling Star Pavilion has met with a great calamity. It had actually provoked the Hall of Soul to attack it. An old man, who had some relationship with the Falling Star Pavilion, sighed softly. If the Falling Star Pavilion is destroyed, a space would be created amongst the 4 pavilions. My Flowing Cloud Pavilion might be able to grasp the opportunity to fill it. Given that little strength of your Flowing Cloud Pavilion, it is likely that your faction will be annihilated the day after you become one of the 4 great pavilions. What are you saying? Are you seeking death? Humph, do you think I am afraid of you? These places were undoubtedly a complete chaos. Some of the experts or factions that had some grudge with each other would occasionally end up erupting into a fiery hot battle should they argue. However, most of the gazes were currently pausing at the Star Realm. These small conflicts naturally had difficulty attracting much attention. Although these people argued, most of them had a pessimistic attitude towards the fate of the Falling Star Pavilion today. Some of the experts, who possessed some relation with Feng Zunjia and Yao Lao, struggled a little before gently sighing. Given the current strength of the Falling Star Pavilion, it was unable to fight with the Hall of Soul. Even with their help, it would be of little use. Instead, they would end up being dragged into the quagmire. Ugh! While everyone was feeling regretful for the fate of the Falling Star Pavilion, the finger of the old man lying with his eyes shut on the stone platform suddenly trembled slightly. The moment his finger shook, the space within the stone tower also emitted a crack and exploded, transforming into many spatial fragments. They rolled down and was destroyed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1280, Unleash. Chapter 1280, Unleash. Bang! 2 human figures that were covered by vast and mighty Dou Qi clusters collided violently in the sky. Frightening earth-shaking noise shot towards the cloud. Even the clouds that floated in the sky had been shaken until they scattered at this moment. No one dared to step within 1,000 feet radius of the 2. With such a terrifying Dou Qi attack, it was likely that even an ordinary elite Dou Zun would have difficulty blocking it. Haha, how enjoyable. Xiao Yan violently collided with old ghost Jai Xing. The strong and fierce force shook Xiao Yan until he pulled back by over a dozen steps. His face was also covered with a desire to battle. Due to there being too big of a gap when they battled with old ghost Jai Xing earlier, he was unable to exchange blows head-on with the other party. All he could do was to rely on his speed and agility to dodge. After which, he began to display his Dou Qi attack. It was the first time this kind of bold head-on collision had occurred. Compared with Xiao Yan's loud laughter, old ghost Jai Xing's expression had become increasingly gloomy. In front of the many experts within the Hall of Soul, a Hall of Soul Tianzuan, was unable to finish of a younger generation even after such a long time. He had really lost a great amount of face. You can just try to act strong in front of the old me. The old me shall see just how many lives can the Falling Star Pavilion fork out to let you squander. Old ghost Jai Xing inhaled a deep breath of air. His tone had suddenly become sinister as he spoke. Xiao Yan's eyes took the opportunity to sweep around the interior of the Star Realm when he heard this. His heart sunk a little. Although some of the elders in the Falling Star Pavilion were still able to fight with the experts from the Hall of Soul, those ordinary disciples were no match for them. Although they relied on their large number to prevent too many deaths, there would also be occasionally some Falling Star Pavilion disciples dying from the sneak attacks by the experts from the Hall of Soul. I really cannot continue to drag this out. There is a need to finish off this old ghost quickly. Xiao Yan mused a little in his heart. After which, he slowly nodded. He quietly took out a couple of medicinal pills to recover Dou Qi from his storage ring and stuffed all of them into his mouth. However, he did not immediately swallow them. After doing all these, his gaze finally turned towards old ghost Jai Xing. He let out a cold laughter and the Dou Qi within his body followed a strange path and circulated rapidly. Following the circulation of his Dou Qi, a dark golden light gradually appeared on Xiao Yan's right palm. At the same time, his feet stepped gently on the air and walked towards old ghost Jai Xing. Seeing Xiao Yan slowly walk over, a ferocious smile also surfaced on old ghost Jai Xing's face. Xiao Yan adopted the intention of ending this battle as soon as possible, and it was the same for him. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that Xiao Yan was displaying a Dou technique. However, he did not care. The only that Xiao Yan could frighten him with was the fire lotus that relied on the merger of 4 types of flames. Other than this, he did not think that Xiao Yan could possess any threat towards him. Even though Xiao Yan's strength could barely fight head-on with him now, he also understood that this ability to fight was something that Xiao Yan had forcefully obtained by using the secret technique. Once the secret technique reached its time limit, it would be an easy matter to kill Xiao Yan. Now, allow the old me to let you see just what is the true strength of a 5-star Dozun. The ferocious expression on old ghost Jai Xing's face became increasingly wide. Vast and mighty Dou Qi spluttered. After which, it transformed into a viscous substance. It wiggled strangely before agglomerating into a dark black ghost head blade. This large blade was extremely strange. A layer of strange dark black crystal covered it. The blade's edge gently cut through the air and a thumb-sized crack line suddenly appeared. Old ghost Jai Xing's hand held the large blade tightly. His gaze was dense as he watched Xiao Yan walking over slowly. Numerous afterimages were suddenly formed by the large blade. After which, it hacked down furiously from across the space. Shattering star blade. After old ghost Jai Xing's low and deep roar resounded over the place, the entire sky suddenly became dark. Countless number of stars were suspended behind old ghost Jai Xing. After which, they transformed into numerous small rays of light that gathered onto the large blade. Following the gathering of these rays of light, the energy on the large blade also became increasingly frightening. Die! Old ghost Jai Xing smiled in a dense manner. The blade hacked downwards. Following the fall of this blade, the space in front of him fell apart almost instantly. Numerous spatial crackline appeared. Finally, 1,000 feet large sharp blade glow forcefully split the space in front in an incomparably overbearing manner. It transformed into a lightning that shot explosively towards Xiao Yan. Such a powerful blade glow suddenly appeared in the sky. It immediately attracted the focus of countless number of eyes. A surprised expression immediately surfaced in the eyes. Star-shattering blade. This was the greatest trump card of old ghost Jai Xing. Countless number of experts had died under this blade. However, after old ghost Jai Xing had joined the Hall of Soul, he had seldom met any expert who could cause him to once again display this greatest trump card of it. Unexpectedly, it could be currently seen in this place. Old ghost Jai Xing star-shattering blade can be considered to be at the peak of the D-class Dou techniques. Its strength is extremely shocking. There are very few Dou technique of the same class that could forcefully receive this attack. That Xiao Yan is likely going to be out of luck. Some of the experts observing from outside of the Falling Star Pavilion involuntarily shook their heads when they saw the situation. Xiao Yan's eyes rippled slightly in the face of this frightening sharp blade glow that could tear the world. His slow forward-moving footsteps also paused for a moment. The dark golden light on his right palm also became increasingly dense. It is too late to think of escaping now. Seeing Xiao Yan pause his footsteps, old ghost Jai Xing thought that the former was shaken by this blade glow. He immediately laughed coldly. However, Xiao Yan acted as though he did not hear this cold laughter. His gaze focused intently on his right palm. The dark golden color at that spot had reached the limit of its brightness before an extreme deep black glow finally trembled and surfaced. With the surfacing of this black light, the bright golden glow also quickly disappeared. Instead, the black spot became increasingly large. That manner was as though the golden glow's energy was being swallowed by the black light. With the rapid expansion of the black light, Xiao Yan also sensed the Dou Qi swiftly flowing out from his body. He hurriedly swallowed the medicinal pills in his mouth with a gulp. After which, he suddenly raised his head. At this moment, that 1,000 feet large blade glow was already a couple of dozen meters in front of him. The sharp wind caused tiny blood traces to appear on his skin. Consider it your honor to be able to die under the star-shattering blade of the old me. The blade glow approached. At this moment, even with Xiao Yan's fast speed, he was unable to dodge the attack. Old ghost Jai Xing involuntarily laughed out loud when he saw this. This hateful brat would finally die in his hands today. Who? A faint smile was slowly lifted on Xiao Yan's face when he heard old ghost Jai Xing's loud laughter. His hand suddenly landed heavily on the empty space in front of him. A dense cry suddenly resounded. Great heaven creation palm. Bang! Xiao Yan's palm landed and the space itself basically collapsed almost instantly. A dark black light sphere that caused one's heart to feel cold swiftly spread from his palm. After which, it violently collided with the sharp blade glow. Chie! The two collided. The intense explosion that exceeded everyone's expectations did not appear. That blade glow appeared to have entered a deep bottomless black hole as it charged in. Not the slightest fluctuation was created. Even the rate at which the black light expended was not slowed. Hiss! Everyone inhaled a breath of cool air from shock upon seeing this scene. their eyes were filled with disbelief. It was likely that few amongst those present could receive that attack of old ghost Jai Xing, yet that extremely powerful blade glow appeared to be without even the slightest ability to resist under that strange black light sphere. How is this possible? At this moment, everyone's head were blurry. All they could do was to repeatedly mutter in their minds. The disappearance of the blade glow also caused old ghost Jai Xing to be stunned. He suddenly recovered and looked at the familiar black light sphere. Those eyes of his abruptly widened as he exclaimed, "Great Heaven Creation Palm? Tian Plas Dou technique? How did you obtain it?" Old ghost Jai Xing had personally witnessed the Great Heaven Creation Palm at the ancient remains back then. That frightening strength was something that was deeply ingrained in his memory even until now. This kind of Tian Plas Dou technique, which he greatly coveted, had actually landed in Xiao Yan's hand. It's those 3 ribs. Old ghost Jai Xing could be considered to have reacted quickly. He almost immediately recalled the 3 ribs that Xiao Yan had ripped from the skeleton that day. Clearly, if the Tian Plas Dou technique really did exist, it should be on those ribs. This cunning bastard. Old ghost Jai Xing's heart was bleeding from regret. His expression became gloomy as he looked at the spreading black light sphere. His body hurriedly pulled back. You wish to escape? Xiao Yan merely laughed coldly when he saw old ghost Jai Xing fleeing. His hand suddenly shook and the black light sphere expansion rate suddenly increased. At the same time, an incomparable suction force surged out from within the dark black light sphere. Under the suction force, old ghost Jai Xing's speed immediately slowed. After which, he was shocked to see the black light sphere spreading over rapidly. The fear of death finally climbed onto his heart at this moment. He clearly understood that if he was sucked into the light sphere, it was likely that even he would die immediately. Bang bang bang! Old ghost Jai Xing hurriedly unleashed numerous powerful Dou Qi pillars at this critical moment where death approached. However, these attacks did not even create a ripple when landing on the light sphere before they strangely disappeared. This kind of endless devouring caused a helplessness to surge up old ghost Jai Xing's heart. Die! Xiao Yan's eyes turned chilly as he watched old ghost Jai Xing, who was in close proximity. The rate at which the light sphere spread suddenly increased. Ninth Tianzuan sir, please save me. Old ghost Jai Xing, who was unable to escape after using all of his abilities, finally opened his throat at this critical moment. A miserable sharp roar resounded over the sky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1281, Miserable End. Chapter 1281, Miserable End. Xiao Yan was startled initially when he heard that sharp scream from old ghost Jai Xing. Immediately, his heart abruptly turned cold. The Hall of Soul actually still had some experts hidden in this place? Moreover, the status of this person was actually such that even old ghost Jai Xing, who was a Hall of Soul Tianzuan, had to address as Sir. Looks like the Hall of Soul has indeed come prepared. This thought flashed past Xiao Yan's heart. A fierce glint appeared in Xiao Yan's flickering eyes. Regardless of what the case was, he should kill this old ghost Jai Xing, who had repeatedly opposed him, before deciding on anything. Qi. A desire to kill surged within his heart. The speed at which the black light sphere spread suddenly quickened. The frightening suction force that was within close proximity shocked old ghost Jai Xing until his soul scattered. That horrified sharp cry became increasingly mournful. Trash, you have been turned into such a state by a younger generation. What face do you have to be a Tianzuan of the Hall of Soul? Just before the light sphere was about to reach old ghost Jai Xing's body, an indifferent and completely emotionless voice suddenly resounded slowly in the sky. Soon after, a crack line was swiftly formed in the space behind old ghost Jai Xing. A blue figure slowly walked out. With the appearance of this figure, the air in this entire place immediately became moist. Some faint tiny raindrops spluttered and poured downwards from the sky. This mysterious change naturally attracted Xiao Yan's attention. Immediately, his heart sank. This person was actually able to rely on his vast and mighty Dou Qi to stir the change of the natural energy around him. Such a strength was really shocking. Based on Xiao Yan's guess, it was likely that this so-called 9th Tianzuan had likely reached the 7-star or 8-star level. The indifferent voice might cause old ghost Jai Xing's face to be ashamed, but it was obvious that his life was even more important than his face. He hurriedly cried out, "Sir, save me." The blue figure glanced faintly at Xiao Yan. After which, he knitted his pale blue eyebrows. He watched the black light sphere that rapidly spread over and muttered, "It is actually a Tian Plas Dou technique. How envious." The blue-clothed figure swung his sleeve after uttering those words. The raindrop that scattered throughout the sky began to gather at a shocking speed. Within a short moment, it had gathered into a fast-rotating rain scene in front of old ghost Jai Xing. At the same time, his palm grabbed old Ghost Jai Xing's shoulder and pulled back in a lightning-like manner. Seeing that this person wished to rescue old Ghost Jai Xing, a chillness surged within Xiao Yan's eyes. The Dou Qi within his body was poured out crazily, and the speed at which the black light sphere spread also increased. Within a blink of an eye, it had collided with the rain curtain. Crash! The two collided and the rain curtain immediately collapsed. Those rain droplets that permeated the sky were completely swallowed into the light sphere. The black light sphere broke through the rain curtain. Its speed increased instead of decreasing. After which, it quickly gave chase in front of old Ghost Jai Xing's terrified eyes. The black light sphere directly reached old Ghost Jai Xing's legs. When the black light sphere reached him, an extremely miserable scream was immediately erupted from old Ghost Jai Xing's mouth. Humph! That blue figure also snorted coldly. He ignored the miserable scream of old Ghost Jai Xing as he grabbed the latter's shoulder and increased the speed at which he was pulling back. The blue figure's speed increased and fled for some distance with old Ghost Jai Xing. He turned around and glanced at old Ghost Jai Xing's legs, only to frown a little. At this moment, old Ghost Jai Xing's legs were already completely broken. The spot where it broke was as smooth as mirror. Not even the slightest blood appeared. That manner was as though the blood from both of his legs were completely swallowed by the black light sphere during the momentary contact earlier. His eyes once again turned towards old Ghost Jai Xing's face. It was already as pale as snow. Even his breathing had become a little sluggish. Having lost both legs and an arm, this old Ghost Jai Xing could basically be considered half-crippled. What an overbearing Tian-class Dou technique. A slight sullenness drew past the blue figure's face. Immediately, he shook his head. His toes pressed on the empty air and his body pulled back rapidly. Even with his strength, he did not wish to forcefully receive the great heaven creation poem. Even if he could receive it, it would cause him some losses. This was not something that he wished to see. Even if you wish to leave, you will have to leave that old ghost behind. Xiao Yan laughed coldly when he saw the blue figure's fast speed. He suddenly clenched his hand. Vast in might Dou Qi spread. That black light sphere's speed was also raised to its limit. It emitted a swoosh sound and spread with lightning-like speed. After which, it chased old Ghost Jai Xing, whose shoulder was grabbed by the blue figure, with a swift lightning-like speed that one could not react fast enough. Finally, it struck the chest portion of the latter in front of his incomparably terrified eyes. Chie! A soft sound appeared. Old Ghost Jai Xing widened eyes instantly solidified. Fresh blood slowly seeped out from the corner of his mouth. His face was as shriveled as a withered tree. His life force had completely vanished in the blink of an eye. The light sphere swallowed the area below old Ghost Jai Xing's chest and finally ceased extending due to it having reached its limit. Finally, it slowly vanished in front of countless number of horrified gazes. The blue figure had finally stopped the moment old Ghost Jai Xing lost his life force. After which, his gaze coldly looked at the black light sphere that swiftly disappeared. Finally, his eyes paused on Xiao Yan at the middle of the light sphere. You are indeed worthy of being a descendant of Xiao Xian. This venerable self is a little curious as to why you were able to reach the Dou Zun level at such an age. Could it be the bloodline of the Xiao clan, which had already long been wasted, could be used again? The blue figure looked at Xiao Yan and spoke faintly. Xiao Yan did not reply. His gaze merely glanced at the old man in front of him. The old man was wearing a blue robe. Even his hair and eyebrows were pale blue in color. Both of his eyes appeared to be emitted in endless and mighty water affinity energy, causing one to feel a little absent-minded. This blue-robed old man might appear ordinary, but Xiao Yan understood that the strength of this old fellow was not any weaker than the ancient void dragon He Qing, whom he had met back then. It is likely not due to the bloodline. It was already incredible that this kind of wasted bloodline could groom an expert like Xiao Xian. It is likely impossible to groom a second Xiao Xian. The blue-clothed old man, who was addressed by old Ghost Jai Xing as Ninth Tianzuan, merely shook his head and muttered to himself in the face of Xiao Yan's silence. Wasted bloodline? Xiao Yan frowned slightly and felt some doubt within his heart. From the meaning of this old fellow's words, it seemed that the Xiao clan possessed a history that he was unaware of a long time ago. However, that whatever bloodline strength was something that he had never sensed even a little of during all these years. Other than relying on the flame mantra to swallow heavenly flame, the reason that he was able to reach his current level was because of the accumulation of his own effort. There was no credit for the whatever bloodline strength. It is fine if you have doubts. Someone will explain to you once you reach the Hall of Soul. Ninth Tianzuan laughed faintly after having appeared to see through Xiao Yan's doubt. He glanced at old Ghost Jai Xing, who merely had the area above his chest remaining. After which, he slowly shook his head. A rich blue energy spread out from his palm. It subsequently wrapped around the remainder of old ghost Jai Xing's body before transforming into a blue icy crystal. With a flick of his hand, the ice crystal shattered. With a bang, it was blasted into countless fragments. Old ghost Jai Xing's body also turned into dust. Although old ghost Jai Xing had failed in a number of missions and ought to be punished, the one who should carry out this punishment is not you. Therefore, you must take some responsibility for his death. Ninth Tianzuan's blue eyes looked at Xiao Yan and said. Xiao Yan laughed coldly. Dou Qi swiftly surged within his body. The heavenly flame also began to agglomerate within it. He was prepared to use all of his strength to fight with this ninth Tianzuan. I am aware that you possess a fire lotus that is comparable to a Tian class Dou technique. However, this is insufficient. You will not get the chance to unleash such an attack in front of this venerable self. Therefore, you should just leave with this venerable self. My mission might be to bring you back alive, but you can be considered alive as long as you have a breath left. Ninth Tianzuan gently flicked his long finger on his sleeve and spoke without expression. I don't believe it. Xiao Yan's eyes were narrowed slightly. He did indeed sense a kind of dangerous aura from Ninth Tianzuan. However, this was insufficient to get him to surrender without a fight. His shoulders immediately shook and the green-red bone wings were extended. The wings were flapped and his body immediately pulled back explosively. Numerous afterimages appeared in the sky, causing one to be dazzled. Ninth Tianzuan shook his head slowly when he saw Xiao Yan's body pulling back. The space beside him slowly became distorted and his body disappeared in a strange fashion. The pores all over Xiao Yan's body immediately stood up when Ninth Tianzuan disappeared. However, his eyes had just blinked when he saw that blue figure was already less than 2 feet in front of him. This venerable self has said that these are useless. Ninth Tianzuan's face was still indifferent. His right hand drifted out gently and the water qi that permeated the sky gathered. Finally, it was accompanied by waves after waves of rich dark and cold energy. It rushed over towards Xiao Yan with lightning-like speed. Ninth Tianzuan's palm flew over without warning. Xiao Yan's expression swiftly became grave. The purple-brown flame hurriedly gathered on his right hand. Finally, it transformed into a meandering fire dragon that collided heavily with Ninth Tianzuan's hand. Qi. The two collided. However, there was no earth-shaking sound. Heat and dark chillness interacted. It erupted into a dense white smoke and a sizzling sound resounded continuously. Bang! This interaction did not continue for long before a deep sound resounded within the fog. Immediately, a miserable figure staggered and flew out. Finally, it smashed heavily on a mountain wall. The frightening force directly caused an arm-thick crack line to climb all over the hard mountain wall. Grug! Xiao Yan rubbed away the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. He spat out the blood from his mouth as he looked at the blue figure in the sky with a gloomy expression. It was possible for him to put up a fight when facing old ghost Jai Xing. However, he actually did not possess the strength to retaliate in the hands of this Ninth Tianzuan. Leave with this venerable self. Ninth Tianzuan in the sky glanced at Xiao Yan. His body moved and he appeared in front of the ladder. His palm was slowly extended and grabbed onto Xiao Yan's shoulders. An indifferent voice was slowly emitted. Xiao Yan stared intently at Ninth Tianzuan, who had extended his hand over. A ruthlessness flashed within his eyes. Just when he was about to unleash all his strength and risk his life to attack, a hand was extended from behind him. It calmly grabbed Ninth Tianzuan's hand. At the same time, a faint elderly voice also quietly spread from behind. You, Ninth Tianzuan alone, is really unqualified to bring him away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1282, Displaying One's Great Might. Chapter 1282, Displaying One's Great Might. Ninth Tianzuan's expression changed slightly when his hand was being grabbed. This was because he discovered that at this moment, the circulating Dou Qi within his body became sluggish. The fog that was permeated with rain droplets also rapidly disappeared. This scene naturally caused some shock to surge up Ninth Tianzuan's heart. He suddenly raised his head, only to see an elderly figure suspended in the sky. That familiar face directly caused him to involuntarily exclaim. Yao Chen? Your body, you have actually recovered your strength? Ninth Tianzuan had discovered with a glance that the current body of Yao Lao no longer possessed that kind of illusory form like in the past. Clearly, it was an actual body. Moreover, the reason for his heart to sink rapidly was the frightening aura that filled Yao Lao's body. That aura was so strong that it caused even his heart to pound a little. Teacher? You have awoken? Xiao Yan hurriedly turned around during the time that Ninth Tianzuan's attack was blocked. He saw Yao Lao behind and a joy quickly surged onto his face. Yes. Yao Lao smiled slightly towards Xiao Yan. After which, he slowly said, "Little fellow, you should go and help the others first." "Leave him to me." Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment after hearing this before nodding his head. With his extraordinary spiritual perception, he was naturally able to sense that the aura of the current Yao Lao was extremely frightening. Such an aura was something that even 9th Tianzuan in front and He Qing from back then could not compare with. This aura could even be considered the strongest that Xiao Yan had ever felt during these years. Is this the strength of teacher at his peak? It is indeed very strong. No wonder he is able to possess that kind of reputation in the Central Plains back then. Xiao Yan sighed in relief within his heart. After which, he drifted backwards in front of 9th Tianzuan's somewhat gloomy eyes. "Yao Chen, do you think that you can fight with my Hall of Soul just because you have recovered your peak strength?" Although 9th Tianzuan greatly wanted to stop Xiao Yan, he understood that the Yao Chen in front of him had once again returned to being that renowned Yao Zunjia from the past. Even with his arrogance, he must admit that his current strength was no match for Yao Lao. The Hall of Soul is not the strongest in the world. You have quite a number of powerful opponents. Some people are entangled until they do not dare to randomly attack. As long as certain people do not intervene, someone of your level is unable to threaten the old me. Yao Lao laughed faintly. However, his smile had a slight chillness to it. "Today, the Hall of Soul had launched such a big campaign against us and you have injured my only disciple. You must ultimately repay a little of this debt. Do you really think that this venerable self is afraid of you?" 9th Tianzuan's face was dark and cold. His hand had a layer of blue luster. Immediately, his arm was twisted in a strange manner and escaped from Yao Lao's restraint. He widened his mouth and a blue Dou Qi spluttered out in all directions. It swiftly agglomerated into a huge beast that bare its fangs and banished its claws. It carried a rich energy pressure as its sharp claws directly charged towards Yao Lao. Yao Lao's expression remained calm in the face of the attack by 9th Tianzuan. His hand was extended before it clenched abruptly. The space in front of him collapsed almost instantly and that enormous beast was directly broken apart. It transformed into water droplets that scattered in all directions. Bang! After destroying 9th Tianzuan's attack with a palm, Yao Lao's hand aimed at the former across a great distance before slamming his palm forward. This palm had just slammed forward when the energy of this entire place immediately fluctuated intensely. An invisible large spatial hand directly blended into the space and rushed quietly towards 9th Tianzuan. Although the spatial large hand was quiet, 9th Tianzuan's heart still sensed an extremely dangerous feeling. His hand seal changed hurriedly and a low cry sounded. The endless amount of icy cold energy from around him gathered and formed a 1,000 feet large blue water barrier. The large spatial hand violently landed on the enormous blue water barrier. Monstrous spatial strength spread at that moment and directly caused the space of this entire area to become distorted. The shocking momentum caused the expressions of quite a number of people to change drastically. Bang! The spatial strength swept apart. That seemingly strong and firm blue water barrier merely lasted for a moment before it emitted a bang and exploded in the blink of an eye. Immediately, a crushing rain fell mightily from the sky and smashed onto the sea of tree, forming a clear rattling noise. Groan. 9th Tianzuan's body staggered after the blue water barrier was broken. His body was directly forced back by 100 over meters. A moan was also emitted from his throat. Clearly, this 9th Tianzuan had suffered some injuries during this first exchange with Yao Lao. This spectacular battle in the sky naturally attracted the eyes of those experts in the distance. Some of the experienced could also be considered to be very experienced. Hence, they recognized Yao Lao with a glance. Immediately, numerous exclamations resounded over the place one after another. That person is Yao Zunjia, Yao Chen? He is actually still alive? Isn't it said that Yao Chen had lost his body and his strength is greatly reduced? Why is it now? With the recovery of Yao Chen's strength, it is likely that the great calamity of the Falling Star Pavilion this time around can be resolved. The reputation and strength of the Falling Star Pavilion will also soar immediately. Even the three valleys will not be able to contend with them. Private conversations that were accompanied by some unknown emotion spread. Quite a number of people looked at each other. The expressions in their eyes were a little complicated. The return of Yao Zunjia Yao Chen to the Central Plains was definitely a big news. Some of the experts from older generations were deeply able to feel the influence that Yao Lao had on the Central Plains back then. Although many years had passed, no one was able to surpass Yao Lao in being the top alchemist on the Central Plains. Even the three great heads of the Pill Tower had no choice but to admit that they could not be compared to Yao Chen. At this moment, this top alchemist of the Central Plains, who had disappeared for many years, had once again appeared. The shock and ripple that it created would naturally be earthshaking. Xiao Yan watched Yao Lao, who had completely taken the upper hand. He also revealed a faint smile. With Yao Lao having regained his peak strength, the Falling Star Pavilion will no longer need to worry about the Hall of Soul taking revenge in the future. After all, despite the Hall of Soul being strong, it was this great strength that caused it to possess many implications. Some of the peak experts could not randomly just attack. As long as these peak experts do not attack, the Falling Star Pavilion would be safe. Bang! Xiao Yan mused for a moment. A muffled sound was suddenly transmitted from the sky. Xiao Yan, whose heart sensed something, hurriedly raised his head. He frowned a little, only to see that the sky demon puppet was being continuously defeated under the continuous fierce attack by Black Tianzuan. Even its hard body had some vague dent appearing. Clearly, with the strength of the sky demon puppet, it was a little too much for it to fight with Black Tianzuan alone. Xiao Yan's eyes paused on the sky demon puppet for a moment before turning away. It turned towards the battleground between Qing Lin and White Tianzuan. He was a little startled when he first looked towards this place. The expected situation of Qing Lin being defeated did not appear. All he saw was an extremely intense battle. The two figures violently collided with each other. Human figures flashed and a shocking energy ripple swiftly spread. This aura, it's that ancient heaven serpent. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. He could sense that the aura of the current Qing Lin was vaguely a little brutal. This kind of feeling was something that he had personally experienced at the cave back then. Hence, he immediately understood that Qing Lin should have borrowed the strength of the ancient heaven serpent soul. Otherwise, with her strength, it was impossible for her to engage in such a fiery hot battle with White Tianzuan even with the help of the triple jade-green snake-flower pupils. There should not be any danger as long as the black-white Tianzans here are held back. With the strength of Old Fangs and Little Fairy Doctor's group, they should be able to block the other Hall of Soul experts from attacking. Xiao Yan's eyes flickered slightly. Since there was no problem on Qing Lin's side, he should attack Black Tianzuan. By joining hands with the Sky Demon puppet, it should be possible for them to delay this fellow until he cannot divert his attention. However, in this situation, the greatest number of deaths would still be the ordinary disciples of the Falling Star Pavilion. It would be bad if things drag on for too long. During the time that Xiao Yan was frowning because of this, Yao Lao in the sky appeared to have sensed something. He lowered his head and watched the star realm, which was permeated by a bloody scent. A cold glint flickered within his eyes. He clenched his hand and an enormous spatial hand was once again formed. A palm smashed towards Black-White Tianzuan. How could the Black-White Tianzans, who were engaging in an intense battle with the Sky Demon puppet and Qinglin, anticipate such a sudden attack? Hence, they only recovered their attention after the attack arrived. Their faces immediately turned ghastly white. The frightening spatial strength gave them an extremely dangerous feeling. Grug! The large spatial hand violently landed on the bodies of the Black-White Tianzuan. After which, these two extremely powerful Tianzans immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood in front of everyone's eyes. Their bodies fell from the sky like meteorites and violently smashed into the forest. 1,000 feet deep gully was formed. Seeing the Black-White Tianzans, who were unable to even endure for one exchange, those experts in the distance ended up inhaling a breath of cold air. Bang bang bang, dot. After sending the Black-White Tianzans flying with a palm, Yao Lao once again flipped his palm a couple more times and continuously smashed them across the air. With the smashing of his palm, all of those Hall of Soul experts on the ground that came into contact with the enormous spatial hand would be blasted into a cluster of black fog almost instantly. Even their flesh were turned into dust. Under the slaughtering by Yao Lao, those experts from the Hall of Soul finally became terrified. In their panic, they fled in all directions. None of them dared to remain in the star realm for a moment longer. That ninth Tianzuan had a gloomy expression upon seeing the terrible loss of the experts from the Hall of Soul. The situation had basically gone out of control with the appearance of Yao Chun. However, he was unwilling to simply give up in this manner. Yao Chun, you have just recovered your strength and will definitely have difficulty completely unleashing it. This venerable self shall just watch whether you can turn things around with your strength and rescue this Falling Star Pavilion. Ninth Tianzuan inhaled a deep breath of air. His hand suddenly formed numerous dazzling seals with lightning-like speed. Following the change in his seals, the surrounding space also slowly fluctuated. Immediately a spatial crack line was slowly formed. The moment the spatial crack line was torn open, a bone-chilling monstrous aura was slowly being emitted from the crack line. Even 8th Tianzuan is here, ha! Upon sensing this bone-chilling aura, Yao Lao's brows twitched slightly and softly muttered to himself. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1283, Ban, Half, Shang. Chapter 1283, Ban, Half, Shang. The spatial crackline slowly spread and the icy bone-chilling monstrous aura also permeated the place. Immediately, a white figure finally slowly stepped out from the space. Finally, it appeared in front of the countless number of eyes. Ninth, it is expected that you have actually activated the spatial jade piece. The white figure slowly appeared as an indifferent voice sounded. Humph, stop being annoying. You should take a good look at the opponent this time around. Ninth Tianzuan frowned and spoke in a deep voice. The white figure slowly raised his head when he heard Ninth Tianzuan words. He had an old face and his hair was white. Even both of his eyes were dense white in color, causing one to feel a kind of extremely icy cold feeling. At a glance, he appeared just like a block of ice. Yao Chen Ha. The white figure's eyes paused on Yao Lao's body a short distance in front. He was slightly startled before he immediately seemed to have sensed something. A little ripple appeared in his white eyes. You have recovered your strength? The Hall of Soul is really well prepared. It is still not rest assured despite dispatching a ninth Tianzuan. It has actually dispatched even you. Yao Lao glanced at that eighth Tianzuan and spoke faintly. No wonder, with your strength alone, you are indeed no match for him. It seems that the loss from today's mission is quite great. Eighth Tianzuan's snow-white brows twitched a little. He glanced at those experts from the Hall of Soul fleeing into the distance before speaking. He has just regained a body. Although his strength has recovered, it will have difficulty reaching its peak. I alone might not be sufficient, but if the two of us were to join hands, it is not possible to tell just who will be defeated. Ninth Tianzuan's expression was slightly sinister as he said. You should not underestimate this old fellow. Eighth Tianzuan knitted his brows and said. Why? Are you afraid? We are the leaders of this mission. If it fails, it is likely that we will have difficulty accounting to the top, no? Ninth Tianzuan glanced towards Eighth Tianzuan when he spoke until this point. He continued, moreover, you have once been defeated in his hands back then. It has been a sore point for you all these while. If you do not make an attempt today, it is likely that you will no longer have such an opportunity in the future. Hearing this, the hand of Eighth Tianzuan, which was fondling his beard, paused. Some fluctuating rose within his white eyes. A moment later, he nodded slowly and said, in that case, let's attack. I also really wish to know if the current Yao Chen is as mighty as the one back then. Relax, with us combining our strength, we will be able to fight even a 9-star Dou Qi. Currently, Yao Lao had just obtained his body and will definitely be unable to use it with great familiarity. It is not bad for him to possess even 70 to 80% of his strength. Ninth Tianzuan laughed. Immediately, his eyes became stern. He clenched his hand suddenly and a vast and mighty fluctuation spread from his hand. Following the spreading of this ripple, the entire place quickly became moist. Rain droplets were formed out of nowhere. At a glance, they were densely packed together and appeared to stretch endlessly. Xiao Yan stood on the top of a mountain. He frowned slightly as he watched those raindrops in front of him. His hand grabbed one of them, only to be startled to find that the interior of this raindrop contained an extremely dense water affinity energy. Although this kind of energy appeared gentle and calm, it possessed an extremely strong erosion properties. Based on Xiao Yan's guess, if this droplet of strange raindrop was to be shot over at great speed, it would likely be easily able to penetrate through the Dou Qi defense of an expert Dou Huang. Just one droplet alone possessed such a terrifying destructive strength. Just how terrifying the destructive strength would be should the densely packed endless raindrops in the sky gather together? It is said that the advancement of every star in the Dou Qi class would cause one's strength to soar greatly. These words are indeed true. Xiao Yan softly muttered. He currently had the strength of a 2-star Dou Qi. After unleashing the Skyfire 3 mysterious change, he was only able to reach the strength of a 4-star Dou Qi. Moreover, this was because the materials he used to unleash the Skyfire 3 mysterious flame were 3 types of heavenly flames. If it was some other flames, it was likely that he would not even be able to raise his strength by 1 star. Moreover, despite Xiao Yan having reached the strength of a 4-star Dou Qi, he only possessed 2 methods to kill someone of old Ghost Jai Xing's strength. One was to merge the Annihilation Lotus Flame with 4 heavenly flames. The other was to rely on the Tian class Dou skill, Great Heaven Creation Palm, that he had learnt. Other than these, he no longer had any methods. From this, one could tell just how great the difference between the levels within the Dou Qi class was. If one did not possess a special technique, it was quite difficult to fight across the levels. Yao Lao stood in the air in the distant sky. His eyes were calm as he watched the mysterious raindrops that spread across the sky. Any raindrop that appeared within 1,000 feet from him would explode the moment it was formed. At this moment, everyone's eyes, regardless of whether it was the disciples of the Falling Star Pavilion or the experts in the distance, were gathered in the sky. Everyone could tell that these two top experts within the Hall of Soul were preparing to unleash a truly earth-shaking attack at this moment. Gather! Ninth Tianzuan's expression was unusually grave at this moment. A sharp cry had suddenly sounded from his throat as the seals formed by his hands changed. After the sharp cry by Ninth Tianzuan sounded, the mysterious rain droplets that filled the sky immediately shook. They immediately rushed explosively towards him amidst waves after waves of air-splitting swoosh sound. Finally, it swiftly agglomerated in front of Ninth Tianzuan. Within the blink of an eye, 1,000 feet large azure rainball had slowly appeared. The rainball was enormous. It was completely blue in color. While it rotated slowly, the monstrous energy that spread from it caused the expressions of quite a number of people to turn ashen. If this energy was to explode, it was likely that this mountain range would be racked and flattened in an instant. When the rainball was formed, 8th Tianzuan by the side also inhaled a deep breath of air. He raised his hand and pointed towards the rainball from a great distance. Dense white chilling air suddenly spluttered out from his hand. Finally, it adhered onto the rainball. Crack, crack. The dense white ice swiftly spread apart upon making contact with the rainball. Within a short moment, that blue rainball had become an enormous ice ball. Moreover, the energy that it contained within it was also becoming increasingly frightening. The strength of a Dou skill that two elite Hall of Soul experts join hands to unleash was sufficient to shatter even one's soul. Things has become a little out of hand this time around. Those experts in the distance looked at the enormous ice ball in the sky. The terrifying energy fluctuation that spread from the ice ball caused even their souls to feel pressured. While their face was pale, these people also began to withdraw. If such a frightening energy was to explode, the entire mountain range would be flattened. They would likely also be buried with this place. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, dot. The expression of Feng Zunja's group within the Falling Star Pavilion was solemn as he watched those experts swiftly pulling back. From the looks of the energy contained within this ice ball, it was likely already too late to escape even if they started running now. Yao Kem, back then, this venerable self was defeated in your hands. I wonder if you have the ability to block this combined attack of the two of us today. 8th Tianzuan's face had become a little paler after he turned the rainball into an ice ball. Clearly, this attack had exhausted quite a great amount of his strength. Yao Lao merely twitched his eyebrows in the face of the loud cry by the 8th Tianzuan. There was little emotional fluctuation on his face. It was as though the enormous ice ball that could destroy the mountain range did not exist. Humph, I want to see just how long you can try to act brave. 9th Tianzuan involuntarily laughed coldly in the face of this calmness by Yao Lao. Both of his hands formed numerous seals with lightning-like speed. A moment later, his face suddenly reddened. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out and shot onto the enormous ice ball. An explosive cry suddenly sounded. Rain heaven erosion. A cry that was filled with an incomparable dominance resounded over the sky. 9th Tianzuan duo suddenly pushed forward with their hands. The enormous ice ball shook for a moment before it began to rotate rapidly. Finally, it rushed explosively towards Yao Lao with lightning-like speed amidst a deafening rumbling sound. During the time that the ice ball rushed forward, a frightening energy ripple spread from it. Every inch of the surrounding space crumbled. 1,000 feet large dark black spatial crackline appeared from the empty space like a black ribbon. Seeing the destructive strength of the ice ball, those fleeing experts were completely terrified. They went all out to increase their speed as they rushed out of this mountain range. Xiao Yan's expression was grave as he watched the enormous ice ball from the mountain top. Immediately, his eyes paused on Yao Lao, who had not even moved. His heart sighed in relief after seeing the latter's expression. What a frightening attack, Pavilion Chief, can he block it? All the disciples of the Falling Star Pavilion were extremely tensed at this moment. In the face of this terrifying strength, even this entire mountain range had become exceptionally small. At such a moment, all that they could do was to place their hope on Yao Lao. Today, you and the Falling Star Pavilion shall be destroyed under the combined strength of the both of us. A wild and heated expression surfaced in the eyes of 9th Tianzuan and 8th Tianzuan when they saw the frightening ice ball becoming increasingly closer to Yao Lao. When the ice ball entered 1,000 feet from Yao Lao, the latter finally slowly raised his hand in front of the countless number of gazes. An icy cold smile involuntarily surfaced on the faces of 9th Tianzuan duo when they saw that Yao Lao was actually thinking of forcefully receiving this ice ball. Stop! However, the smiles of the two had just appeared when it suddenly stiffened under the subsequent faint voice. The soft cry was slowly spread from Yao Lao's mouth. Immediately, everyone was stunned to see that the fast-rotating icy ball suddenly stilled when it was still some distance from Yao Lao. The entire mountains was deathly silent. That ninth Tianzuan duo had a dull expression at this moment. Their combined attack was something that even an expert at the peak of the Dou Qi class could not stop as he pleased. Yao Lao's hand was gently inserted into the enormous ice ball. His calm water-like voice slowly resounded over the sky. The current me is indeed unable to unleash my full strength. However, it is more than enough to deal with the two of you. This is because, ... Upon speaking until this point, an expression of a cat teasing a mouse suddenly appeared on Yao Lao's face. The current me is no longer at the peak of the Dou Qi class. Instead, it is Ban Sheng. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1284, Sanqiao, Yaochen. Chapter 1284, Sanqiao, Yaochen. Ban Sheng. These two simple words were undoubtedly like a furious thunder that suddenly blasted violently beside the ears of 9th Tianzuan and 8th Tianzuan. At this moment, it appeared as though the Dou Qi within their bodies had ceased circulating. They widened their mouths. Their faces were dull as they looked at the old man in the distance, who had stopped the enormous ice ball with a single hand. Ban Sheng. Perhaps other people might find this level extremely unfamiliar. However, 9th and 8th Tianzuan were quite familiar with it. This was because this level was called an abyss of despair by many experts at the peak of the Dou Qi class. Most of the experts in this world who had reached the peak of the Dou Qi class ended up halting at the edge of this Ban Sheng class. Regardless of how they trained, they were unable to truly step into this so-called Ban Sheng class. Only by stepping into the Ban Sheng class would one be able to possess the qualification to step into the Dou Sheng class. One could even say that Ban Sheng was the most important foundation stone before one stepped into the Dou Sheng class. If one was unable to enter the Ban Sheng level, one could forget about ever becoming a genuine elite Dou Sheng. While Dou Di was gradually becoming a legend that existed only in history, the simple Sheng word represented the peak of this entire world. An elite Dou Qi could be considered to be top experts of this continent. However, the top ultimately did not represent the peak. The peak of this world belonged to those experts of an even higher class. Similarly, this so-called Ban Sheng level was also a state that 9th and 8th Tianzuans had dreamed about. However, their hearts understood just how difficult it was to reach this level. Perhaps they might not be truly able to reach it even if they were to use their entire lifetime. They had never expected that Yao Lao was able to step into that class. From the way they thought of it, even if Yao Lao had regained a new body, it was already extremely difficult for him to recover to his peak strength, much less break through the peak of the Dou Qi class and advance to a Ban Sheng. Although they had never expected it, reality was extremely cruel. The situation that they had least expect had appeared in front of them as reality. Ban Sheng. All the eyes within the star realm gathered onto that elderly figure in the sky. Compared to that incomparably large ice ball, this figure appeared exceptionally tiny. However, at this moment, the pressure that was emitted from this small figure caused even the frightening energy that spread from within the icy ball to tremble a little. Ban Sheng, this old fellow, has actually advanced into that stage. Feng Zunjia and the others were stunned as they watched the figure. It was a long time later before a wild joy finally surged into their hearts. Ban Sheng. Although there was a ban, word, it was still related to the Sheng word, which represented the peak. This was a transforming leap. The Falling Star Pavilion is about to prosper. Those many experts, who were originally fleeing, had also come to a halt because of the scene in the sky. Some of the knowledgeable experts felt their mouths become dry. The Falling Star Pavilion had produced a Ban Sheng. This seemingly explosive news would likely sweep throughout the entire Central Plains like a hurricane. The reputation and strength of the Falling Star Pavilion in the future would likely soar in a frightening manner within a short period of time. The Hall of Soul might be frightening, but the Falling Star Pavilion in the future was no longer something that they could destroy just because they wanted to. An expert at the Ban Sheng class was someone that even the Hall of Soul must treat seriously. Most importantly, this elite Ban Sheng was also the top alchemist in the continent. His reputation and influence was likely something that no one could compare with. Hence, at this moment, everyone understood that the Falling Star Pavilion was going to prosper. Xiao Yan had a joyous face as he stood on the mountaintop. Yao Lao's breakthrough from the peak of the Dou Qi class and advancement to the Ban Sheng level had far exceeded his expectations. Although the ingredients that he had chosen to refine Yao Lao's body with this time around were all of top quality and that he had even added a Dou Sheng arm at the end, he did not expect that it could eventually allow Yao Lao to break through. Originally, based on his expectations, Yao Lao's ability to recover his peak strength was already an extremely joyous matter. As for breaking through the Dou Qi class, that kind of matter was something that was not given much thought. This was because the difficulty of breaking through the Dou Qi class was something that he also understood well. Although there were fewer elite Dou Zuns on this continent, their numbers were far from the point of being as rare as a phoenix feather or a unicorn horn. On the other hand, the legendary Dou Shang, even with Xiao Yan's experience, he had merely just seen a Dou Shang skeleton with a remnant soul imprint once. Of course, the currently Yao Lao could likely only be considered an elite Ban Shang. Although Ban Shang had a Ban, half, word, it was at the very least a Shang. Yao Lao was suspended in the distant sky. His gaze was calm as he glanced at Ninth Tianzuan Duo far away. His hand, which was touching the ice ball, was slowly clenched. Crack! After Yao Lao clenched his hand, the surface of the ice ball that contained a terrifying energy suddenly became distorted. That appearance was as though there was an incomparably large hand violently pinching it. Shatter! The surface of the ice ball became increasingly distorted. A moment later, it finally emitted a crack sound amidst Yao Lao's faint voice and suddenly burst apart. When the ice ball burst apart, the terrifying energy storm immediately swept apart like a hurricane. However, this storm came to an abrupt halt after spreading to a certain distance. It was quietly destroyed. Gulp. Countless number of people violently swallowed a mouthful of saliva as they looked at the ice chips that slowly scattered down from the sky. That frightening attack, which could annihilate this entire mountain range, was actually resolved so easily. Yao Lao's sleeve did not even move a little. Is this the strength of an elite Ban Shang? Many experts exchanged glances with another. They could see a deep shock from the other party's eyes. Such a strength had already far exceeded the Dou Zun class. It was indeed worthy of being a true peak strength. Groan. 9th and 8th Tianzuan were affected when the ice ball was destroyed. Their bodies shook and a muffled moan was emitted from their throats. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of their mouths at the same time. Even their aura had become a little chaotic. Clearly, Yao Lao had not only shattered the ice ball but had even directly caused quite a great amount of damage to their bodies. 8th Tianzuan wiped off the blood trace from the corner of his mouth. His eyes stared intently at Yao Lao in the distance. Those eyes were filled with terror and unwillingness. Back then, he had once been defeated in Yao Lao's hands. It was unexpected that in this first meeting of theirs after that time, he would actually be defeated in Yao Lao's hands once again. Moreover, it was a truly miserable defeat. Ban Shang. 9th Tianzuan clenched his teeth. The envy in his eyes was basically about to be raised to a frenzy level. However, he was not an ordinary person. A moment later, he forcefully suppressed the emotion within his heart. A grayish-white expression surged onto his face. After having discovered Yao Lao's current level, he understood that the mission today could be considered to have truly failed. If Yao Lao was still at the peak of the Dou Zun class, 9th Tianzuan might find it troublesome to deal with but would not feel helpless and despair. However, no one could expect that Yao Lao had not only recovered his peak strength but had even broken through the barrier that was regarded by most experts at the peak of the Dou Zun class to be an abyss of despair and finally advanced into the Ban Shang stage. This was a class that was completely different from that of a Dou Zun. Although it was only Ban, half, Shang, but even the combined strength of two experts at the peak of the Dou Zun class would have difficulty defeating him. There was an enormous gap between the two that one would have difficulty attempting to make up for. 8th, let's go. 9th Tianzuan inhaled a deep breath of air. He decisively cried out to 8th Tianzuan in a deep voice. Hearing the cry of 9th Tianzuan, the fist of 8th Tianzuan immediately tightened. His face was filled with an unwillingness. He has currently already advanced to a Ban Shang. Even if the both of us were to join hands, we will not be a match for him. If you wish to remain behind and seek your own death, I will not join you. 9th Tianzuan's expression sunk when he saw this. He chided furiously. Let's go. Fortunately, this 8th Tianzuan was also not a reckless person. He also understood that there was no longer any chance to turn things around for this mission today. All he could do was to nod his head. He waved his hand and the space beside him was swiftly torn into a spatial crackline. Their bodies flashed and they rushed into this crackline. Since you have come, you should at least leave something. Yao Lao in the distant sky smiled faintly when he saw this situation. He extended his hand and violently clenched it while aiming at the spatial crackline across the distance. Boom! After Yao Lao clenched his hand, that spatial crackline immediately collapsed. An incomparable frightening wind directly penetrated through the space and rushed into the spatial crackline. Two low and deep muffled sounds were vaguely emitted. Grug! Two bright red blood arrows shot out from the crackline after the muffled sound appeared. After which, it rushed towards Yao Lao with a swift lightning-like speed. However, they automatically turned into a cluster of bloody fog that scattered away when they reached 1,000 feet from Yao Lao. Yao Zunjia, just you wait. My Hall of Soul will not simply take this lying down. While blood arrows scattered, the distant spatial crackline also slowly disappeared. However, the furious roar of Ninth Tianzuan penetrated through the air and reverberated over this place. The pain contained within the roar indicated that Yao Lao's earlier poem had hurt him quite badly. Yao Lao smiled slightly in a non-committal manner in the face of this roar. Having advanced into the Ban Sheng stage, he could be considered to have stepped into the peak level of the continent. The current him was no longer the Yao Zunjia from back then. Perhaps, the current him could have another form of address like Saint, Shang, Yao, Yao Chen. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1285, Meeting Old Acquaintance. Chapter 1285, Meeting Old Acquaintance. Yao Lao looked towards the spot where 9th and 8th Tianzins had disappeared. A moment later, Yao Lao finally withdrew his eyes. He glanced at the distant experts but did not pay much attention to them. He turned around and landed beside Xiao Yan. His brows were involuntarily knitted slightly when he saw the mess within the Star Realm. Although he had stopped the attempt of the Hall of Soul to destroy the faction, the Falling Star Pavilion had also lost some disciples to death. If it is not because I have just advanced to a Ban Shang and my foundation is unstable, I would have buried those two with everyone who had died. Yao Lao sighed. His tone had some murderous intent surging within it. Teacher need not be concerned about it. If it is not because of your intervention today, it is likely that the Falling Star Pavilion will really suffer from a great calamity today. Xiao Yan smilingly said. Ugh, it is all thanks to you. Otherwise, forget about Ban Shang, even recovering to my peak strength would be extremely difficult. Yao Lao smilingly said. His smile was quite a happy one. Old fellow, congratulations. During the time that Yao Lao was chatting with Xiao Yan, Feng Zunjia had also led the others to swiftly rush over. He cupped his hands towards Yao Lao from a great distance away and said. Yao Lao smilingly shook his head. He spoke softly, give instructions to take care of the mess. It is likely that the Hall of Soul will not dare to easily come on attack again. Feng Zunjia nodded. With an elite Ban Sheng present, it was likely that the Hall of Soul would also understand that it was pointless for an ordinary expert to come. When it came to a Ban Sheng class expert, it was likely that even the Hall of Soul could not simply dispatch them as it desired. Quite a number of spies from various factions has come today. Perhaps it would not be long before news that you have reached the Ban Sheng class spreads throughout the Central Plains. This is not a bad opportunity. With you around along with your reputation as the top alchemist in the continent, it is likely that some of the old demons with some friendship with us will not reject our invitation. Feng Zunjia voiced his thoughts. Yao Lao nodded slightly. The foundation of the Falling Star Pavilion was too shallow. Even amongst the 4 pavilions, it could be considered to have been founded for the least amount of time. Although he had currently advanced to a Ban Shang, there were not many experts in the pavilion who could hold their own. One must not lack such characters if one wished to strengthen a faction. Fortunately, Yao Lao was currently not only a Ban Shang but also held the title of the top alchemist in the Central Plains. This was an incomparably glittering golden nameplate. As long as word was spread, it was likely that quite a number of genuine experts would take the initiative to come. At that time, the Falling Star Pavilion could truly be considered to be strengthened. After the withdrawal of the Hall of Soul, the Falling Star Pavilion, which had experienced an intense big battle, gradually became peaceful during the subsequent days. During this peacefulness, the Central Plains had turned into a great uproar because the Falling Star Pavilion had produced a Ban Shang. Everyone understood what an elite Ban Shang represented. This kind of expert was something that even the Pill Tower did not possess on the surface. On just this point alone, it was sufficient to greatly brace the reputation of the Falling Star Pavilion. This was especially the case when everyone knew that this elite Ban Shang was also the top alchemist on the continent. This kind of reputation was magnified limitlessly. Hence, the Falling Star Pavilion had suddenly become lively after 3 days of peace. The leaders of various factions and some experts from the older generations flocked over. Countless number of people came to visit every day. This scene was a completely different one from how their doors were empty in the past. Amidst this liveliness, some experts, who once had some relationship with Yao Lao and Feng Zunjia, also finally accepted the invitation to become a guest elder of the Falling Star Pavilion. Although this name was a little empty, they were indeed pulled onto the same boat as the Falling Star Pavilion. While the entire Falling Star Pavilion was busy and lively, Xiao Yan did not participate much in the activities. He had never liked this kind of interaction. Hence, after the day the Hall of Soul retreated, he had chosen to undertake a retreat in the stone tower at the back mountain to train. Although with Xiao Yan's age, he was already considered to be the outstanding amongst the outstanding people of his generation by being in possession of such a strength, it was insufficient to satisfy him. With his increased interaction with the Hall of Soul, he also began to increasingly sense just how terrifying this faction was. A 2-star Dou Zun strength did not provide him with the qualification to fight with them. Although the Falling Star Pavilion was becoming stronger under Yao Lao's management in order to become Xiao Yan's firm support, Xiao Yan also understood that there were some matters that he still had to rely on himself. Hence, he did not dare to be lazy when it came to training. Who? Xiao Yan, who was seated on a stone platform at the top of the stone tower, slowly exhaled a breath of air. His shut eyes were also slowly opened. A smile surfaced on his face when he sensed the surging Dou Qi that filled his body. Have you awakened? The smile had just appeared when a warm laughter sounded from the side. Xiao Yan turned his eyes, only to see Yao Lao standing at the stone window of the stone tower with his hands behind him. His face was full of smiles. Teacher, why have you come? Xiao Yan was startled when he saw this. He hurriedly stood up and greeted him. Old Feng is better than me when it comes to those matters. Like you, I do not really like such things. However, after suffering the loss from last time, I must establish a sufficiently strong faction this time around, regardless of how I dislike it, Yao Lao smilingly said. Xiao Yan smiled. He appeared to have recalled something and his finger rubbed the dark black ring. After which, he took it off and tossed it towards Yao Lao. He said, Teacher, since you have already revived, it is time that this thing returns to its owner. Yao Lao was startled when he saw the dark black ring that drifted in front of him. A yearning emotion was revealed in his eyes. His finger rubbed the ring. A moment later, he said, all the things that teacher has learnt in my life have been completely left behind in this ring. The courage you has likely already learnt most of it. From a certain point of view, you have already reached the qualification to leave teacher. Keeping these things will indeed no longer be of much use to you. Yao Lao wore the black ring on his finger. Immediately, he changed the topic and laughed. However, there is something that is of great use to you. Yao Lao's finger gently pressed the dark black ring after his words sounded. A cluster of dense white flames slowly curled and rose. Finally it was suspended in front of Yao Lao. It was surprisingly the bone-chilling flame. Teacher? Xiao Yan was startled when he saw this. You practice the flame mantra. The heavenly flames are even more important to you. Now that I have advanced to a Ban Shang, this bone-chilling flame is no longer of much use to me. Yao Lao's gentle eyes looked toward Xiao Yan as he said. Teacher should stop fooling me. Now, I am no longer that ignorant youth from back then. It is impossible for me to take this bone-chilling flame. Xiao Yan smiled bitterly and shook his head. A heavenly flame is definitely a powerful weapon for an alchemist. Even though Yao Lao had become a Ban Shang, possessing the bone-chilling flame would be like adding wings to a tiger. The so-called no longer of much use was complete nonsense. Yao Lao helplessly shook his head when he heard this. His heart said that this young fellow was no longer that greenhorn from back then. However, this did not cause him to abandon his decision. Immediately, he ignored Xiao Yan and gently placed his finger on the cluster of bone-chilling flame. The latter immediately trembled intensely. A moment later, the shaking ceased. A paleness surfaced on Yao Lao's face. Little fellow, I have already removed the spiritual imprint in the bone-chilling flame. However, this bone-chilling flame had been refined by me for many years. Even though the spiritual imprint had been removed, it will still possess quite a great resistance to you. Therefore, you will not be able to use the flame mantra to refine and swallow it for a short period of time. Otherwise, it is likely that you will incur its backlash. Yao Lao's hand gently rubbed the bone-chilling flame. After which, he smiled slightly. He flicked his finger and the latter gently drifted towards Xiao Yan before being suspended in front of him. You should plant your spiritual imprint into it now and properly keep it within your bod. When it no longer possess any resistance towards you, you can merge with it. Xiao Yan's eyes turned a little red as he looked at the cluster of dense white flame in front of him. This bone-chilling flame should be something that had accompanied Yao Lao for a long time. Yet, he had personally removed the spiritual imprint at this moment. With your current strength, you will perhaps not see an overly terrifying leap in strength even if you swallow it. A heavenly flame of the bone-chilling flame ranking might be a little inadequate for you. Yao Lao was somewhat regretful. Immediately, he urged, all right, quickly plant your spiritual imprint. Xiao Yan laughed bitterly. Now that things was like this, he was not allowed to reject any longer. All he could do was to shut his eyes. His finger touched the dense white flame and a trace of spiritual imprint moved along his finger before slowly entering it. With the invasion of the spiritual imprint, the bone-chilling flame initially emitted some resistance from within it. However, it was currently without an owner. Hence, after a brief resistance, the resistance began to scatter. Xiao Yan's spiritual imprint was also successfully planted into it. The bone-chilling flame shook when the spiritual imprint was successfully planted. It swiftly turned into a fire glow that entered the pale white fire seal between Xiao Yan's brows. Xiao Yan immediately felt a warm feeling being emitted from his brows when the bone-chilling flame entered his body. If he carefully sensed it, he would discover that the bone-chilling flame merely lingered between his brows. It did not show any signs of entering his veins and gather together with the 3000 lotus heart flame. Clearly, its resistance was the cause. Xiao Yan was indifferent to this. Such a resistance would disappear sooner or later. It was only a matter of time. That's right, have you gathered all the ancient maps for the purifying demonic lotus flame? Xiao Yan was depressed when this was mentioned. He shook his head and said, ever since I obtained that piece from the Black Corner region, I have not gained anything else. The purifying demonic lotus flame is too mysterious. Even I have never seen it. If it is possible to obtain a heavenly flame of this rank, the help it could provide you is far from what the bone-chilling flame could compare with. I will do my best to help you inquire about it during this period of time, Yao Lao voiced his thoughts. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. Oh, that's right, there is an acquaintance who have come to the Falling Star Pavilion to look for you. Do you wish to meet her? Yao Lao suddenly seemed to have recalled something. His expression was suddenly a little strange as he said. Who? Xiao Yan was startled when he saw this appearance. Naylan Yanran. Hearing this name, Xiao Yan frowned slightly. Given Naylan Yanran's character, she would likely not come looking for him for no reason unless something has happened to Yun Yun? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1286, Fortune. Chapter 1286, Fortune. A beautiful figure was seated on a chair in a somewhat restrained manner within the hall. The lady was wearing a pale green clothes. Her lovely body with alluring curves appeared extremely enchanting while being wrapped under her clothes. However, that pretty face appeared a little haggard when compared to the past. Those beautiful eyes of hers would repeatedly sweep outside of the hall when she picked up a teacup. Creak. While she was sitting uneasily, the tightly shut door of the hall was slowly pushed open. Immediately, a familiar young figure slowly walked in. Naylan Yanran's pretty eyes watched the young man, who had pushed open the door and entered. A complicated emotion flashed across her eyes. She had naturally heard about the matters regarding Xiao Yan in the Central Plains during these years. No one could expect that the latter would actually be able to do extremely well for himself within this Central Plains that was filled with many experts after they separated at the Heavenly Mountain Blood Pool back then. Although her heart possessed some unknown bitterness, Naylan Yanran quickly suppressed it. The current her was also no longer that sentimental girl from back then. She was clearly aware of just how big of a gap she had with Xiao Yan now. All the various arrogance of hers in the past was completely useless in front of this man. Are you well? You had already left when I came out from the Heavenly Mountain Blood Pool back then. Xiao Yan walked into the hall. He looked at the haggard face before sighing in his heart and softly asked. I had something to do back then. Therefore, I was unable to stay. Naylan Yanran nodded. For some unknown reason, her heart actually felt a little anxious when she spoke with Xiao Yan. This kind of anxious likely originated from their current status and strength. The matter of a Ban Shang appearing in the Falling Star Pavilion had already spread wildly in the Central Plains. Although an expert of this level was extremely distant to Naylan Yanran, she still understood the meaning of this level. Even if one did not mention that the Ban Shang was Xiao Yan's teacher, just Xiao Yan's current strength alone was sufficient for he, who had relied on the strength from the Heavenly Mountain Blood Pool to luckily break through to the Dou Zone class, to look up to. I think that something has happened for you to come to the Falling Star Pavilion to look for me this time around, no? Xiao Yan's heart had some kind of unknown feeling when he saw Naylan Yanran's somewhat uneasy manner. This lady in front of him should originally be the woman who would accompany him for his entire life. However, they had ended up nearly becoming strangers. Naylan Yanran's hand was tightened when she heard this. She hesitated for a moment before speaking. I wish to ask you to help teacher. As expected. Xiao Yan's heart also beat slightly when he heard these words. His gaze was focused as he softly said, speak clearly. That woman, who was once the most noble person in the Jiama Empire and was the first to have a fascinating ambiguous relationship with him, ultimately possessed quite a great amount of weight in Xiao Yan's heart. Back then, he was enemies with the Misty Cloud sect. Being the chief of the Misty Cloud sect, she was caught between the two of them. That pain from having to choose was something that only she was clearly aware of. After which, Xiao Yan had returned and destroyed the sect, which had groomed her. Originally, she ought to hate Xiao Yan. In the end, however, she chose to go far away and leave the empire that gave her bitter memories. Following his current maturity, Xiao Yan, who had lost the vigor from back then, had also gradually understand some of the pain she had felt. There was a vague heartache and apology in his heart. She had never appeared during these years. Although Xiao Yan understood that she, who was in the Central Plains, had definitely heard some rumors about him, she had never come to find him. This seemingly strong woman, who had a weak heart, appeared to be only able to use this method to escape from the pain that was hidden deep within her heart. I have acted on my own and come, originally, teacher does not allow me to come and look for you. Nailin Yanran laughed bitterly. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. He was not surprised about this. Given Yunyun's character, even if she really ended up meeting any trouble that she could not settle, it was likely that she would not come and look for him. This woman was stubborn to the point it gave one a heartache. I should have told you the last time. Soon after teacher and I have arrived at the Central Plains, we ended up joining the flower sect, Nailin Yanran slowly explained. This sect is a little unique. It only accepts females. Moreover, it does not possess a strong aggression like the other factions. If one was to describe it, it was just hermit sect. Xiao Yan greatly agreed with this point. Compared with the Profound Sky sect, which was one of the two sects, the flower sect did indeed keep a much lower profile. We have joined this sect only because teacher liked the atmosphere there. Therefore, she took a guest elder position. Teacher and I stayed there for a prolonged period. Originally, if no accident occurred, someone like teacher and I would not stir much ripple within the flower sect. After all, with our strength, we can only be considered average within the flower sect. A bitter smile also surfaced on Nailin Yanran's face when she spoke until this point. She continued, this situation had likely started on the second year after teacher and I joined the flower sect. At that time, teacher and I found a mountain within the territory of the flower sect to stay. Normally, no one came to visit us. Originally, the both of us also thought that the two of us were the only ones on the mountain. However, who could expect that teacher would find a cave when she was randomly roaming around? There was an old woman with crippled legs within the cave. Some fluctuations also rose within Xiao Yan's eyes when he heard this. The temperament of this old woman was tricky and strange. She directly used her hand to strike teacher and sent her flying after discovering her. Teacher had suffered some injuries because of this. However, she was not only not angry but had even delivered food to that old woman every day. This delivery lasted for 2 years. After 2 years, that old woman was finally willing to leave the cave. She stayed together with us for a year. Xiao Yan laughed bitterly and shook his head when he heard this. Delivering food for 2 years. To think that Yun had actually managed to think about it. Just how kind must a person be in order to do this? After that old woman had lived with us for 1 year, her temper became much better. At that time, we were finally aware that she calls herself Granny Hua. However, we were uncertain of just what she does. Moreover, we did not discover that she was an expert, Nailin Yanran sighed. However, this old granny did not seem to be able to live for long. She had reached the end of her life after having lived with us for a year. However, when she was about to reach her limit, she used a strange technique without explaining anything to seal all of her Dou Qi within teacher's body. Moreover, she even gave teacher a jade tablet and asked her to become the chief of the flower sect. Nailin Yanran raised her head to look at Xiao Yan, who had opened his mouth when she spoke until this point. She laughed bitterly. Do you find it bizarre? We also felt that it was incredulous at that time. Teacher had personally examined this Granny Hua when rescuing her. There was not the least bit of Dou Qi within the latter's body. However, from the performance of Granny Hua on her last day, she was obviously an extremely powerful person, whose strength is at the peak of the Dou Zun class. Xiao Yan's mouth moved. By randomly finding a place to stay, one actually ended up with such a lucky encounter. What was called fortune? This was fortune. Compared to this, Xiao Yan, who had trained bitterly, could just find a rock and knock himself to death. Teacher was quite helpless in the face of this kind of sudden situation. However, she was not interested in being the whatever chief of the flower sect. Therefore, after having buried Granny Hua, she continued to stay at that place. Who could have expected that the acting chief of the flower sect would actually suddenly appear half a year ago and ask teacher to hand over the chief's jade tablet? Teacher did not wish to be meddlesome. Therefore, she handed the jade tablet over after some thought. In the end, that woman had come looking for us soon after obtaining the jade tablet. This time around, she wants the Dou Qi of Granny Hua that was sealed within teacher's body. A fury surfaced on Nailin Yanran's face when she spoke until this point. Clearly, she was extremely furious towards this woman who wanted a foot when given an inch. What strength does this chief of the flower sect has? Xiao Yan asked. She is only the acting chief. However, she also possessed the strength of a 4-star Dou Zun. However, the one who is troublesome to deal with is not her. Instead, it is her male companion. Yao Hualiangjun. This person possessed the strength of a 6-star Dozun. Nalan Yenran helplessly said. A 6-star Dozun. Xiao Yan's finger gently tapped on the table. The flower sect was indeed worthy of being one of the 2 sections. A 6-star Dozun could be considered quite great even in the entire Central Plains. Yun Yun has obtained the inheritance of that Granny Hua, but she is no match for the 2? Xiao Yan spoke with some surprise. How can teacher refine that enormous amount of Dou Qi within a short period of time? Nalan Yenran laughed bitterly and said. Currently, that seal has already merged into teacher's body. If one takes it out, it will definitely take teacher's life. That evil woman clearly intends to take teacher's life. Fortunately, it seemed that Granny Hua has arranged something when she was still alive. Hence, quite a number of elders are standing on teacher's side. Hence, that woman don't dare to forcefully snatch it. However, she had already issued a bet and wished to have a match with teacher. It should originally be considered fair if it is a match. However, the flower sect possess a kind of strange rule. The rule is that a man and woman can fight an opponent together. In other words, that woman can fight together with Yao Hualiangjun. Nalan Yenran laughed bitterly. Fight together? Xiao Yan knitted his brows slightly when she heard this. A 4-star Dozun and a 6-star Dozun. This was really bullying. Teacher has already agreed to this match. I think that she had become irritated from being constantly pestered. Does she not have a brain? Xiao Yan involuntarily cried out furiously. Was this not delivering oneself to die? Nalan Yenran sighed softly. Her pretty eyes looked at the young man in front, whose face contained a trace of anger. She said, therefore, I can only secretly come and look for you. If you do not intervene, teacher will likely end up dying this time, therefore, please help teacher, alright? Xiao Yan slowly sighed when he heard Nalan Yenran's weak voice that was pleading. He asked in a deep voice, how long more is there until the match? Half a month. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1287, Hurrying to the Flower Sect. Chapter 1287, Hurrying to the Flower Sect. Half a month, huh? Xiao Yan knitted his brows slightly when he heard this. It was likely that it would take over 10 days for one to hurry from this place to the flower sect. From the looks of it, it seemed that he was a little pressed for time. Is that sect chief the only one in the flower sect who oppose Yun Yun? What about the other experts? The flower sect can be considered a big faction with a long inheritance. The sect definitely possess quite a strong foundation. If the entire flower sect cannot accept Yun Yun, it is likely that the other party will not take it lying down even if this trouble is settled unless one leave the sect. The flower sect does indeed possess quite a strong foundation. However, most of the true experts from the older generations spend their time in continuous retreat. If these older generations experts are still in the sect, that woman would not be the one becoming the acting sect chief. As for the other elders, most of them are loyal to Granny Hua. They will naturally not have any objections to Granny Hua testaments. The only problem is that woman, Nalan Yenran explained. This is the case, huh? Xiao Yan nodded slightly. His expression warmed a little. If that woman is the only one who oppose, it would be easily to resolve the matter. Just go if you wish to. An elderly voice was suddenly transmitted over when Xiao Yan was in deep thought. Yao Lao's figure had appeared on a chair beside him at some unknown time and spoke smilingly towards him. Teacher? Xiao Yan was startled when he saw this. Immediately, he nodded. This matter was related to Yun Yun. He would naturally be unable to shrink for it. Regardless of what the case was, he must make a trip to this flower sect. Nalan Yenran by the side became restrained when she saw Yao Lao. The current her was already aware of the reputation and status that Yao Lao possessed in the Central Plains. It was only natural for her to feel a little uneasy in front of such a big shot. Ugh, it is unexpected that even that old woman Huayu has reached her limit. Yao Lao glanced at Nalan Yenran before sighing quietly and said. Xiao Yan was startled upon hearing Yao Lao sigh. Immediately, he understood that this so-called old woman Huayu was the mysterious Granny Hua that Nalan Yenran spoke of. Immediately, he asked in a surprised manner, does teacher know her? This old woman became famous on the Central Plains much earlier than me. She could also be considered an extremely exciting and great person. Back then, I had the opportunity to meet her a couple of times. She is haughty and possesses many opponents. As for her crippled legs, it should be something that have happened after my incident. It is likely that she has suffered an extremely serious injury. Otherwise, her end would not come so quickly. Yao Lao nodded. Immediately, he smilingly said, however, that Yun Yun is also considered quite fortunate. She is actually able to obtain the inheritance from this old woman. This old woman has never accepted any disciples all her life. Her character is eccentric and does not trust anyone easily. However, that Yun Yun is able to obtain her trust. It must be said that she is a determined and blessed person. The flower sect possess many experts. That acting chief is not a cause for concern. With your current strength, it is not difficult to deal with her. The one who is a little more troublesome to deal with is her male companion Yao Liangjun. However, I think that you should be able to deal with it, Yao Lao smiled. He flicked his finger and a cream-white jade tablet flew towards Xiao Yan. This is a spatial jade tablet that I have created. Should you meet with a situation that you cannot handle, you can shatter it. I will hurry over as fast as I can. Some of those old fellows from the flower sect owes me a favor from back then. Once you say my name, it is likely that they will not make things difficult for you. Xiao Yan immediately sensed the vast and mighty spatial strength within the jade tablet when he received it. A surprise flashed across his eyes as he nodded towards Yao Lao. Qing Lin and I shall head over this time around. Tianhua Zunjia and Little Fairy Doctor are all undertaking a retreat in training. It is not nice to disturb them, Xiao Yan hesitated before speaking. In any case, with his current strength, he would be able to successfully escape even when meeting a 7-star Dozun expert. Moreover, Qing Lin might only possess the strength of a 1-star Dozun, but after summoning the ancient heaven serpent spirit, she possesses a great strength that could fight against a 6-star elite Dozun. It is better for Tianhua Zunjia to remain here. I am thinking of a way to allow him to regain his peak strength. Although you have helped Little Fairy Doctor refine a poison pill, the true strength of Little Fairy Doctor's woeful poison body has also yet to be completely unleashed. I will aid her during this period of them. The next time you return, it is likely that you will see the strength of these two soaring, Yao Lao smilingly said. That is good. Xiao Yan also spoke joyously. With Yao Lao acting personally, it should not be difficult for Tianhua Zunjia to regain his peak strength. On the matter of how to unleash most of the woeful poison body's strength, Xiao Yan would naturally be unable to compare with the incredibly experienced Yao Lao. If it is possible, help Yun Yun become the chief of the flower sect during this trip of yours there. The flower sect is extremely powerful. If she is able to become the chief, the Falling Star Pavilion will also gain another reliable ally. Xiao Yan's voice had just sounded when a weak ant-like voice suddenly sounded beside his ear. His eyes were lifted, only to see Yao Lao moving his lips. Immediately, he nodded with a bitter smile. Ever since the Misty Cloud sect was forcefully disbanded by him back then, Yun Yun had been resistant towards something like being the chief of a sect. Who could tell whether she will be willing to become the chief of the flower sect? Ugh, all of you should also get moving. There is not much time left. After seeing Xiao Yan nodding, Yao Lao smiled, waved his hand and said, Understood. Xiao Yan nodded. He turned around and walked out of the hall. Nailin Yan ran behind, bowed respectfully to Yao Lao before hurriedly followed. After leaving the hall, Xiao Yan looked for Qing Lin. Subsequently, he ceased remaining any longer as he got Nailin Yanran to lead the way. The three of them hurried to the flower sect without stopping. The flower sect was located towards the western region of the Central Plains. There was quite a distance between it and the Falling Star Pavilion. Even with the speed of Xiao Yan trio, it was likely that they would need over 10 days to reach it. Fortunately, Qing Lin had summoned an expert from the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe after having left the Falling Star Pavilion. Finally, she ordered him to transform into his actual body. The three of them rode on it. Only then did they avoid the bitterness from rushing about. An enormous black body shuttled through the clouds in the distant sky. When the enormous body twitched, a wave of low and deep rushing wind sound would appear. Xiao Yan sat on the back of the snake. Although the body of the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python was covered with icy cold slippery scales, his body did not even move a little. Wild wind rushed past his ear, but his hair did not even make the slightest movement. At this moment, Xiao Yan had his eyes tightly shut. His mind had sunk deep into his brows. The bone-chilling flame was slowly emitting an unusual temperature at that spot. It was different from the other flames. This kind of flame would give one an extremely icy cold feeling. However, within this icy chillness hid a wild and violent hot energy. These two opposing energy merged perfectly together, causing one to involuntarily praise the mysteriousness of this world. Xiao Yan's brows was where his spiritual strength lingered. However, it was fortunate that Xiao Yan had already planted a spiritual imprint into the current bone-chilling flame. Hence, the mysterious temperature did not bring about any discomfort to Xiao Yan's soul. Instead, it caused his spiritual fluctuation to become increasingly lively. The bone-chilling flame burned fiercely. That white fire seal between Xiao Yan's brows was also emitting a slight light. At this moment, he was continuously and slowly merging his spiritual strength into the bone-chilling flame. This heavenly flame had been refined by Yao Lao for many years. Even though Yao Lao had already removed his spiritual imprint, the flame still had some vague resistance towards other souls. What Xiao Yan needed to do was to gradually allow the bone-chilling flame to get used to him, his new owner, and resolve the resistance. Originally, this should be a process that exhausts a great amount of time. However, on the first attempt by Xiao Yan to strengthen the familiarity between the two, he suddenly discovered that the bone-chilling flame's acceptance towards him had far exceeded his expectation. On top of causing him to be surprised, it also gave him great joy. Xiao Yan only needed to think for a moment before understanding this kind of transformation. When Yao Lao was captured back then, he had sealed the bone-chilling flame within Xiao Yan's body. The latter had also gained control over it. After being together for all these years, Xiao Yan could actually also be considered the second owner of the bone-chilling flame. Currently, this second owner was advancing to become the main owner. The familiarity between the two would naturally soar swiftly. According to this speed, Xiao Yan guessed that he would be able to use the flame mantra to refine the bone-chilling flame very soon. This kind of speed, perhaps even Yao Lao would not have expected it. During the subsequent journey, Xiao Yan would basically focus his mind and allow his soul to merge with the bone-chilling flame. Under this endurance and hard work of his, the resistance within the bone-chilling flame swiftly became weaker with each day. Xiao Yan shut his eyes and sunk his mind into his body on the enormous snakeback. Even his breathing had become much weaker. The fire seal between his brows slowly emitted a faint glow while he breathed. Nailin Yanran and Qing Lin by the side turned their eyes away after glancing at this situation of his. They had basically already gotten used to this act of Xiao Yan during this period of time. Puff. When these two people turned their eyes away, Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyes trembled slightly. The fire seal between his brows suddenly emitted a glaring fire glow. In the next instant, the fire seal appeared to have been revived. It slowly wiggled and actually seeped into Xiao Yan's skin. Finally, it disappeared. This sudden unexpected change had also caused Nailin Yanran and Qing Lin to be startled. Before they could speak, Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyes were slowly opened. His dark black eyes currently had a dense white flame burning within it. At this moment, the resistance within the bone-chilling flame had actually been completely refined and removed by Xiao Yan. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1288, Meeting Yun again. Chapter 1288, Meeting Yun again. Dense white flame filled both of Xiao Yan's eyes. It was a long while later before they slowly paled. Following the disappearance of the flame, his eyes also once again recovered its clearness. Who? A turbid vapor was being exhaled from Xiao Yan. His face was covered by a layer of faint fluorescence. There was a joy that could not be hidden vaguely present on it. He had never expected that he would actually be able to successfully remove the resistance within the bone-chilling flame towards him within this short dozen over days. Currently, the bone-chilling flame has already completely merged with me. It can be swallowed any time. Xiao Yan's revealed an expression of deep thought. The time needed to refine and swallow the bone-chilling flame would definitely be quite long. If one counted the time of their journey, they should be arriving at the flower sect soon. It was clearly not the best time to swallow it now. I should wait for Yunyan's matter to be settled before swallowing and refining it, but... Xiao Yan made up his mind and relaxed. He suppressed the fiercely burning bone-chilling flame between his brows before turning his gaze towards Nailin Yanran by the side. He asked, "How long more will it be before we can reach the flower sect?" "It should be within these 2 days. We have already entered the northeastern area and are close to the flower sect." "Yes, Qing Lin, increase the speed a little and try to reach the flower sect as soon as possible." Xiao Yan nodded slightly while his eyes turned towards Qing Lin and said. As they became increasingly closer to the flower sect, there was a kind of anxious feeling vaguely present in his heart. He wondered just how that person, whom he had not met for many years, would be like now. Qing Lin by the side also smiled and nodded. Her small hand patted the snake back under her. That snake figure shook and the speed at which they shuttled through the sky was suddenly increased. 3 days later, Xiao Yan's trio, who were weary from the travel, had finally slowed down while they were in air above a mountain range that stretched endlessly. Nailin Yanran's eyes swept in all directions. Finally, she slowly landed. A flower petal-shaped thing shot out from within her storage ring. That flower petal-shaped thing had just shot out when it entered the space in front of him. A strange ripple was emitted from that space. A moment later, an enormous spatial barrier appeared in front of Xiao Yan's group's eyes. Such a large spatial barrier, what grandness! A surprise also flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes when he saw this spatial barrier. This flower sect might not possess the strength to create a realm, but this kind of technique to use a spatial barrier to hide the location of the sect did not appear insignificant. The spatial barrier slowly fluctuated. Immediately, it split apart and formed a spatial crackline. Nailin Yanran beckoned Xiao Yan and Qinglin. After which, she took the lead to walk in. Qinglin hurriedly kept the 9 serene deep ground python and swiftly followed her with Xiao Yan. Their eyes were dazzled when they entered the spatial barrier. A kind of unusually dense flower fragrance came pouncing at them. The interior of this kind of flower fragrance vaguely appeared to be filled with an extremely powerful natural energy. What a mysterious place. Xiao Yan was in the midair. He looked at this world that was hidden behind the spatial barrier. A surprised gasp and expression appeared on his face. An endless number of flower mountains appeared in front of Xiao Yan's group. These mountains were filled with bright-colored flowers. Looking from a distance, it appeared just like a sea of flowers. When a breeze blew, the beautiful flower petals would dance in the sky. This scene appeared just like paradise. How beautiful. Qinglin's face was intoxicated as she muttered while looking at this paradise scene. This sea of flowers should be a formation of sorts. Xiao Yan's watched the sea of flower that spread to the horizon. A ripple appeared within his eyes. He could sense that this sea of flower hid an extremely majestic energy. Even the flower petals that danced in the sky vaguely had a kind of special mysterious orbit. Nailin Yanran nodded when she heard Xiao Yan's words. She smilingly said, "This is the sect protecting formation of the flower sect. If one does not have a method to enter it, one will end up getting lost in this sea of flower. A person will be forever trapped inside without anyone to lead him. These flowers should be ecstasy flowers, right?" Unexpectedly, there is actually so many of this kind of extremely rare flower in the outside world in this place. Xiao Yan sniffed the flower fragrance in the air and said, "It does not completely consist of ecstasy flowers. There are also some strange flowers that can be used to greatly strengthen the effect of the ecstasy flowers." Nailin Yanran smiled slightly. Her words had just sounded when a faint gong sound was vaguely emitted from within the sea of flowers. This gong sound, the match is about to begin. Quick, follow me. Do not take a wrong path. Otherwise, you will end up being lost within this sea of flowers. Nailin Yanran's expression changed slightly when she heard this gong sound. She immediately urged with her words. Her body moved and she rushed towards the sea of flowers. Her flying path was quite strange. It was not a straight line. Instead, it took a couple of curves. Xiao Yan and Qinglin, who were behind, let out a bitter laughter when they saw this. They could only hurriedly follow Nailin Yanran's flight path and swiftly gave chase. There was an extremely majestic mountain range at the end of the sea of flowers. Clouds lingered on the mountain. Fresh flowers adorned it. Most of these perilous cliffs had some buildings standing on them. One could vaguely see some alluring figures and hear the laughter of ladies. There was a towering mountain standing at the middle of the mountain range. The mountain was extremely wide. Numerous buildings stood on it. The top of the mountain was an enormous square that spread apart. The square was built using green rocks. There were images of flower petals around it while an unusual fragrance lingered. At this moment, there were quite a number of figures standing around the square. Their eyes looked towards the square and the atmosphere was quite serious. A man and a woman were standing on the middle of the square. The woman was wearing a graceful dress. There were flowers sewed using golden threads on the clothes. At a glance, it seemed that her status was quite high. She also possessed quite a great appearance. However, her somewhat thin red lips vaguely revealed a meanness. A man was standing lazily beside this woman. His hand was holding onto a fan with beautiful women drawn over it. This man was tall and possessed a handsome face. There was an evilness vaguely being emitted from him. A fresh blood-like bright red spot between his brows had caused this evilness to be magnified by countless number of times. Yun, time's up, you should reveal yourself. When the gong slowly sounded, the long eyes of the gracefully clothed woman also narrowed slightly as she coldly cried out. A rushing wind sound was emitted from the midair when the cry of this gracefully clothed woman sounded. Immediately, a white figure gently drifted over. After which, his legs gently landed on the square. When the white figure landed on the square, all of the eyes present turned towards her. Even though it was not the first time seeing her, a surprised expression still surfaced in the eyes of many. The woman in the square was wearing a white blouse and skirt. Dark black ink-like long hair were scattered down like waterfall and reached her waist. That extremely beautiful appearance appeared just like a flower fairy in the mountains that did not bother about the mundane and was filled otherworldly enchantment. When both of her eyes rotated, they seemed to possess a clarity that seeped deep into one's bones. There was not the slightest desire to compete. Such a woman can only be described by 2 words. Peerless bearing. Who else could possess such a bearing other than Yun, who had been separated from Xiao Yan for many years? The few years had caused her to be just like the wine that was brewed deep underground, causing her to be increasingly intoxicating. It even gave one the impulse of not waking from the intoxication. That comfortable cloud-like elegance caused quite a number of elders within the flower sect to quietly nod their heads. No wonder the sect chief would hand over the position to Yun before she died. Just on this point alone, there was clearly a great gap between these 2 women. The evil-looking man beside the gracefully dressed woman had a fiery hot expression flashing across his eyes when he saw the white-dressed woman. Such an exquisite beauty had a lethal allure towards someone who loves beauty like his life. The eyes from around the place that had suddenly gathered onto Yun also caused the gracefully clothed woman to tighten her hand. A deep jealousy flashed across her eyes. She coldly laughed. "I thought that you will not dare to come today. Sect chief, I do not have any desire for the position of sect chief. Why must you force me in such a bitter manner?" Yun knitted her brows slightly. She looked at the aggressive gracefully dressed woman and said, If you wish to remain safe, you should hand over the previous sect chief's Dou Qi. This sect leader has kindly accepted you back then. It is unexpected that you actually dare to try and lay your fingers on my flower sect's chief position. The gracefully dressed woman coldly cried out. If I was aware that Granny Hua was the chief of the flower sect, I would not have rescued her. Yun shook her head and softly said, "As for that Dou Qi seal, it had been left behind in my body by Granny Hua. If you really want it, you can come and get it." Do you really think that this sect chief is afraid of you?" The gracefully clothed woman laughed coldly. Immediately, she glanced at the evil man, only to see that the latter was staring at Yun. A fury immediately surged within her heart as she cried out, "Yalian, Liang is like a lover, attack with me." Yun, you possess the inheritance of the old sect chief. I think that you should have no problem fighting 2 alone. You are also aware of the flower sect's rules. A couple can fight together. The gracefully clothed woman turned her eyes towards Yun and laughed coldly. Do not say that I am bullying you. If you have a companion, you can also call him along. The brows of quite a number of flower sect's elders were knitted slightly when they heard these words from the gracefully clothed woman. A slight smile appeared on Yun's face. She slowly shook her head and softly said, "Sect chief can just attack. I do not." Before Yun had finished speaking, a rushing wind sound was suddenly transmitted from the sky. Immediately, a figure hurried over from the distance with lightning-like speed. Within a couple of flashes, the figure had already appeared beside Yun on the square. After which, the figure grabbed Yun's hand in front of many stunned eyes. At the same time, an extremely nauseating teasing voice sounded, causing Yun's face to redden almost instantly. "Little Yuner, I'm not late, am I? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1289, Yao Wolian Jun. Chapter 1289, Yao Wolian Jun. Numerous eyes on the square were stunned as they looked at the man, who would suddenly barge in and grab Yun's hand. In an instant, the entire place actually became quiet. Everyone looked at each other and were somewhat uncertain of the reason for this occurrence. "You? Xiao Yan? Why are you here?" Yun's face was red from embarrassment. She also somewhat stunned as she stared at the young man wearing a teasing smile on his face beside her. A moment later, she finally involuntarily cried out loud. "You can't expect me to simply stand idly by the side if you are in trouble, right?" Xiao Yan observed this peerless beauty in front of him. There was an additional unconscious gentleness in his voice. "It is Yan? Yun was slightly startled before she comprehended the situation. Immediately, she sensed the heat that was transmitted from her hand. She hurriedly pulled her hand out from Xiao Yan's palm with a beautiful red face and spoke in a somewhat cautious manner. "This is the flower sect. How can you simply recklessly barge in? You have already hid from me so many years. It should be enough, no?" Xiao Yan smiled slightly and said, "Who is hiding from you? Who is the one who has come? Tell me your name. You actually dare barge into my flower sect?" That graceful clothed woman focused her eyes onto Xiao Yan and cried out coldly. From this manner, it seemed that this young man was a helper that Yun had found. "You can treat me as Yun's companion." Xiao Yan glanced at the gracefully clothed woman and spoke in a casual manner. Yun's face reddened upon hearing these words of Xiao Yan. She looked at the latter in an embarrassed and angry manner. However, Xiao Yan ignored her. His eyes merely stared at those two people on the opposite side. Someone with a mere 2-star Dozun strength also dares to act arrogantly here. This venerable self thinks that you are tired of living. The evil-looking man beside the gracefully clothed woman gently flapped the foldable fan in his hand. A chillness, however, surged within his eyes. The intimate act between Xiao Yan and Yun Yun caused his heart to feel somewhat displeased. Yun Yun, you have said yourself that you do not have a companion. Yet, you end up being unable to help yourself and have called someone over, huh? The gracefully clothed woman laughed coldly. It's just as well. You can call if you like. Otherwise, you might end up saying that this chief is bullying you. Today, I'll allow you and this little fellow to fight together. If you are defeated, you will hand over the Dou Qi from the previous sect chief. Yun Yun knitted her brows when she heard this. She did not wish to drag Xiao Yan into this internal fight within the flower sect. She took a step forward and was just about to speak when Xiao Yan by the side stopped her. Leave it to me. Yun Yun was startled when she heard the calm tone of Xiao Yan. Her pretty eyes observed the young man beside her and saw the firm lines on the side of his face. An absent-mindedness appeared within her heart. After having not met him for a couple of years, the current Xiao Yan was no longer the tender youth from back then. Currently, the latter also possessed quite a strong reputation even within the Central Plains, which was filled with experts. The present him already truly possessed the qualification and strength to stand in front of her and block all the storms. Yes. Some words lingered on her mouth for a moment. In the end, it finally transformed into a low and submissive voice. There is naturally no problem if you wish to have a match. However, the stakes of this match appears a little too laughable. If you win, you will end up getting the inherited Dou Qi of Yun Yun. However, if you lose, you will not lose anything. Do you think that there's such good things in this world? Xiao Yan demanded faintly. The gracefully clothed woman narrowed her eyes. She coldly laughed. If this chief loses, Yun Yun can safely leave the flower sect. No one will pester her. If it is only like this, there is no need for this match. Xiao Yan's expression turned slightly cold as he said. You dare. What do you treat my flower sect as a place you can come and leave as you please? The graceful clothed woman's expression changed when she saw this. She cried out furiously, even if you can leave the flower sect today, you will be chased after by the flower sect for the rest of your life, but if you dare, you can come and chase me all the way to the Falling Star Pavilion. Xiao Yan did not give in when faced with the furious cry of this gracefully clothed woman's threat. He merely laughed coldly. Falling Star Pavilion? That gracefully clothed woman was startled when she heard this. Her expression immediately changed a little as she spoke in a disturbed manner. You are someone from the Falling Star Pavilion? The flower sect had also heard about the matter of the Falling Star Pavilion producing an elite Ban Shang. With an expert of that class present, the Falling Star Pavilion need not be afraid of the flower sect with its strength. Moreover, no one would forget that the elite Ban Shang of the Falling Star Pavilion was also a top alchemist on the Dou Qi continent. I am Xiao Yan. My teacher is Yao Chen. Before I left, teacher has instructed me to represent his elderly self to greet the elders of the flower sect should I end up meeting them. Xiao Yan suddenly raised his eyes. He looked towards the lush green mountain range around the flower sect. His loud cry spread while containing some Dou Qi before resounding continuously within the entire place. Ever since he had stepped into the flower sect, Xiao Yan could vaguely sense that there were some hidden auras present within the mountain range. These auras were all extremely powerful. It was likely that they should belong to some experts from the older generation in the flower sect, who do not show themselves. Xiao Yan might not be afraid of the other experts from the flower sect. However, he must be cautious of these old demons. Xiao Yan? That gracefully clothed woman and the Yaohua Langjuan's expression changed slightly when they heard Xiao Yan announce his name. They did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually possess such a background. Those flower sect's disciples from the surrounding square also conversed privately amongst themselves. Numerous curious eyes gathered onto Xiao Yan. The flower sect only had female disciples. They were naturally interested in a young and outstanding man like Lin Dong. It is actually Yao Chen's disciple. That old fellow is really considerate. If I have time in the future, I will definitely visit the Falling Star Pavilion. Soon after Xiao Yan's loud cry sounded, a somewhat hoarse elderly voice was slowly emitted from within the mountain range. Finally, it resounded over the square. Xiao Yan cupped his hands together respectfully in the direction where the voice originated from. After which, his eyes turned towards the capricious gracefully clothed woman and laughed faintly. Hua Jin, since Mr. Xiao Yan has a request, let's listen to him. An elderly woman towards the north of the square slowly opened her mouth and said. From her dressing, she should be an elder of the flower sect. Moreover, her status seemed to be quite great. Hearing this, the gracefully clothed woman called Hua Jin could only clench her teeth unwillingly. She said, "If you have some words to say, just say them quickly. If we end up losing this match, the Dou Qi inheritance within Yun Yun's body will be handed to you. If your side loses, the position of the flower sect chief will be handed to Yun Yun." Xiao Yan said. "So you are after my position as the chief of the flower sect?" Hua Jin's expression was dark and cold as she laughed furiously. "Xiao Yan, I am not interested in being the sect chief. Do not add any more trouble." Yun Yun by the side also hurriedly said. "Granny Hua has originally transferred the position of sect chief to Yun Yun. Yet, you have shamelessly snatched the jade tablet representing the sect chief. Currently, she is merely just taking back the thing that Granny Hua has given her." Xiao Yan laughed coldly. "You! What a sharp-tongued brat, dot." The expression of Hua Jin gradually became icy cold when she saw Xiao Yan acting in such an unceremonious manner. However, she did not respond. She was only an acting sect chief. Honestly speaking, not many elders within the sect supported her. If it was not because she had been groomed by Granny Hua back then for over a decade, it was likely that it would not even be her turn to take this acting sect chief spot. If anything unexpected really occurred this time around, it was likely that the position would really not have any relation to her. "Damn old woman. I have followed you for over a decade. Don't tell me that cannot surpass the 3 years this slut stayed with you?" A fury burned within Hua Jin's heart along with her sense of reasoning when she thought of how Granny Hua had left the greatest treasure to Yun Yun. Hua Jin inhaled a deep breath of air. She suppressed the fury within her heart. Her eyes suddenly turned towards Yao Hualiangjun beside her. The latter was the stronger between the two. Everything would be determined by what he thought. Yao Hualiangjun glanced indifferently at Xiao Yan, appearing to be aware of what Hua Jin was thinking in her heart. The fan in his hand was flapped slowly. He had also heard some rumors about Xiao Yan. However, rumors was after all rumors. They were usually exaggerated. Moreover, with his 6-star Dozun strength, there were hardly anyone, even within this flower sect, who could beat him. Regardless of how great Xiao Yan was, he merely had the strength of a 2-star Dozun. It was not so easy to surpass this 4-star difference. Yao Hualiangjun nodded when he thought of this. His eyes paused on Xiao Yan as he calmly said, "Since you have such a request, we will do as you say. You can be rest assured that this venerable self will ensure that you remain alive on account of Yao Chen's face." Xiao Yan finally smiled slightly when he heard this. He turned his head and softly spoke to Yun Yun, "You should step back a little. I will take care of it." "You? You alone?" Yun Yun was startled. Her face was filled with surprise. The other party had a 6-star Dozun and a 4-star Dozun. Xiao Yan was merely a 2-star Dozun. Was he not seeking death by fighting against the two of them alone? You have only just gained the strength of a Dozun and you have yet to refine that inherited Dou Qi. You will definitely be no match for them if you fight. Relax, it will be over soon. Xiao Yan spoke softly. He could sense the terrifying Dou Qi within Yun Yun's body. However, this Dou Qi was not something that she could control at this moment. Her own strength was definitely insufficient to be a match for that Hua Jin. Yun Yun looked at Xiao Yan somewhat doubtfully. However, due to her trust in the latter, she did not open her mouth again. She could only nod slowly and took a step back. Xiao Yan stepped forward when he saw Yun Yun stepped back. Dense white flames slowly lingered within his eyes. A frightening temperature spread out, causing the entire place to immediately become hot. "Since all of you have come to an agreement, let the match begin." An elder from the flower sect waved her sleeve and cried out loudly when she saw the tense swords-drawn atmosphere. After the voice of that elder from the flower sect sounded, an icy cold smile was lifted onto Yao Hualiangjun's face. Her toes pressed on the ground and her body rushed towards Xiao Yan in a ghost-like manner. Vast and mighty Dou Qi spread out in all directions. This venerable self shall see just how much of Yao Chen's ability does his disciple have. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1290, Qi World Transformation. Chapter 1290, Qi World Transformation. Xiao Yan's shoulders shook as he watched Yao Hualiangjun rushing over explosively. Green-red bone wings appeared. Both of the wings were flapped and his body rushed towards the sky. That frightening speed directly caused Yao Hualiangjun's attack to completely miss. What a fast speed! Yao Hualiangjun's expression changed slightly after he missed. Immediately, his eyes looked at Xiao Yan, who was suspended in the sky, in an icy cold manner. He spoke indifferently, "Does Yao Chen only teach you how to run? There is no need for you to be worried about this." Xiao Yan smiled. He waved his sleeve and 11 puppets appeared in a flash. A formation was created. After the energy transmission, the Sky Demon puppet's body quickly became brilliant in color. Demon puppet ha! Huajin, you should go and seal with Yun Yun. Leave this brat to me. A disdain flashed across Yao Liangjuan's eyes when he saw this puppet. He turned his head towards Hua Jin and cried out. Understood. Hua Jin nodded. She immediately turned her cold smiling eyes towards Yun Yun. Her strength was around that of a 4-star Dozun while Yun Yun was merely a 1-star Dozun. There was a huge gap between the two. Finishing off the latter was merely something that would end within a couple of exchanges. Slut, this chief shall see just which part of you have caught the eye of that old woman. A jealous hatred flashed across Hua Jin's eyes. She turned her delicate waist and directly rushed over towards Yun Yun. Majestic Dou Qi surged out in all directions. Che! Golden light tore through the sky. Before that Hua Jin could appear in front of Yun Yun, a strong figure had descended from the sky. A fist that contained a terrifying wind smashed towards the former's head without any mercy. Clang! This sudden fight also caused Hua Jin's expression to change a little. A wave of Dou Qi erupted from her palm and violently collided with that golden fist. Immediately, clear metallic collision sound appeared. Puppet? The frightening force caused Hua Jin to be shaken until she took 2 continuous steps back. She swept her eyes across and focused them onto the golden figure in front of her. Hua Jin, you should just focus on dealing with that puppet. I will capture this brat first. That puppet will automatically stop after that. Yao Liangjun in the sky turned his dense coal eyes towards Xiao Yan in the midair. The foldable fan on his hand suddenly unleashed a deep green light. The fan was waved and one could hear a wild wind spreading over the sky. Enormous wind blades tore past the sky and rushed towards Xiao Yan from all directions. Xiao Yan smiled faintly as he watched those wind blades rushing over. The bone wings on his back flapped and his frightening speed allowed him to pull back by 1,000 feet, easily dodging Yao Liangjuan's attack in the process. With the 3,000 lightning movement activated to its limit along with the strengthening by the bone wings, Xiao Yan's speed had already reached quite a frightening level. This battle must end quickly. Xiao Yan slowly inhaled a deep breath of air when he dodged the attack by Yao Liangjun. Both of his hands suddenly formed numerous unusual seals. While his hand seals flew, numerous hot fire pillars also shot out from his body towards the sky. Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change. First change. Second change. Third change. 3 stern cries sounded. Xiao Yan's aura had directly soared in front of many stunned gazes. Within a blink of an eye, it had already reached the 4-star Dozun level. After unleashing the Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change until its limit, Xiao Yan did not halt immediately. His hand was clenched. 3 clusters of flames appeared within his hand. Soon after, he hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth and spitting out a cluster of dense white flame. The appearance of 4 types of heavenly flame in the sky also caused the temperature of this entire place to be raised instantly. Some cold perspiration had appeared on the faces of quite a number of people. Even Dou Qi was unable to completely isolate such a temperature. Yao Liangjuan's expression changed a little when he saw the 4 types of heavenly flames suspended in front of Xiao Yan. Finally, he felt a little uneasy. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to tell that these 4 types of flames were definitely the most terrifying heaven flames in this world. However, the thing that surprised him was that Xiao Yan's body could actually possess 4 types of heavenly flames at the same time. Was it not the case that only one of such thing could exist within a person's body? I cannot continue to allow this little brat to continue unleashing it. Yao Liangjun did not plan to give Xiao Yan any time to prepare despite his uncertainty. Light erupted from the fan in his hand. His body was suddenly enlarged by a couple of times. Both of his hands held the fan and violently swung it in the air. Great splitting wind! The cry had just sounded when numerous dark black crack lines were immediately formed on the space in front of the large fan. These crack lines were just like invisible spatial poisonous snakes. They rushed out through the empty space with lightning-like speed before finally headed towards Xiao Yan in the distance in a ruthless manner. Xiao Yan was unconcerned with the attack by Yao Liangjun. His bone wings were flapped continuously. Numerous afterimages were suspended in the sky. That actual body of his was hidden under the afterimage, causing Yao Liangjuan's attack to be unable to find a target. During the time that Xiao Yan was dodging, the 4 types of heavenly flames in front of Xiao Yan also rapidly merged together. With his current ability, there were only 2 ways for him to end this battle quickly. It was either the Annihilation Lotus Flame or the Great Heaven Creation Pong. From the perspective of the current Xiao Yan, who could easily control the bone-chilling flame, the former was undoubtedly an easier option. This was because he would no longer require a long time to brew before unleashing it like before. The fire cluster continued to swell and shrink in Xiao Yan's palm. Wave after wave of unusually wild and violent how energy also slowly spread, causing the energy of the entire world to become violent. Yao Liangjun, who had sensed this scene, finally changed his expression drastically. From the appearance of this manner of his, everyone knew that Xiao Yan was preparing a great killing weapon. Do you only know how to hide? Although he was aware that Xiao Yan was preparing a great killing weapon, Yao Liangjun was completely unable to compare with the former's speed. Immediately, his face became usually green as he roared furiously. However, Xiao Yan completely ignored his furious roar. He split his attention. On one hand, he was dodging Yao Liangjun's attack. On the other, he was agglomerating the fire lotus and maintaining its equilibrium. Quite a number of elders from the flower sect faced each other as they looked at the endless chase in the sky. Although the strength of Yao Liangjun surpassed Xiao Yan, he was still fooled by the latter until his face turned ashen. With their eyesight, they were naturally able to tell that Xiao Yan was gathering an extremely frightening energy in his hand. Should this energy completely explode, it was likely that Yao Liangjun would end up in quite a miserable state even with his strength. He is indeed worthy of being Yao Chen's disciple. By relying on a 2-star Douzun strength, he is actually able to cause a 6-star elite Douzun to be helpless. Yun on the square also had a startled expression on her face as she watched the afterimages that repeatedly flashed and appeared in the sky as well as the furious roar of Yao Liangjun. It was difficult to imagine that the latter was actually unable to deal with Xiao Yan, given his strength. This fellow has improved really quickly. Yun softly muttered. Her expression was a little complicated. When she met Xiao Yan for the first time, the latter was merely a youth who had just advanced to the Dou Qi class. Yet, that small Dou Qi from back then currently already possessed the ability to fool an elite 6-star Douzun. Bastard! Yao Chen has really lose his face in having a disciple like you. The chase continued for nearly 10 minutes. Yao Liangjun, who had gained nothing, had a face that was so gloomy that it was terrifying. A roar continued to resound across the sky. This manner of which he had lost himself caused quite a number of flower sect disciples to secretly extend their tongues. It was unexpected that this elegant and refined Yao Liangjun would actually be this terrifying when he was angry. Xiao Yan, who had never stopped in the sky, suddenly halted. His eyes were indifferent as he watched the roaring Yao Liangjun. He smiled slightly and softly said, "Have you had enough chasing? If that is the case, it will be my turn." After uttering those words, the cluster of flame in Xiao Yan's palm churned slowly. Immediately, a palm-sized exquisite fire lotus slowly surfaced from within the cluster of flame. The moment the fire lotus appeared, the energy of this entire place emitted a buzzing sound and shook. Wave after wave of destructive aura spread out from within the fire lotus, causing the space around Xiao Yan to break amidst some cracking sound. What frightening energy! Upon sensing the terror of this energy, the expressions of those elders from the flower sect changed. They hurriedly beckoned with their hands. Dou Qi spluttered out. Immediately, they joined hands and built an unusually strong Dou Qi barrier around the square. The frightening amount of energy within the fire lotus was also sensed by Yao Liangjun. Immediately, his face became extremely ugly. Although he was also aware that Xiao Yan was preparing a great killing weapon, he did not expect that this great killing weapon would actually reach such a level. That kind of annihilation energy caused even him to be afraid. How is this possible? This brat only possessed the strength of a 2-star Douzun. Even though he had used his secret technique, he is merely at the 4-star level. How is it possible that he can unleash an attack of this level? Brat, you should not be so pleased this soon. This venerable self is not someone easy to deal with. Yao Liangjun clenched his teeth tightly. His expression was gloomy. A moment later, he inhaled a deep breath of air and halted his chasing figure. Seals were swiftly formed by his hand. Majestic Dou Qi surged out explosively from within his body. Immediately, it gathered into 1,000 feet large giant. This giant was completely formed using Dou Qi. Vast and might Dou Qi flowed endlessly like an ocean. Profound sky technique, Qi world transformation. Yao Liangjun's face turned pale when the giant was formed. Clearly, this act had consumed quite a terrifying amount of Dou Qi. Although his expression was terrible, his gaze was unusually vicious as it stared at Xiao Yan. A somewhat hoarse-dense cry was emitted from his throat. This venerable self shall just watch whether the fire lotus that you have created after fleeing around like a rabbit for half a day or this venerable self's Qi world transformation is superior. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1291, Sect Chief Position. Chapter 1291, Sect Chief Position. The 1,000-feet giant stood in the sky. An ocean-like vast and mighty Dou Qi spread from within the body of the giant. It appeared just like a thick cloud, wind lightning rolled while it swallowed and released. Ha! Yao Liangyuan's face was pale. However, both of his eyes were completely dark and dense. His gaze locked onto Xiao Yan in the sky as his throat suddenly emitted an low cry. Go and die. The seal formed by Yao Liangyuan's hand changed. The giant that stood in the sky suddenly strided forward. Following this step, a wild wind immediately blew across the entire sky. Cloud churned. Even the sky itself had fluctuated. Bang! The giant stepped forward. Its large hand appeared to firmly grab onto the naturally energy. Immediately, a shocking bright intense glow erupted on his fist. His large hand was swung and the space immediately split apart. Frightening wind mercilessly smashed violently towards Xiao Yan in the distant sky. This punch from the giant appeared to carry the natural energy. A ferocious hurricane formed on his hand. Even the square on the ground had formed some arm-thick crack lines because of this pressure. Such a shocking attack was indeed worthy of a 6-star Dozun class expert. Under the giant that was filled with an endless amount of pressure, quite a number of weaker flower sect's disciples had pale faces. A battle of this level was something that they seldom saw. That frightening attack that could easily destroy an entire mountain range caused their hearts to tremble. This Yao Liangjun has also used all of his strength. Some elders of the flower sect felt quietly awed in their hearts while they continued to add Dou Qi to the defense when they saw this. It was unexpected that Xiao Yan was actually able to force Yao Liangjun to such an extent with his 2-star Dozun strength. He was indeed worthy of being Yao Chen's disciples. Yun revealed a worry on her beautiful face as she stood on the square. Although her heart believed in Xiao Yan's strength, no one could remain calm in the face of this full-force attack by Yao Liangjun. Who? Xiao Yan's figure was suspended in the sky. The bone wings on his back flapped. That powerful wind pressure that was transmitted over from a great distance firmly pressed his robe until it adhered onto his body. That rushing wind sound rumbled like a thunder beside his ear, seemingly intending on shattering his eardrum. This is the full-force attack of a 6-star Dozunha. Xiao Yan gently exhaled. A glint flashed across his eyes as he softly muttered to himself. Immediately, he slowly raised his hand and the palm-sized annihilation fire lotus slowly rotated. This tiny exquisite lotus flower contained a true destructive force. Go! Xiao Yan smiled slightly as he raised his hand. The fire lotus in it rushed out and immediately formed a beautiful firetail in the midair as it charged towards the seemingly unmatched giant. Break it! Yao Liangjun did not dare to slight the fire lotus when he saw it flashing over. His hand seal changed and the giant immediately roared towards the sky. A frightening sonic wave spread and directly formed a giant hurricane. That enormous hand was clenched and it actually forcefully grabbed the hurricane. After which, it took a large stride forward in front of everyone's shocked eyes, swung the hurricane and violently smashed towards the seemingly rice grain-like fire lotus. The two collided and a momentary silence occurred. It was as though the entire world had stilled at this moment. The silence lasted for an instant before an earth-shaking explosion finally resounded over the sky in an abrupt manner. That furious thunder-like explosion shook the entire mountain range. Soon after the explosion, a firestorm swept over the sky. Under the raging firestorm, that 100-feet large giant was also torn until Dou Qi surged like a water pillar. However, these Dou Qi had just made contact with the firestorm when it was vaporized by the frightening high temperature into nothingness. Bang! The firestorm heavily collided onto the body of the giant. The vast and mighty Dou Qi that was on his body also began to swiftly disappear. Bang! Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of hot air. His body rushed backwards and a sharp cry was emitted from his mouth. Following this cry, the firestorm that was filled with a destructive force finally completely exploded at this moment. Bang! The frightening firestorm smashed heavily onto the giant's body. An incomparably strong force directly caused the giant to continuously step backwards. Even his body had vaguely become illusory. Bang bang bang! The fire wave that contained a destructive strength continuously spread apart. Terrifying high temperature directly caused all the moisture in this place to vaporize. Under the continuous attack by the fire wave, the giant's body also became increasingly illusory. At the end, it was finally exploded and turned into nothingness under this muffled sound. Puff! How is this possible? The giant was blasted apart and a mouthful of fresh blood was spat out from Yao Liangjuan's mouth. A disbelief surged within his eyes. However, he did not have any time to be shocked at this moment. The fire wave that contained a destructive force had came rushing over with lightning-like speed after forcing back the giant. If he was struck by it, it was likely Yao Hualianjun would instantly be annihilated. Yao Hualianjun suppressed the shock within his heart. He clenched his teeth and circulated his Dou Qi. His body transformed into a lightning that suddenly withdrew explosively. Yao Hualianjun's speed was extremely quick. Within the blink of an eye, he had already broken through the Dou Qi barrier around the square. That fire wave also followed closely behind in front of the shocked gazes from the many flower sect's elders. Finally, it violently collided onto the barrier. Bang! The enormous defensive barrier shook violently. Ripples spread rapidly. Fortunately, it did not collapse immediately. Those elders from the flower sect were just about to sigh in relief after seeing this when another destructive fire wave spread. It heavily struck onto the Dou Qi barrier like an enormous hammer. Crack! This time around, the Dou Qi barrier had finally reached its limit. The barrier exploded amidst a cracking sound. Having lost the obstruction of the Dou Qi barrier, the fire wave spread apart without any fear. Seeing this scene, the faces of those flower sect's disciples around the square immediately turned pale. Ugh! However, when the fire wave was about to spread across the enormous square, an elderly sigh slowly resounded over the sky. Immediately, a figure suddenly appeared in a flash. She waved her sleeve and an invisible ripple spread. Finally, the ripple collided with the fire wave. The two energies eroded each other before slowly being destroyed. First Elder, Dot. Seeing this figure, who had suddenly intervened, the faces of some of the elders from the flower sect revealed a joyous expression. Xiao Yan, are you planning to destroy my flower sect? That white-haired old woman, who had suddenly appeared in the sky, looked towards Xiao Yan in the distance and spoke somewhat helplessly. The pale-faced Xiao Yan was somewhat embarrassed when he heard this. He could sense the frightening strength of this white-haired old woman. Immediately, he ceased daring to act impudent. He cupped his hands together and said, "The situation leaves me with no choice. I hope that elder will not blame me." After uttering these words, he took out a couple of medicinal pills from his storage ring and stuffed them into his mouth. Subsequently, he turned his eyes towards Hua Jin. At this moment, the latter's face was filled with horror. The eyes, which she used to look at Xiao Yan, appeared as though they had seen a ghost. She had never expected that Xiao Yan would actually be able to unleash a frightening attack that even Yao Hualiangjun was unable to receive. Xie! Yao Hualiangjun's miserable figure had once again rushed back from the distance. His expression was dark and gloomy as he stood in the sky. It was still possible to see a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. He understood that he had already left the area of the square and had lost the right to compete. In other words, he, Yao Hualiangjun, was defeated in the hands of a mere two-star Dozun in front of so many people today. The corner of Yao Hualiangjun's mouth twitched slightly. His face was so gloomy that it was frightening. Those gazes that were shot over from all over the place were just like needles that pierced into him, causing his entire body to feel terrible. Xiao Yan glanced at Yao Hualiangjun in the distance from the sky. He ignored the latter and slowly landed from the sky. Without saying anything, he glanced at Hua Jin a short distance away and rubbed his hands in front of him. 4 heavenly flames once again appeared in front of him. I admit defeat. Seeing the 4 types of flames appearing once again, the originally pale expression of Hua Jin turned ghastly white. Even Yao Hualiangjun, someone with a 6-star Dozun strength, was unable to receive it. If she was at the receiving end, it was likely that she would not even be able to escape. Hence, she hurriedly screamed. Xiao Yan smiled faintly upon hearing her scream. He opened his mouth and swallowed the 4 types of heavenly flames into his body. With his current strength, he did not possess the ability to continuously use the Annihilation Fire Lotus twice. It appeared that this woman was frightened by Yao Hualiangjun's fate. The many elders from the flower sect shook their heads slightly when they saw Hua Jin admit defeat. The match today was really a joke. A 4-star Dozun and a 6-star Dozun were defeated in the hands of a 2-star Dozun. If this matter was to spread, it would really be a source of a joke. I have not disappointed. Xiao Yan turned his head. He looked towards Yun, who had widened her red lips and had a stunned expression on her pretty face. After which, he coughed softly and laughed. You still like to act bravely. Yun watched Xiao Yan's face that also contained a paleness. She involuntarily glared at him. Her tone had some reprimand and a different kind of joy. That first elder from the flower sect in the sky also gently sighed. His eyes turned towards Hua Jin and spoke faintly, "Since you have lost, hand the jade token of the chief to Yun." Hua Jin's hand was immediately clenched tightly when she heard this. However, she could not eat her words in public. Immediately, she could only clench her teeth and took out the jade token from her storage ring before ruthlessly throwing it towards Yun Yun. The first elder of the flower sect turned her eyes towards Yun Yun. She smilingly said, "I trust the eyes of the previous chief. Yun Yun, in the future, you will be the next chief of the flower sect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1292, Refining. Chapter 1292, Refining. Yun Yun did not extend her hand to receive the chief's jade token as she watched it being suspended in front of her. She was really not interested in this sect chief position. Moreover, due to the shadows from those matters back then, the thing that she was most unwilling to do was to be some chief of a sect. "Take it," Xiao Yan urged when he saw the hesitation on Yun Yun's face. It was still alright if he did not open his mouth. The moment he did so, however, Yun Yun could not resist glaring at him. She gritted her silver teeth and said, "Receive it? And allow you to try and act mightily again?" Xiao Yan was involuntarily a little embarrassed when he heard this. He said, "It has been so many years, yet you still remember these matters." No one was right or wrong in the incident back then. Although I have destroyed the Misty Cloud sect, the Misty Cloud sect has also caused my Xiao clan to suffer great losses. I am aware that this matter is unrelated to you, but I must still account for certain things. I do not know about all of these great reasons. Yun Yun's eyes reddened a little when she mentioned this matter. She was also aware that Xiao Yan was not wrong in that matter when looking from his perspective. However, the Misty Cloud sect was after all a place that had groomed her for many years. Yet, it was disbanded back then just because this fellow had said so. If you wish to find a quiet place to stay, you will not achieve true peace by living under someone else like in the past. Additionally, you have received the inheritance of Granny Hua. If you do not take this position, it will end up causing the flower sect to ultimately descend into an internal fight. I think that Granny Hua would be unwilling to see such a thing, right? Xiao Yan asked softly. Yun Yun was startled. She hesitated for a moment before finally nodding her head. After which, she raised her head and looked towards the white-haired old woman in the sky. She spoke respectfully, "First Elder, Yun Yun can temporarily take the position of the sect chief. You can just inform me if you feel that there is a more suitable person." Haha, you can be rest assured that this old woman greatly trusts the eyes of the previous sect chief. Since she had passed on all her Dou Qi to you, it is likely that you are the perfect candidate in her heart. The white-haired old woman laughed. Hua Jin's face became dark and volatile when she heard the words of this old woman. A moment later, she spoke in a deep voice, "First Elder, I have worked hard for many years in order to get the Profound Sky sect to show signs of joining hands with our flower sect. Now that the sect chief has changed and that Xiao Yan had even injured Yaoliang, lover, I think that this cooperation will not only end but the Profound Sky sect would also not let this matter rest, given the way they do things." The threat in Hua Jin's words were also quite obvious. If the chief was changed to Yun Yun, not only would they be unable to cooperate with the Profound Sky sect but it would instead cause the Profound Sky to view the flower sect with enmity. The white-haired old woman knitted her brows slightly. Although the flower sect and Profound Sky sect were equally ranked as the two sects, the former's strength was not as strong as the latter. Additionally, the Profound Sky sect was really too strong. It had been expanding rapidly during these years. The sect had numerous number of experts. An ordinary faction would not dare to offend them even a little. This Yao Hualiang Jun was a member of the Profound Sky sect. Originally, they planned on getting Yao Hualiang Jun and Hua Jin to marry to improve the relationship between both sects and hence form an alliance. The Flower sect and the Profound Sky sect might be called the two sects, but there were many factions on the Central Plains which could match these two sections. However, these factions did not wish to be as publicized as them. Nevertheless, the foundation of these sects would not be any weaker than the two sects. If one accompanies a tiger, one will ultimately end up being its meal. Xiao Yan smiled slightly. He ignored Yao Hualiangjuan's densely cold eyes as he spoke faintly, "First Elder, I think that you should be clearer than me when it comes to the way the Profound Sky sect does things. If the two sects form an alliance, it is likely very difficult for a true equilibrium to be reached. Sooner or later, a situation where the guest will try to take over the position of the owner will occur. At that time, the Flower sect will likely become another branch sect of the Profound Sky sect." "Xiao Yan, you should stop uttering nonsense!" Hua Jin cried out. Her expression changed upon hearing this. Xiao Yan completely ignored this woman. His eyes looked towards the white-haired old woman and said, "If First Elder do not mind, my Falling Star Pavilion can perhaps be a reliable ally of the Flower sect in the future. I'm sure that First Elder will not have any doubt given the trustworthiness of my teacher, right? Koko, Yao Zunja's reputation is extremely great." Who in the Central Plains do not know about his trustworthiness? Naturally, no one can doubt him. The white-haired old woman smiled. Immediately, she nodded. Her eyes were a little stern as she looked towards Hua Jin. She spoke in a deep voice, "From now onwards, Yun Yun is the chief of the flower sect. There shall be no more argument." This first elder had made up her mind once Xiao Yan's words sounded. If it was in the past, a falling star pavilion did not possess the weight to cause her to ignore everything else. However, things were currently different. The falling star pavilion had produced an elite Ban Shang like Yao Chun. Its strength would definitely soar. At that time, even the profound sky sect will not dare to do anything to it. One was an old faction, which had some ill intentions and would sooner or later bite at them. Another was a new and rising faction that possessed an enormous potential and trustworthiness. It was actually not difficult to choose between the two. Seeing the white-haired old woman hardening her heart with the intention of allowing Yun Yun to be the sect chief, the expression of Hua Jin also became ugly. However, she did not continue to say anything. She also understood that it was pointless to say anything now. Since First Elder has made such a choice, this venerable self can only hope that you will not end up regretting in the future. Yao Liangjuan's expression was also quite ugly. Today, he had not only lost face but had even ruined a big matter. It would definitely not be easy for him to report this matter when he returned this time around. "You need not be concerned about this matter," the white-haired old woman waved her hand and spoke faintly. The corner of Yao Liangjuan's mouth twitched slightly. The matter had already been decided and it was pointless for him to remain here and embarrass himself. Immediately, he swung his sleeve, turned around and rushed out of the flower sect. When he turned around, his eyes were filled with a sinister and vicious expression as they looked at Xiao Yan. Clearly, after having lost a great amount of face today, he had completely hated Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan merely smiled in the face of his eyes. A 6-star Dou Zun was indeed powerful, but he was currently not an ordinary person either. Even if this fellow wanted to use some tricks, Xiao Yan would not be afraid of him. Hua Jin saw Yao Liangjun left in a furious manner. She wanted to retain him but was unable to say anything. After clenching her teeth, she did not follow him. Instead, she turned around and rushed towards a mountain, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The eyes of the white-haired old woman slowly swept over the entire place when she saw these two people leaving. She softly said, "From today onwards, Yun Yun shall be the new chief of our flower sect. All the disciples of the flower sect must obey her orders. Otherwise, they will be punished according to the sect rules." Understood. When the voice of the old woman sounded, those densely packed flower sect disciples on the square also hurriedly knelt down. A respectful voice resounded over the place. "Greeting to the sect chief." Xiao Yan smiled slightly as he watched the densely packed disciples kneeling down. He looked at Yun Yun, who was feeling some panic, and said, "Congratulations, sect chief Yun Yun." Yun Yun rolled her eyes towards him. She immediately sighed in a distant manner. Each time this fellow appeared, it would cause some changes in her life. He is really an enemy. The ceremony for Yun Yun obtaining the chief position was not very grand. However, with that first elder of the flower sect presiding over it, everything was done in a standard manner. After the ceremony was over, Yun Yun had formally become the next sect chief of the flower sect. Xiao Yan was not in a hurry to leave after the ceremony was over. Instead, he got Yun Yun to help him find a quiet room. The hidden resistance within the bone-chilling flame had already completely disappeared. It was the best opportunity to swallow and refine it. Moreover, this flower sect also possessed quite a number of experts present. This was indeed not a bad place to refine the bone-chilling flame. With the increase in the strength of the experts whom Xiao Yan had come into contact with, he needed to raise his strength as quickly as possible. Although he no longer needed to be afraid when facing an expert like Yao Liangjun, his enemy was not Yao Liangjun but the Hall of Soul. Xiao Yan had already witnessed the strength of the 9th Tianzuan and 8th Tianzuan of the Hall of Soul. He clearly understood in his heart that it would likely be an intense big battle should he meet any one of those two. Most importantly, even after the intense fight, his chances of victory was not high. Although Yao Lao had advanced to an elite Ban Shang, it was impossible for Xiao Yan to always follow behind Yao Lao. Therefore, raising his own strength was the most important thing. A faint fragrance was being emitted from a cauldron within the quiet room, causing a smoke to linger within it. When one inhaled a gentle breath, all of one's distracting thoughts would disappear from one's mind at this moment. Xiao Yan was quite satisfied with this quiet room. He nodded slightly before sitting down on a stone bed. However, he did not immediately attempt to swallow and refine the bone-chilling flame. His use of the Annihilation Fire Lotus when fighting Yao Liangjun earlier had exhausted quite a lot of his Dou Qi. Refining the bone-chilling flame was not a relaxing task. He naturally had to be well prepared. This training continued for around half an hour before Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyes were finally slowly opened. His eyes had once again regained its calmness. At a glance, they appeared just like an abyss that was without the slightest fluctuation. Who? A mouthful of turbid air was slowly spat out from his throat. A faint glow also surfaced on Xiao Yan's face. Both of his eyes were blinked and traces of dense white flame spread out from deep within his eyes. In the blink of an eye, both of his eyes were already covered by the denso white flame. Refinement, begin. Xiao Yan muttered softly in his mouth. The seal formed by his hand changed. Both of his eyes were slowly shut. Following the shutting of his eyes, the temperature of the room also rose slowly. Xiao Yan's heart possessed quite a great amount of anticipation towards the refinement this time around. Although a heavenly flame of the bone-chilling flame ranking was no longer considered some sumptuous meal after he had swallowed the 3000 burning flame, it was also not something that he could underestimate. Most importantly, the current flame mantra was already at the D-class high level. He wondered if, after swallowing the bone-chilling flame, it could leap and become a Tion class G method? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1293, Unusual Natural Phenomenon. Chapter 1293, Unusual Natural Phenomenon. The fragrance from sandalwood lingered over the quiet room, which had an unusually dry and hot air. High temperature spread and even the space itself formed some distortion. At a glance, it gave one an illusionary feeling. Xiao Yan was seated on a stone bed within the quiet room. His eyes were tightly shut and waves of frighteningly high temperature continued to spread from his body. There was vaguely some dense white fire seedlings fleeing from the pores all over his body. These flames lingered over the place and wrapped around Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan's expression was calm and without any ripples. He did not sense the change around him. At this moment, his mind was completely immersed within the strange heavenly flame merger within his body. Perhaps it was because Xiao Yan was currently in control of 3 types of heavenly flames, but his current refinement of the bone-chilling flame was not as difficult as he had imagined. Under the intense burning of the 3000 lotus heart flame, the bone-chilling flame already began to vaguely show signs of merging. Although this sign was extremely slow, everything progressed smoothly. There was no unusual changes that was difficult to control appearing. Based on this speed, if nothing unexpected occurred midway, Xiao Yan had the confidence that he could successfully refine the bone-chilling flame within a month. At that time, his body would be in possession of 4 types of heavenly flames. If word of this mysterious thing was to spread, it would likely attract the envy of quite a number of experts. It was already a great blessing for an ordinary person to obtain even one heavenly flame. This so-called 4 types was indeed a little bizarre. After all, even if one put aside the difficulty of finding a heavenly flame, it was likely that no one would dare to keep 4 types of heavenly flame that were filled with destructive strength within their body at the same time. Such an act was basically no different from swallowing a couple of bombs into one's stomach. It was a suicidal act in the eyes of many people. Fortunately, for Xiao Yan, who possessed the flame mantra, this kind of thing, which was impossible in the eyes of others, had become a foundation that allowed him to become a top expert. While Xiao Yan's training gradually progressed on the right track, the temperature of the quiet room also began to increase. At the end, those slowly lingering sandalwood fragrance emitted a puff and directly turned into dust. Under that temperature, even an ordinary elite Dou zone would not be able to stay for long. If one was to absorb the wild and violent energy that permeated the air, it was sufficient to cause the Dou Qi within one's body to become violent and uncontrolled. Following the flow of time, the aura that spread from Xiao Yan's body also slowly became stronger. Waves after waves of majestic Dou Qi spread out from his body like a great ocean wave. It even brought about some vague crashing sound in the process. With the merger of the bone-chilling flame and the 3000 lotus heart flame, the enormous energy hidden within it had transformed into a pure Dou Qi that poured into Xiao Yan's veins after refinement, causing his aura to slowly rise. Half a month passed by in the blink of an eye under this quiet refinement. After half a month of refinement, the temperature within the quiet room had already been raised until a terrifying level. Moreover, due to this place being completely sealed, it had ended up becoming like a steamer. Qi wave churned and the hot temperature caused numerous dark black crack lines to appear in the sky. Some stone tables and chairs within the quiet room had gradually melted, turning into liquid that slowly dripped down and flowed within the quiet room. Occasionally, an air bubble would appear along with a slight muffled sound. Nearly half of the stone bed had also melted under this high temperature. Xiao Yan, who was seated at its middle, however, did not show any signs of awakening. His breathing was calm. The hot air, which would cause an ordinary person to turn into ashes upon inhalation, became just like 2 air dragons that followed his nostrils and continuously enter his body. Clatter! The stone table melted and liquid dripped quietly. A slight sound appeared within the quiet room with a rhythm. That stone bed's human figure appeared to have become a statue. It did not react even a little. If it was not because one could still sense a vast and mighty aura that continuously rose, it was likely that anyone would treat the hot wave like a stone statue. The concept of time would become extremely blurry while one trained. Hence, another 10 days had passed while Xiao Yan was seated like a statue. Flower fragrance covered a quiet courtyard. These beautiful and colorful flowers decorated the place until it was full of life. There was a stone pavilion within this courtyard. 3 figures were present within it. However, at this moment, the eyes of these 3 people were staring at a tightly shut stone door at the end of the courtyard. It is almost a month, why has Xiao Yan not come out? Nalan Yanran looked at the stone door. Her brows were knitted as she softly commented. Yun Yun shook her head slightly and said, "There is no need to worry. With his ability, it is likely that nothing will happen. It is not rare for an elite Dou Zun to undertake a couple of months or half a year retreat." Although she spoke in this manner, there was still a faint trace of worry between Yun Yun's brows. If it was an ordinary retreat, she would naturally not be worried. However, ever since Xiao Yan had entered the quiet room, the energy that spread from it became increasingly hot and violent. That feeling was as though the interior of the quiet room was brewing a volcano that was about to erupt. This kind of prelude really caused one to feel uneasy. This kind of unexpected change naturally also stirred the attention of some elders within the flower sect. Although they did not say anything, Yun Yun was aware that their hearts were also worried. After having experienced the terrifying fire lotus that Xiao Yan had used back then, they were really a little afraid that Xiao Yan would cause another earth-shaking destruction and turn this flower sect into ruins. Ugh, this fellow really does not allow others to relax. Yun Yun involuntarily rubbed her brows as her heart laughed bitterly. In order to calm the worry of these elders during this period of time, she had did quite a lot of talking. However, this could not go on forever. The energy that was spreading from the quiet room was becoming increasingly violent. At that time, it was likely that even First Elder would adopt some measures. Compared to the worry of the other 2, Qinglin merely leaned lazily on a pillar. Her soft, seemingly boneless waist and her body was leaned into an alluring arc that vaguely emitted a kind of lazy enchantment. She was born with unusual eyes. Naturally, she was aware of Xiao Yan's current condition. Hence, she was not worried for no reason. It seems that things are going to be the same again, forget it, let's leave. After waiting quietly for over an hour, Yun Yun looked at the sky before helplessly getting up and said, "What is it?" Nalan Yanran also nodded. She was just about to turn around when a tremor was suddenly felt under her feet, causing her to stumble a little. She hurriedly grabbed the stone pillar beside her. A shock filled her pretty face. It is transmitted from the quiet room. Yun Yun also paused her footsteps. She sensed a little before her pretty eyes suddenly turned towards the quiet room. Having received the inheritance of Granny Hua, her strength was soaring rapidly. The moment the tremor was transmitted over earlier, she clearly sensed that the quiet room, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly emitting an extremely intense energy fluctuation. Is he about to exit his retreat? Yun Yun muttered softly in her mouth. She softly said, "The activity seems to be a little big, let's leave this place first." After uttering those words, Yun Yun pressed her foot on the ground. She body rushed to the midair. After which, Qinglin and Nalan Yanran hurriedly followed. They stood in the sky. Only then did they see an extremely hot fire pillar slowly curling and rising from the top of the quiet room. Bang! The 3 figures had just rushed to the sky when the roof of the quiet room below suddenly exploded apart. Hot smoke spread out, causing the temperature all around the place to rise rapidly. When the quiet room was blasted open, a vast and mighty aura that had been quiet for an entire month also slowly spread. Soon after, a clear and long roar suddenly resounded from within the quiet room and charged directly towards the clouds. The roar contained an unusually vast and mighty Dou Qi. Hence, that roar also appeared like thunder that continuously reverberated across the sky, spreading to every corner of the flower sect. Human figures continued to rush out from all over the flower sect when this roar sounded. Numerous figures stood in the sky. Their eyes were shocked as they looked towards the direction that the roar had originated from. The surprise within the eyes of some of the observant individuals turned into shock when they sensed that aura. This is Xiao Yan? His aura, why has it suddenly strengthened so greatly? The strength of this aura has likely reached the peak of the 4-star level. This fellow, has he eaten some special pill? His strength had actually soared to such an extent within a short 1 month. Quite a number of elders from the flower sect involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air when they sensed the strength of this aura. The rate at which this strength was raised was really too frightening. A full 2 stars. If one was to train normally, it would likely take 10 years of effort to achieve it. Yet, Xiao Yan was actually able to complete it within a short 1 month. He is indeed worthy of being Yao Chen's disciple. He's definitely extraordinary. That white-haired old woman, who was the first elder of the flower sect, nodded slightly and muttered while she stood in the sky. The roaring thunder ultimately reached a point where it was about to scatter. At the moment it did so, layers of thick dark clouds suddenly appeared in the blue sky. Wild wind blew across the sky in an unceasing manner. This sudden scene caused everyone to be stunned. Their faces were at a loss. Unusual natural phenomenon. The first elder of the flower sect was also slightly stunned by this scene. A moment later, she appeared to have recalled something. Her eyes suddenly turned towards the direction of the quiet room. A disbelief finally surged onto her eyes. This is the birth of a Tian+Chi method? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1294, Quasi-Tian+Chi method. Chapter 1294, Quasi-Tian+Chi method. When it came to unusual natural phenomenon, they could generally be summarized into 3 types of situation. One was when a high-tier medicinal pill was born. It would attract the pill lightning. The second was when one trained to a certain level. It would attract such a situation. However, this was usually rarely seen. This was because someone who could reach such a level was considered an extremely rare existence even in the entire Dou Qi continent. The third possibility was the birth of a Tian+Chi method or Tian+Dou skill. This birth usually did not mean the reappearance of a Qi method or Dou skill. Instead, it was a birth from nothing. An example was creation. Only when some Tian+Chi method or Dou skill was being created would such an unusual natural phenomenon be attracted. The current sky was not covered by pill fragrance. Clearly, it was not the birth of a high-tier medicinal pill. The second possibility could be directly eliminated. Although Xiao Yan was powerful, it was far from sufficient to cause an unusual natural phenomenon. Since this was the case, only the last possibility matched the situation. However, it must be said that this white-haired old woman was indeed experienced. Only a couple of breaths' time had passed, but she had already managed to ascertain the origin of the unusual natural phenomenon through her various guesses. Creating one's own Tian+Chi method or Dou skill. The white-haired old woman was startled as she watched the quiet room that was emitting a white flame in the distance. Even with her calmness, her face was currently filled with a grave and shocked expression. Creating one's own Tian+Chi method or Dou skill. Just how many people in this current continent had the ability to achieve this? Based on common sense, forget about Xiao Yan, even Yao Chen, who had advanced into the Ban Shang class, would likely not possess such an ability. Yet, regardless of how great a disbelief was present in her heart, the situation that appeared in front of her caused her to have no choice but to accept this harsh reality. A moment later, she withdrew her emotion. A bitter smile surfaced on her face. It was indeed the case of the younger generation surpassing the old. Compared to such an outstanding young man, old fellows like themselves could only feel ashamed. No wonder he can be accepted by Yao Chen as a disciple. Such a talent is indeed rare. The white-haired old woman sighed softly. Her eyes flickered slightly. After this matter, her heart had truly begun to think highly of Xiao Yan. Although she was considered quite polite to Xiao Yan in the past, that was after all on the account of Yao Lao's face. Xiao Yan being able to defeat Yao Hualiangjun with his 2-star Dou Zun strength had caused her to be surprised, but that was it. Yao Hualiangjun might appear strong in the eyes of others, but he did not pose the slightest threat. If it was not because Yao Hualiangjun was a member of the Profound Sky sect, it was likely that she would not have allowed this fellow to leave smoothly back then. Although she had only think highly of Xiao Yan in the past because of Yao Lao, it had completely changed at this moment. Creating one's own Tian+Chi method or Dou skill. This ability was something that even she could not compare with. Xiao Yan had given her too many surprises. It was to an extent that caused her, as the first elder of the flower sect, to threat him seriously. This person's future achievement will definitely be extraordinary. Yunyun's good relationship with him is also beneficial for the flower sect. The white-haired old woman smiled faintly when she thought of this. She muttered to herself, "Senior sister, your eyesight is indeed extremely accurate." Seeing the layers of dark clouds spread apart in the sky, all the disciples from the flower sect had stunned faces. This change in the weather was far too unpredictable. Of course, there were also some shrewd people whose eyes turned towards the direction where Xiao Yan was undertaking a retreat after muttering for a moment. Such an unusual phenomenon had occurred the moment Xiao Yan was about to lead his retreat. It was likely that no one would believe that these two were unrelated. Bang! The quiet room once again trembled in front of the countless number of gazes. A hot chi pillar shot out from within. A human figure was standing steadily with a royal demeanor on the top of this pillar. The one who had appeared was naturally Xiao Yan, who had undertaken a 1-month retreat. At this moment, he was also slightly startled when he saw the unusual phenomenon in the sky. A moment later, he appeared to have understood something. He frowned slightly and gently waved his sleeve. After waving his sleeve, an invisible spiritual ripple immediately spread out from between his brows. When this ripple spread, the layers of dark cloud in the sky also ceased churning. After which, they slowly scattered amidst numerous stunned gazes. The darkness in the sky also gradually disappeared after the final dark cloud disappeared. A warm sunlight once again scattered down and shone on this mountain range that was covered by a sea of flower. Has it evolved to a Tian class chi method? Xiao Yan stared at his own palm after the dark cloud scattered. Immediately, he shut his eyes. A thought passed through his mind and the flame mantra was once again circulated. Hoo-hoo! When the flame mantra was circulating, the natural energy within 1,000 feet radius suddenly surged over intensely like floodwaters. Immediately, waves after waves of shocking energy continuously poured into Xiao Yan's body in front of numerous stunned eyes. Xiao Yan's body did not reject these natural energy that were filled with a great amount of impurities. Any impurities would be immediately turned into nothing while the heavenly flame rose. The rate at which Dou Qi circulated within his body was also over 10 times more rapid than before. This kind of mad rapidness did not only show itself on the circulating speed. There was also a drastic change in terms of absorption, refinement, accommodation and other aspects when compared with before. Based on Xiao Yan's current condition, it was likely that he would no longer end up needing to immediately swallow medicinal pills to replenish his Dou Qi like in the past should he use the Annihilation Fire Lotus. The current him could really be described as having the capital to squander. Who? A mouthful of turbid air that contained a lot of impurities moved along Xiao Yan's throat and was exhaled. When he sensed an unprecedented feeling of being filled, a joyous smile that could not be suppressed involuntarily surfaced on his face. He might possess the ability to fight across levels, but all of these required the exhaustion of an extremely vast amount of Dou Qi. Hence, he had to be careful each time he used them. He was afraid that someone might take advantage of the opening after he used it and enter a weakened state. Fortunately, this kind of worry would likely rarely occur from now onwards unless it was some special circumstances. It can be considered to be a Tian class low-ranked chi method. However, it should have only just broken through the D-class high level. It is rumored that when a true Tian class chi method is used, it would immediately be able to absorb all of the energy within 1,000 feet for one's own use. What I have activated earlier does have some gap when compared to it. Xiao Yan revealed an expression of deep thought. It was unexpected that evolving to the Tian class would actually be this harsh. Even the bone-chilling flame was only able to get flame mantra to reach the quasi-Tian class chi method level. Fortunately, regardless of whether it was quasi-Tian class or a true Tian class, it had after all reached that level. This kind of transformation would also be a drastic one. My strength is currently also at the 4-star Dou Zun level. Xiao Yan sensed the interior of his body. The swallowing of the bone-chilling flame this time around had actually only allowed him to raise his strength by 2-star. Although he was mentally prepared, this kind of result still caused Xiao Yan to be quite dismayed. If other elite Dou Zuns were to be aware of this thought of his, it was likely that they would immediately spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. 10 years or even decades of training was completed by him within a short 1 month. If he was still dispirited because of it, they would likely have to directly find a stone and knock their heads to death. Ugh, 4-star, so be it. After feeling despair for a short moment, Xiao Yan swiftly withdrew his mind. This result was something that he had expected. At this moment, he had already swallowed 4 types of heavenly flames. Although the strength of a heavenly flame was great, anything that was eaten in large numbers would likely result in it being unable to fully unleash its effect like before. Based on Xiao Yan's guess, if he was to swallow a heavenly flame that was ranked 15th and higher at this moment, the effect would likely be extremely weak. It would have difficulty raising his strength by even a star. It looks like I must specifically find those heavenly flames that are ranked at the front when swallowing heavenly flames in the future. Xiao Yan was speechless when he thought until this point. A heavenly flame was it itself rare. Those ranked at the front were extremely rare. Even if one was to find it, attempting to capture and refine it was also extremely difficult. Based on his guess, it appeared that Xiao Yan's path of swallowing heavenly flames in the future would become incomparably difficult. Xiao Yan smiled bitterly, shaking his head inside. All he could do was to accept his fate. Although raising his strength by 2-star did not meet the standards of his discerning eyes, a small mosquito was also meet. If he was to use the Skyfire 3 mysterious change with his current strength, he would no longer need to rely on the Annihilation Fire Lotus to battle with Yao Liangjun should he end up meeting the latter. Even in a head-on collision, the advantage that Yao Liangjun could gain would likely be quite small. Forget about that Yao Liangjun, even if I meet that so-called 9th Tianzuan of the Hall of Soul, I will also be able to fight with him and withdraw in one piece. Xiao Yan involuntarily sighed in relief when he thought of this. Ever since he had witnessed the strength of 9th Tianzuan and the others back then, he had been vaguely feeling some pressure within his heart. This fellow was merely just a 9th Tianzuan. Above him definitely had a 7th Tianzuan, 6th Tianzuan, and even the 1st Tianzuan. Fortunately, his current strength had already soared by a certain extent. He might not dare to say that he could be unafraid of these people just because of it, but his heart would at least feel more at ease. There was no need for him to be constantly nervous. Moreover, even if he could not defeat them when they fought in the future, he would definitely let the other party suffer. Just how long are you going to continue dreaming here? A gentle voice resounded helplessly beside Xiao Yan's ear while he was in deep thought. Xiao Yan lifted his head, only to see a beautiful face appearing in front of him. There was even some rebuking expression on her pretty face. It was extremely alluring. Xiao Yan smiled at Yun Yun only to suddenly extend his hand and grab Yun Yun's hand. Seeing Xiao Yan acting in this manner in public, Yun Yun's extremely beautiful face became an embarrassing red. She knitted her brows and spoke in an embarrassed and angry manner. Little bastard, could you have really gotten addicted to acting like a rogue? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1295, Tearing the Seal. Chapter 1295, Tearing the Seal. Xiao Yan was startled when he heard the embarrassed voice of Yun Yun. He looked at the latter's reddened face and said, I am helping you look at the Dou Qi seal within your body. Yun Yun was startled when she heard this. She continued to stare at Xiao Yan somewhat doubtfully. A moment later, her struggling hand finally weakened. A helpless expression also surfaced on Xiao Yan's face when he saw this. His hand was placed on Yun Yun's arm before he shut his eyes. A trace of spiritual strength flowed along his hand and entered the latter's body. Yun Yun sighed gently when Xiao Yan shut his eyes. However, her face still had an embarrassing red color remaining on it. Regardless of what the intention of this fellow was, this place was ultimately a public one. Many disciples and elders from the flower sect were below. Just how it would look like if they saw this. Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes while Yun Yun was complaining in her heart. At this moment, there was an additional solemnness on his face. The Dou Qi seal within Yun Yun's body caused even him to feel shocked. Based on what teacher had said, that Granny Hua should be an elite Dozun whose strength had reached that of an 8 or 9-star Dozun. The Dou Qi from her entire lifetime could completely shatter an ordinary Dozun. Xiao Yan's eyes flickered while he mused. Yun Yun's body did indeed possess a vast and mighty Dou Qi that caused even him to feel shocked. However, these Dou Qi was being completely sealed by an extremely powerful seal. With Yun Yun's strength, she would require quite a long time in order to break the seal and control these vast and mighty Dou Qi. That Granny Hua is too cautious. The seal that she has placed is too strong. With your current strength, the rate at which you can refine it can be a little faster. Xiao Yan released Yun Yun's hand, raised his head and said, You are also aware that the seal is extremely powerful. With my strength, it is impossible for me to break it. All I can do is to absorb those Dou Qi that seeped out from the seal. Even though this was the case, my training speed is much faster when compared to the past. Yun Yun knitted her brows and said, It is safer to refine all of these Dou Qi as soon as possible. Otherwise, if you end up meeting a strong person, it is likely that that person might remove the Dou Qi seal without due care for your life. Xiao Yan spoke seriously. All of the Dou Qi left behind by an 8 or 9-star Dozun was quite a tempting treasure. It was difficult to be certain that some experts would not end up having other wayward thoughts. Yun Yun also nodded slightly when she heard this. She understood that Xiao Yan would not lie to her. However, it was not that she did not wish to speed up the rate of refinement, but she was really unable to do anything to that seal. Relax, leave the matter of the seal to me. I will resolve this matter before leaving. Otherwise, I will really be unable to be at ease, Xiao Yan smiled involuntarily and said when he saw her expression. An unknown emotion surged up Yun Yun's heart as she observed the smiling young man in front of her. The feeling of having someone to rely on was really good. She had brought Nalin Yenran and roamed all over the place during these years. Although her strength could be considered to be at the top within the Jianan Empire, it was nothing in this central plains where numerous experts were present. Two ladies who possessed such beauty naturally attracted a lot of attention. Hence, Yun Yun brought Nalin Yenran to join the flower sect. All she sought was some peace. However, she had really never thought about the position of the flower sect's chief. "Thank you." Yun gently inhaled a breath of air. She suppressed the somewhat weak emotion in her heart and whispered. Xiao Yan frowned when he heard this. He stared at the beautiful face and asked, "Is it necessary?" "Huh?" Yun raised her pretty eyes after appearing to hear the displeased tone that Xiao Yan had used. She looked at the frown of the latter before involuntarily smiling. A faint warmth was present in her heart. Xiao Yan felt a little sorry at having caused such a great commotion within the flower sect. He specially apologized to the first elder of the flower sect. Now that the first elder had the intention to befriend Xiao Yan and the Falling Star Pavilion, she would naturally not be concerned about this. Hence, this small matter just passed in this way. The so-called unnatural phenomenon had also gradually faded after the disciples of the flower sect had talked about it for 2 to 3 days. This was also as Xiao Yan desired. He did not wish to be looked at by many strange eyes each time he went out. A faint fragrance lingered within a room that was filled with a pale pink color. At a glance, one would understand that this was likely the room of a certain lady. I will forcefully tear a crack line later on in order to aid your refinement in the future. It might be a little pain. You must endure it. Xiao Yan looked at Yun, who was seated on the soft bed. His thought also shifted from this room that had a pink color before coughing dryly and said. Yun agreed softly. At this moment, her face was still a little red. This was because even until now, she did not know why she would suddenly become hot-headed and bring Xiao Yan to her own room. It was fine just using any room. Yet, she must bring him here. This was especially case when Xiao Yan displayed a strange expression after just entering this place. It caused her to have the impulse of burying her head into the ground. Xiao Yan laughed dryly when he saw that the tip of Yun's ears were still red. After which, he exhaled a long breath of air. He tossed aside the distracting thoughts and gradually focused his mind. After his mind became focused, Xiao Yan curled his fingers and a wisp of purple-brown flame that contained traces of dense whiteness within it slowly appeared on his finger. This flame was naturally something that was created after having merged the bone-chilling flame with the other flames. Currently, the 4 types of heavenly flames had completely merged together. Both its color and its might had become greater. Moreover, this kind of heavenly flame currently gave one a somewhat unusual feeling. The extremely heat hit a kind of extremely cold force. The difficulty in dealing with it had multiplied by a couple of times. One could imagine the harm it would cause the other party if this kind of unusual force invaded the other party's body when fighting other people. Xiao Yan's expression had become grave when the flame appeared. An instant later, his fingers heavily pressed on Yun's arm in a lightning-like fashion. Che. Although Xiao Yan did not strengthen the temperature of the flame, the high temperature that the body of the flame contained still burnt the clothes on Yun's back into ashes, revealing her naked jade like a luring curve. Ah! The coolness that had suddenly appeared on her back also caused Yun to exclaim. Her face reddened immediately. However, a solemn cry that was transmitted from beside her ear caused her to have no choice but to withdraw the ripple within her heart. Focus. Protect your own veins. I am about to break the seal. Yun clenched her silver teeth in the face of this grave cry by Xiao Yan. She forcefully suppressed the fluctuation within her heart and swiftly focused his mind. Xiao Yan's hand, where a flame was lingering on, pointed on Yun's back. That smooth jade-like back immediately revealed a purple-red shot. Waves after waves of hot flames followed this spot and continuously poured into Yun's body. The heavenly flame suddenly invaded in a large-scale fashion. The high temperature also spread, causing Yun to painfully circulate her Dou Qi in a hurried fashion. It wrapped around every vein. Only then did she feel a little better. Under Xiao Yan's control, the heavenly flame quietly shuttled past the many veins before finally reaching the spot in Yun's body where her Dou Qi was sealed. He prepared a little before letting out a cry and charged ruthlessly towards the strong seal. Bang! The two collided. Yun's lovely body paused immediately. The Dou Qi within his body shook intensely at this moment. Waves after waves of intense pain continued to spread from within her body. Xiao Yan's face was grave. The toughness of the seal had exceeded his expectations. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to continue to destroy it. Moreover, if the seal was completely destroyed, the vast and mighty Dou Qi that surged out would instantly destroy Yun's body. Of course, his aim was not this. All he wanted to do was to cut and form a crack line on the seal. With his current strength and the help of the heavenly flame, it should not be too difficult to achieve it. Bang bang bang, dot. A continuous amount of flame surged into Yun's body. After which, it collided against the tough seal without fearing death. Numerous low and deep sound repeatedly resounded within Yun's body. That intense pain also became increasingly worse. Fortunately, she was aware that this was a critical matter. She clenched her teeth tightly and did not emit any sound. I do not believe that I cannot even form a crack line on you. Xiao Yan frowned slightly after striking at the seal for a long time to no avail. Immediately, he inhaled a deep breath of air. He could already sense that the spot on the seal where he had attacked had begun to fluctuate. Immediately, he clenched his teeth. An unusually dense flame suddenly charged into Yunyan's body. Immediately, it formed numerous spinning flames as it violently collided onto the seal that was rippling. Bang! The collision this time around was unprecedented. Powerful force spread apart from the point of collision. Grug, dot. The force spread in Yunyan's face paled almost instantly. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. That force was really too powerful. If it was not because she had used the Dou Qi to protect her veins earlier, it was likely that even her veins would have been completely broken during this collision. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. However, Yunyan's aura did not weaken as a result. Instead, waves after waves of powerful Dou Qi fluctuation suddenly surged from within her body. The strength of that fluctuation was such that it even forced back Xiao Yan's finger, which was in contact with Yunyan's fingers. What powerful Dou Qi! A surprise flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes when his finger was forced away. Yunyan's shut eyes were suddenly opened as she sat on the bed. Powerful Dou Qi erupted out as though they were real substance. The table a short distance in front emitted a crack sound before shattering into dust. The seal had been broken, huh? A joy surfaced on Yunyan's face when she saw this scene. She suddenly raised her head. Her eyes looked toward Xiao Yan, only to find that the latter was staring at her with a strange expression. Yun was startled when she saw this gaze of Xiao Yan. Immediately, she lowered her head slightly. Her face became fiery hot almost instantly. This was because the clothes on her body had completely burst apart due to the eruption of her Dou Qi earlier. At that moment, a naked beautiful body sat enchantingly within the room. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1296, Interception. Chapter 1296, Interception. An exclamation was emitted from Yunyan's mouth while her face turned completely red. Immediately, her hand was waved suddenly. Wind danced and the soft blanket on the bed flew up before completely wrapping around the alluring body. Yunyan's expression only became a little better after her lovely body was hidden within the blanket. She lifted her pretty face and stared at Xiao Yan with embarrassment and anger. She demanded, "Why are you still watching?" Although she was currently covered by a blanket, the blanket was quite thin. When it covered over Yunyan's lovely body, it still ended up revealing an alluring curve. After being set off by the bright red face that was filled with shyness, the scene was sufficient to cause quite a number of men to bleed wildly from their nostrils. Cough. Xiao Yan coughed dryly. He withdrew his eyes in an extremely calm manner and said, "This has nothing to do with me. You are the one who blasted it apart." Hearing these words of Xiao Yan, Yun involuntarily felt speechless and furious despite usually being calm. This brat was actually someone who proclaimed innocence despite having taken advantage of her. Xiao Yan did not dare to be overly entangled over this topic when he saw Yun was showing signs of becoming mad. He hurriedly asked, "How do you feel now?" "All right. A crack line has been torn on the seal by you. Currently, there's quite a lot of Dou Qi continuously flowing out from the seal. This speed is coincidentally within the boundary that I can refine." Yun snapped. However, the redness on her face gradually faded. "Yes, that's fine," Xiao Yan nodded slightly. He voiced his thoughts. "The Dou Qi that is left behind by that Granny Hua is really too frightening. If you can completely refine it, you might be able to reach the height of hers when she was alive. Moreover, you are still young. There is a great amount of room for you to improve. Should you end up gaining some great opportunity in the future, it is not impossible for you to even reach the Dou Shang class." Dou Shang. Yun was involuntarily startled when she heard this legendary height. Immediately, she shook her head helplessly. That matter was too far away. Being able to leap to the Dou Zun class during these years was already a great blessing that the heavens had given her. As for whatever Dou Shang, she had really never thought about it. I have quite a number of enemies in the Central Plains. Moreover, each of them are extremely fierce. Haha, if you become an elite Dou Shang in the future, I can take shelter under this big tree of yours. Xiao Ina joked. Yun looked at the young face, which was covered with a warm smile, in a stunned manner when she heard Xiao Yan's joke. She was a little quiet and felt a heartache. Everyone could only see his glory and achievement on the surface. However, they forget just how much hard work and effort he had put in to reach this level. When she first met Xiao Yan back then, this youth, who appeared tender but a little stubborn, dared to train within the dangerous magical beast mountain range. After all the storm all these years, the danger that he had experienced was also countless number of times greater than that at the magical beast mountain range back then. I will refine Granny Hua's Dou Qi as soon as possible, and I'll also spend effort to slowly control the flower sect. Yunyun's entire body appeared to have shrunk under the thin blanket as his soft voice was emitted. Xiao Yan was startled when he heard these somewhat baffling words of Yunyun. He watched the pretty face and finally appeared to have understood something. He was momentarily speechless. A favor from a beauty was something that was most difficult to accept. The atmosphere within the room had suddenly become a little enchanting. A moment later, Xiao Yan let out a dry cough and broke the silence. After which, he took out a jade bottle from within the storage ring. Some purple-brown danwons were stored within the jade bottle. An extremely hot energy was vaguely emitted from the medicinal bottle. These are flame-leaving pills that I have refined. Each of them contained a trace of strength from a heavenly flame. You can consume one when you refine the Dou Qi of the seal in the future. It will aid you in increasing the speed of refinement. At the same time, it will also allow your Dou Qi to be refined until it is extremely pure. Xiao Yan placed the jade bottle gently on the bed and smilingly spoke to Yunyun. Yes. Yunyun received the jade bottle and nodded with a slight smile. I will leave tomorrow. If you end up meeting some trouble that you cannot resolve in the future, you can come to the Falling Star Pavilion to look for me. You are leaving tomorrow, huh? Yunyun said. The hand which she used to hold the jade bottle tightened a little when she heard this. I cannot remain here for too long. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I might end up attracting the experts from the Hall of Soul. At that time, I would end up implicating the flower sect. Xiao Yan spoke seriously. Yunyun was not someone who failed to see the larger picture. Although she felt some dismay in her heart, she still ended up nodding. She softly said, yes, you should be careful. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. He once again gave Yunyun some instruction before turning around and left this lady's room, where a fragrance lingered. Yunyun's silver teeth bit her red lips as she watched Xiao Yan's back, which was leaving. She softly muttered, it has been so many years, but I'm still unable to get rid of this little enemy. Since I am unable to escape, I shall put in the effort again for you. Originally, Yunyun was not really interested in increasing her strength. All she wanted to do was to find a quiet place to pass the rest of her life when she came to the Central Plains. However, who could have expected that even though this was the case, that person, who was buried deep within her heart, would once again appear in front of her? Only when she met him again did she realize that it was impossible for this feeling to be forgotten with the flow of time. Instead, it would be brewed by time until it became increasingly mellow. She would not say anything regarding such a feeling. All that she wanted was to remain behind him and quietly providing him some help. This was because Yunyun was aware that Xiao Yan was carrying too much on his back. He was also too tired. She wanted to help share a little of his burden. After having resolved the problem of the seal for Yunyun, Xiao Yan continued to remain within the flower sect for one day. After which, he led Qinglin and Yunyun to bid farewell to the first elder of the flower sect. The first elder of the flower sect felt a little regretful with regards of Xiao Yan's swift departure. She wanted to get him to stay, but seeing that Xiao Yan had made up his mind, it was inappropriate for her to stop him. All she could do was to allow the two to leave. After saying his goodbye, Xiao Yan and Qinglin directly left the flower sect. After which, the latter summoned the 9 serene deep-ground python and once again hurried towards the Falling Star Pavilion. Cloud was absent in the azure sky within thousands of kilometers. Suddenly, an enormous black figure rushed past the distant sky with lightning-like speed. A deafening rushing wind sound rumbled continuously in the sky, attracting quite a number of gazes. This rapidly moving enormous black figure was naturally Xiao Yan and Qinglin, who had left the flower sect for about 2 days. Both of them were basically traveling during these 2 days and did not take many breaks along the way. Although using the 9 serene deep-ground python to travel was a little eye-catching, it would seldom attract any trouble. This was because everyone knew of the strength of the 9 serene deep-ground python, which was one of the 3 great tribes in the magical beast world. Unless there was some special circumstances, otherwise no one would easily offend them. Young Master Xiao Yan, we have basically left the territory of the flower sect's influence. In another few days, we should be able to reach the Falling Star Pavilion. Qinglin's eyes swept in all directions while standing on the enormous body of the 9 serene deep-ground python. After which, she turned her head and spoke to Xiao Yan, who was seated behind her. Understood. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. His hand rubbed the 9 serene deep-ground python under him and the image of a 7-colored huge heaven-swallowing python flashed across his mind. Kai Lin. I wonder if your womb really possessed the bloodline of the Xiao clan. A complicated expression flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes when he thought about Kailin. He wondered how this Queen Medusa, who had once chased after him until he was forced to flee, was. With her strength, it was likely that she would have few opponents who could match her in that region, right? Young Master Xiao Yan. The pretty face of Qinglin by the side changed a little while Xiao Yan had sunk into his memory. She softly cried out. What is it? Xiao Yan was pulled back from his thoughts by the cry. He was startled as he asked. Something seems to be wrong, Qinglin softly replied. Xiao Yan's eyes immediately narrowed when he heard this. His gaze slowly swept around him. At this moment, they were in the sky above a sparsely populated mountain range. However, it was surprising that there was actually not the slightest magical beast roar in this mountain range. It was as though the place was a death region. Xiao Yan slowly stood up. He got Qinglin to halt the 9 serene deep-ground python. After which, his eyes paused on an empty space a short distance in front. He spoke faintly, since you have come, why are you hiding yourself? Don't you agree? Yao Hualiangjun. Brat, your perception is quite good. The space in front became distorted after Xiao Yan's words sounded. Immediately, a couple of figures appeared from nowhere. At the same time, a vast and mighty aura also spread over from all directions. There were a total of 4 people who had appeared. Amongst them was Yao Hualiangjun, who had suffered a blow from the annihilation fire lotus of Xiao Yan back then. The other 3 were all expressionless elders in grey robes. The auras of these 3 people were not any weaker than Yao Hualiangjun. Looking at the badge on their chest, they were surprisingly all from the Profound Sky Sect. Xiao Yan, you have ruined an important matter of my Profound Sky Sect. Do you really think you can just leave like this? Do you think that my Profound Sky Sect do not dare to do anything to you just because Yao Chen had advanced to a Ban Shang? Yao Hualiangjun gently flapped the foldable fan in his hand. The smile on his face contained a dense emotion. Xiao Yan glanced at this fellow and spoke indifferently. You are able to wait for so long, I think that someone has informed you, right? For example, Hua Jin of the Flower Sect? Xiao Yan's eyes turned towards the forest below after his voice sounded. A figure had appeared from that spot. It was Hua Jin from the Flower Sect. At this moment, the latter was staring at him with a face filled with murderous intent. She coldly laughed, you have ruined a big matter of this chief. Today, you shall use your life as compensation. As for that slut Yun Yun, this chief will finish her off sooner or later. Xiao Yan, just surrender and return with the old me to the Profound Sky Sect. On the account of Yao Chen's face, my Profound Sky Sect will treat you well. Otherwise. That grey-robed elder, who was the leader, opened his mouth faintly at this moment. A dense killing intent had suddenly surged in his last sentence. Otherwise, this place shall be where your bones will be buried today. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1297, Intense Fight. Chapter 1297, Intense Fight. Dense bone-chilling killing desire spread across the entire place. It was as though the air had solidified at this moment. The originally deathly quiet air above the forest had become just like winter, emitting an icy coldness that chilled one's heart. Xiao Yan stood on the large body of the 9 serene deep-ground python. He looked at Yao Hualiangjun 4 men group in the distance. After which, he glanced at Hua Jin below, who was looking at him with ill intent. 4 6-star Dozuns. The ferocious reputation of the Profound Sky Sect was really not earned in vain. Young Master Xiao Yan, what should we do? Qinglin frowned slightly and asked because of this sudden situation. What else can we do? The Profound Sky Sect has actually dispatched such a great force. I think that they are intending on capturing me, Xiao Yan smiled faintly. A bone-chilling coldness surged within his dark black eyes as he softly said, however, with just the 4 of you, you have really underestimated me quite greatly. Your tone is indeed quite arrogant. The strength of that fire lotus of yours might be great, but if the 4 of us join hands, we will be able to forcefully resist it. Without that kind of fire lotus attack, what can you be in the eyes of the 4 of us? Yao Hualiangjun laughed coldly. An arc was slowly lifted on Xiao Yan's face when he heard this. His hand seal changed before they suddenly stilled. Vast and mighty aura suddenly surged out from within Xiao Yan's body in all directions like a volcano. What you describe is the case 1 month ago. Majestic aura spread across the sky. Waves after waves of heat was quietly formed, causing the air of this place to swiftly become dry. 4-star Dozun? Yao Hualiangjun's expression changed slightly when he sensed this aura of Xiao Yan. Although he had already obtained word of this from Hua Jin, the shock in his heart was still quite great now that he had seen it with his own eyes. Within a short 1 month, Xiao Yan's strength had rose by 2 stars. This training speed could be described by the word frightening. It should be known that if an ordinary Dozun was to train normally, it was likely that he would need to cultivate a decade or longer in order to obtain such an increase in his strength. Yet, this amount of time had been forcefully shrunk by many times in Xiao Yan's hands. The Qi method that this brat practices is a little strange. If we capture him this time around, we can force him to tell me about the Qi method. If I can obtain such a Qi method, my achievements in the future will definitely be quite great. Even within the profound sky sect, there will be hardly anyone who can contend against me. Yao Liangjuan's eyes flickered slightly. A greed flashed across his eyes. A mere 4-star Dozun. You still do not possess the qualification to do as you please in the hands of the 4 of us. That grey-robed elder, who was leading the group, glanced at Xiao Yan with an indifferent gaze. He appeared a little impatient when he spoke until this point. He waved his sleeve and said, "This is the final time. Are you going to leave with us, or shall we beat you half to death and bring you with us? This skin of mine is a little thick. I shall choose the latter." Xiao Yan smilingly said. "You may." The expression of the grey-clothed elder was dark and dense. He nodded slowly before he suddenly stepped forward and spoke in a deep voice, "This brat is extremely cunning. Attack together and capture him first." Yao Liangjun and the 2 others nodded when they heard this. The former still had a deep memory of that fire lotus attack of Xiao Yan even until now. If he was alone, he would really not have the guts to attack. With the destructive force of that fire lotus, it was likely that he would lose his life immediately should he be careless. "Young Master Xiao Yan, I will block one of them. That slut below shall be dealt with by the 9 serene deep-ground python." A sullenness surfaced on Qinglin's face when she saw the other party beginning to act. This time around, the other party had come prepared for 6-star elite Dozuns. This kind of lineup was really quite strong. They were few in numbers. Should they be careless, it was likely that they would really end up dying in the most unexpected place today. After her voice sounded, a green light flashed within her jade-green eyes. Over a dozen figures surfaced in the sky in an orderly manner. Immediately, they rushed towards Hua Jin under Qinglin's orders. This large group of human figures that had suddenly appeared and rushed over also gave Hua Jin a shock. However, after sensing that the strongest of this group was nearly a 2-star Dozun, she finally sighed in relief. She spoke in disdain, "You actually dare to take out some lowly creatures to embarrass yourself?" Qinglin could not be bothered with Hua Jin's words. After having released all the experts that were sealed in her eyes, her face also became grave. Both of her hands formed numerous seals in a lightning-like fashion. Following the change in her seals, a fierce aura from the ancient times also slowly surged out from within her body. Upon sensing the ferocious aura that spread from within Qinglin's body, Xiao Yan understood that she had already begun to use the spiritual strength of the ancient heaven serpent. Immediately, he waved his hand. 11 puppets appeared in a flash. Within the blink of an eye, it had formed a formation. Energy was transferred and it swiftly caused the dark gold color on the sky demon puppet to become increasingly deep. With Xiao Yan's current strength, he should be able to fight against 2 6-star Dozun after using the Skyfire 3 mysterious change. Qinglin was currently only able to restrain 1 person. However, the other party still possessed 3 6-star Dozun. Hence, he could only summon the Sky Demon puppet and temporarily fight. Although the Sky Demon puppet could barely be able to fight with a 6-star Dozun with its strength, it should still be able to delay time. During the time that Xiao Yan summoned the Sky Demon puppet, the ferocious aura of Qinglin by the side also became increasingly rich. Fortunately, both of her eyes still retained their clarity. Clearly, with her current strength, she was already able to begin controlling the ancient heaven serpent's soul. "Young Master Xiao Yan, I will attack first." Qinglin's body rushed out in a lightning-like fashion after her soft cry sounded. That ferociousness that permeated the sky also caused Yao Liangjuan's 4-men group to have a change in expression. It is unexpected that this little girl is also troublesome to deal with. "Fourth brother, I'll leave it to you." That leading grey-robed elder glanced at Qinglin, who was rushing over, with some surprise before he frowned and said, "No problem." A somewhat skinny old man nodded with a shady face. Immediately, his body moved and he appeared in front of Qinglin. He did not say anything else as his dark and cold Dou Qi surged out from his palm. After which, it ruthlessly slammed towards Qinglin. Humph! Qinglin let out a cold snort when she saw this skinny old man attacking. She did not give in. Green light lingered within her jade-green eyes as she directly moved forward to meet him. "Xiao Yan, I really want to see whether you can escape from the palm of my profound sky sect today." Remember the name of this elderly self, Xun Er. The eyes of the gray-robed old man were dense and cold. He led Yao Hualiangjun and the other expert from the profound sky sect and formed a ring shape, surrounding Xiao Yan in the process. Attack! The moment Xiao Yan was surrounded, that so-called Xun Er eyes revealed a ferocious expression. A cold cry sounded. 3 vast and mighty Dou Qi surged out immediately. The 3 figures rushed over towards Xiao Yan with lightning-like speed. That ferocious attack directly caused the entire space to solidify. Go! Xiao Yan's back shook. That green-red bone wings were extended from it. His body swiftly pulled back. With a flick of his finger, that sky demon puppet transformed into a golden light that blocked one of the expert from the profound sky sect. Skyfire 3 mysterious change. First change. Second change. Third change. The seals formed by Xiao Yan's hands changed as his body pulled back explosively. The Dou Qi over his body continued to soar in that instant. Within a short moment, it had broken the 4-star level. A moment later, the strength of his aura was no longer inferior to that of Yao Hualiangjun. The Skyfire 3 mysterious change of the Burning Flame Valley. Xun Er frowned when he saw Xiao Yan's aura soaring. He immediately laughed coldly, do not hold back. The Skyfire 3 mysterious change has a time limit. When the time's up, he will be unable to escape today. Understood. Yao Hualiangjun's expression was dense and cold as he nodded. The foldable fan in his hand emitted a faint unusual glow. His hand was raised before the fan fell. That foldable fan appeared to become extremely sharp blades that tore through the space and cut towards Xiao Yan's throat. Faced with Yao Hualiangjun's swift and ferocious attack, Xiao Yan merely tilted his head a little and narrowly dodged that sharp foldable fan. His right hand was clenched into a fist before ruthlessly smashing furiously onto Yao Hualiangjun's head. Humph! Yao Hualiangjun naturally did not dare to underestimate Xiao Yan's current strength. After having used the Skyfire 3 mysterious change, Xiao Yan's strength was not any inferior to him. Adding the might of the heavenly flame, there was even a sign of it having surpassed him in a head-on battle. Bang! A cautious thought flashed across Yao Hualiangjun's heart. He flipped his wrist and the foldable fan in his hand was completely opened with a ripping sound. After which, it blocked in front of him and forcefully received this punch by Xiao Yan. The punch landed on the foldable fan. That purple-brown flame that contained a dense whiteness suddenly surged out from Xiao Yan's palm. After which, it lingered over the foldable fan in a ferocious manner and swiftly spread over Yao Hualiangjun's body. The flame spread and the sleeve of Yao Hualiangjun turned into ashes in an instant. However, his reaction was also quite quick. When the flame spread over, his vast and mighty Dou Qi erupted from within his body and surged explosively towards the flame with the intention of extinguishing all of them. However, a strange scene appeared when the Dou Qi touched the flame. One could see that those Dou Qi that came into contact with the flame would turn into substance like ice crystals in an instant. Hence, within a short moment, Yao Hualiangjun's arm was covered by a thick layer of ice crystal in front of his shocked eyes. What a strange heavenly flame! This unexpected change caused Yao Hualiangjun's expression to change drastically. His body pulled back hurriedly. Compared to a month ago, the heavenly flame of Xiao Yan seemed to have become even more powerful and mysterious. Xiao Yan was just about to give chase after having forced back Yao Hualiangjun with one attack when an elderly figure flashed and appeared in front of him. His shady face contained traces of dense coldness. A dark black large hand directly penetrated through the space like a ghost claw, carrying a kind of dangerous feeling as it grabbed towards Xiao Yan's head with lightning-like speed. Try and receive a 9 hell hand from this old me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1298, Qi Method Revealing Its Might. Chapter 1298, Qi Method Revealing Its Might. Xiao Yan did not give in as he sensed the dense cold wind that spread from the large dark black hand. He coldly laughed. Do you think that I am afraid of you, old ghost, in a one-on-one battle? After his cry sounded, a flame hurriedly gathered on his palm. After which, he suddenly threw a punch forward. It heavily collided with Xun Er large dark black hand. Octane Blast. The wind around the fist suddenly became sharp as it violently collided with the large dark black hand. A shocking noise abruptly rang out. A rippling force also rapidly spread. The surrounding space gradually became distorted. Bam bam! The fist and palm collided, and a strong wind erupted in a circular shape. Xiao Yan and Xun Er bodies trembled. Their feet took a couple of steps back. With Xiao Yan's current strength and the Skyfire 3 mysterious flame, he possessed the strength to exchange blows with a 6-star Dou Qi. Moreover, the flame mantra Qi method had evolved into a Tian-class Qi method. Dou Qi surged over when it was circulated. He did not need to worry about being exhausted to death should the other party take turns attacking. Not bad. You do indeed possess some ability. Surprise flashed across Shenluo Guizuan's eyes since his palm ended up in a draw with Xiao Yan's fist. His eyes slid to Yao Hualiangjun. At this moment, Yao Hualiangjun was rapidly resolving the flames around him. Although he appeared a little miserable, the flames did not cause him much harm. The strength of a 6-star Dozun was not merely for show. While Shenluo Guizuan was pulling back, Xiao Yan's eyes swept around him. Xinglin's battle in the distance was progressing well. With the strangeness of the triple jade-green snakeflower pupil and the help of the ancient heaven serpent soul, that expert from the profound sky deck was unable to do anything to her within this short amount of time. However, the other two battlegrounds were not looking good. Even after having experienced the strengthening by the formation, the sky demon puppet could only fight against a 4-star Dozun. That elder from the profound sky sect was a 6-star Dozun. The sky demon puppet was naturally at a disadvantage while exchanging blows with him. If its body could feel pain and wasn't extremely hard, it was likely that it would have turned into a pile of mud. Even though this was the case, sparks continued to sputter away from the sky demon puppet's body because of that fellow. Dents were starting to appear all over its hard body. While the sky demon puppet had fallen to a disadvantage, the many experts controlled by Qinglin were also not facing a good situation. Although there were many of them, their strengths were all much weaker than Hua Jin. If there weren't two Dozun experts of the second star blocking her, it was likely that the others would have already been finished off by her rising and falling blade. From the looks of the situation, they were clearly unable to endure much longer. Xiao Yan's eyes swiftly flicked over these battlegrounds. His brows involuntarily knit. The situation this time around was indeed a little troublesome. These fellows from the profound sky sect were not as easy to deal with as he had imagined. Brat, at this moment, you should take care of yourself first. A cold laugh was let out in front of Xiao Yan while he was frowning. He raised his head, only to see Shenluo Guizuan and Yao Hualiangjun rushing over at the same time. Majestic Dou Qi lingered over their bodies. Their murderous intent clearly indicated that they were beginning to attack together. Who? Xiao Yan let out a long breath. His expression regained its calmness. A vast and mighty Dou Qi swiftly rotated within his veins. A frightening strength that could destroy mountains and rivers rapidly circulated within his muscles. Attack! Shenluo Guizuan's expression turned chilly as he cried out in a cold voice. Both Yao Hualiangjun and him rushed over at the same time. Two unusually ferocious Dou Qi pillars cut through the air. They were accompanied by a deafening roar as they explosively rushed toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's expression was grave as he faced the combined attack. He clenched both of his hands. The purple-brown flames in his palms contained hints of a dense whiteness as they explosively surged out. After which, they formed into two large fire hands and forcefully collided with the Dou Qi pillars. An earth-shaking explosion erupted. Qi. Dou Qi slowly expanded across the sky. Its might caused the space to form a distorted illusory form. Looking from a distance, it appeared as though there was a mirage above the forest. 9 Hell Hand. Evil Wind Tear. Shenluo Guizuan and Yao Hualiangjun joined hands. Numerous incomparably ferocious Dou Qi attacks continuously poured out. They wildly flew toward Xiao Yan. It was obvious that the two intended to rely on their numbers to forcefully grind Xiao Yan to death. Flame-splitting tsunami. Open mountain seal. Xiao Yan's expression was grave when he faced Thesi's two crazy attacks, but powerful Dou Qi was unleashed as he pleased. He then randomly attacked and collided with the attacks of the duo. Bang 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 bang. The sky had become extremely excited because of this incomparably intense battle. Bright, beautiful energies exploded apart like fireworks. The explosive sounds of energy colliding made themselves known. One could even vaguely sense the energy ripples within a 50-kilometer radius. Seeing Xiao Yan grow fiercer the more he fought, Shenluo Guizuan started to frown in a tight manner. Such a prolonged battle had exhausted their Dou Qi by a frightening extent. The two of them felt that the Dou Qi within their bodies had been greatly reduced. However, Xiao Yan did not show any signs of weakening and instead appeared to be full of energy. Yao Hua! Shenluo Guizuan suddenly cried out after gently inhaling a breath of air. Upon hearing his cry, Yao Hualiangjun slightly nodded. The aura all over his body suddenly changed. An extremely rich killing desire slowly spread from both their bodies. Xiao Yan frowned upon sensing their killing auras, which had suddenly turned demon-like. This kind of feeling was not foreign to him. The old me shall see how much you can endure today. The murderous auras swiftly spread. Shenluo Guizhuan's eyes suddenly widened. He sharply cried out, "Heaven offering demon hand!" A substance like killing fog billowed from their bodies after his cry sounded. The fog formed a cluster of dark clouds in front of them. The dark cloud moved and a 100-meter large dark black hand suddenly rushed out. After which, it reached toward Xiao Yan. The dark black large hand was filled with a murderous aura that caused one's heart to chill. This kind of desire to kill was formed from the will of the duo. If this hand were to strike Xiao Yan, it would definitely damage his resolve. The heaven-offering demon hand, ha! Xiao Yan merely laughed as he studied the enormous hand that grabbed at him from all directions. His body trembled. A similar wave of sharp killing desire surged out of his body in a lightning-like fashion. Within a short instant, another dark black hand rapidly formed in front of shocked eyes. After which, the hand rushed over and violently collided with the large hand. Bang! The two collided. However, no loud explosions appeared, only a slight muffled sound could be heard. The murderous intent widely spread. Shenluo Guizhuan's and Yao Liangjuan's breathing became heavier once they were infected by this murderous aura. The two auras began to erode each other after they collided. After which, they slowly scattered. The desire to kill suddenly dispersed. 3 pale-looking people appeared within it. You actually know one of the ultimate and most guarded sex skills of my profound sky sect, the heaven-offering demon hand? Shenluo Guizhuan's expression was full of disbelief as he stared at Xiao Yan. That Dou skill that Xiao Yan had used earlier was obviously the same as theirs. Xiao Yan ignored the stern cry. The heaven-offering demon hand was something he had obtained from the hands of each of the profound sky sect. Xiao Yan had frequently practiced it after obtaining it. However, this was the first time that he had used it. The effect he had obtained appeared not bad. Do not give him the opportunity to relax. He has also been exhausted. Yao Liangjuan's expression was a little ugly as he yelled in a deep voice. Shenluo Guizhuan slightly nodded. He was just about to attack when he saw a strange smile suddenly lift onto Xiao Yan's face. Xiao Yan then slowly parted his hand. The two of them suddenly sensed the natural energy around them start to boil like water. Wave after wave of substance-like energy continuously rushed toward Xiao Yan's body. With the support of this vast and mighty energy, the paleness on Xiao Yan's face slowly disappeared. This is Tian Class Qi method? Shenluo Guizhuan's group was immediately dull when they witnessed this scene. With their experience, they were naturally aware that this act of plundering energy was something that could only be achieved by a legendary Tian Class Qi method. No wonder the two of us are unable to exhaust him no matter how we fight. This fellow has the support of a Tian Class Qi method. The mouths of the duo twitched. By possessing the support of a Tian Class Qi method, Xiao Yan's Dou Qi was basically endless. The two of them, on the other hand, would experience a time when their Dou Qi was exhausted. Just how were they going to fight such a battle? Xiao Yan's eyes were slowly opened while the two were shocked. He sensed that his body was filled with a lot more Dou Qi, causing him to involuntarily smile. He mockingly asked the other two, again? Shenluo Guizhuan's expression became gloomy when he saw the way Xiao Yan acted. He said, "You should not act so pleased. Our profound sky sect is not the only one interested in you." After uttering these words, Shenluo Guizhuan's eyes landed on the forest below. He cried out, "If you do not attack, this brat will end up escaping again." "Ha, Elder Shenluo, please be reassured that he will not be able to run. I was afraid that he possesses a spatial jade that Yao Chen made him. Therefore, I sealed this space first." Shenluo Guizhuan's cry had just sounded when a faint laugh rang out. The sky became slightly distorted and a figure slowly appeared. Xiao Yan's heart sank when he saw the familiar figure that appeared in the sky. "Ninth Tianzuan, even you have come. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1299, 1 vs 3. Chapter 1299, 1 vs 3. Space distorted as a figure slowly appeared. The figure had blue hair and wore blue robes. This figure was the 9th Tianzuan. The person who had led the experts from the Hall of Soul to the Falling Star Pavilion back then. Xiao Yan remembered this person well. If Yao Lao had not advanced to Aban Shang, the Falling Star Pavilion would have ended up with great losses during that attack. It is unexpected that even this person has come. Xiao Yan's eyes slightly flickered. From the looks of the situation, it seemed that the Hall of Souls and the Profound Sky sect showed signs of ganging up. This discovery caused him to feel deflated a little. The Profound Sky sect might not be comparable to the Hall of Souls, but it was still a strong faction. Should these two parties cooperate, a great pressure would fall on the Falling Star Pavilion. Xiao Yan, you are really quite bold. If you had remained within the Falling Star Pavilion, this one wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. It is unexpected that you actually dare to come running out alone. Ninth Tianzuan smiled as he looked at Xiao Yan and faintly commented on the situation. Xiao Yan's expression was gloomy. However, he did not say anything. Some thoughts rotated within his heart. The strength of this ninth Tianzuan was at least at the 7th to 8th star level. Even after Xiao Yan had unleashed the Skyfire 3 mysterious flame, he would not be able to fight against him. Moreover, from what he had said earlier, this space had been sealed by him. Hence, the spatial jade token that teacher had given him had also lost its effect. Xiao Yan gently exhaled within his heart. He did not expect the situation to become so dangerous. However, his current strength had soared. Hence, he did not truly feel a despair. With the Annihilation Fire Lotus and the Great Heaven Creation Palm, he believed that even this ninth Tianzuan would have some trouble forcefully receiving them. Moreover, the Flame Mantra Qi method had evolved to a Tian Plus Qi method. He would not need to worry about entering a weakened state after using the Annihilation Fire Lotus. Brat, you should just surrender. Do you really think that you will be able to escape the hands of the three of us with just your strength alone? Shenluo Guizuan spoke in a sinister manner. Yao Hualiangjun gently waved the foldable fan in his hand. He looked at the gloomy Xiao Yan and an additional caution quietly appeared within his heart. He had exchanged blows with Xiao Yan back then and naturally understood the great strength of that Annihilation Fire Lotus. Currently, this fellow was being forced to a dead end. Should he become hot-headed and go all out, it was likely that he would fight until everyone suffered. That may not be certain. Xiao Yan coldly laughed. He rotated his right hand and a faint golden light appeared on his palm. Dou Qi whistled within his body at this moment. Xiao Yan, don't you wish to rescue your father? The ninth Tianzuan narrowed both of his eyes when he saw the golden light in Xiao Yan's palm. He had personally witnessed Xiao Yan unleash the Great Heaven Creation Palm. Even old Ghost Jai Xing was killed on the spot. Thus, he feared this attack. He suddenly cried out when he saw that Xiao Yan wanted to use it. The golden light on Xiao Yan's palm became sluggish when he heard the cold cry of the ninth Tianzuan. Xiao Yan glared at him. Follow this seat back to the Hall of Souls and you will be able to meet your father. If you dare to resist, this seat will kill your father after returning. The ninth Tianzuan spoke with a cold and indifferent face. Xiao Yan's eyes were dark and cold as he stared at the ninth Tianzuan. A moment later, he laughed. His tone was calm as he replied, to think that you are actually the ninth Tianzuan of the Hall of Souls. You even try to use such a foolish tactic. I am not a fool. Only by living properly outside will I truly be able to rescue my father. Once I land in your hands, my Xiao clan will truly be finished. Therefore, this threat of yours is useless against me. The ninth Tianzuan's eyes became gloomy when they registered Xiao Yan's calm face. He did not expect Xiao Yan to act this way. Of course, it was just as Xiao Yan had said. As long as he was alive, he would be able to rescue Xiao Zhan. However, once Xiao Yan landed in the hands of the Hall of Souls, this slight chance would disappear. This kind of reasoning was not complicated. A person who valued relationships enough to travel a great distance from the Jiama Empire to the Central Plains in order to rescue another possessed a high level of reasoning and was able to accept certain choices. Ninth Tianzuan, this brat is as cunning as a fox. He will not fall for this trick of yours. Attacking together and capturing him is the right path. Yao Hualiangjun responded. The ninth Tianzuan's expression was indifferent as he nodded. He gently took a step forward. The space in front of him became distorted as his body disappeared almost instantly. The next moment, he appeared in front of Xiao Yan in a ghost-like manner. His 5 fingers formed a claw shape and carried a sharp wind as they grabbed at Xiao Yan's throat. The space crumbled wherever the wind from the claw passed. In that case, this seat shall personally act and capture you back. Xiao Yan was expressionless when faced with the sharp wind that suddenly attacked. A faint golden light lingered over his right hand as his fist was thrown heavily. Bang! 2 clusters of wind met in the air. A deep explosion suddenly spread apart. The wind ripple spread in a circular fashion, tearing at the surrounding space until numerous dark black lines appeared. Bam bam! Xiao Yan's body trembled when the two collided. His feet staggered over a dozen steps back. Only then did he stabilize his body. He lifted his somewhat numb right hand as the solemn expression in his eyes became even denser. After these exchanges, he completely understood the strength of this ninth Tianzuan. The ninth Tianzuan was at the peak of the 7-star level. Only 1 step more and he would reach the 8-star level. Fortunately, my right hand had been tempered by the golden spirit. Otherwise, some injuries would definitely have occurred during this collision. Xiao Yan's eyes flickered. The peak of the 7th star was too strong. He could barely deal with an attack even at his current strength. If he did not use the Great Heaven Creation Palm or the Annihilation Fire Lotus, it would be impossible for him to put up a fight. 9th Tianzuan, do not give this brat any time to rest. He practices a Tian-class Qi method and is able to recover very quickly. If things drag on like this, something unexpected might happen. Xun Guzuan and Yao Hualiangjun came over in a flash after watching the 9th Tianzuan reveal his great might to force Xiao Yan back. Xun Guzan let out a loud cry and the two attacked together. Incomparably ferocious Dou Qi pillars violently rushed toward Xiao Yan without giving him any time to rest. Being able to get all three of us to attack together, Xiao Yan, you can be considered someone who was thought highly by us. The 9th Tianzuan did not oppose Xun Guizuan's suggestion. His mission was to capture Xiao Yan. The mission from last time had failed, which displeased the hall chief. This time around, he had come out on his own accord. If he could capture Xiao Yan, he would have made up for his failure. Hence, he could not bother about the way this looked. Everything could be discussed after capturing Xiao Yan. The 9th Tianzuan did not continue to hesitate after this thought flashed through his heart. His body moved, and he once again rushed forward. A majestic Dou Qi surged in all directions when he lifted his hand. Its might caused even the sky to tremble. Bang bang bang! The surging energy in the sky continued to explode. Faced with the attacks of 2 6-star Douzuns and 1 7-star Douzun, even Xiao Yan was in a dangerous situations. If he did not have the help of his speed and the might of his heavenly flames, he would have been seriously injured by these three. Nevertheless, as the battle became white-hot, the situation became worse and worse for him. Bang! Xiao Yan was once again forced to collide with the palm of the 9th Tianzuan. After which, the bone wings behind his body swiftly flapped and two afterimages appeared. Only then did he narrowly dodge the sneak attacks made by Yao Hualiangjun and Xun Guizuan. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he withdrew from the area surrounded by those three. Xiao Yan's expression turned dark and dense after having pulled back. A golden light surged on his right palm. Dou Qi surged out of his body and poured into his palm. Be careful, he is about to use a Tian-class Dou skill. The 9th Tianzuan's body suddenly came to an abrupt halt when he saw what Xiao Yan was doing. He informed them in a dense voice. The 9th Tianzuan's words startled Xun Guizuan and Yao Hualiangjun. They began to rapidly pull back. Great Heaven Creation Palm. Xiao Yan's expression was gloomy. The energy on his palm brightened. An instant later, a strange black glow appeared. His palm slammed toward the empty space below. Xie! A strange spherical black light immediately spread with lightning-like speed after his palm was pushed down. At the same time, an extremely strong suction force erupted from the spherical light. The 9th Tianzuan and the two others slowed after being influenced by the frightening suction force. They looked at the black light sphere that was rapidly expanding. The 9th Tianzuan's expression sank. He cried out, "Do not panic. A Tian-class Dou skill might be powerful, but the three of us can still receive it if we join hands." The 9th Tianzuan's body was the first to turn after crying out. Dou Qi surged out of his body without any restraint. The vast and mighty Dou Qi caused tiny raindrops to slowly fall. Xun Guizuan and Yao Hualiangjun hesitated for a moment after seeing the 9th Tianzuan stop fleeing. They also clenched their teeth and summoned all the Dou Qi within their bodies. In an instant, Dou Qi whistled through the sky like a hurricane that brought about a whining sound. Ha! Dou Qi surged explosively out of the bodies of the three of them. They formed 3 Dou Qi pillars that were 1,000 feet large. The pillars lingered over the heads of the three of them and rotated once around. After which, they emitted a swoosh sound as they rushed over to collide with the black light circle. Bang! A couple of extremely frightening energies collided together. At this moment, even the sun became dim. A frightening energy storm expanded from the point of contact. The densely packed trees below appeared like harvested wheat. With a crushing sound, their trunks were broken in spectacular ways. The energy storm spread. That unmatchable black light sphere was forcefully prevented from spreading. However, the suction force within it remained terrifying. The 3,000-foot-long Dou Qi pillars were swallowed into the empty black hole. Only then did the sphere slowly disappear. Who? Seeing the black light sphere disappearing, Xun Guizuan and Yao Hualiangjun both heaved a sigh of relief. A horror was present in their eyes. If the 9th Tianzuan hadn't been here, just the two of them alone wouldn't have been able to contend with this frightening Dou skill. The 9th Tianzuan's face was a little pale. Clearly, he was exhausted by this act. Fortunately, he had managed to block Xiao Yan's killing blow. Next, he slowly raised his head. His eyes were dense as he stared at Xiao Yan a short distance away and ferociously laughed. Now, this seat shall see what other tactics you have. A cold smile also surfaced on Xiao Yan's face when he saw the ninth Tianzuan's ferocious smile. He clenched his hand and 4 types of heavenly flames appeared. Relax, I will ensure that all of you will eat to your heart's content. The ferocious smile on the face of the ninth Tianzuan turned green when he saw the 4 types of heavenly flames in Xiao Yan's palm. Ugh, little brother Xiao Yan. I have finally found you. A spatial crackline suddenly split open while the ninth Tianzuan's face was green. Following the formation of the spatial crack, a strong figure anxiously stumbled out of it. He cleared his throat and wailed at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan was startled when he saw this familiar figure. He chin a stunned voice, "Hey Chang? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1300, Sent Flying. Chapter 1300, Sent Flying. The human figure that came out of the spatial crack had a burly build, with the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. The figure emitted a rich ferocious aura. His appearance surprisingly resembled the expert from the ancient Void Dragon tribe, whom Xiao Yan had met. "Hey Qing. Old brother Hey Qing, why have you come?" Xiao Yan was also startled as this human figure suddenly appeared. His tone was filled with surprise. "Ugh, I have come to look for you regarding some matters. Those old fellows from the tribe have dispatched me to find you. Damn it. Fortunately, Yan left a dragon seal on you. Otherwise, I really would have ended up looking for you until I died." He Qing looked at Xiao Yan as though he had found his savior. He hurriedly rushed over and heaved a great sigh of relief. "Look for me?" Xiao Yan knit his brows upon hearing this. What matter could lead an ancient void dragon to him? Could it be? Has something happened to Yan? Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly widened as he turned to He Qing and asked a question in a deep voice. "She is not in trouble. However, there is something that requires your help. If you have the time, you should leave with me." He Qing rubbed his head as he spoke. Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment when he saw He Qing's somewhat grave expression. After which, he nodded. It seemed that the matter was quite a big one. Otherwise, it would not cause an expert like He Qing to be this frantic. "Once I resolve the trouble here, I will take a trip with you." "Is there some trouble?" He Qing recovered only after hearing Xiao Yan's words. He turned his head, took a look, and continued in a stunned manner, "It is that old Sok Mou from the Hall of Souls. Do you remember this uncle He Qing?" "He Chang?" The ninth Tianzuan was slightly startled. His expression was gloomy as he suddenly appeared to have remembered something. His expression changed a little as he exclaimed, "You are He Qing from the ancient Void Dragon tribe, dot. Is the name He Qing something that an old Sok like you can say? With your position as the ninth, you do not possess the qualification to do so." He Qing wrapped his arms in front of his chest. He curled his mouth and did not give any face to the ninth Tianzuan. The ninth Tianzuan's face became extremely dark and gloomy when he heard He Qing's rude words. However, he did not reveal any fury because he clearly understood that this large man in front of him was an extremely troublesome fellow. Even he was no match for this person. This friend. This old self is an elder of the Profound Sky Sect, Shenluo Guizuan. This Xiao Yan is a person that my Profound Sky Sect intends to capture. I hope that this friend will not intervene. The ninth Tianzuan was aware of He Qing's background, but Shenluo Guizuan was not. After seeing Xiao Yan gradually fall into a disadvantage, how could they let him just flee? So Shenluo Guizuan cupped his hands together and spoke in a deep voice. "Profound Sky Sect? What is this thing?" He Qing knit his brows. He waved his hand somewhat impatiently and said, "All of you should hurry up and get lost. I am looking for little brother Xiao Yan regarding some matters. Stop wasting this father's damn time. You." Shenluo Guizuan and Yao Liangzuan's expressions changed after hearing He Qing's vulgarities. They both furiously cried out, "You dare to disrespect my Profound Sky Sect? You are seeking death." After their loud cry sounded, the two of them stepped through empty space. Their bodies immediately rushed forward like lightning. Dark and cold Dou Qi violently smashed toward He Qing without being held back. 2 6-star Dou Zuns actually possessed the courage to scream in front of this father? He Qing laughed out of anger when he saw the two rushing over and advanced instead of pulling back. Both of his fists tightened and the muscles all over his body fluctuated in a strange manner. Finally, he sent his fists forward without any fancy attacks. Bang! 2 metal fists smashed out and formed 2 black spatial marks. The black spatial marks moved quickly before violently colliding with the duo. Just what is this fellow's origin? The bodies of Shenluo Guizuan's group trembled after the collision. Their expressions immediately turned pale. The frightening strength they faced, which seemed to be able to destroy everything, caused a terror to surge from deep within their hearts. Grug! The terror had just appeared when their throats filled with something sweet. They both spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Their bodies flew back like kites with their strings broken. They violently shot into the forest below, smashing into the ground and forming a 100-meter deep pit. The powerful remnant force completely destroyed the large trees within a 100-meter radius. Clap clap. He Qing sent the two flying with a punch from each fist. After which, he patted his hands together. His face was filled with ridicule. His eyes, which contained some ill intent, glanced at the gloomy face of the ninth Tianzuan. He said, "Mou, are you going to get lost by yourself or shall this father do it for you? He Qing, you should not act so arrogantly. Xiao Yan is someone the hall chief wants to capture. Are you really going to protect him?" Ninth Tianzuan coldly demanded. He Qing narrowed his eyes. He rubbed his hands together as he replied in a faint voice, "This father doesn't care about all this. Those old fellows from the clan want me to find Xiao Yan. Since this father is here, everyone should forget about bringing him away." Crack! The fury within the eyes of the ninth Tianzuan surged. Both of his hands slowly tightened and emitted cracking sounds. Frightening Dou Qi slowly spread from his body. "You wish to fight? Alright, the old me also wishes to see if you have improved after so many years." Stut. He Qing coldly chuckled. His body became distorted. It emitted a muffled thunder-like bone explosion. Following the sound of these bones appearing, his body became even larger. An extremely powerful pressure was vaguely emitted from his strong body. The ninth Tianzuan's eyes twitched involuntarily when he sensed the pressure. He inhaled a deep breath of air and suppressed the fury within his heart. He was aware that he was no match for He Qing with his strength. Even if he attacked, he would not gain an advantage. Moreover, the control over space that an ancient void dragon exhibited was something that no one could match. Even someone stronger than an ancient void dragon would find it difficult to defeat and successfully retain the other party. He Qing, I don't believe that you can protect this brat forever. The ninth Tianzuan spoke in a dense tone. It is not up to you to be concerned about this. He Qing glanced at him and replied. Hoof. The ninth Tianzuan coldly snorted. His heart was filled with an unwillingness. It was unexpected that he had successfully avoided Yao Chun, but had ended up attracting someone from the ancient void dragon tribe. He did not expect Xiao Yan to have a relationship with this tribe. Since He Qing had shown himself, the ninth Tianzuan understood that capturing Xiao Yan had become an impossible task. The ninth Tianzuan could only clench his teeth when he thought of this. He stared at Xiao Yan viciously and said, Xiao Yan, you can't just hide forever. I do not believe that someone will always be there to rescue you. After uttering those words, the ninth Tianzuan ceased to remain in this place. He turned around and was just about to leave when He Qing suddenly opened his mouth. Mou, when you return, inform those people above you not to go against Xiao Yan and the members of the Xiao clan. The grudges between the Hun, Soul, clan and the Xiao clan have ceased to exist by now. By going overboard, there will come a point in time where all of you will regret it. These words are not spoken by this father. They are spoken by those old fellows within the tribe. The ninth Tianzuan narrowed his eyes when he heard He Qing's final sentence. He coldly laughed, it is pointless telling me this. No one will be able to stop my Hall of Souls from doing anything. The Gu clan cannot, and your ancient void dragon tribe also cannot. The ninth Tianzuan's body shook after uttering these words. He transformed into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. He Qing gently rubbed his fist as he watched the ninth Tianzuan's disappearing figure. His expression was cold. A moment later, he turned his head to look at Xiao Yan. He smiled and said, Little brother Xiao Yan, are you all right? I have troubled old brother to intervene again. Xiao Yan cupped his hands as he replied. Ugh, it doesn't matter. This time around, my ancient void dragon tribe is going to have to trouble you. He Qing shook his head. He hesitated for a moment before continuing, you will become aware of the exact reason once you have come with me. If there is nothing else, can we leave now? This matter is of great importance. Nothing must go wrong. Seeing that even He Qing, who had a rough character, was acting with such seriousness, Xiao Yan's heart was solemn. Just what had caused the ancient void dragon tribe to become this anxious? Yes, however, can I bring my friend along? Xiao Yan pointed at Qinglin a short distance away. When He Qing appeared, the elder from the Profound Sky sect, who had been entangled in a battle with Qinglin, swiftly withdrew. He withdrew even quicker when he saw He Qing send Shenluo Guizuan's group flying with a punch. That fellow was so frightened that he dared not approach. Yes, it's fine, He Qing glanced at Qinglin and nodded. Xiao Yan only sighed in relief after seeing an odd. It had only been a short while since the 9th Tianzuan had left. He was worried about Chang Lin returning alone. It was naturally for the best that He Qing had agreed. While Xiao Yan sighed in relief, he waved his hand and returned the sky demon puppet, which had been beaten until thousands of scars and hundreds of holes had appeared on its body. He sighed quietly within his heart. The sky demon puppet, which had followed him for a long time, showed signs of becoming scrap. After Xiao Yan stored away the puppet, Chang Lin also returned her experts into her eyes, leaving a frightened Hua Jin standing in the sky. She showed her terror while she looked at He Qing. His might caused her to feel shocked. Young Master Xiao Yan, are we going to let this woman off? It's her fault we were intercepted this time around. Chang Lin softly inquired. There is no time. Xiao Yan glanced at the woman and shook his head. They were pressed for time and he was too lazy to personally teach this woman a lesson. Big brother He Qing, let's leave. Xiao Yan turned to look at He Qing as he spoke. Yes. He Qing nodded. His hand lifted through the air in front of him and tore a spatial crack. Xiao Yan and Chang Lin's bodies entered in a flash. Hua Jin sighed in relief when she saw Xiao Yan's group leaving. She uttered a string of vicious curses in her stomach. However, those curses had just appeared in her heart when He Qing, whose foot had just stepped toward the spatial crackline in the sky, paused. He waved his large hand without turning his head. Waves of frightening forces tore through space and landed on Hua Jin's body in an instant. Grug! An incomparably strong force caused Hua Jin to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Her body violently smashed into a mountain. Large rocks rolled down and buried her deep underneath. Do not think that this father will not attack you just because you are a woman. He Qing swung his large hand after sending Hua Jin flying with a slap. He flashed closer to the spatial crack. With a chi sound, he entered it and disappeared with it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.